Chapter 491. As if seeing through the intentions of humans. The Red Flame Civilization fleet, which was fighting the first fleet of humanity, had consciously dispatched small spacecraft to intercept after humans frequently dispatched a large number of detection spacecraft. However, at this time, they were already at the end of their strength, and the mere hundreds of thousands of interception spacecraft could not resist the large number of human detection spacecraft. So within half a month, Yu Yuan received the latest information fed back by the detector. Indeed, as Manuini said, the Interstellar Trading Market Party really ran away. But the planetary base where they were originally located was not destroyed. Seeing this situation, Yu Yuan immediately ordered the strong artificial intelligence on the Tianqin to launch a surprise attack on the fleet in front of him, which was already at the end of its strength. He wanted to deal with this fleet as soon as possible. Just after assigning tasks to the strong artificial intelligence, Yu Yuan once again said to the communication department on the Tianqin, "Send a notice to the 13th planet. Let the base speed up the preparation of the first and second fleet's fuel supplies. And at the same time let the base be ready to set off at any time. Since it has been confirmed that the Red Flame Civilization has escaped, then humans must take the next step. There are only two measures. One is to pursue until the other party is destroyed. The second is to end the war, and the three fleets return to the star system, where the main body of the civilization is located." Yu Yuan's idea is more inclined to the first one, because if the grass is not cut off at the root, it will grow again in the spring breeze. Since it has already been with this civilization pretending to be an interstellar trading market, it must be completely eliminated instead of letting it go. A civilization that is on par with humans, whose nanotechnology is even better than humans, and has a blood feud with humans. Let it go. Who knows if they will break through to the 4th level civilization first one day, and then search for humans in the entire star field. And then it will really be over. Therefore, Yu Yuan's idea was to either destroy this unknown civilization or turn them into a civilization that serves humanity like the Kuntai civilization. After this battle, if the first and second fleets wanted to sail across the stars again, they would have to refuel and replenish various supplies here again. Compared to redeveloping here, the bases that humans have already built would naturally be faster. After giving instructions for a series of preparatory measures, Yu Yuan turned his attention to destroying the fleet in front of him. Of course, it didn't take much effort. After all, the second fleet had already joined forces. Under the combined attack of the two fleets, the main forces of the fleet were completely destroyed in just 1 month. Now, humans can declare victory in the war, but it will take some time for the dust to settle. A few days later, the first fleet and the second fleet finally arrived at the core area of the original Red Flame civilization. At this moment, the probes that had already landed on various planets also sent back detailed images of several bases to the people on the Tianqin. It was not until now that Yu Yuan really saw the true situation of the so-called core area of the interstellar trading market. There are 3 planets in the core area of the Qian civilization, and each planet is full of buildings. From the aerial perspective, it can be seen that there are semicircular buildings full of technology on the surface of each planet. The buildings are connected by transparent passages, and the rails used for transportation in the passages can be seen from a close perspective. From these interiors, and the vehicles that have stopped running inside, humans can roughly distinguish which part of the semicircular cover building is for living, and which part is for industrial production. Residential building clusters, industrial building clusters, resource mining bases, etc. are all well preserved. Even the orbital mass accelerators standing on the Earth have not been dismantled, and many space elevators are still hanging on the orbit. Seeing this situation, some human experts believe that they did not blow up these bases before leaving because they left in a hurry. Well, this is just one theory. Other experts think more deeply. They believe that the other party did leave in a hurry, but that is not the reason why they left the base intact. They believe that the reason why they did not destroy these buildings is most likely because they are afraid that the noise caused by destroying the base will be noticed by humans. Indeed, if they had blown up all these buildings and destroyed the base before leaving, then the first fleet of humanity, which was in the battle, would definitely have discovered the movement here. In this way, they would have a high probability of exposing the fact that they were escaping. Apart from these 2 points of view, Yu Yuan felt that the other party left a complete base for another purpose, which was to delay the pursuit of humans. After all, compared to a destroyed planetary base, a complete base would definitely be more attractive to humans. Someone must think That is a base that has been operated by a civilization of the same level for hundreds of years. Maybe we can find something by exploring it. This is the temptation. Well, in fact, seeing such a scene, Yu Yuan has already had the desire to explore the inside of the base. Sure enough, after a while, the second mate on the Tianqin suggested, "Commander Yu, the opponent's main civilization has successfully escaped. And as a sub-civilization of the same level, if we want to catch up and destroy it, there will inevitably be a long chase. Just like the artificial intelligence consciousness chasing us and the Nair civilization. On the other hand, if we only chase them with a fleet and destroy them, we will inevitably be out of touch with our main civilization for a long time, which I think is not advisable. But if we bring the main civilization along with us to chase, it will put the main civilization in danger, because we don't know whether this civilization, which has deeper research on nanotechnology than us, will break through to the fourth level civilization before us in this process. Therefore, my suggestion is not to chase. The purpose of our trip has actually been achieved. Although we failed to obtain the life potion with a 5,000-year effect, we got the other two. And this so-called interstellar trading market has been destroyed by us, which can be regarded as revenge for those dog-headed people. In addition, we also found a level 4 civilization creation, which is an unexpected gain. Hearing this, Yu Yuan fell into deep thought. His first thought was of course to chase, and then wipe out the enemy. But thoughts are just thoughts, and one must consider carefully before making a decision. In fact, the second mate's words also omitted a factor. That is, the lifespan of these people. If they go to chase after a little rest, even if they can hibernate during the voyage, they will have to wake up and fight every time they arrive at a star. Based on the experience of previous chase battles, they may not be able to live to the time to eliminate the opponent. As various possibilities emerged in his mind, Yu Yuan was actually quite conflicted. He couldn't make a decision for a while, just when he wanted everyone to express some opinions on this matter, so as to brainstorm and weigh the pros and cons of chasing or not chasing. A message from the Second Fleet shocked him. The detection spacecraft sent by the Second Fleet to detect the opponent's track sent back the news. From the opponent's magnetic track data, humans obtained the route of the main body of the Red Flame civilization. Judging from its route, the Red Flame civilization fleet carrying their main body happened to be heading to the star where the rear base of mankind was located. Before humans came to the so-called interstellar trading market, they chose a relatively close star and placed a strong artificial intelligence there to develop a fleet. The original purpose was actually to arrange a retreat in case of a war failure, so that they could retreat to this rear base and use the warships produced for many years to fight back. I didn't expect that the main body of the Red Flame civilization would actually run to that star, which is simply seeking death. After receiving this news, Yu Yuan no longer hesitated whether to pursue or not. As the saying goes, if you don't take what God gives you, you will suffer the consequences. At this time, you should boldly say, it is better to pursue the desperate enemy with your remaining courage, rather than to seek fame by imitating the tyrant king. Instead of don't pursue the desperate enemy. As for whether there are still a large number of warships among the more than 70 million spaceships, humans no longer worried about this when the Red Flame civilization ran away. After all, if there were still resistance forces, they would not have to run away. Chapter 492. The speed of a third-level civilization cannot reach the speed of light. So after learning the direction of the so-called interstellar trading market fleet, Yu Yuan was no longer in a hurry. He immediately ordered the third fleet on the 13th planet to activate the interstellar communication array to send a notice to the strong artificial intelligence on the other end, asking it to prepare for concealment and fighting. Although there was no human command, Yu Yuan was not too worried, because although the so-called interstellar trading market fleet had more than 7,000 ships, they were basically residential ships, engineering ships, and other functional ships, and the number of warships must be small. Otherwise they would never be able to escape. On the other side of the star, strong artificial intelligence has been developed for more than 100 years. Its efficiency is the same as that of humans on the 13th star planet at that time. If we count 1 million warships in 3 years, we will have at least 30 million warships in 100 years. It seems exaggerated, but with strong artificial intelligence and sufficient resources, the productivity of scientific and technological civilization is so strong. If strong artificial intelligence is released, it will definitely become a disaster for most low-level civilizations. Of course, it is limited to most low-level civilizations. Civilizations like humans that have mastered strong artificial intelligence are not afraid of this so-called legendary artificial intelligence disaster. After all, if we really encounter an artificial intelligence civilization, we will just compete with it in the number of warships, and humans will not be afraid. Having said that, after explaining the third fleet, Yu Yuan turned his attention to the several planetary bases in front of him again. There is no rush to chase the Red Flame civilization. We can explore these bases before setting off. The other party has already fallen into the trap. And it is no big deal if the 3 human fleets arrive a few years later. General Yu, my fleet has dispatched robots to conduct exploration inside the base. With a report, everyone's attention shifted to their respective work platforms. With strong artificial intelligence, humans no longer need to use manual exploration as before. It can be said that no matter how dangerous the planet is, how many conspiracies and traps are set, it cannot threaten humans. From another perspective, the level of human civilization has truly surpassed the planetary level, and any danger that cannot reach space is no longer in the same dimension as humans. The advancement of technology does not stop there. It can be seen that today, human landing operations no longer need to scatter a bunch of artificial satellites in advance to provide signals to robots and various equipment on the ground. Instead, they can directly open the neutrino communication of the large fleet, ignoring the blind spots of the planet itself and realizing global interconnected communications. In fact, this can be done by humans in the second-level civilization. The difference from the previous second-level civilization stage is reflected in the application of robots. The realization of true nanotechnology, coupled with the mastery of human mechanical technology, has made human achievements in humanoid robots always at the forefront. In fact, it is for this reason that many people are still engaged in mechanical research after the emergence of strong artificial intelligence. And of course, it is inseparable from the support of the new government. Speaking of which, human mecha technology is actually one of the products. With the support of nanotechnology and mechanical proficiency, human mechas, namely tactical armors, are very flexible. Coupled with the built-in human microcurrent sensing operating system, tactical armors are as easy to use as an arm for humans. It is no exaggeration to say that humans wearing tactical armors are all Iron Man. Yes, all are the best players to drive Gundam. Of course, humans basically use this stuff for activities on the surface of the planet. If they want to use it in war, they still need the miniaturization of magnetic propulsion technology and various supporting weapons, energy systems, life support systems, buffer systems, and other miniaturizations. The physics of the real universe is different from the movie world. There is no such thing as putting on a layer of armor to make the human body ignore the existence of acceleration. Let's get back to the point. When a batch of millions of format exploration robots landed, the general situation of the planet in front of us gradually revealed to humans. Yu Yuan first looked at the number 2 base of the Qian civilization. It was built on a satellite similar to the size of Mars. In the general map set back by the detection, the distribution of mineral deposits on this planet was rendered in red. After scanning with the element scanner, the distribution of mineral deposits on the planet soon appeared in front of everyone. The mineral deposits are mainly basalt, and the exposed basalt contains very rich ilmenite, accounting for 10%, and the total reserves are about 6.5 times 10 to the 15th power tons, all of which are exposed mineral deposits. The Red Flame civilization relies on these resources to build a large number of warships here. Other elements such as chromium, phosphorus, potassium, and rare earth elements are also available, and the difficulty of mining is very small. It seems that it is not unreasonable for the Red Flame civilization to regard this place as a core area. This planet has no atmosphere like most rocky planets in the universe. Yu Yuan raised his hand and tapped the projection screen. A small picture on the screen changed to the inside of the base, which was the perspective of the landing robot. In the picture, it can be seen that the inside of the base is well preserved, and various facilities still exude a brand new metallic luster, without any signs of damage. Of course, humans do not have the door opening code of the Red Flame civilization base. The reason why these robots can enter the base is that the door was opened violently. Specifically, the door was opened with a positron cannon. The first step is to open the outermost hatch of the base. After opening the hatch, humans can see from the structural design of the hatch that this civilization, which has been a civilization since the interstellar trading market, is also a race that needs a gas environment to survive. Because this first hatch is an airlock door. However, when the human robot found the passage to the base through the airlock. It found that it was impossible to enter the passage with the size of the exploration robot. The passage was circular, with a diameter of only 60 centimeters. The life forms in this interstellar trading market are so small. Seeing such a passage, the first mate of the Tianjin asked curiously, "It may be a ventilation duct or something," the second mate said, and he seemed to have no confidence in what he said. The facts told humans that this passage was indeed the entrance and exit passage for the individual life forms of the Qian civilization. And the name Qian civilization was also known by humans after they explored the 3 bases. It's not that the Qian civilization deliberately left the name of its civilization for humans to know, but humans learned it from some scattered information during the exploration process. In addition, humans did not find any other information about the Qian civilization in the base. It can be said that these 3 bases are only empty shells. There is no need to think about scientific and technological information. When the Qian civilization left, they took away all the central computers that could be taken away, and all those that could not be taken away were destroyed. Chapter 493. Humans can only judge the use of various facilities in the base by their appearance. They are living places, workplaces, breeding grounds for other creatures, plant cultivation bases, etc. From this point of view, it seems that the Qian civilization was not in a hurry when it left. In fact, what humans don't know is that the reason why the Qian civilization was able to move the base so cleanly was because their previous commander had foresight, and it was the commander who asked them to prepare for evacuation in advance. These guys left nothing behind. Yu Yuan sighed, switching between detection screens. As time went by, the exploration of the Qian civilization was drawing to a close. But no valuable information had been found. If humans were still a second-level civilization, they might still be interested in the base materials of the Qian civilization. But in the eyes of today's humans, these materials are worthless. Just as Yu Yuan was not interested in the situation of the 3 planetary bases. The voice of the person in charge of communication sounded in the command center. "Commander Yu. Information from the 3rd Fleet. Turn around." After saying that, Yu Yuan stood up from his seat, controlled the magnetic switch on his clothes through the brain chip, and walked slowly towards the porthole. The 3rd Fleet was still in the orbit of the 13th planet, so the information sent was naturally not real-time communication, but a paragraph and some pictures and video information. As the communication personnel operated, Buguiyu's avatar soon appeared on the virtual screen. He saluted in a formal manner, and then said, "General Yu, the battlefield cleaning has been completed, and we found these things." After Buguiyu on the screen said this, some images appeared on the split screen next to his avatar. Sparks flashed everywhere in the screen, and red iron juice, steel fragments, broken wire tubes, and other debris were floating everywhere. Many things could no longer be recognized. Yu Yuan took a glance and recognized that this was the situation inside the damaged warship. The relatively intact round crystal in the picture should be a screen or something like that. This should be the picture taken by the robot that cleaned the warship. Sure enough, the next moment, he saw a small robot passing through the screen with a tail flame. It stretched out its mechanical arm and groped in a pile of rubbish for a while, and then grabbed an iron lump. This thing was as big as a bucket of water, but it was not cylindrical, but oval like an egg. The material was some kind of alloy, and there was an obvious retractable mechanical structure on the surface, which looked like an iron egg. Well, it was indeed an iron lump. At least that was Yu Yuan's first impression. But Buguiyu's next words refreshed his cognition. This is the space suit of the individual life in the interstellar trading market. The 2 protruding retractable structures at the smaller round head are its gripping parts. And the 4 below are, well, 4 legs. Look, General Yu. This is the form of the individual life in the interstellar trading market. We have dissected it, and found that it is a life form similar to marine mollusks. Although their skin is smooth, their toughness is very good. So good that ordinary knives can't cut it. Just like rubber. The First Fleet has just discovered that the so-called interstellar trading market is actually called the Red Flame Civilization. The information has not yet been synchronized to the 3rd Fleet far away on the 13th planet. So Buguiyu still calls it the interstellar trading market in his speech. Following Buguiyu's words, the video also turned to a scene where a human robot cut open the iron egg and took out an alien that was obviously dead. The creature in the iron lump was very small, only about 30 centimeters long, and looked round and soft. It had 4 legs and 2 hands. The legs were obvious, but the hands had no obvious features such as fingers. They looked more like tentacles, with a group of tiny suction cups, like an octopus. If it was given some tentacles, it would probably become the image of the octopus Cthulhu in people's impression. Yu Yuan, who saw this image, finally confirmed that the passage he had discovered before was the entrance and exit passage for the life forms of the Qian civilization. At this time, Buguiyu continued, we analyzed their space-suit life support system and found that although they are soft-body creatures, they are not aquatic. It's just that their living environment is relatively humid. Well, it should be said to be humid and hot. Their normal living temperature is about 60 to 70 degrees Celsius. From our human perspective, they are oviparous life forms. Some scattered data show that their offspring are hatched from eggs. But we did not find any of their eggs in the wreckage of the warship. Biologists believe that they should have some mothers who specialize in laying eggs. Because although we found more than one individual life in the wreckage of the warship, we judged that they were different male and female individuals. The reason is that in their body structure, we clearly found a physiological structure that is symmetrical with each other. But what surprised us is that after scanning, dissection, and analysis of their basic cell structure and genes, we did not find that the two have obvious ability to reproduce offspring. Maybe their reproduction method is different from our cognition. Some experts speculate that the male and female individuals on these warships do not have the ability to reproduce offspring. They should have some mothers who specialize in reproduction. Of course, maybe we guessed wrong. But no matter what, we still don't know how they reproduce offspring, let alone how many new individuals they give birth to each time. After reading the information sent by Bukuyu, the First Fleet finally understood more about the Qian civilization. At least they knew their life form. Then everyone on the Tianqin also expressed their feelings. I didn't expect their individuals to be so small. That's right. If I hadn't seen it being pulled out of the space suit with my own eyes, I would have thought it was their pet. They seemed to think that we humans looked like dog-headed people. I wonder what they thought when they saw the dog-headed people's 2.5-meter height. What you said is true. After all, they are a dignified third-level civilization. And a civilization that has the courage to pretend to be an interstellar trading market. They must have seen a lot of other alien life forms. No matter how they behave, they can't act like they have never seen the world. At most, they will be surprised a few times. Just like how we see their life forms now. While these people were discussing curiously, the person in charge of watching the planetary base detection suddenly said excitedly, "Everyone! New discovery! New discovery!" Everyone turned their heads and saw that the person's personal screen was showing a strange cavity structure. And there were various hemispherical devices inside, densely packed in a large area that filled the cavity. At least more than 100,000. These devices were connected to many pipes, and looked like equipment for storing something. The person who can be in charge of detecting intelligence is naturally not just a mouthpiece. He must have strong professional knowledge. In fact, the Tianqin is at least an expert. The person in charge shouted excitedly, and then continued, combined with the information sent by the commander. I think this thing is most likely the breeding base of the life individuals of the Red Flame civilization. And these hemispherical devices, judging by their size, should be the place where their offspring in the egg state are placed. We have found more than one such breeding base. It seems that the Red Flame civilization adopts artificial breeding. Industrialized breeding of offspring. In this way, the reason why they can have so many life individuals to drive warships can be explained. In fact, humans can also build a base for breeding offspring in this way. Because after being promoted to the third-level civilization, artificial embryo technology has been realized. But the ethical barrier has not yet been overcome. The most important thing is that, after strong artificial intelligence is put into use, and the battleship model is determined, the human fleet does not need so many soldiers. And therefore the new government has not promoted this fertility model. Chapter 494. A fleet is very complete. Not just warships, but also various types of robots and small spacecrafts of various functions in each warship. And of course aircraft used for planetary internal exploration. A C-class warship is 3 kilometers long, and the Tianqin is 5 kilometers long. Such a huge volume can fully accommodate supporting facilities of various functions, even production lines. It can be said that each C-class spaceship is a city. As the exploration deepened, the 3 planetary bases left by the Qian civilization gradually appeared in front of humans. This time was not long. After all, The number of robots invested by humans was very large. During this process, human exploration robots received some attacks from the base defense system, and many robots were buried here. But humans did not care because there were many robots. After about 6 months of exploration, humans finally turned the bases on the 3 planets upside down. 6 months is already a short time. After all, the Qian civilization has been operating on these 3 planets for hundreds of years. Their traces can be found in almost every corner of the planets, and their facilities are everywhere. If humans did not have a large number of exploration robots, they would not be able to complete the exploration in such a short time. Unfortunately, in the subsequent exploration, apart from getting some answers about the functions of various buildings of the Qian civilization, humans were unable to obtain any useful information from these planetary bases. Since there is no useful information, there is no need to stay here any longer. Immediately, Yu Yuan ordered the fleet to return. The first fleet and the second fleet needed to replenish supplies and fuel before they could set sail. So the return destination was the 13th planetary base. When leaving, Yu Yuan did not order the destruction of the 3 planetary bases left by the Red Flame civilization. It was not because he was merciful, but because it was unnecessary. Destruction would waste time. Next, the first fleet and the second fleet spent a year replenishing supplies, fuel supply, and maintenance work, and then it was time to leave. Commander Yu, the first fleet, the second fleet, and the third fleet are ready. The strong artificial intelligences of the 4 planetary bases have completed the collection of facilities and equipment in their respective areas of responsibility and are ready to set sail at any time. 3 minutes to set sail. Target, JM18756. After the brief voice sounded, the huge fleet consisting of 3 fleets of humans finally officially set foot on a new route. Or in other words, the route to pursue the Red Flame civilization. Like the Red Flame civilization, when humans left, they did not destroy the bases they had built there. But one difference was that humans moved more cleanly, and almost everything except some temporary buildings, such as some facilities built with reinforced concrete materials, was packed up and taken away by humans. Various human facilities are designed with modular, foldable, and movable concepts. In other words, the mining bases of human civilization are essentially landing spacecraft. After landing, they form facilities with different functions according to established procedures. Just like the combination of I will form the body, I will form the head, and I will form the arms. Humans can easily make these large machines transform in a realistic way. 3 minutes passed quickly, and the 3 fleets, which were reorganized into a large fleet, finally set out on their journey. More than 12.2 million magnetic thrusters were activated one after another, and the warships were set to the same position under unified command. At this moment, a wonderful physical phenomenon that can only be detected by a 3rd-level civilization appeared at the end of the magnetic thruster, and a powerful force appeared at this moment. There was no dazzling light, no charming colors, and no passion intertwined with light and heat. There was only the invisible phenomenon of the moment of monopole phase change, and the faint metallic luster reflecting the light of distant stars. At this moment, the scene of more than 12.2 million warships of mankind setting sail at the same time does not look as shocking as that of the 2nd-level civilization, but it is undoubtedly more impressive. It is as if nothing has happened to them, and they are accelerating from a relatively static state to the same direction of the starry sky. The advancement of technology has made the human fleet more and more sci-fi. Such a fleet, just in terms of concealment, is enough to beat any 2nd-level civilization. In fact, humans are now completely unable to detect the Red Flame civilization fleet through optical means. A year and a half is enough for the main fleet of the Red Flame civilization, which left earlier, to disappear from the sight of any lower-level civilization. But it does not mean that humans cannot find them. Before the fleet set sail, humans had sent out some advanced warships to conduct scatter detection in the direction where the Red Flame civilization fleet disappeared. Just like scouts sent out for marching and fighting, the human fleet planned its route through the detection information fed back by these warships, thus tracking the Red Flame civilization fleet. For a fleet using magnetic propulsion technology, the greater the thrust, the more obvious the track, and the longer the continuous detectable state will be. So far, humans have no technology that can erase the traces of these phase changes. Similarly, the Red Flame civilization cannot, or even the 3rd-level civilization cannot. The main fleet of the Red Flame civilization has more than 70 million spaceships. The tracks brought by the huge fleet are very obvious. Even though more than a year has passed, humans can still easily detect them. The pursuit in the starry sky is actually unremarkable. It is nothing more than a batch of detection spaceships exploring the tracks in front. And the fleet behind is firmly biting the opponent's fleet. The target star is still 20 light-years away. The human fleet needs to accelerate to 50% of the speed of light, and then reduce the speed to the level before departure when arriving at the destination. This process takes 40 years for the outside world to observe the static human fleet. But for humans themselves, it only took 35 years to reach the destination. This process can be said to be the time expansion of the static observer outside, or the shortening of the distance traveled by humans. This is the so-called clock slowing and ruler contraction effect. The effect occurs during the fleet's acceleration and deceleration, not during the 50% light speed route. So the key physical quantity for the clock slowing and ruler contraction effect to appear on humans is not speed, but acceleration. The reason for this is that speed itself has no meaning after losing the reference system. When the fleet travels at 50% of the speed of light, you can also say that the fleet is stationary, because the speed of light is constant. No matter how fast you are stationary to light. In other words, A is moving away from B on the planet at 50% of the speed of light, and vice versa. It is also true that B on the planet is moving away from A at 50% of the speed of light. But why is A eventually younger than B after the two speeds are synchronized again? That's because the acceleration and deceleration process occurs on A. This has been verified by humans in the Earth era. No problem. But you have to know that the cause of all these changes is acceleration. It is acceleration that changes the characteristics of space and time. Chapter 495. After decades of sailing, the already aging people had to hibernate again. After the fleet completed the relative acceleration, everyone on the Tianqin went into hibernation. Originally, Yu Yuan wanted to wait a few years to see if he would age with the passage of time, so as to verify his guess. However, he was not in the main body of human civilization now, and he still had a mission to complete. So he had to give up on experimenting while awake and went into hibernation with everyone else. In the end, he still didn't dare to take risks, although Yu Yuan found that his appearance had not aged. If something unexpected happened and he really died on the way, it would be a joke. Time, the physical quantity defined by humans, was slowly passing away. After Yu Yuan also entered hibernation, a scene he didn't know was taking place less than a light year away from the human fleet. That's right. This is the main fleet of the Qian civilization. This is a fleet composed of 70 million residential spacecraft and more than 3 million warships. At this moment, it is relatively stationary with humans and is sailing towards the same goal as humans. They have already completed the acceleration, and the main magnetic thrust of the spacecraft and warships has been shut down. But their life individuals did not enter hibernation like humans, but continued to maintain normal wakefulness. All life individuals are like this. They don't seem to have any lifespan problems. Among these life individuals, there is a group of individuals gathered together, discussing something in a spacecraft cavity that looks like a conference room. General, Earth civilization will definitely catch up. A life individual that is not much bigger than a cat emitted a sound wave that is difficult for humans to distinguish. The surface of this organism is somewhat different from the life forms that humans found in their space suits before. It has an extra layer of something that looks like gelatin and a bit sticky, which looks like their clothes. All the life forms here are almost like this. Perhaps their uniforms. Yes, this is a troublesome thing. If we had known this, we should have left them some scientific and technological information and the 5,000-year-old life potion they bought before. Another life form said, I think the ultimate goal of Earth civilization should not be the life forms that we killed, but technology. The reason why you are so sure that they will catch up must be because of this consideration. Other life forms of the Red Flame civilization also joined the topic. It makes sense, but unfortunately there is no if. We left nothing behind, and it is too late to say anything now. It's hateful. When we successfully break through the magnetic propulsion miniaturization technology, we must make this Earth civilization pay the price. Now there is no need to say such useless words, but to consider how to overcome the difficulties. Our entire civilization is here. If we let the Earth civilization catch up, our great civilization will be in danger of overturning. What the chief executive said is that we should now consider how to get out of danger, based on the current situation. We have already fallen out with the local snakes in this star field, and we certainly cannot stay here any longer. Therefore, I suggest that after we go to the target star to complete the supply, we don't have to think about causing trouble for the Earth civilization. It's good enough that they don't come to us now. So after completing the supply, we will set sail directly. For safety reasons, I suggest that we go back along the route we came from. At this time, their new commander-in-chief added, this alone is not enough. If they really catch up, our resource supply speed may not be faster than theirs. You should have seen this. They are better than us in resource mining, fleet maintenance, warship manufacturing, and many other aspects. So if they keep chasing us, they will definitely catch up with us in the end. What the commander-in-chief said makes sense. In this case, I have an idea. We can divide the main civilization's residential spacecraft into several batches, flee in different directions of the starry sky, and then converge at the agreed star. As far as we know, the Earth civilization has only 3 fleets. We divide the main civilization's residential spacecraft into 10 squadrons. They will definitely not be able to chase us at the same time. And as long as we can successfully escape one of the squadrons, our great civilization will still be there, and can continue to exist. As for the idea of counterattacking Earth civilization, I'm sorry to say that we should first think about how to survive. Commander-in-Chief, what the scientific officer said makes sense. Although this method will temporarily make our main civilization lose technological progress, it is still safer than running together. This commander-in-chief is the new commander-in-chief. He is straightforward. After listening to the speeches of many life individuals, he directly sent out a sound wave, let's do this. After arriving at the next star system and completing the supply, we will run separately. Although he is the new commander-in-chief, his words are still absolutely enforceable. Therefore, after he finished speaking, the meeting that lasted for several hours came to an end. At the meeting, they not only made this decision, but also planned the voyage time of the Red Flame civilization. The first thing was to cancel the hibernation of scientific research and engineering personnel, so that they could continue to study the magnetic propulsion miniaturization technology. In contrast, ordinary life individuals must hibernate in order to free up resources for research and experiments. The second is to detect the pursuit of the Earth civilization fleet. They are eager to know if there is a fleet chasing behind. For this reason, the Chian civilization decided to allocate 1 million warships from the remaining 3 million warships, and then slowed down these warships to see if they can detect the pursuing Earth civilization fleet. Finally, there is the post-war summary. However, what they don't know is that there is already a huge fleet waiting for them at the target star of this trip. The previous estimate of mankind was roughly correct. Now in this star system, the strong artificial intelligence left by humans in the past has quietly built 30 million warships for humans, and it is still growing with time. However, it was more than 30 years later when they arrived at this star system. Before that, their slowed-down fleet brought them the thing they were most worried about. They encountered the human fleet that was chasing them. Needless to say, the fleet of 1 million warships was completely annihilated by the human fleet at a single encounter. However, the fleet's mission was accomplished because they did detect the human fleet and passed the news to its main civilization fleet. This incident almost caused the Chian civilization to split up and run away in advance. In the end, their new commander-in-chief suppressed all the voices of splitting up and ran away directly for the sake of the research and development of magnetic propulsion miniaturization technology, and insisted on the original plan to split up after reaching the target star. The new commander-in-chief probably didn't expect that although his persistence made the magnetic propulsion miniaturization technology really succeed as planned, it took only 30 years to research and develop. But it also brought the Chian civilization into the abyss of failure. Commander-in-Chief, we're here. One day more than 30 years later, a sound wave appeared on the flagship of the Red Flame civilization. They were no longer unfamiliar with this kind of cross-stellar voyage. But this time, they felt like they had survived a catastrophe, and that time was running out. The human fleet behind them would arrive in more than a year, and they only had 1 year to resupply. Hurry! No need to choose. Just go to the rocky planet closest to us now. Let the engineering fleet go first. We need to resupply all the spacecraft within half a year. The commander-in-chief's words raised the sense of urgency to another level again. However, as soon as he spoke, a sound wave that was obviously a little panicked appeared in the flagship. Great! Commander-in-chief. Fleet. Oh my god. There is an unknown civilization here. Chapter 496. Hearing this, the commander-in-chief was obviously stunned for a moment. He really couldn't imagine that there would be other civilizations here. Could it be that they heard our broadcast and rushed here to do business? The commander-in-chief asked himself. He felt that it was unlikely that this star system was the mother star system of an unknown civilization. Instead, it was more likely that they received the broadcast and came here to do business. After thinking for a while, the commander-in-chief ordered, send them a clear message, using the previous broadcast frequency band, and tell them that we just came from the coordinate star broadcast by the Interstellar trading market. There is no trading market there, but a civilization called Earth Civilization is fishing there. The Interstellar trading broadcast was sent by them, and the purpose is to hunt other civilizations and obtain the technology of other civilizations. We believe their lies and went to the so-called Interstellar trading market. We are currently being chased by the so-called Interstellar trading market fleet. Tell them that we came here just to resupply and then leave here. Okay, Grand Commander. The individual life in charge of this aspect replied. Wait a minute. At this time, the Grand Commander pondered for a moment and said that he had something to add. Then he ordered that the external information channel be connected to his own communication. After the responsible individual life told him that he had intervened, the Grand Commander spoke to a certain information transmission device. Hello. Unknown civilization. The Earth civilization pretending to be an interstellar trading market is an evil civilization. They are more hateful than the notorious harvesters. If you are led here by their broadcast message, we advise you to leave quickly. Their fleet will catch up in more than a year. It is no longer safe here. This is the advice we can give you as victims. We know that this is unbelievable for some civilizations, but it is true. The universe is not as beautiful as imagined. If you come here by chance, please leave as soon as possible. If the Earth civilization that is chasing you knows that there is another civilization here, they will definitely not let you go. You must know that they came to this remote star field from a distant star field with the purpose of plundering technology. Many civilizations who don't know the dangerous situation will be fooled by this. We naively believed it at the beginning. Fortunately, our combat effectiveness is not bad, so we successfully escaped from their attack. We are a kind civilization and don't want other civilizations to be fooled like us. Oh, by the way, we need to resupply here, hoping to get a planet as a docking base, and hope that the unknown kind civilization can agree to our request. After the commander-in-chief finished speaking, he asked the individual life responsible for sending the information to turn his words into a signal and send it to the so-called unknown civilization fleet along with the previous instructions. The commander-in-chief's words revealed a hint of pleading. Now the other party is stronger than humans, and the detector has confirmed that the unknown civilization fleet discovered does not have the long-tail flame of the second-level civilization, so it must be magnetic propulsion. All the assets of the Chian civilization are here again, and the pursuers are coming from behind, so he really doesn't dare to be tough. After the message was sent, many high-level officials on the Chian civilization flagship were waiting. A long time passed, and it was obviously beyond the time for the message to be sent and returned. But there was still no response from the other side. What's going on? This shouldn't be the case. Could it be that the other party is really not a civilization that came here after receiving our previous broadcast signal? Is it really an unknown civilization? How could there be two level 3 civilizations in such a remote star field with so few stars, and in a place marked as a safe star field on the star map of the interstellar trading market? Seeing that the message did not receive a response, the senior officials of the Red Flame civilization became a little anxious. Hearing someone muttering publicly, some experts also used their sharp minds. Is it true? If so, then it is very likely that this unknown civilization is now deciphering the message we sent. But that is not right. That is a clear message. Why does it take so long? Could it be that their life form is so different from ours that it is difficult to communicate? The commander-in-chief of the Red Flame civilization was also a little impatient. He ordered, never mind. Let the fleet send a batch of detectors to observe closely. I want to see what this unknown civilization is doing. Commander-in-chief, should we continue to slow down? A voice asked. Avoid the unknown civilization fleet. Let's go here. The commander-in-chief pointed to an area on the star map with his tentacles. There is a rocky planet in this area, and it is not from the direction where the unknown civilization fleet came from, and it is not too far from the location of the Red Flame civilization fleet. In this case, it is the best choice. The inside of this planet is a meteorite belt, and there are many dwarf galaxies in the meteorite belt area. Generally speaking, such an area may have an ambush fleet. The orbit of the planet pointed by the Commander-in-Chief is relatively close to this area. But now the Red Flame civilization has no other choice. In this star system, there are only 2 rocky planets outside the orbit of the meteorite and dwarf galaxy belts. Another one has a huge fleet of unknown civilizations, and the Red Flame civilization does not dare to cross the meteorite belt and enter the inner circle of the planetary system. The Commander-in-Chief's order was successfully delivered, and not long after, the Red Flame civilization fleet began to slowly turn according to this intention. However, at this time, the intelligence officer brought another terrifying message to all the high-level officials of the Red Flame civilization. Commander-in-Chief, the unknown civilization fleet seems to be coming towards us. As soon as this news came out, the leaders of the Red Flame civilization became nervous. Don't they agree to let us use that star as a stopover? While the leaders of the Red Flame civilization were still confused, the voice waves of the intelligence officer became a little stuttering again. Hey, this, Commander. The appearance style of the warships in this fleet seems to be somewhat similar to that of Earth civilization. After such a period of time, the detector of the Red Flame civilization finally approached and sent them the appearance characteristics of the so-called unknown fleet. However, this one glance made them all jump with fear. They look like, too much like, everyone. They are not like. Maybe they are the fleet of Earth civilization. A relatively calm executive's words instantly froze the atmosphere in the area where the senior executives of the Red Flame civilization were. In this command center, which was neither big nor small, everyone seemed to be half dumb and fell into a long silence. This is impossible. The voice of a senior executive trembled a little. It can be heard that his reaction has betrayed his heart. He believed it. And even in his thinking organs, he couldn't help but imagine the tragic ending of the Red Flame civilization. At this time, a relatively stable senior executive pointed to the 2 warships on the screen that had been proofread by the system, and said bitterly, "Look, everyone, these warships are not like the warships of Earth civilization, but are exactly the same. The so-called unknown civilization is Earth civilization." When these words came out, everyone felt that there was no way out and no way out. Chapter 497. How could there be an Earth civilization here? How could the fleet of Earth civilization appear here? Is this star system the home planet of Earth civilization? With so many fleets, why didn't they go to support before? Or, did Earth civilization plan this long ago? They knew we would flee here? But how is this possible? We chose the escape route at random. Did they know we would fail? One question after another popped up in the minds of the individual beings of the Red Flame civilization. Those high-ranking members of the Chiyan civilization who had made plans to come to this star field to harvest the technology of low-level civilizations and plunder the resources of the mother planets of low-level civilizations were even more trembling and silent. They regretted making such a decision now, and blamed themselves even more. If there had not been this decision, the Chiyan civilization would not have come here, and would not have encountered the Earth civilization, and the Chiyan civilization would not have been in danger of overturning. Now let the large fleet run separately as we said before, and let those who can escape count as those who can. As long as there are spaceships that can escape, our Chiyan civilization still has hope. Commander-in-Chief, make a decision. In the silence, a voice awakened everyone. Yes, yes, yes. Immediately notify all the spacecraft to disperse and run. Run as many as you can. This is my last request to them, as the Commander-in-Chief. Run out. You must run out. Our Chiyan civilization cannot perish. Run! The Commander-in-Chief seemed to have suddenly realized something and shouted immediately. His voice instantly appeared in the spacecraft through the internal communication system. At this moment, all the life individuals of the Chiyan civilization knew that they really had reached the moment of life and death. Although the Red Flame civilization's fleet has 70 million spaceships, it only has more than 2 million warships, and there is no way it can defeat the opponent's 30 million battleships. The Commander-in-Chief had seen the combat power of the human fleet long ago, and he clearly realized that the only way left for the Red Flame civilization at this moment was to escape. The Commander-in-Chief's words were so sudden that the people living on the spaceships didn't react to what was going on, or it was a bit shocking. So after they received these words, many captains of the spaceships or heads of some administrative districts were still waiting to confirm whether this order was true. Such hesitation also caused most of their ships to lose the best time to escape. The Red Flame Civilization fleet originally sailed from outside the star system to the inside, while the strong artificial intelligence fleet developed by humans here was the opposite, and the two had a relative speed. If the former wanted to escape, they could only slow down first, and then speed up in the opposite direction. Of course, they could also speed up and rush from the direction of the human strong artificial intelligence fleet without caring about their lives. But this was a gamble that the bullet would not hit me. The confirmation of these captains caused the anxious commander to give a tragic speech. Now they finally confirmed that the Red Flame Civilization had really reached the point where everyone had to flee when disaster struck. As a result, many captains of residential spaceships and administrative district governors no longer hesitated and directly used their authority to order one or several spaceships under their jurisdiction to flee towards the randomly designated starry sky. At this moment, the Red Flame Civilization fleet, which had originally maintained a formation, became like a chaotic swarm of bees, becoming chaotic and difficult, with every spaceship running around. Only the remaining fleet of more than 2 million warships was still moving in the original direction. In front of them were 30 million warships of human strong artificial intelligence. The two fleets were getting closer and closer, when both sides were about to enter the effective range of the laser energy cannon. The general's expression had long lost the previous panic and fear, leaving only determination and resoluteness. At this moment, the general, who had already put himself in the oval iron egg armor, manipulated the hose-like mechanical part, grabbed a communication device in front of him, and then shouted, "Great warriors of the Red Flame Civilization, we are about to face death. But at this last moment, we want to let the Earth civilization see our courage. Let them see our brave and fearless warriors of the Red Flame Civilization. Although our Red Flame Civilization has failed and our people have fled everywhere, our warriors are still brave and forward. All warships, follow this general. Follow this flagship. Charge! 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 Charge!" All the captains pushed the thrust control to the maximum, and rushed into the aggressive fleet with the warships carrying them without hesitation. At this moment, they seemed to have become the invincible fleet with a common hatred of the enemy. The atmosphere of death infected all the warriors of the Red Flame Civilization. They were ready to die at this moment. They even suddenly became full of passion, and even burst out with unprecedented cohesion. But so what? They only had less than 3 million warships, while their opponents had 10 times more warships than them. And their combat effectiveness was still better than theirs. In the face of the absolute physical gap, the heroic spirit and fearlessness of death only added a little more of the wind whistling after failure. And the ending of a mantis trying to stop a chariot could not be changed. The battle began with a passionate charge, was carried out in the silent light columns, and ended in the broken eaves and broken walls. The shouts of the warriors of the Red Flame Civilization also disappeared, and their voices did not even reach the warships they were on. Those broken warships and pieces of warship wreckage seemed to be the last evidence of their efforts. For all this, the strong artificial intelligence of human beings was indifferent. It was just executing actions that were beneficial to human beings. So after easily destroying the last military force of the Red Flame Civilization, it immediately sent a communication notification to the humans who had not yet arrived here, and then operated the warships in its hands to encircle and suppress the Red Flame Civilization's residential spacecraft that was waiting for an opportunity to escape. Of course, strong artificial intelligence is different from intelligent programs. It is already half alive, and is no longer that kind of clumsy artificial intelligence. So after determining that the Red Flame Civilization had no military power, and that 70 million spaceships were scattered and fleeing, it decisively activated the intelligent program of each warship, and then set all these warships out in full force, like spreading a large net, pressing down on the fleeing spaceships. Although the spaceships controlled by the intelligent program alone could not deal with warships, they were more than enough to deal with residential spaceships and other types of non-combat spaceships. It was a strong artificial intelligence, not stupid. So after launching a siege on the Red Flame Civilization's residential spaceship cluster, it also used the broadcasting system on the warship to launch a language offensive. Of course, it is not to curse the Qian civilization, but to persuade them to surrender. Destroying all the Qian civilization's residential spacecrafts will not benefit humans except venting their anger. Only the Qian civilization that surrenders to humans and contributes to human development will be the most beneficial. The strong artificial intelligence that received the notice in advance naturally knows the pros and cons. So the warships under its control are also very restrained. It does not destroy a spaceship as soon as it catches it, but does not kill the spaceships that respond or find that they cannot escape. Instead, they are ordered to move towards a certain designated coordinate and wait for the end of the war. As for those who are determined to escape, the strong artificial intelligence is not soft-hearted and kills them directly on the spot. For some spaceships that are lucky enough to escape the rain of bullets, the strong artificial intelligence lets the intelligent control warships chase and kill them. It is doing its best to keep all the spaceships of the Qian civilization here. Chapter 498. However, the number of Red Flame civilization spaceships was too large, and they were fleeing in all directions. It was definitely not easy to keep all of them. Even with the broadcast language offensive, it was difficult to achieve a complete escape. Of course, there were those who were not afraid of death, and there were also those who surrendered. There were more who gave up resistance after knowing that they could not escape. In short, when the 3 human fleets arrived, everything was over. Of the 70 million residential spaceships of the Red Flame civilization, about 17 million were directly destroyed by the human strong artificial intelligence fleet because they were determined to escape. Only less than 3 million successfully escaped. The rest were forced to accept the persuasion of strong artificial intelligence for various reasons. About 50 million residential spacecraft and other functional spacecraft were destroyed by humans. Before the 3 fleets arrived, the strong artificial intelligence gathered them near the orbit of a rocky planet and provided them with fuel and various supplies. They were not afraid of them escaping, because at this time, the central control system of all spacecraft was in the hands of the strong artificial intelligence. Any command issued by the life individuals of the Red Flame civilization to the spacecraft needed the consent of the strong artificial intelligence before it could be executed. In this case, this huge cluster of residential spaceships has truly become a captive of humans. This authority was handed over to the Tianqin after the arrival of humans. At the same time, the 30 million warships developed by strong artificial intelligence were reorganized into 3 fleets after the arrival of the 3 fleets of humans. After the reorganization, Yu Yuan did not do anything extra to the captured Qian civilization residential spaceship cluster for the time being. He was not in a hurry to find their scientists among them to ask questions. Nor was he in a hurry to obtain technology from them. Instead, after completing the supply, he let them return with the human fleet. This time, it is a real return. The human fleet has been away from the main civilization for a long time. Now that they have won the war and captured a bunch of aliens, they will naturally bring them back to make contributions to the progress of human civilization. Of course, they are not allowed to integrate into human society, but to let them have their own separate living space, environment, and free development like the group of dog-headed people and Kuntai people. Humans only need to manage them well in general, and then reap their development achievements and research results. Of course, they will be given a convenient life if conditions permit. Now humans no longer have the idea of annihilating all aliens. On the contrary, with the fact that there are multiple alien races, humans are already thinking about how to make them help humans develop. Of course, they must be under the absolute leadership of humans. Speaking of which, there are many kinds of aliens controlled by humans now, including Kuntai people, dog-headed people, and this group of life individuals of the Qian civilization, and the Nair people who were purchased at that time. Among them, the Red Flame civilization has the largest number, and the Nair people have the smallest number. It doesn't matter if the number is small. Anyway, as long as there is time, the population can be increased. Just refer to the model of the Red Flame civilization and make artificial embryos. Of course, to make alien embryos, it is natural for the alien's own scientists to study. The basic technology is there, so there is no need to worry about not being able to make it. Not long after, a huge fleet composed of human warships and a cluster of Red Flame civilization spaceships set sail. Their destination is the star system where humans are sleeping. After the voyage, Yu Yuan finally began to question the newly elected commander of the Qian civilization. Of course, it was humans who instructed them to elect their own leader and reformed a self-managed government. In this process, the computer storage devices, information storage centers, civilization databases, and other things in many residential spacecrafts of the Qian civilization have been plundered by humans. The harvest was huge. Not only did the Qian civilization's ultramicro nanorobot technology get obtained by humans, but even the magnetic push miniaturization technology they had just successfully researched was also taken into the capsule by humans. And of course, the specific parameters and production data of their 3 life potions. In a sense, this can be considered as technological plunder. Fortunately, if the Red Flame civilization had not ordered their residential spaceships to flee in all directions, humans might not have obtained such complete technology. In order to be able to develop again after the successful escape, they tried to copy the entire set of complete technology trees to each escaping spaceship formation, which made it possible for humans to obtain various technologies without even verification, and only needed to compare the data stored in each escaping formation. This battle was worth it. It can be said that after this battle, human technology was completely pushed to the peak state of the 3rd level civilization. The existence of small magnetic propulsion technology makes it possible for humans to realize the assault mothership formation previously envisioned by humans. From now on, there will be a large mothership in the human fleet, which carries a small assault ship, which is specially used to carry ultramicro nanorobots to carry out close combat attacks on enemy warship clusters. Ultramicro nanotechnology has increased human close combat capabilities exponentially. When encountering a civilization like the Qian civilization that has in-depth research in the field of true nanotechnology, humans can completely rely on powerful warship armor to crush them. The reason for such confidence is that Yuan has learned in detail about the production process of ultramicro nanorobots of the Red Flame civilization. In fact, their technology can already produce ultramicro nanorobots like Silver Mist. The reason why they did not appear in the war is all due to their shortcomings in strong artificial intelligence technology. Now all of this has been obtained by humans. Humans have the ability to create strong artificial intelligence, and the computer field is even ahead of the Red Flame civilization. When the two meet, a new chemical reaction will inevitably occur. Yuan believes that with the ultramicro nanorobot technology of the Qian civilization and human computer technology, it is only a matter of time before mining robots like Silver Mist are created. It is a matter of technology application, not a breakthrough in basic science. If humans can create mining robots like Silver Mist, then mining on planets will no longer require various large-scale equipment and various raw material separation factories. All they need to do is set up a space elevator and then release a group of ultramicro nanorobots for mining. They will stack metals in a single form, and humans only need to transport resources to space, which is an efficiency that was previously unimaginable. Of course, even if Yuan is not a real scientist, he can see some technical difficulties that humans currently want to create mining robots like Silver Mist. It is nothing more than the connection between each fog droplet, and how to put a supercomputer that can carry strong artificial intelligence into such a group of ultramicro nanorobots. It is impossible for a single body, and the body is too small to carry a supercomputer. So how can a group make all the basic units form a supercomputer that can carry strong artificial intelligence? How is the signal exchange between monomers achieved? How do the computing modules cooperate with each other? All kinds of problems need to be solved and broken through by human scientists. Only in this way can the real Grey Wind be created. Yes, Yuan has already thought about it. When the ultramicro nanorobot is successfully created in the future, it will be called Grey Goo Storm, or Grey Wind for short. Chapter 499. Where are you from? Yuan looked at the oval-shaped alien that appeared on the screen and asked. His words were converted into a language that the individuals of the Qian civilization could understand by the translation system, and transmitted from the Tianqin to a certain residential spacecraft of the Qian civilization. The Qian civilization has been completely disarmed, and the individual life on the screen is the commander-in-chief re-elected by them with the permission of humans. Interstellar Trading Market. The new commander of the Qian civilization, who was questioned, answered honestly, and his words were also translated by the translation system and transmitted to the Tianqin. So the answer Yuan heard was the voice of an AI in the human database. Where is the interstellar trading market? Yuan asked again. We don't know. They are not fixed in a certain star system, but will travel in the universe, and then trade and communicate with the civilizations they encounter. At the beginning, our Qian civilization just happened to meet them when we were replenishing supplies in a certain star system. The new leader of the Qian civilization still answered honestly. He was only 40 centimeters tall, and his entire appearance looked round. There were 4 legs that seemed to have no difference between the front and the back supporting the whole body, and 2 octopus-like hands on the top, if this could be considered a hand. From the appearance of this new leader, we can see that although the life individuals of the red flame civilization have 4 legs, their layout is not like the 4-legged animals that humans usually know, where the whole body is parallel to the ground. They are also upright. Overall, they look like an egg standing up with 4 legs underneath. Their skin is hairless and looks white and tender. But in daily life, they all wear a piece of gelatin clothing. From the information in the database, humans understand that the individual life of the red flame civilization is also dioecious, and is also a combination of male and female. The bonding process is very fast, less than 5 seconds. After bonding, the female individual will lay about 1,000 eggs in a very short time, and these eggs will become new life under the body temperature of the male individual. The amazing thing is that the body temperature of their male and female individuals is quite different, and only the male's body temperature conditions can hatch offspring. So before entering the technological age, they formed a cooperative society very early. From the data, it can be seen that the previous human dissection results of them were indeed wrong. In short, the life forms of the red flame civilization are similar to the oviparous creatures on Earth. Judging from the number of offspring they produce, they are more inclined to aquatic creatures because their reproductive ability is too strong for humans. Once they give birth, they have thousands of offspring. Of course, the incubation period is also long, about 3 Earth years for humans to hatch. But in the interstellar era, they have learned to use advanced technology to create incubators, which greatly shortens this process. This is how they have a steady supply of soldiers. What level of civilization is the interstellar trading market? What is their purpose? Does the merchant alliance you mentioned before exist? Yu Yuan looked at the chubby life form of the red flame civilization and asked again. I don't know, but they are definitely stronger than us. Because when they arrived at our location, they appeared in a superliminal form. We still remember that scene. The new leader of the red flame civilization put his arms in an S shape and continued to answer, we don't know their purpose. But one thing is certain. They do things in the way of cosmic merchants. Even if they encounter us who are weak, they don't forcibly plunder us, but trade with us fairly. As for whether the merchant alliance exists, we don't know. Our great commander said that back then. Probably just to deceive those fledgling civilizations. Well, what do you think? They treated you fairly in a trade, but you came to this starfield under their banner to cheat people afterwards? Yu Yuan nodded. Curious. It was our previous high-level officials who were bewitched. The new commander of the Qian civilization sighed a little, and said, in fact, when we decided to come to this star field, we didn't come here because it was a safe star field. Nor did we intend to do things under the name of the interstellar trading market from the beginning. The fundamental reason is that we accidentally learned that there may be a high-level civilization ruins in this star field. This is the fundamental reason why we came to this star field. We did not even tell the interstellar trading market about this news. The reason why we came up with the idea of robbing weak civilizations was that we knew from the interstellar trading market that this star field was a safe star field. We dared to do so. The purpose was to improve our own scientific and technological strength as much as possible before looking for high-level civilization ruins. Because we know that in addition to the benefits of exploring the so-called civilization ruins, there must be many dangers. So we temporarily decided to take advantage of the low-level civilization in this star field. Isn't it for their home planet? That's one of the reasons. The new leader of the Red Flame civilization said somewhat awkwardly, we want to get more data on life planets, so that we can create more powerful life potions. Fortunately, we met the Great Earth civilization, which prevented us from going further and further down this wrong path. Regarding the new leader's sense of the times, Yu Yuan nodded habitually, regardless of whether he understood it or not, and said, where is your home planet? I don't know. Since the moment I was born, we have been a wandering civilization. During my growth, I have not seen anything about our home planet. The new leader of the Red Flame civilization said. A civilization that has lost even the memory of its home planet. Yu Yuan is very curious about how they have developed to this point. But on this topic, not only does the new leader not understand, even the database of the Red Flame civilization has no records. This is very confusing. It stands to reason that a life individual that has developed to the 3rd level of civilization, no matter how little it counts, will always have records about its home planet. Just like humans today. Although the Earth has long disappeared, there is still information about the Earth in the database. In Yu Yuan's opinion, there are 2 possible reasons for this situation. First, This so-called red flame civilization is likely to have developed from a group of refugees. Second, this red flame civilization is an experimental civilization created by an advanced civilization. Of course, it is just a guess, and there is no specific clue at all. Some of Yu Yuan's questions were recorded in the database of the Qian civilization, but some were not. From the database of the Qian civilization, humans clearly discovered that there was something wrong with the history of the Qian civilization. They had records of primitive living conditions, but no corresponding environmental records. They had descriptions of their physiological adaptation to the environment, but no descriptions of other lives living with them. There was a clear gap in their history. And humans also discovered an interesting phenomenon. The Qian civilization's mathematical system was not the binary system of their 2 tentacles, nor the hexadecimal system of 6 hands and feet, nor the sexagenary system of the number of suckers on their tentacles. Instead, it was the inexplicable decimal system. This was completely inconsistent with the general rules of mathematical system use in the development of intelligent creatures. Chapter 500. There are few clues in the database of the Red Flame civilization, and Yu Yuan has no way to judge. Of course, he does not dwell on these, but instead thinks about how to use these life individuals of the Red Flame civilization. It is inevitable to let them form a society that is subordinate to human civilization. The model can be the same as that of the Nair people today. They can have their own leaders and manage their own internal administration, but they cannot have their own fleet. In terms of scientific research, they can also be allowed to develop freely, but when humans need it, they can be divided into some research projects and arranged for them to participate in them. The scientific research results are naturally counted in the development of human science and technology. The Nair people are different from the other races. They came from fair trade. Besides, the relationship between humans and Nair civilization is good. So in terms of policy, the Nair people will be more respected. If we have to rank the alien races controlled by humans, the Nair people enjoy the best treatment. Their scientists can even apply for the membership of foreign races under the Academy of Human Sciences. At the same time, they can customize things that their own race does not have in the human social system through their own salary. It is a privilege. At the same time, the scientists of the Nair people also enjoy a very high social status in the society of their own race. If they can become academicians of other races in the Human Academy of Sciences, their status will be higher than that of the leaders of their society. Next are the Kuntai people and the dog-headed people. And finally the races of the Red Flame civilization. After all, they have just joined the big family of vassals of human civilization, and their status is definitely not comparable to that of other races. Of course, because each race has its own living environment and cannot live together. The manifestation of this status is mainly in the living environment, material distribution, public meeting seats, and other things. In fact, life potions are also one of the indicators of material rationing. However, Yu Yuan learned from the database of the Red Flame civilization that the 3 life potions at that time were actually the Red Flame civilization's own life potions. With 3,000 years, 4,000 years, and 5,000 years of efficacy. It is precisely because of these 3 life potions that individuals with high welfare in the Red Flame civilization can basically live for 12,000 years. This is the time converted into Earth years. Of course, their chronology is different from that of the Earth. Because of the existence of the 3 life potions, the life individuals of the Red Flame civilization can live for at least 3,000 years. It must be said that they have a set of research on life medicine. Just one kind of life medicine is stronger than all the life medicines of human beings combined. Of course, this is a good thing, because human beings have captured most of their living spaceships. And naturally their scientific research institutions, scientific research teams, and scientists have all been packed up, as far as Yu Yuan knows. Among these surrendered individuals of the Qian civilization, there are no less than 100,000 research groups or institutions on life sciences, including official institutions supported by their original government and some private research institutes. This size is much larger than that of humans. So it is no wonder that they have achieved such high achievements in the field of life sciences. However, Yu Yuan also noticed something strange. That is, the Qian civilization, which has achieved such high achievements in nanotechnology and life sciences, does not have thought and printing technology. This makes people think about it. Previously, human scientists thought that the emergence of thought and printing technology in the 3rd level civilization was inevitable. But now it is covered with a veil. Originally, Yu Yuan thought that it was because the Qian civilization did not master the technology to create strong artificial intelligence. But they did have strong artificial intelligence, although they bought it from a real interstellar trading market. Speaking of this strong artificial intelligence, humans have come into contact with it after accepting the surrender of the Red Flame civilization. It has been confirmed that it is a strong artificial intelligence that specializes in resource mining and production. It is a replica, and its core algorithm is slightly worse than that of humans' own strong artificial intelligence. At the same time, it has a strong professional ethics and abides by the rules set by its creator. Humans did not keep it to continue working for the main body of the Red Flame civilization, but took it away directly and replaced it with their own strong artificial intelligence as the brain of the entire Red Flame civilization. And it is also a channel for humans to convey orders to the leader of the Red Flame civilization. He is the emperor. As for the original strong artificial intelligence of the Qian civilization, it will naturally be studied by humans. At least before it can be put into use again, it must be branded with a thought. Safety and absolute control are the main priorities. Yu Yuan was very impressed that the Qian civilization could use the purchased strong artificial intelligence with confidence. Perhaps this is also a kind of helplessness. On the other hand, given that the scientific research institutions of the Qian civilization were well preserved and had strong life science research capabilities and technical accumulation, Yu Yuan directly handed over the applicability research of the 3 life potions to them on the way back. The so-called applicability research is naturally research applicable to humans. From the database of the Red Flame civilization, humans already know that biological universal life potions are absolutely advanced products. Obviously, the 3 life potions of the Red Flame civilization do not belong to this category. So if humans want to use them, they still have to conduct applicability research, leaving this research to the main body of the Red Flame civilization that just surrendered. Yu Yuan is not worried about whether they are dedicated, because he will not directly connect with these research institutes. He just informs the new leader of the Red Flame civilization of the need and lets him solve it internally. If they do well, they will be rewarded. If they do not do well, they will be removed and replaced with a new leader. In order to maintain his position, Yu Yuan believes that the new leader of the Red Flame civilization knows what to do. Of course, these problems will not be a problem as long as the fleet returns to the embrace of the human civilization. As long as their new leader is branded with thoughts, they can be perfectly solved. Of course, it is limited to its commander-in-chief and some management positions. For the scientists of the Red Flame civilization, Yu Yuan does not want to use the thought brand on them for the time being, because humans have found through years of research that the thought brand technology is likely to solidify the imagination of intelligent life to a certain extent. Therefore, we should try to avoid using scientific researchers. After the surrender, the Qian civilization was already a vassal of mankind, and Yu Yuan was reluctant to use the ideological imprint on their scientists. Anyway, it was enough to control their upper power. In addition, Yu Yuan also saw the powerful reproductive ability of the Qian civilization's life individuals. For this, he planned to take advantage of it and put them on the battlefield to let them drive assault ships. When the assault ship becomes manned, there is no need to worry about the delay caused by being too far away from the strong artificial intelligence control center. You can also set up a fleet, like the dog-headed and Nair fleets, as a protective force for mankind. Of course, when it comes to the fleet, all these personnel must be ideologically imprinted. Chapter 501. Yu Yuan asked about some things about the Qian civilization again, and then went into hibernation. The people of the Qian civilization continued to study the applicability of 3 life potions during this voyage. Their lifespans were still long, and they did not need to hibernate. But even if their lifespans were not long, Yu Yuan felt that they did not need to hibernate. With strong artificial intelligence watching over humans, Yu Yuan was not worried about any trouble from the life individuals of the Qian civilization. So while the 100,000 government-led institutions or private research institutes were studying the applicability of life potions, the Qian civilization also undertook the application experiment project research of the miniaturization of magnetic propulsion. They are a third-level civilization, and some of their technologies are even superior to humans. There is nothing wrong with handing over these technologies that they originally developed to them for further research. In fact, humans have obtained not only technology from the database of the Red Flame civilization, but also some information that humans did not know before. It must have confirmed the news that humans had purchased with the help of the dog-headed people about the destruction of the solar system. This news is the same as the record in the database of the Red Flame civilization. It is confirmed that a civilization from the Perseus community destroyed the solar system and the Centauri triple star system. The source of the news is the unknown real trading market, and the cause is still unclear. In addition, there is information about those known powerful civilizations in the Milky Way. The Red Flame civilization knows much more about this information than humans. The Perseus community has relatively detailed information. This community is called the Perseus community, but it has not always stayed in the Perseus arm. Instead, the leader of this organization is a civilization born from the Perseus arm. They are composed of 3 level 6 civilizations as the absolute core, and they implement the civilized human system. That is, the intelligent life individuals within the system can only be regarded as civilized people when they are members of civilized society and make contributions to the social group, and can receive the treatment of people and various rights protections provided by civilized society. If one of the two conditions is not met, then the intelligent life will be used as an ordinary resource, and all actions imposed on it will not be constrained by civilized society. In addition to the 3 absolutely core level 6 civilizations in the community, the rest are a group of unknown number of level 5 civilizations, and the so-called civilized human system is basically aimed at this group of level 5 civilizations in the community. Combining this information, humans are 80% sure that the level 5 civilization that destroyed the solar system and the Centaur triple star system is either a defected level 5 civilization or a civilization that is hunting down the defected level 5 civilization. The solar system and the Centauri triple system were probably destroyed as firecrackers for some reason during the chase between the two sides. If the so-called civilized people system of the Perseus community in the Red Flame civilization database is true, then the destruction of the sun is most likely an unprovoked disaster. Compared with the more detailed records of the Perseus community, the description of the other 6 level civilizations that humans have heard of before in the Red Flame civilization database is much simpler. Just like the so-called Milky Way Axis Alliance. It is called an alliance, but in fact this alliance has only one 6th level civilization as its core. However, compared with other organizations, the Silver Heart Alliance has the largest number of civilizations, with almost all levels of civilizations. The main living area of the Silver Heart Alliance is unknown, just like the Perseus community. In other words, they have no fixed bases, and they have hidden their main civilization. This is very different from the previous speculation of mankind. At that time, mankind thought that these advanced civilizations had fixed ruling areas. But now it seems that this is not the case. The Silicon-based Federation is just like their name, led by a 6th level Silicon-based civilization, which has some powerful special technology. This special technology is the key technology for them to become the strongest civilization in the Milky Way, and it is the root of their ability to look down on the 6th level civilization. What it is specifically, there is no record in the database of the Red Flame civilization. The Reapers, as they are called, are a separate 6th level civilization. Their purpose is to harvest the technology of other civilizations. They can be said to be the public enemy of the Milky Way. But in the Milky Way, they are the only ones who cause trouble to other civilizations. So far, no 6th level civilization or organization has dared to cause trouble to them. From the records in the database of the Red Flame civilization, it can be seen that this Reaper is the undisputed number 1 in the Milky Way in terms of combat power. What is the specific number 1 method, whether it is overall strength or some kind of weapon, is not recorded in the database of the Red Flame civilization. Humans don't find it strange. The Red Flame civilization is only at the 3rd level of civilization. Even if they encounter a real interstellar trading market and get some information from it, they probably can't know too many secrets. In general, these 4 forces are the most powerful in the Milky Way, and the purpose of these civilizations is very clear. That is, to leave the Milky Way and sail far away. As for where to sail, what to do, it is unknown. But everything they do in the Milky Way is basically for sailing far away. The database of the Red Flame civilization has given humans a new understanding of the advanced civilizations in the Milky Way. Humans don't know why these civilizations are willing to harvest other civilizations' technologies for the sake of long-distance voyages. And they are also puzzled as to why they don't unite and embark on the so-called long-distance voyage. Besides, isn't it enough to have the ability to sail? As a level 6 civilization, they should have the ability to sail across the galaxy. Why don't they just go on the road? Why do they still want to stir up trouble in the Milky Way? As the saying goes, the more you know, the more questions you have. After humans understand the purpose of these level 6 civilizations or organizations, they have more questions. I have heard the Awakeners say before that they came to the Milky Way from other galaxies. At the beginning, they told humans that they were looking for a way to wisdom. Could it be that the Awakeners are also for a long voyage? Humans think it should be. Otherwise, why would they travel thousands of miles from the Triangulum Galaxy to the Milky Way? But humans still don't know what the voyage is for. Speaking of Awakeners, humans discovered that there was no information about them in the database of the Red Flame civilization, which was consistent with the origin of the Awakeners. How I wish I knew the answers now. Yu Yuan, who had just woken up from hibernation, looked at the stars outside the porthole inside. For a level 6 civilization, crossing the galaxy is considered a long voyage. But for humans today, sailing from the star where the Red Flame civilization was at the time to the star where the main body of human civilization is located is also considered a long voyage. Yes, the human fleet has arrived at the destination. This is where the main body of humanity docked before. It is a bright blue giant star. Its light was already very bright when the fleet was still several light years away. When the fleet was about to enter its gravitational range, it became even more dazzling. During this voyage, the human fleet crossed more than one star. The fleet stopped at other stars along the way many times and made many replenishments. It took about 308 years to reach the destination. Adding this time to the time it took for humans to leave and the time spent in war, the human fleet has been separated from the main civilization for more than 700 years. Because of the strong artificial intelligence that has been doing maintenance, the 700 years have not caused the main human spacecraft to be covered in dust. When the large fleet led by the Tianqin returned, the human residential spacecraft cluster was still bright and beautiful, and many small transport ships were still clearly visible in the planetary orbit where they were located. The factory on the planetary orbit was still running. Seeing this situation, Yu Yuan was relieved. Chapter 502. The light of the blue giant star played a very good concealing role. Even if the human body was on a very distant planet, it was still difficult to be directly observed from outside the galaxy. If it were not for the planetary orbit where the human habitation spacecraft was located, the Lyra battleship cluster would need to approach about 1 astronomical unit to discover the habitation spacecraft cluster. And the concealment was needless to say. This blue giant star has only 3 planets, although they are all rocky planets. The 2 planets in the first and second orbits are too close to the main sequence star, so the surface temperature remains at about 600 degrees Celsius all year round, and they rotate very fast. Before they can cool down at night, they are exposed to the blue giant star again. That is to say, this distant third planet is relatively cool, with a calm surface temperature of about -103 degrees Celsius. Therefore, it was used as a temporary residence by humans. After hundreds of years, this planet has been developed by strong artificial intelligence into a veritable space base. You can see that there are various functional buildings such as raw material processing factories and chemical factories on it. Some of them are built in the original mining area, and more are concentrated near the ground-to-air transportation platform. They form a huge ground fortress and city cluster. Of course, these so-called city clusters have no residential bases, nor secondary, tertiary, or finished product processing factories, because all these things are in space. Humans did not hibernate on the planets, but slept directly on their respective residential spacecrafts and took turns. For this reason, strong artificial intelligence did not build defense forces on this planet, and there were no land-based turrets, base polarization shields, magnetic field shields, etc. On the contrary, it was a different scene in space. In the past few hundred years, strong artificial intelligence has been manufacturing warships in addition to maintaining the normal operation of human spacecraft clusters. When the Tianqin left, there weren't many warships left behind. But after hundreds of years of development, the defense here has changed dramatically. The daily maintenance and normal operation of the residential spacecraft do not require much resources and energy. So the resources that the strong artificial intelligence digs from the planet are basically used to build warships. When the Tianqin warship cluster slowly approached, the results were seen. Outside the orbit where the original residential spacecraft was located, there were groups of silver warships floating, each of which was C-class. A rough estimate showed that there were at least 80 million ships. In order to build these warships, The strong artificial intelligence hollowed out the 2 satellites of this planet. These warships plus the warships brought by Tianqin. Humans suddenly have about 120 million warships. This is the accumulation of time. And it is also a manifestation of the strong artificial intelligence's ability to produce troops. The humans living on the spacecraft were awakened, and they woke up one by one from their slumber to welcome their triumphant fleet. In their perception, their leader had just been on the expedition for a few years and came back. During the years of hibernation and duty to the universe, hundreds of years had passed. After waking up, the people received the news of the fleet's victory. Such good news made them extremely excited. Some people were even overly excited and shouted Yu Yuan's name. At this moment, Yu Yuan became the invincible leader in the hearts of these people. Of course, this was just a little worship of some overheated people. Tianqin finally returned to the embrace of the main civilization. At this moment, Yu Yuan was also very excited. But he did not shout. He just slowly approached the orbit of the main civilization with Tianqin, and quietly stood by the porthole, quietly looking at the blue giant star that was shining and heating alone 70 astronomical units away. When Yu Yuan left here, the human habitation spaceship cluster was less than 20,000, plus other engineering ships, engineering spaceships, ecosphere spaceships, dedicated transport ships, space docks, etc. Only more than 100,000 ships, not conspicuous at all in front of the massive warships. Now that he is back, there are more habitation spaceships, from 20,000 to 100,000. But because of hibernation, the population has not changed much. Other types of spaceships have expanded several times, especially industrial, production, docks, etc., because they need to manufacture warships. Their number has increased the most. Basically, it has reached the order of 5 million ships of each type. Of course, the number is out, but many spaceships are actually still idle, like those newly built residential spaceships, which is considered to be reserved for future development. These are all very good, especially the development of the fleet. After the merger, humans have 120 million warships, which is not a small number. But based on the experience summarized from this war with the Red Flame civilization, humans still need to develop some C-class motherships, assault ships, engineering maintenance ships, and other types of warships. Since there was no order to adjust the fleet structure before, the strong artificial intelligence here basically produced C-class battleships. Of course, this is harmless, as long as it takes a little time to adjust it. While Yu Yuan was silently watching the blue giant star, another life individual was also looking out from the porthole of his spaceship. But he was not looking at the blue giant star, but at the huge number of human warships. He was the new leader of the Red Flame civilization, looking at the fleet of warships cruising in the space in the distance. He took a deep breath of the atmosphere required for the survival of the Red Flame civilization individuals, and his heart was very shocked. And more of it was emotion. Is this the main body of Earth civilization? There is such a powerful force. It is not unfair for us to lose in a war with such a civilization, the new commander thought. During the time he was awake, he knew that humans were actually a wandering civilization. And he also knew that humans had the ability to create strong artificial intelligence. Now he deeply realized that facing such a civilization with the ability to create strong artificial intelligence, no matter how hard the Red Flame civilization fought, it would not be able to win in the end, even if it won a few wars with its combat power advantage. As long as one of the strong artificial intelligences escaped, this civilization could have a large number of warships again in a short time. 120 million warships. If there is no strong artificial intelligence, how many soldiers would be needed to start them all? Strong artificial intelligence. Strong artificial intelligence. This Earth civilization uses strong artificial intelligence so confidently. It must have found a way to prevent its rebellion. It's incredible that they actually found a way. The new leader of the Red Flame civilization was filled with emotion. He knew that his group would definitely not be able to escape. Now his only hope is that the Earth civilization can fulfill its promise and treat these alien races well. Chapter 503. Commander-in-Chief. I heard that Earth civilization also has other vassal races. When the new Commander-in-Chief of the Red Flame civilization was sighing, a voice sounded from behind him. Hearing this voice, the new commander did not move his 4 legs, but turned his head 180 degrees to look at the source of the voice. It's Amosan. You don't blame me for succumbing to Earth civilization? Commander-in-Chief. The situation forced us to let others take the position even without you. It's the same. I have also figured it out. A loser should have the awareness of a loser, Amosen said. Hearing this, the new commander-in-chief of the Qian civilization turned his head back and continued to look at the group of warships slowly shuttling through space, saying, "The Earth civilization does have several vassal races, and the one we thought was their main life form is one of them." The commander-in-chief had always thought that the dog-headed man was the main life form of the Earth civilization, until the moment he had a video call with Yuan. He realized that this was not the case. The life form that is slightly shorter than the dog-headed man is the main life form of the Earth civilization. In fact, when he saw Yuan, the new commander-in-chief thought that the dog-headed man was more beautiful. But he didn't dare to say it. The new commander-in-chief's wish was indeed realized, and his worries did not become a reality, because Yuan made a series of arrangements for them after the main body of human civilization met again. There were no human experiments or massacres of their lives. Humans promised to give them free space for development. In addition to armed forces, social development and technological development still follow the original system of the Red Flame civilization. Humans do not interfere, but scientific research results must be reported to humans. At the same time, humans also gave scientists from the Qian civilization the opportunity to be rated as alien academicians of the Human Academy of Sciences. Of course, they must have made significant contributions to the development of science and technology. It can be said that in addition to military power, humans have given the Qian civilization a lot of freedom to develop. Of course, all the input of resources to the Qian civilization's residential spacecraft cluster is still controlled by humans. After all, the source of resources is the strong artificial intelligence development of humans. Although it is very free, as an intelligent life, the new leader of the Qian civilization, and even other senior leaders, know that they have completely become a vassal civilization of humans. Yuan did not pretend to be polite to them. After the main body of human civilization was awakened from its slumber, he arranged for all the high-level officials and some key personnel of the Qian civilization to be branded with ideological imprints. As for the civilians of the Qian civilization, they were allowed to live freely in the internal society of the civilization. After all, there were too many individuals in the Qian civilization, and it was impossible to brand all of them with ideological imprints. However, this did not affect the control of humans over them. They used their people to manage themselves, and their high-level officials were loyal to humans. That was all. As for their internal education, those managers who are loyal to humans will worry about it themselves. They will instill in their people the idea that humans are their overlord civilization in the education of each generation. Over time, this idea will be deeply rooted and eventually become a matter of course. Just like the dog-headed people and Kuntai people now. Time passed day by day. On this day, Tianqin welcomed a scientist who woke up from a human-inhabited spaceship. She was shaking the can-sized transparent container in her hand and whispered, "General, this is the life potion that the Qian civilization has improved its applicability." Chief, of course, is the name for Yuan. Well, before setting sail, I asked the scientific team of the Red Flame civilization to improve the suitability according to our human genes. I didn't expect that they actually did it. There is no problem with the data. But before large-scale popularization, you still need to test it yourself to be safe. How is it? You haven't fallen behind in your work after sleeping for hundreds of years? Yuan turned and looked at the female life scientist with a smile on his face. The two were in the memory warehouse of the Tianqin at the moment. This is a warehouse dedicated to storing some valuables. The life potion traded from the Red Flame civilization was stored here. Everywhere you look, you can see cans of azure liquid stored in low-temperature environments on the walls of the warehouse. You don't need to worry about this, General Manager. We can determine the authenticity of this life potion in a year at most. The female scientist also smiled. And as she spoke, she stuffed the life potion in her hand back into the container on the wall of the warehouse. Then she saw the automated system absorb the potion, and then release the cryogenic freezing liquid to freeze it at the most suitable temperature for preservation. After that, the female scientist clicked the button on her clothes to cancel the magnetic adsorption system, and then tapped the floor with her toes to let herself float up slowly, while looking at the instructions outside the storage on the wall of the warehouse. And then said, "It seems that my teacher, the old guy, will not die this time." Like a sigh or a sigh. She paused and said, "If these indicators are true, then we probably won't have to worry about lifespan for a long time." This long lifespan is like a long life. Yu Yuan stood at the bottom and looked up at the female scientist floating up slowly, feeling a little emotional. At the first sight of her, Yu Yuan felt that she was much more mature than before. It was the maturity of appearance. Probably because humans woke up a lot during the collective hibernation period to work. He used to look like he was 19 or 20 years old. But now he looks almost 30. As his physical age increases, his voice is not as clear as before. Living as long as the sky is just nonsense. To the universe, these life potions can only give us humans a short lifespan. Yu Yuan spoke slowly. He touched his chin and thought for a moment, as if he was organizing his words. After a while, he spoke again. By the way, academician Sure. Regarding the life potion, I found that there is something wrong with my body. Academician Sure, who is a student of life science and Ikai, is naturally self-evident. She is Shirlifan. Hearing Yu Yuan's words, Shirlifan paused and let herself fall back to the floor. What's the problem? She looked puzzled and stared at Yu Yuan. Huh? Yu Yuan was about to tell her that he found that he didn't seem to age. But he heard Shirlifan exclaim, and then said with a puzzled and nervous look, could there be any side effects? That shouldn't be the case. We've never found any side effects with our 3 life potions. Could it be the red mist that the general inhaled before? That shouldn't be the case either. Professor Liu didn't have any problems either. The Professor Liu she was referring to was Liu Xiaofan, the only person besides Yu Yuan who inhaled the red mist back then. The problem I'm talking about is not the side effects, but the fact that I don't seem to be getting older after the drug's effect has expired. Seeing that Shirlifan seemed to have misunderstood, Yu Yuan didn't keep her in suspense and quickly told her everything about how he found something wrong with his body during the war with the Qian civilization and his speculations about it. After hearing what Yu Yuan said, Shirlifan pondered for a long time before speaking. Could it be that our technology level was too low back then and the detection was incomplete? This was like she was talking to herself. After a pause, she looked at Yu Yuan and asked, Director, what do you think about this? Of course, I will go to your School of Life Sciences to check and see if there are any new discoveries. If not, then I will stay awake like this and see when I change. During this process, I think the School of Life Sciences should also conduct a series of tests on me, Yu Yuan said. Shirlifan nodded, of course. The Academy of Sciences needs these data. If the facts are as the director said, then we may have to reevaluate the red mist. It seems that we need to give the director a comprehensive test first. If necessary, we may have to set up a new research team to follow up. Well, just follow the scientific research procedures, Yu Yuan said. Yu Yuan has always been very active in researching himself, mainly because he also wants to find out the real effect of the red mist back then. Chapter 504. Since the research of life potion number 1 from blood samples, Yu Yuan has not had any gene-related physical examinations. It has been many years since then. This examination reminded him of the research he had done with Ikai. The Academy of Sciences and various biological laboratories have returned to normal, so Yu Yuan's examinations will soon yield results. This is a very ordinary day. Yu Yuan handles his daily affairs as usual, and also pays attention to the progress of science and technology in various fields. Seeing that everything is on track, he authorizes Zhu Pit to be awakened as well. Before leaving, Yu Yuan once said that when he awakened Zhu Pit, he would be old. But now things have changed, and the life potion has been successful, so he will not let him continue to hibernate. At this moment, Zhu Pit, who had just woken up, had just learned about the situation of the human fleet from Yu Yuan. He was about to go back to work, but he found that the automatic door of the office was opened. And then, he saw Shirlifan leisurely floating in. There was no need to knock on the door. As the flagship of the third-level civilization, the Tianqin was highly intelligent. After the monitoring system recognized Shirlifan's identity, Yu Yuan knew she was here. And at that moment, he authorized the automation system. So Shirlifan came to Yu Yuan's office without any obstacles. Director, the test results are out. As soon as she entered the room, Shirlifan said straight to the point. In fact, she didn't need to say this in person, but thinking that Yu Yuan might ask questions after seeing the various test results, she simply came here herself. Speaking of which, the profession of doctor has long disappeared in human beings, or it has been merged into the field of biology. This profession probably gradually disappeared during the period when humans achieved gene editing. The success of gene cutting and gene modification has made humans stronger and completely freed them from the birth of various diseases. Almost all human conditions can be found in genes. The same is true for Yu Yuan now. Well, what's the situation? Yu Yuan faced Shirlifan, raised his hand and pointed to the sofa in the office, signaling her to sit down and talk slowly. At the same time, he nodded to Zhu Pite, who was about to leave, signaling him to stay and listen. Yu Yuan's office is not in the living area of the Tianqin, so there is no gravity environment simulated by inertial neutral force. It is actually redundant to set up a sofa in such an environment. However, when the Tianqin was designed, this kind of occasion was still designed according to human habits. So there was a sofa. Of course, it is not an ordinary sofa, but a sofa with magnetic adsorption. After the human uniform turns on the magnetic field switch, it will be adsorbed on the sofa. The results show that your cell activity, base pairing, transcription and reverse transcription processes are all within the qualified standard range of human enhanced data. And the related anti-aging genes are also in the normal stage. In other words, we have checked that your current life medicine is still valid. Shirlifan let her body slowly float towards the sofa, and then turned on the magnetic field adsorption effect. This is impossible. I am sure the expiration date has passed. You should have checked my hibernation records. Yu Yuan also floated to the sofa opposite Shirlifan. Zhu Pite was a little confused. He still didn't understand what the two were talking about. Yes, that's the weird thing. Our inspection clearly showed that the life potion was still valid. We can't say for other tests, but we are sure that this inspection is correct. Shirlifan frowned. Obviously she was also confused. After a pause, she raised her hand to lift her bangs and continued, well, based on this, we guess that the conclusion of 500 years of efficacy may be due to insufficient technology. Guess? Maybe? Yu Yuan also frowned. When Shirlifan said this, wasn't she also saying that with the current level of human technology, the real reason is still unknown? Yes. Shirlifan said without hesitation. The conclusion we came to is the same as the conclusion we came to in the previous Earth era. The efficacy is still 500 years. But this is obviously not scientific. After all, if this is true, the general manager should have entered the normal aging stage. Of course, we did not find nothing in this inspection. We found that the longevity factor of the general manager seemed to have evolved, or cycled, at a certain time. This time period should be at the end of the last 500 years. We have no idea what the specific cause is, and at what level it occurred. Some colleagues speculate that this phenomenon may occur at a level smaller than the gene base. And the causes of various phenomena that we cannot understand may occur in the field of particles and uncertainty. This is no longer just biology, or the research scope of our traditional life sciences. It requires the joint research of scientists in various fields, especially particle physics and microphysics. Listening to Shirlifan's words, Yu Yuan muttered in his heart, General Manager, it is said that life potions are divided into universal and non-universal types. While Yu Yuan was thinking, Shirlifan stopped the topic and asked, well, this is the information obtained from the Red Flame Civilization database. I think it will not be wrong. Yu Yuan nodded. Shirlifan looked up at Yu Yuan and said seriously, that's it. You should know that neither we nor the Qian civilization have developed any universal life potion, which shows that it is something more advanced than the potion we have. At least in principle. I think it is normal for such a thing to change so that we are helpless. Perhaps the 500-year lifespan effect it has on the general is just a manifestation of some kind of inherent attribute of it. If its basic principle and operating mechanism really speak in the field of uncertainty, I think the red gas back then might be something that has surpassed the characteristics of living things. It does not act on living things themselves, but on microscopic elementary particles. When in doubt, quantum mechanics. Hearing this, Yu Yuan couldn't help but think of this sentence in his mind. Isn't this what Shirlifan meant? Of course, Yu Yuan knew she was not talking nonsense. At this time, Shirlifan paused and continued, or, entropy, negative entropy. Negative entropy? Yu Yuan exclaimed. Then looked at Shirlifan's beautiful face and said seriously, life feeds on negative entropy. Life feeds on negative entropy is a view proposed by Schrödinger. That is, life relies on the absorption of negative entropy from the external environment to maintain and develop. This is an important view of the information school of biology, which first appeared in the book What is Life by Austrian physicist Schrödinger. Chapter 505. This viewpoint emphasizes that life is far from thermodynamic equilibrium. It injects high-level energy from the environment, uses its free energy to maintain and develop life, and discharges low-level energy to the environment, which is actually like an energy converter that extracts negative entropy from the environment. This is an entropy reduction process. In other words, the maintenance and development of life is at the cost of increasing the entropy of the environment. The essence of the material and energy metabolism of life is to absorb negative entropy from the environment through the exchange of input and output. So what is entropy? Entropy is a unit of thermodynamics, and its physical meaning is a measure of the degree of disorder in a system. Obviously, this is a physical quantity defined by humans. Sherlefen used entropy to describe Yu Yuan's state, or to explain why humans don't understand what is happening to Yu Yuan's body now, indicating that she and her team should have discovered something. But there is no definite evidence yet, so she didn't say it out loud. Yu Yuan has also reached the level of a scientific researcher in various disciplines. When Sherlefen said this, he thought of many possibilities with a few words. Thinking of this, Yu Yuan slowly said, "Academician, sure. You mean to say that my current situation is because of the unknown red color back then, which caused some kind of entropy seeds to be planted in my life at a deep level? It is indeed not appropriate to say seeds, but Yu Yuan believes that Sherlefen can understand what he means." Sure enough, the next moment, Sherlefen nodded slightly. Her left hand rested on her right arm, and her right hand touched her cheek. This action made her full breasts deformed a little. This made Yu Pit, who was in a daze, come back to his senses. Well, it's a seed of entropy, but we think it's more appropriate to call it an anti-entropy factor. Anti-entropy factor. Yes, anti-entropy factor. Sherlefen pursed her lips and continued to speak. I believe the general manager is familiar with the principles of our traditional life potion. Our traditional life potion genes change the original instinctive mechanism of genes at the genetic level, so that the genetic factors no longer aim to continue themselves through the next generation, but instead continue to renew themselves as the purpose of continuing themselves. This is why we often say that our life potion has deceived the life genetic factor instinct for many years. Of course, from another perspective, the aging gene is suppressed. But this is not the case with the general. What I am going to say next is just the most likely guess at this stage. Sherlefen folded her armor before speaking, and she looked a bit like Ikai. We believe that the general's body may have formed an anti-entropy factor at the deep level of life because of the red gas back then. For some reason, perhaps because of our life energy level, perhaps because of our life form, or perhaps because of other reasons, the anti-entropy factor did not fully exert its effect, but only reflected the effect of traditional life potions at the genetic level. This means that no matter how we test, we can only detect that the effect of the life potion is still there. As for the 500 years, our expert group unanimously believes that it should be one of the factors that produce the surface gene expression effect of the anti-entropy factor in our life form. This factor is most likely related to our human life form and the energy level provided for survival. After saying so much, Sherlefen paused for a moment, glanced at Yu Pit, who was a little confused next to her, and continued, "It's incredible, but I have to admit that this seems to be a more advanced and more profound life technology. It truly connects thermodynamic units, such as entropy and negative entropy, with life. It's hard to imagine how they achieve this technology. We don't know how to describe this technology from a genetic level, because it has already surpassed genes. It is more like something that directly points to the essence of life. And our human exploration of life is still at the genetic level. We don't even know how long it will take us to reach that level. Yes, we do have many theories about life and negative entropy, but they are just theories. We still can't verify the so-called negative entropy in life and their relationship mechanism. What's more despairing is that entropy is just a physical quantity defined by us. We can't imagine how the civilization that created the red gas turned this physical quantity into a real object like red gas." Sherlefen's words made Yu Yuan fall into a long contemplation. He could understand the scientific researcher's desire for knowledge of unknown things, and also understood the despair when faced with a technological gap as huge as the sky. After a long time, Yu Yuan said, "So if we continue to study according to our current life technology route, can we reach or can we see the technology you mentioned to create the anti-entropy factor?" Reach. Seeing Yu Yuan's words change again and again, because with his scientific literacy, he also clearly felt the huge gap between the two. It really felt like there was a huge gap in front of him. "I don't know." Sherlefen shook her head, her face showing a little confusion. 2 seconds later, She opened her red lips again. I really don't know. Our current life science research direction can be said to be still digging deep into genes. But we don't know if there will be a change from quantitative change to qualitative change if we continue to dig deeper. We don't know what the end of this technological route is. And the technology that may be the anti-entropy factor may be the result of a qualitative change in our existing life technology route. Or it may be another technological route. A technological route we have never tried before. Perhaps the civilization that created that kind of gas. Their life form is not carbon-based at all. Or it is not a material form at all. Shirleyfin knew about the spaceship that crashed on Callisto. And of course, she also knew about the alien wreckage on the spaceship. The wreckage has been confirmed to be some kind of mollusk. She knew it, and still said this. Which means that she suspected that the civilization where the spaceship was located was not the civilization that created that kind of red gas. What is the truth? Humans have no way of knowing. Unless they encounter a civilization that uses red gas or something similar to red gas again. And then ask them. So that they may get clues. Anyway, no matter what, humans will definitely not know what is happening to Yu Yuan's body in a short time. As for the so-called anti-entropy factor, at this time, Yu Yuan couldn't help but think of the Awakener again. He thought to himself, how great it would be if the Awakener was here. The Awakener should know what it is. Is there really such a thing as an anti-entropy factor? If so, does the individual life of the Awakener have a so-called anti-entropy factor to maintain their long life? Or is it something more advanced? At that time, the Qian civilization said that advanced civilizations and low-level civilizations use life planets differently. Is it that advanced civilizations are studying anti-entropy factors? Could it be that the so-called universal life potion is actually a creation that allows life bodies to have anti-entropy factors? Chapter 506. It is certain that even if there is an anti-entropy factor, it cannot make people invincible. According to Shirleyfin, it is just a source of anti-entropy power. The anti-entropy power source, to make an inappropriate analogy, is probably like an engine. When the engine is running, it will output anti-entropy. But it needs fuel, which is the so-called negative entropy. And this input negative entropy also has different energy levels. Just like all fuel. But it can also be divided into 92 hashtag, 95 hashtag, 98 hashtag different categories, different octane numbers, and kerosene, diesel, aviation kerosene, etc. Taking Yu Yuan's situation as an analogy, the negative entropy he provides for his own adversity quotient factor is biofuel, the energy obtained through food, and the efficiency is not low. This is what Shirleyfin meant by the impact caused by different forms of life. Another very important point is that the point of action of the adversity quotient factor, or the target of action, is no longer limited to the body of the organism, but directly acts on the essence of life. But what is the essence of life? Is it the stacking of proteins? Or is there really such a thing as a spiritual soul? Or something like a quantum ghost? If it really exists, then what is the bridge between them? Is it consciousness? Is it thought? Or something else? The success of thought imprinting has proved that there is a quantum field in the thinking of organisms. Does it mean that the essence of life and consciousness also exists in an unknown quantum world? If it exists, can this quantum world related to the essence of life exist independently of macroscopic objects? In other words, can it exist without the body of a living thing? Behind an anti-entropy factor are problems that are still unknown to humans, and possible obstacles that can be seen with the current scientific strength of humans. It is possible. From this, we can see how big the gap is between the current level of human technology and the anti-entropy factor proposed by Shirleyfin. It is a pity that humans do not have samples, and the most likely way to follow up is to get a glimpse of the original appearance of that creation through the performance of the receptor. So, I don't need to use new life potions for the time being, Yu Yuan said, roughly understanding what was going on. Yes, these are all the relevant reports and information for this examination, Shirleyfin said as she transmitted the information to Yu Yuan through her auxiliary chip. Then turned off the magnetic field system of her clothes and stood up and said, but the general had better pay more attention to his body. It's best to check it every 100 years. First, the research institute needs research data, control group data, etc. Second, it is also for the general's life and health. After all, we don't know how long its effect will last. No problem. Yu Yuan nodded and stood up, watching Shirleyfin leave. After Shirleyfin disappeared from his sight, Yu Yuan turned to Zhu Pit, who had been listening to him, and said, Pit, When the new life medicine passes the clinical stage, you should arrange to wake up all the scientists. If this goes well, the next stage will be the large-scale popularization of the new life medicine. You have to watch it, and don't let anything go wrong. After these things are done, we will probably set sail again. But this time may be different from the past. The significant increase in lifespan allows people to travel between stars without relying on hibernation. We will most likely travel awake from now on. This has never happened before. Various scientific institutions will definitely not fall into hibernation, and the people's lives will definitely be the same. This will lead to many management problems. We need to plan ahead. Your security department must not only ensure our internal security. At this point, Yu Yuan paused and suddenly said, "By the way, how long will your term last?" 73 years. Zhu Pit, who looked 8 or 9 years older than Yu Yuan, said. Yeah, Yu Yuan nodded and said nothing else. He just reached out and patted Zhu Pit on the shoulder, then turned around and floated out of the office, leaving Zhu Pit alone standing there in deep thought. Although Yu Yuan is now in charge of the human race, each position still has a term of office. Previously, the term was set at 500 years, which was determined based on the lifespan of humans at that time and taking into account internal stability. If the 3 new life medicines all pass clinical trials in the next period of time, then the human lifespan will theoretically reach 13,500 years. Such a long life will inevitably have an impact on the existing social order. The most likely thing is that some people live too long, lose their enthusiasm for life, and gradually become indifferent to everything as their experience increases. People may become indifferent to life and death, everything, and the world because they have witnessed too many sinister human hearts and dark human natures. There may be warmth and beauty, but in the long time, it is easy to be swallowed by emptiness and loneliness. Thousands of years and tens of thousands of years are a very large span. Humans have thousands of years of experience, but it may not be applicable to the long 10,000 years. And the long time will also bring a bigger problem to human society. When a life exists far beyond the length of time it should have, will his thoughts be solidified by many experiences? For example, young people are creative, while the elderly are experienced but easily solidified by their experience, becoming rigid and losing motivation to move forward. Youth is forever, but thinking is solidified, becoming an old antique that can never die, which is a kind of sadness. A life of 1,500 years may give humans a taste of the freshness of longevity. But if this time is extended 10 times, perhaps one day people will really get tired of it. Yu Yuan was thinking about how to avoid this situation. The new government needs to change. But how to change, and what kind of system to adapt to the explosive lifespan of humans? The Qian civilization is a reference sample, because these 3 life potions originally belonged to them, and their life individuals can basically have a lifespan of 10,000 years. Over time, not only the problem of rigid thinking, but also people's hearts will change. So when the new life potion completed clinical trials, Yu Yuan thought a lot. He even wondered how long the current situation where he had the final say would last. Whether to change, to delegate power, how much power to delegate, and when to delegate. In addition to considering the political structure, Yu Yuan felt that he also needed to work hard on spiritual civilization. At this stage, human material civilization has become very rich, and the emergence of long-lasting life has made the entire human race more in need of a spiritual civilization that matches it. In order to maintain the development of human beings, virtues such as civilization, etiquette, integrity, harmony, and friendliness must be promoted again. In order to alleviate the loneliness of longevity, human culture, art, entertainment, and other matters must also be taken seriously. In order to prevent sinking, a goal must be set for all mankind. The emergence of new life medicines has made Yu Yuan and various agencies of the new government busy again. In the following time, there will be constant meetings. Chapter 507. Freedom, happiness, sense of crisis, sense of honor, sense of responsibility, sense of mission. At a social science seminar, a social science expert spoke eloquently on the stage. Freedom is one of the guarantees for people's pioneering spirit. We need to give people a higher degree of freedom. Non-main secondary battleships, planetary exploration, space exploration, tactical armor authorization. Most people will no longer be restricted to living in spacecraft. We can even open several channels for subordinate races. Those who pass the application can go to the Subordinate Race Society for investigation. The investigation will no longer be limited to controlling robots. Capable people can completely drive tactical armor to go. Of course, in this regard, we need to establish a perfect interaction mechanism to ensure that both races will not suffer major losses due to cross-infection of microorganisms. Happiness. We can develop some residential projects. Not limited to traditional residential spaceships, but small and medium-sized residential spaceships, which can be owned by citizens independently. In other words, in addition to the basic housing allocated by the new government, our citizens can also own their own private spaceships through their own efforts. These spaceships can be Lake-class spaceships. With our current technological strength, we can completely build C-class residential spaceships equipped with Lake-class spaceships, and dock the flagship for supply throughout the civilization. Citizens with private spaceships can completely drive their own spaceships and freely navigate in areas that do not endanger human safety. In addition, I think we should expand the living space of residents within the scope allowed by technology. Comfortable and spacious living conditions are also conducive to improving people's happiness. Sense of crisis. In the overall situation, we need to remind people all the time that we humans are still at the bottom of cosmic civilization. We are still a low-level civilization at the aerospace level. The universe is still full of dangers, and countless unknown advanced civilizations are still hanging over our heads, like the sword of Damocles. The road ahead is long and arduous. Internally, I think we can add some more measures on the basis of the original competition, such as expanding the objects of mutual competition, no longer limited to humans. We can set up a platform where scientific papers, technical seminars, new inventions, new discoveries, and all of these can include the achievements of outstanding scientists from the Nair, Kuntai, Null, and Red Flame civilizations. We can use scientific output values to roughly measure these indicators. The specific formula for scientific output values is, in this way, we can compare the advantages and disadvantages of our own scientific output values with those of several vassal races, so as to always remind ourselves of what we have not done well enough in scientific development, and reflect on our path of scientific development. For example, if one day our scientific output becomes lower than that of subordinate races, then we should reflect on whether there is something wrong with our education, or whether we have lost our pioneering spirit, or whether we have begun to sink, or whether our race has really exhausted its potential. There is another benefit to doing this. After years of accumulation, we will obtain various data on the development of science and technology of different races. Perhaps, we can use this method to explore what the so-called racial talent is. Sense of honor, sense of responsibility, sense of mission. This social scientist was still talking at the conference podium, expressing his views. We humans should establish a new cosmic view to establish the great goal of our human civilization being born in the universe. We survived. What will we do in the future? Where will we go? What is our goal? What will we ultimately do? Combining existing theories and various information obtained from other civilizations, I believe that there must be a secret hidden deep in this universe. A secret that all level 6 civilizations are eager to pursue. So a powerful civilization like the Awakener would not hesitate to cross the sea of stars to come to the Milky Way. The Awakener once said that only when you reach the 6th level of civilization, you are qualified to embark on that road. Now we have found this information in the database of the Red Flame civilization, which is the Great Voyage. This seems to be the consensus of the 6th level civilization. We are indeed not qualified now, but we can set the Great Voyage as a big goal. Then, in the process of achieving this big goal, we need to work hard and explore the path that belongs to our human civilization. At the same time, we also need to complete our historical mission. Everyone knows what the social scientist is talking about, which is to find the murderer who destroyed the solar system. At this time, the social science expert looked up and symbolically glanced at the hundreds of people in the conference hall, and then said, after determining the big goal, it can be used as a reference for the behavior of our human civilization. When we come into contact with other civilizations in the future, we may ask ourselves whether our approach is beneficial to our big goal. A long time ago, academician Gonda proposed the theory of cosmic evolution. He believed that the universe is not as people have known it before, with continuous entropy increase and degeneration. And finally the entropy value increases to the maximum. And then the universe is disordered and destroyed, and everything returns to deathly silence. Regarding the fact that this view violates the second law of thermodynamics, he believes that there are two arrows in the universe, One is a closed system governed by the second law of thermodynamics, and the other is the opposite, an open non-equilibrium system, which is constantly growing negative entropy. But I don't think so. There is indeed a factor that I don't like, the word evolution, but more of it is the relationship between cosmic civilizations deduced from academician Gahn's theory. According to his point of view, it is not difficult for us to conclude that the evolution of the universe is a process of continuous development towards harmony and order, with all things full of vitality, and all kinds of things developing from low to high, from simple to complex. We can also deduce that cosmic civilizations coexist harmoniously, and truth, goodness and beauty are spread throughout the universe. Although it is only one of the deductions, I think it is wrong because his overemphasis makes the universe seem like a subjective entity. I still insist that the laws of nature are constant, and the intelligent life looking up at the stars, and the development of civilization should be a spontaneous behavior of life eager to explore the unknown and become advanced. The social scientist spoke for about 4 hours. The first 2 hours were basically stating his own views, and the latter was talking about some specific methods of building human spiritual civilization and various policies on subsidiary civilizations. The general idea is to establish a correct view of the universe, so that humans can have a spiritual civilization that matches their long lifespan. At the same time, we should not overthink that the universe is really true, good, and beautiful, and we need to be on guard against civilizations that are malicious toward humans. Finally, he also asked the conference to vote and write the great goal of human civilization into the general program. Chapter 508. Since the destruction of the solar system and the rise of mankind, although some have determined that they are called human civilization, in fact, from that time to now, mankind has been struggling to survive. There are intrigues and deceptions. They have encountered civilizations that are many times stronger than themselves, and primitive civilizations that can't even forge steel. But along the way, mankind seems to have no big goals, only to survive and try to live in this dark and unknown universe. Because of this, humans have admired and feared the strong, and have also bullied the weak. In these countless years of experience, the human race, as a whole, does not seem to have carried out any spiritual civilization construction in the true sense. From the beginning, when the sun was destroyed and they embarked on a wandering journey, they gave rise to the extreme rejection of aliens. And then, they eased up after discovering a series of information, and then purposefully accepted alien races as vassal races. The spiritual outlook and overall ideological concepts of the human group are also constantly changing in this process. But they are all natural changes, and the new government rarely intervenes. Until this meeting, the vast majority of people at the meeting believed that in the past, people had no choice but to struggle for survival. Now that humans have reached the third level of civilization, they have a certain ability to protect themselves, and material wealth has been greatly enriched. It is time to rebuild spiritual civilization. The view is that the progress of a civilization is not only technological progress, but also requires the life individuals of this civilization to keep up with the pace of technological progress at the spiritual civilization level. Otherwise, one day, spiritual civilization will become an obstacle to technological progress, and in serious cases, the entire civilization may fall into stagnation and civil strife due to problems in spiritual civilization. The spiritual civilization construction does not mean to stipulate how humans should treat aliens. These are two different things. The big goal written into the plan is to keep humans moving forward. Obviously, the proposal of spiritual civilization construction and big goals has been supported by almost everyone. During this period, a meeting was also held on a scientific research ship. Unlike the meeting to discuss spiritual civilization construction, this was a seminar on the field of technology. The focus of their discussion was the magnetic propulsion miniaturization technology developed by the Qian civilization. In fact, it is more of a learning session than a discussion, because the magnetic propulsion miniaturization technology has been realized by the Qian civilization after humans defeated and captured most of their living spacecraft. These technologies and scientists who studied this technology were also packed away by humans. Therefore, what humans got was the complete magnetic propulsion miniaturization technology. From the demand analysis of the magnetic propulsion miniaturization scientific research project, to the project review, construction plan, experimental exploration, inspection results, trial production of prototypes, and finally acceptance evaluation. Even the scientific research notes and research experience of the scientist in charge. All the information is available. and even the samples of their creations are available. It is not an exaggeration to say that the magnetic push miniaturization technology is a gift from the Red Flame civilization to mankind. It is indeed a pleasant surprise. Therefore, this so-called technical seminar is actually a learning process for many scientists and engineers of mankind. They need to understand the magnetic push miniaturization technology, understand all its details, and then let the human production department manufacture it by themselves, so that it can truly become something of mankind. Absorbing a technology is not just about getting it and saving it in a computer. Human strong artificial intelligence needs to learn. And humans also need to learn. Although it is just a miniaturized technology, it involves a lot of knowledge in all aspects. It doesn't seem much to store it in a computer. But if you print these materials on A4 paper, you can probably print out a ton of books. This is just miniaturized technology, not counting the knowledge involved in magnetic push technology itself. If a technology is like this, you can imagine how difficult it is for a civilization to promote all aspects of technology. From the information of the Qian civilization, humans learned that from the establishment of the project to the successful development of the magnetic propulsion miniaturization technology, the Qian civilization had more than 50,000 scientific research units, universities, and 4.3 million scientists, researchers, and engineering designers in various fields directly or indirectly involved. In the Earth era, no country can accomplish such scientific research alone, unless it is cheating. Every step of scientific and technological civilization is the result of the joint efforts of countless individuals. And every creation is the crystallization of countless wisdom. In the process of learning and mastering this technology, humans discovered that the Red Flame civilization used a very clever method, combining their superb nanotechnology. Through precise operations in the microscopic field, the originally nested Alice rings were stacked up in the nanofield in an unprecedented way, shrinking them from a huge individual measured in kilometers to a scale of 100 meters. For starships, a scale of 100 meters is already very small. But this is not its limit. The Red Flame civilization has just achieved the miniaturization of magnetic propulsion. This is the first generation of technology, and there is still a lot of room for optimization. In the original development plan recorded in the database of the Red Flame civilization, it can be seen that their next goal is to use this technology on their Life Individual armor, which is their second-generation magnetic push technology plan. You should know that the Life Individuals of the Red Flame civilization are very small, and the armor they wear is not as big as a person, which shows that they are also very confident in the future of these technologies. What is surprising is that after obtaining the magnetic push miniaturization technology of the Red Flame civilization, humans found that the technology they mastered just filled its technical gap, making the second-generation magnetic push miniaturization technology plan have a rapid progress. As humans do not have enough scientific research power in this field, this research is still being continued by the Qian civilization. To this end, humans have provided their scientific research institutions with mechanical expertise and corresponding specialized auxiliary strong artificial intelligence. Obviously, these two directions of technology are the technologies that originally limited the second-generation magnetic push miniaturization technology. Human mechanical proficiency can just optimize the structure of the second-generation miniaturized magnetic push of the Qian civilization. And computer technology, which is far more powerful than the Qian civilization, provides new possibilities for more precise nanofield operations. Therefore, when human engineers and scientists were still learning the first generation of magnetic propulsion technology, the scientific team of the Red Flame civilization made a bold statement that they would achieve the second generation of miniaturized magnetic propulsion technology within 10 years. In fact, the technological complementarity between humans and the Red Flame civilization is not only reflected in the research process of the second generation of magnetic propulsion miniaturization, but also in various technical fields as time goes by. It can be predicted that in the future, human civilization will have more or less progress in various fields. And some technical routes that were not originally involved will also appear in the research of human scientific branches in this complementarity. Chapter 509. Similarly, after the Life Individuals of the Red Flame civilization become vassals, and humans complete the initial construction of spiritual civilization, another effect will also appear. That is the collision of ideas between different races. Of course, that must be after humans have established a good communication platform. Time passes slowly in the busy development. While humans are absorbing the technology of the Red Flame civilization, they are also building new secondary spacecraft according to the plan and issuing new policies on the construction of spiritual civilization. After several years of brewing, the wind of spiritual civilization construction finally swept over individual lives. According to the calendar, this day was the first day of autumn. Although there was no autumn on the spacecraft, humans still adjusted the main colors of various screens on the spacecraft to autumn. Endless fallen leaves fluttered in the virtual screen, and the bleak autumn wind whistled in the 3D display. Li Xian stood quietly in front of a projection screen, watching the endless falling leaves. She was a little confused now. Just like she looked at the fallen leaves on the screen and listened to the stories of autumn on the earth told by her parents. But she had never really bathed in the autumn wind. At this moment, nothingness and emptiness almost occupied her body and mind. Her cake shop had closed down a long time ago. Or more precisely, it was replaced by strong artificial intelligence. People could get any food for free from the shop controlled by strong artificial intelligence. So gradually no one was willing to spend contribution points to buy cakes in her cake shop. Calling it handicraft does not add any flavor to the cake, if it is not counted as human touch. Are you there? Did you receive my message? I call you. Your smart assistant said you are busy. Just received it. How are you? Are you okay? I quit. Huh? You were doing well. Okay. If you don't want to do it, then don't do it. Didn't I say that art is just self-deception? Anyway, you won't starve to death in this era without doing anything. Besides, I'm here. If you need contribution points, just tell me. Okay. I'm very busy now. The Research Institute project has reached a critical moment. I guess I won't be free these days. Huh? Li Xian retrieved the information records from not long ago through the brain chip and read them again. Then sighed softly and cleared all the conversation contents. The person she was talking to was her boyfriend. She hibernated with him and woke up from hibernation together. After a long separation, the two of them were affectionate. Li Xian still remembers the taste, especially when they were lingering. She felt a hazy and warm feeling like a spring field in her heart. Even when she recalled it later, she would still feel a desire in her heart. She remembered the passionate words they whispered when they hugged each other, and also remembered the refreshing feeling like the autumn breeze when they were together. She met him by chance, and at that time she had an infinite fanatic dream about the opposite sex. At that time, she slowly felt his care and love from his often smiling profile and restless eyes, just like the tranquility emanating from the legendary summer night starry sky. And she liked that feeling very much. She had thought more than once that it would be nice to spend her life with him like this. However, in the subsequent interactions, Li Xian gradually discovered that he could not understand her pursuit of art after all. Whenever she talked about art, he always refuted it with technology, and always liked to tell her how great he was in the field of technology where he worked. Just like the conversation just now, Li Xian felt that he didn't understand her at all. Li Xian knew that in today's society, she could live well without doing anything, and could live to a natural death without illness or disaster. But she didn't want her life to pass in obscurity, and didn't want to be defined by a marriage so soon. Thinking about it, Li Xian's confused eyes gradually regained clarity. It was at this moment that the projection screen in front of her suddenly turned into the scenery of the earth in the autumn night. And at the same time, a melody she had never heard before sounded in her ears. Along with it came a man's voice full of magnetism. The garden was quiet at night, and the leaves no longer rustled. What a beautiful night! I am fascinated by. What a quiet night! The stream flows quietly, with slight waves, and the bright moon shines on the water, shining silver. It is a song called Moscow Suburbs at Night. After so many years, this is the first time this song has appeared in human society. Yes, the first time. And it was dug out from the save file because of the need to build human spiritual civilization. The disaster in the solar system not only destroyed the Earth, but also took away 99% of human art materials. Only 1 in 10 works, such as music, painting, sculpture, dance, opera, and literature, which are used to express and convey human emotions, survived. If some scientific researchers had not had such interests and hobbies, it is estimated that the entire army would have been wiped out. After all, the Callisto base was a pure and proper extraterrestrial frontier research base. The official storage system basically stored various technical materials, and there was no art-related stuff at all. So the fact that this song can still appear is also a kind of renaissance. And for a moment, Li Xian, who was listening to the unfamiliar melody, could vaguely feel the real autumn atmosphere through the picture. She couldn't help but take a deep breath. Her eyes looked at the scenery in front of her, and she couldn't help but slowly stretched out her jade hand to touch it. At this moment, she felt as if she understood the meaning of autumn to those native earthlings. Moscow evening was transmitted very far in the autumn wind, as if it brought Li Xian back to the time when she was a girl growing up and youthful and romantic. Li Xian felt like she was standing on a street in Moscow at night, when the pedestrians on the street gradually dispersed, and only the neon lights were left. Shadows accompanied the street lights, and the autumn wind accompanied the fallen leaves. She and he smiled and stared at each other, kissing goodbye on the street at midnight. It's so beautiful. Art. I think I know it. When the song came to an end, Li Xian smiled, and she knew she understood it. She understood what she was pursuing. The appeal that just touched her heart finally made her understand the charm of art. She now finally understood the expressions on her parents' faces when they talked about the earth. And she finally understood the sentiments expressed in her friend Su Yanxiao's words when she talked about earth. Li Xian felt that simply playing the picture records would not allow people to feel the so-called sentiments. Only the resonance created by art could allow new humans, like herself, to feel what the earth, the mother planet, and the cradle of civilization are. She finally understood why those native people on earth were so obsessed with revenge. She felt that emotion. Art. Humans need art. A warm smile bloomed on Li Xian's face. She knew what she should do, and how to do it for the rest of her life. Art can help people understand the world, explore their hearts, and channel their emotions. It can convey thoughts, emotions, concepts, and ideals. There are many people like Li Xian, but not all new humans have this resonance. However, a spark can start a prairie fire. At this moment, the seeds of art have sprouted again in the human group. It will grow gradually under the watering of time. Chapter 510. Rather than dwelling on the glory of the past, people prefer to move forward. 5 years after the integration of the Red Flame civilization's technology, humans established the United Scientific Research Institute. This institute is prefixed with United. As the name suggests, it is not just a single institute for the human race, but a common institute for several intelligent races under the human race. Its main body is located on a newly built large spaceship, a C-class research spaceship. The spaceship is equipped with 5 external interfaces. When not sailing, the 5 interfaces are connected to the other 5 C-class spaceships to form a huge chimera. In the design, the internal structures of these 5 spaceships are arranged according to the living habits of humans: Nares, Quintais, Kobolds, and Chians. And the living environment is the same. Obviously, these 5 spaceships are the docking points for scientists of their respective races. And they can also be living places. The central spaceship is arranged according to the layout of the Research Institute, and it has everything that a research institute should have. If it is necessary to have a face-to-face discussion or do some cooperative experiments in the laboratory of the Research Institute, each race will put on their own mecha and come here to carry out. Humans naturally wear tactical armor. As for the other 4 races, humans are very considerate and have built a mobile mecha for each of their scientists and engineers who are registered in the institute according to their appearance. The top scientists and engineers of mankind are all registered in this institute. However, at this stage, the Red Flame civilization has the most scientists registered in this institute. The size of the Red Flame civilization individuals is much larger than that of humans, so it is reasonable that there are more scientists in comparison. As for the remaining 3 races, although the Nair have been following humans for a long time, they were originally just a scientific research team, and their number was not large. Fortunately, they were all highly intelligent scientific researchers, and there were more than a dozen who could be selected. The dog-headed people were in a more miserable situation. Although they had been cultivated by humans for many years, their foundation was just a primitive civilization. From the perspective of biological evolution, they were forced to grow into the interstellar era by humans. Even if humans opened up the knowledge base for them to learn, there was only one person who could reach the ranks of top scientists. The Kuntai people are better, with 6 people who meet the standard, but they are all in the Tai form. It is certain that among the 4 races, those who can be selected into the United Scientific Research Institute will become superior beings in their own race society. Humans will meet their various needs to a limited extent, and will also promote them in their respective races. It can be said that as long as one can become a scientist in the United Scientific Research Institute, he will inevitably become an existence respected by everyone in his race. and will also be equally respected in the human family. Of course, since humans have implemented a policy of not branding scientists with thoughts for vassal races, it is unknown whether these scientists are really loyal to humans. However, the new human government does not care. Anyway, the entire group's military power is in the hands of humans. Even if these scientists of other races have some thoughts, it is harmless. Even if many scientists are unwilling to serve humans, they cannot stop the thoughts of other individual lives. Moreover, there is strong artificial intelligence watching, and the management has also been branded with thoughts by humans. So rebellion is impossible. The establishment of the Joint Research Institute shows that humans have begun to try to use the wisdom of these alien races to serve themselves. The effect is unexpectedly good. In the 5th year of the establishment of this institute, an amazing scientific research result was achieved. They have made a breakthrough in the algorithm research of nano-structured strong artificial intelligence. This is undoubtedly great news, because its breakthrough means that humans are one step closer to creating a nano-robot consciousness like Silver Mist. Judging from the situation of Silver Mist back then, it was obviously a strong artificial intelligence. But it did not need a super-large supercomputer as a carrier of its self-conscious body like the strong artificial intelligence of humans today. So there is only one answer. That is, its consciousness is hidden in the group of Silver Mist. And this technological breakthrough allows humans to have the form of a supercomputer as a carrier into a structure composed of countless nanorobots. The transformation of form must be supported by different algorithms. Therefore, the breakthrough of this technology and the successful realization of algorithm transformation make it possible for humans to theoretically have a group of nanorobots carrying strong artificial intelligence self-awareness. Of course, only breaking through this technology and realizing this algorithm cannot give humans the ability to create Silver Mist, because this is only one of the many technical barriers to creating Silver Mist. Other technical barriers that need to be broken through include the precise operation of femtometer-level structures, the manufacturing process of picometer-level functional structures, the information exchange between each droplet, that is, the individual nanorobot, the power problem of each droplet, and how to realize the function of their combination, etc. For this reason, the next step is that the Joint Science Research Institute intends to apply to manufacture 10 billion nanorobots with the most basic unit structure at the picometer level for verification tests. At the same time, the information exchange problem between each nanorobot individual is studied. When the application came to the Production Management Department, it was directly approved. The picometer level parts manufacturing process was originally mastered by the Red Flame civilization, and this superb production process was naturally accepted by humans. However, the technical evaluation document for the manufacturing of Silver Mist-like products shows that the picometer level parts manufacturing process is not enough to produce Silver Mist-like nanorobots. In order to produce Silver Mist-like nanorobots, we must continue to make breakthroughs in the field of microscopic technology, regardless of whether it needs to reach the femtometer level. It must at least exceed the current picometer level. After many discussions, the Joint Science Research Institute believes that the manufacturing process of the Silver Mist-like nanorobot group should have reached the pinnacle level of creation of the third-level civilization. And it is impossible to achieve it even if it is smaller. Because if it is smaller, it will reach the field of wave-particle duality and uncertainty principle, and the third-level civilization will never be able to break through. In fact, if humans had not seen the Silver Mist, they would not have such an insight. Human scientists still remember the performance of the Red Flame civilization scientists when they first proposed to manufacture a group of Silver Mist-like nanorobots. When they saw the technical indicators proposed by humans, they said it was impossible to achieve without thinking, because in their minds, the Red Flame civilization has reached the end of the nanofield and is already the pinnacle of the third-level civilization. They feel that unless they are promoted to the fourth-level civilization, there is absolutely no possibility of further breakthroughs. Chapter 511. However, human scientists used ironclad evidence to tell them that such nanorobots do exist, and they were made by a third-level civilization. For humans, it was nothing. But for the Red Flame civilization, it was definitely explosive news. After learning that Silver Mist really existed, their scientists and engineers, who were good at microscopic research, seemed to have been touched, and their passion was ignited again, and they devoted themselves to the research of microscopic nanofields with full enthusiasm. It is also because of their enthusiasm that the Joint Scientific Research Institute was able to implement this algorithm in such a short time. But that's not all. In the 10th year, the Institute made another breakthrough in this field. This time, it was not a breakthrough in the manufacturing of picometer-level components, but the information exchange technology between each nanorobot individual. This technological breakthrough has brought humans one step closer to realizing the manufacturing of silver mist-like nanorobots. Of course, it was not a breakthrough made by the scientists and engineers of the Red Flame civilization themselves, but a result of their collaborative research with scientists and engineers from humans and the Nair people. It is the name of the Joint Scientific Research Institute. Scientists designed a clever algorithm based on the working mode of neurons, and then a group of engineers worked together to make this design a reality. At the beginning, they only succeeded in 2 nanorobots, and then in subsequent research, they successfully increased the number of interconnections to 3 digits. Then they found that the existing algorithm can only support the interconnection of this number of individuals. Where there is a problem or limitation, we will find a way to solve it. In the following time, with the continuous optimization of the algorithm, the number of interconnections between nanorobots has increased from 3 digits to 4 digits, 5 digits, 6 digits, 7 digits, 8 digits, and 9 digits. It was at this time that the number of nanorobots that communicated with each other finally reached the number that could support strong artificial intelligence algorithms. It can be seen that at this stage, humans are only short of power and functionality issues in making secondary silver mist nanorobots. As for the power issue, the Academy of Sciences already has an idea. Of course, it is impossible to put a nuclear fusion reactor in such a tiny single nanorobot, and a magnetic propulsion furnace is even more wishful thinking. That is unrealistic. The Academy of Sciences' idea is to use the principle of photoelectric effect. They first used picometer-level technology to create groups of parts based on the principle of capacitance, and then spliced them together according to a certain structure to form nano-level energy storage devices. These devices are charged through the photoelectric effect under the conditions of specific frequency of light, thus providing power for each individual nanorobot. This method is completely different from the previous nanorobot groups dedicated to destruction by humans and the Red Flame civilization. It is not a disposable item used as a warhead of an artillery shell. Its individuals are smaller, have more functions, and can also carry the self-awareness of strong artificial intelligence. After the power problem of a single ultramicro nanorobot was solved, the Joint Science Institute focused its research center on adding functions to it. The destructive function of decomposing metals has long existed, and engineers do not need to bother adding it. They need to consider the functions of identifying metal elements, separating metal elements, transporting metal elements, etc. Yes, the purpose of the Joint Science Institute is to create a mining robot group similar to Silver Mist. The mountains of gold and silver on that planet back then were unforgettable to humans. If there were such robots, the mining efficiency would definitely be improved to a higher level. At that time, humans can leave all the searching, digging and mining to the nanorobots, and their large equipment will only be responsible for transporting the piles of metals into space. This wish was finally realized in the 50th year of the establishment of the United Scientific Research Institute. On this day, Yu Yuan received an invitation to visit. After receiving the information, he left the office and came to the bridge of the Tianqin. Yu Yuan certainly knew the achievements of the United Scientific Research Institute in recent years and had been paying attention to it. So the moment he received the invitation, he knew that the gray wind that human civilization had been thinking about had finally succeeded. The place to visit is certainly not a certain planet. After all, this thing has just been manufactured, and it is impossible to do a live mining demonstration all at once. Humans are originally a wandering civilization. Everyone lives on a spaceship. So naturally there is no such thing as leaving the spaceship and running to a certain planet to stop and watch. When he arrived at the bridge, the staff had already adjusted the posture of the Tianqin. So Yu Yuan went straight to the porthole. He raised his hand and pressed a few times on the operation interface next to the porthole. The porthole that originally looked like an ordinary piece of glass immediately lit up. And then after a period of zooming, a spaceship suddenly appeared in the space outside the porthole. The demonstration site is about dozens of kilometers away from the Tianqin, and it is difficult to see the whole picture with the naked eye. Therefore, the portholes that serve as the external view of the warship act as telescopes for this visit. General Yu. Start in 30 seconds. A voice sounded in the bridge. Judging from the sound, it should be the operator of the demonstration spacecraft. Yu Yuan stood quietly by the porthole with his hands behind his back. staring at the distant spacecraft, waiting for the countdown to return to zero. Time ticked by, and when the countdown returned to zero, several hatches around the spacecraft slowly opened. And then several things like gray mist gushed out of the hatches. It looked like the spaceship had been pierced with a few holes by something and was leaking. Yu Yuan knew that it was not fog, but just looked like fog because it was too far away. In fact, it was a nanorobot the size of a needle tip, because of the manufacturing process and materials. It was gray in the visible light band. The gray fog gushed for 2 minutes. At this time, the spaceship was completely wrapped in this layer of steam-like gray fog, looking like a spaceship in the clouds. The next moment, the gray mist was seen surging and rolling. And then it surged towards the top of the spaceship in a cloud-like surge, looking very much like a flowing gray cloud. Then, the gray mist was seen swarming towards a certain point, gathering and gathering again. Gradually, the mist-like thing gradually turned into a person's form. To be precise, it looked like a girl. The girl had a curvy figure, as if she was wearing a tight leather jacket, very much like a two-dimensional girl. She stood on the spaceship, posing in a playful posture. Chapter 512. Through the porthole, you can clearly see the girl's delicate features. The bright gray tights show her exquisiteness to the fullest. Her round buttocks, plump breasts, and slender legs make her figure perfect. It's so big! An unknown exclamation came from the Tianqin. It's really big. Not referring to anything else, but to the girl's figure. Because there is a C-class spaceship for comparison. People can tell her size at a glance. She is almost as big as a spaceship. The C-class spaceship is like a skateboard under her feet. As soon as the sigh fell, the girl on the C-class spaceship was seen shrinking, and suddenly compressed to a size of more than 10 meters. At the same time, her lips opened and closed, and a girl's voice sounded in various observation platforms and public communication channels. Hello, everyone. Dear humanoid compatriots. How are you doing? I'm fine. Everything here is going according to plan. Just like the central processor of a supercomputer. Yes, that's it. You ask who I am? I am? Let me do an internal diagnosis first. Mr. Main Control Unit. The internal diagnosis is completely fine. There is no problem. Everything is normal. So I am Gray Wind from the L cluster. You can call me Little Gray. I am very happy to meet you here. After a pause, the girl tilted her head, showing a thoughtful expression, and then said, Okay, I will tell you the truth. There is no need to pretend anymore. Please forgive me for speaking too directly, but I haven't talked to anyone unexpected for a long time, because I just woke up. That's right. I am the self-consciousness composed of nanorobots. Next, should you invite me to join? What? Already invited? When did it happen? Okay. I didn't see the message just now. Then join us. I think we must be a good match. Oh, this is going to start an exciting adventure. Well, I declare my loyalty to you for the next 2,000 years. No, or 5,000 years. When these words came out, a group of people were confused, and Yu Yuan was also stunned. What L-star cluster? What humanoid compatriots? What declaration of loyalty for 5,000 years? What is this all about? Gray Wind is a good name. But it seems that something is wrong? Did the design engineers go wrong when designing its strong artificial intelligence self-awareness? Just when everyone was confused, a strong male voice sounded on the public communication channel. Everyone. This intelligent individual composed of nanorobots has sworn allegiance to us for 5,000 years. This is 100 benefits and no harm to us. This nanorobot intelligent individual, who calls himself Little Gray, will become our common defense against the threat from the rectification protocol. Yu Yuan reacted after hearing this. He rubbed his temples and interrupted the public communication channel. Stop. What is this? My old professor. Academician E. Is this your idea? It must have been done by old man Ikai. Yu Yuan remembered that when he met Silver Mist, he told him about the Grey Goose Storm. Although it had been a long time, Yu Yuan still remembered it. And only Ikai, who was born in the 2000s, knew these things. It must be him. Chief, I just told him some stories about the Grey Goose Storm. I didn't know they did this. This is none of my business. It must be that you Nat Fong who messed around. But it's not bad. Isn't it? Ikai's projection appeared on the big screen. And he said happily, Yu Nanfeng, whose name was called, also appeared on the screen. He looked embarrassed. I am responsible for the mechanical structure integration. The character shaping of the strong artificial intelligence self-awareness is the work of computer experts. Oh Li, don't slander good people. Okay. Xiao Hui is Xiao Hui. Just don't make me pledge allegiance for 5,000 years. Yu Yuan twitched his lips. He thought this was probably the fun of these researchers. So he didn't say much. After all, this made the atmosphere of the visit much more relaxed and enjoyable. Let's talk about her current abilities. As soon as the words came out, before the researchers could answer, Xiao Hui's voice sounded on the public channel. Report to the boss. I know a lot. I can change my composition at will. The premise is that my information database is entered and the algorithm supports the form. Boss? Who cultivated this kind of self-awareness? Yu Yuan seemed to have a few black lines on his forehead. And he was a little speechless. But he didn't say anything. Just continued to ask, well, what else? Because of the body setting. Humans also preconceively define Xiao Hui as a female. Of course, in the process of her self-awareness, human scientists should have also intervened. Otherwise, the birth should be a neutral self-awareness, like other strong artificial intelligence. In fact, from another perspective, it also shows the progress of human beings in the manufacturing technology of strong artificial intelligence. Otherwise, it is really impossible to create self-awareness with gender bias. I can also control many mechanical equipment, even warships. Xiao Hui patted his chest and answered proudly. Oh, there is more. And I can also dig. That mining? Mining. Well, it is mining, isn't it? This is her main function. Yu Yuan thought that the designers did not add this function. But now he is relieved. Reliable. Nodding. Yu Yuan then pointed to the spaceship under Hui Feng's feet, turned to the scientific research director on the projection screen, and asked, is that spaceship her vehicle? Yes, Chief. Although Xiao Hui can move by relying on magnetic fields, she still has to rely on spaceships for interstellar maneuvers. This ship is her home. The scientific research director replied. Give her a warship instead. And give her control over a complete set of resource mining equipment. Yu Yuan felt that the ship was a bit old. So he gave her a C-class warship. At the same time, mining is her job. And the ore mine must be transported to space. It is better to give her a complete set of resource mining equipment, which saves a lot of effort. The so-called complete set of resource mining equipment probably includes orbital mass accelerators, space elevators, spacecraft for transporting materials inside and outside the planet, engineering ships, resource exploration, and other related supporting equipment. Okay, Chief. By the way, how is the preparation for the practical experiment going? Yu Yuan asked again. The so-called practical experiment means letting Hui Feng actually try to dig a mine. It can be done at any time. The nanorobots that make up her body have the ability to drive magnetic fields. And the relevant functional combinations are also available. She has no problem moving on the surface of the planet. But from the ground to space, she still needs a spacecraft to pick her up. The head of scientific research said. Yu Yuan nodded and said, then give it a try. Head of scientific research, the chief can just tell Xiao Hui directly. Her permission code has been entered into the Tianjin supercomputer, and the chief can call it at any time. Okay. Yu Yuan immediately matched the permissions in the database. And then said, Xiao Hui, choose a satellite as a target and try it. Okay. Boss. Xiao Hui responded. And the next step was to see her step on the spaceship, pretending to fly with a sword, and shouted to the nearest rocky satellite, Xiao, I am the ancient Egyptian god in charge of mining, and I will obediently hand over all the heavy metals and non-ferrous metals. Chapter 513. The test on Xiao Hui went smoothly, and basically all the expected functions were available. Apart from other things, her primary function of mining is really good, and it is already similar to the silver mist that humans encountered back then. According to the engineers, she has many functions such as identification, decomposition, and transportation. After discovering mineral resources, she can use a large number of ultramicro nanorobots to decompose chemical bonds to make holes, and then decompose the required minerals into various elemental substances in a cannon-like manner. Then she combined multiple nanorobots to form a transport structure, and then transported the metals to the ground little by little. However, she did not have the ability to prevent active metals from forming compounds. So when mining some chemically active metals, they were mostly transported to the ground in the form of compounds. When stacking, she would control countless nanorobots to release some radiation in the form of electromagnetic waves, so that the transported metals would be fused together little by little, forming pieces and piles of metal mountains. Of course, it is still far from the Xiaohui described by Yi Kai. The most intuitive point is that she cannot replicate herself. Her body, that is, the individual nanorobots, need to be manufactured in human nanofactories. In other words, if a nanorobot is damaged during her operation, it must be replenished from a specific nanofactory. The nanorobots that make up Xiaohui's body are obviously more advanced than those used as artillery warheads or nanorepair robots. Of course, disposable products with only simple intelligence cannot be compared with specially designed things. In the design data, there are two ways for Xiaohui to charge. One is that she spreads herself into a gray cloud and bathes in the light of the stars, commonly known as sunbathing. The other is to charge through a base station or a warship in the planet's orbit. The second method is the main source of energy, which is usually carried out simultaneously when mining. For example, now, when Xiaohui floated into the rocky satellite, the spaceship she had driven past before started long-distance microwave directional charging. In the Earth era, this technology is called wireless remote microwave integrated directional charging technology. This technology has been mature since the Earth era, and has been widely used in various orbiting spacecraft and space solar power stations to transmit electricity to the ground. Country C built many such devices on Earth at that time, which were called space-based solar power stations. It consists of many solar panels to form the space power station part, and the ground receiving end is composed of a device called spherical membrane energy collection array. In general, microwave wireless power transmission technology is a long-established technology. After years of development, humans no longer need such a large receiver, and its transmission distance has also been greatly improved. The transmitter of this device is now installed on the spacecraft, which can charge Xiaohui at work at any time. For Xiaohui, the next goal of the Academy of Sciences is to develop a nanorobot that can replicate itself. But it is just a goal at present. It feels a bit far away to evolve into this ultimate form. But anyway, the silver mist-like mining robot has really been realized. Engineers roughly calculated that after having Xiaohui, human beings' mining capacity will be at least 100 times stronger than before. And this is still the state of the experimental body that has just been completed. When humans create more bodies for Xiaohui in the future, the efficiency will definitely be improved. By then, hollowing out the planet will no longer be a joke. At that time, as long as there are enough space docks, humans can produce warships endlessly like the legendary mechanical civilization. Xiaohui's success is one of the biggest technological breakthroughs of mankind in the past few decades. Yes, one of them. The technological integration of the Qian civilization, which is far superior to humans in nanotechnology, and the collision of the unreserved thinking of two civilizations at the same level have made humans bloom with the brilliance of technological explosion in a short period of time. Just like the rapid technological progress of humans in modern times. Such a technological explosion is indeed not enough for humans to enter the fourth-level civilization. But it deepens humans' understanding of technology in the field of nanotechnology. And of course, there is progress in technology. There is no doubt that humans have leapt into a senior third-level civilization this time. Whether it is the pinnacle of the third-level civilization, humans do not know. Because no advanced civilization has ever told humans what is the pinnacle of the third-level civilization. But it is definitely senior. After all, as far as humans know, the process optimization brought by all the technologies in the so-called third-level civilization technology tree are all the basis for breaking through the fourth-level civilization. This is the deep cultivation of humans in nanotechnology. And such deep cultivation has also been reflected in human daily life. The most intuitive of which is various nanoproducts. After removing the destructive power of decomposing metal and non-metal, the technology of making small ash has been applied to many daily necessities. For example, some means of transportation, such as magnetic levitation pedals, single-person magnetic levitation motorcycles, etc., previously needed to be parked as finished products. But now it is different. They can be compressed into a very small suitcase in the form of micro-nano robots. When using them, you only need to give a command to the program, and they can be assembled into their original appearance in the flow combination of nano-robots. There are also corresponding nano-products for chairs, beds, and other items in daily life. Even clothing has such nano-products. You only need one command to put on and take off clothes, provided that you are willing to wear clothes with a metallic texture. The reason is that currently humans can only make metal alloy-related products. Other things made of non-metallic compounds cannot be realized as nano-robots. Just think about the nanotechnology that can change anything as in the movie. That thing is not just as simple as nanotechnology. It can change anything. Which means that even chemical elements can change. Otherwise, it is impossible for a wooden table to become a cannon after nano-reorganization. This involves the technology of changing the number of nucleons of matter. Therefore, the various nano-products of human beings today are essentially preset appearance programs. However, even so, their technical content is also very high. If you walk in human society and suddenly see someone stretch out his hand, and then grab a cloud of fog like a magic, and then some common tools or pots and pans appear, it is not him who is performing magic, but his nano-products. For a period of time after Xiaohui appeared, human civilian products were upgraded again. Nano-upgrade. This is the case with civilian daily necessities. And military tools and equipment have appeared in large quantities of nano. It can be said that in this era, if you don't have a nano product that can transform, you are embarrassed to say that you are human. Chapter 514. Humanity has plenty of time. Because the universal verification of the 3 life potions based on the red flame civilization has been completed. In the genes of volunteers who voluntarily accepted the clinical trial, the experimenters detected the same induction factors as those of the previous life potions, which means that the potion is effective again, and the gene's reproductive instinct has been deceived again. There are a total of 30,000 volunteers in the 3 batches. The aging factors and damaged cells in their bodies were swept away after using the potion, and their age was fixed again at the moment of using the potion. Humans obtained 3 life potions from the Qian civilization. According to the Qian civilization, the efficacy of these 3 potions is 3,000, 4,000, and 5,000 years respectively, and has been verified on them. Of course, human scientists are not sure whether the 3 potions still have their original efficacy after the applicability modification. Genetic testing intelligence makes guesses based on data, which cannot verify whether it will really achieve the effect of the Qian civilization. To know for sure whether the applicability modification of the 3 potions is perfectly successful, it is estimated that the moment when one of the potions expires. However, not everything is unpredictable. Humans can analyze the data obtained from genetic testing and calculate how many times the cell metabolism can be carried out, so as to roughly determine how long the life potion will last. It is a process in which the number of cell metabolisms decreases. Its switch is hidden in a certain section of base pairs that were originally thought to be meaningless. Humans have found it, and can roughly estimate the effective time limit of the life potion through it. According to the experimenters, based on the data of the volunteer test, after the applicability modification of the 3,000-year potion, it can reach at least 2,000 years. After the experiment was successful, the new government awakened all hibernating humans and gave priority to scientists and researchers who needed it. At the same time, the research results were announced to the public, and according to the previous rules for the use of life potions, these 3 new life potions were incorporated into the entire system. Of course, times have changed, so the original usage threshold has been relatively lowered. Now there is no threshold for the life potion originally held by humans, which means that the minimum lifespan of new humans will reach 1,500 years. Anyone who has a little bit of idealism and is not lazy enough to do nothing but wait for death will have a chance to use the life potion with a life effect of 3,000 years. The remaining 2 types are still the same as the previous system, requiring a certain contribution to the development of some aspect of human beings. Some people are satisfied with this policy, but of course many people are dissatisfied. The former are mostly people who think they are qualified to use the 3 new life potions, while the latter are mostly people who think they are not qualified to use the last 2 life potions in their lifetime. After all, the life potion with a 3,000-year effect is fine, according to the previous regulations on the control of life potions. The other 2 types require researchers, scientists, engineers, and other people who are related to natural sciences or the military to be qualified to use them. The 2 potions add up to just 9,000 years. 9,000 years. In the past, the difference between the 3 life potions 1.0 2.0, and 3.0 of human beings was only a few hundred years. Even if one was used less, it would probably only lead to death a few hundred years earlier. In interstellar life, where people often travel for hundreds of years, people can't feel how long such a time is. But if this number is expanded tenfold, it will be different. That is nearly 10,000 years. The phrase "I love you for 10,000 years" will become a reality at this moment. Moreover, after the successful clinical verification results and the use specifications were announced, a voice appeared in human society. Why can even a vassal race have a longer lifespan than us? As soon as such a voice appeared, it immediately attracted the support of the previously silent people. In this era of material abundance, they have no worries about food and clothing. And because they have no ability to participate in the cause of scientific development, this group of people has a lot of time, and the largest number of people. They have a lot of free time. And they would go online to talk about this topic. At first, they just complained. But as time went on, these voices were gradually guided by some purposeful voices. And finally an organization called Life Equality appeared in society. In fact, it was not an organization at the beginning. But there were more people. And some people with a say led it. So it gradually became a loose organization. After they had a leader, they began to express their demands through the internet or social activities. With the equal right to life as their purpose, they challenged the new government's policy on the use of life medicine, which was quite like a banner parade. Open life medicine. Reject inequality. And everyone will die of old age. Everyone is equal in front of life. Reject class division. There is no high or low life. Respect every life. Life is supreme. Equality is equal. Slogan shouted out by this group of ordinary people, spreading from one residential spaceship to another, and soon formed a sweeping trend in the entire human society. As a leader, Yu Yuan naturally saw this phenomenon clearly through various channels. And several senior administrative officials also found him because of this matter. Director, the voices for opening up all life to the public are getting louder and louder. If this continues, I'm afraid there will be trouble. A senior administrative official looked at Yu Yuan, who was standing by the window of the Tianjin Command Center, with concern. His name is Nong Huaxue. He belongs to the new generation of humans, and was originally a chef. After the emergence of strong artificial intelligence, he became unemployed and switched to politics. Now he is the chief executive of one of the many human-inhabited spaceships. Yes, Chief. Now it's not just the people on the 996th spaceship who are members of the Life Equality Organization. They are on almost all spaceships. They are basically ordinary people. But they are also the largest group of people. A central administrative chief also said. Beside him were 6 high-ranking officials, 4 of whom were regional administrative chiefs, and the other 2 were individual spaceship administrative chiefs, like agrochemical. At this moment, Yu Yuan turned around, glanced at a few people, and said calmly, "Do you also think that all should be opened?" Everyone didn't know how to answer for a while. After a while, one of them finally spoke up. "I think we should just open it up. I'm not speaking for the Life Equality Organization, but I think this is a social and human issue. Some of what they said is right. Because of special professions and positions, people can enjoy all life potions, while ordinary people cannot. Not to mention the long-term situation. After this generation of ordinary people dies, sometimes we have to admit that we, the so-called senior officials, may indeed develop into a class that is not just a few hundred years, but nearly 10,000 years. With such a long time, even if we don't want it, a privileged class that enjoys a long life will naturally form. In the long run, we humans will inevitably have internal conflicts. Conflicts between civilians and special professions. Conflicts between management and ordinary people. As the saying goes, a single spark can start a prairie fire. When conflicts become more and more intense. Chapter 515. The chief executive did not finish his words, but everyone present knew what he meant. When the contradictions become more and more intense and irreconcilable, there will be a revolution. And then, there will be civil unrest in the human race. If it really comes to that, even if the new government now has absolute force, will it really take action against the majority of ordinary people who are demanding lifespan? All chief executives know that in this system, military personnel are eligible to enjoy all life potions. They are vested interests just like themselves. But do they really want to take up the butcher knife and take action against their compatriots? Maybe at that time, Some of them have decided that they are no longer the same kind of people as those who do not have a long lifespan. And these people may be able to do it. But if they really do this, will the employed people and the idle civilians be divided into two kinds of people? Whether you admit it or not. It is really difficult for a person who can live for 13,500 years to get along with a person who can only live for 1,500 years. Apart from other things, when you communicate with each other in daily life, when you are still planning how to live for the next 1,500 years. But here's someone talking about what he experienced 8,000 years ago, and he is still planning his life in 3,000 years. It is difficult not to feel emotional. If you are chatting with someone whose lifespan is almost 10 times longer than yours, and he suddenly says, morning fungus does not know the new moon and full moon. Cicadas do not know spring and autumn. That would be even more outrageous. At this time, another chief executive shook his head and said, you see one possible future. But you have not thought about another possibility. Not fully opening up the life potion may indeed cause the problem you mentioned. But fully opening it does not mean there will be no problems. The most intuitive point is, why do I work so hard on scientific research? But in the end, you don't have to do anything and enjoy the same benefits as me. The chief executive pondered for a moment, turned his head, and looked at the chief executive who had just spoken, and continued, the emergence of strong artificial intelligence has truly brought about an era of great material abundance. We have truly achieved freedom in terms of material things. It can be said that each of us, except for high-risk military weapons and military equipment, can obtain all other things for enjoyment for free. And food, clothing, housing and transportation are the most basic things. In this case, why should people work so hard and thanklessly to do scientific research? Oh, except for those who truly strive for the ideal of future development of human science. But how many such people can there be? It is the nature of intelligent life to love leisure and hate work. This is not only reflected in us humans, but also in the Nair people, Kuntai people, dog-headed people, and Chien people. If everything is fair and equal, who will be willing to work hard for the development of mankind? Hearing these words, Agrochemical on the side asked curiously, didn't it say that all life individuals of the Chien civilization are eligible to use all life potions? How did they solve this problem? They didn't solve this problem in essence because they have a large population and can't completely solve their material problems with just a purchased artificial intelligence. At the same time, their social system is different from ours. Every one of them is basically born from the incubator. And at the moment of birth, it is already determined what kind of person they will be in this life, what kind of occupation they will be, and what they will do. The chief executive spoke to Agrochemical, and at the same time, he was also popularizing science with those who did not understand the social situation of the Chien civilization. The Chien civilization has the ability to adjust the genes of each batch of individual lives born, so that after they are born and grow up, they will embark on the occupation set for them. It is not impossible to change careers, but the cost of changing careers is extremely high, because when each batch of offspring is born, their growth preferences, physical condition bias, emotional thinking bias, ideal thinking bias, etc. have been set from the genes. In fact, after obtaining all the technology trees of the Red Flame civilization, humans can technically achieve similar gene regulation. But everyone is very opposed to this practice of genes determining the future. Of course. In fact, if humans want to solve this problem, there is another way. That is to brand their thoughts. But this technology has just appeared, and it has been clearly prohibited for use on humans themselves. At this time, one of the chief executives sighed, we can't use the same method as the Red Flame civilization, regardless of whether all life potions are opened or not. We have to face their own problems. The problems caused by not opening them are already fermenting, and we must make a decision. Yu Yuan also sighed in his heart. How could he not know? However, as the chief executive said, no matter which choice is made, there are problems that must be faced. One is the possible unrest and internal division of mankind. The other result may be that most of the life individuals in the entire human civilization will be rotten, and then enjoy themselves in a society with abundant material resources, and finally sink completely. In fact, Yu Yuan noticed this matter when it just happened. But he has been weighing the pros and cons. Otherwise, it would not have been delayed for so many years. Originally, winning the war and obtaining 3 life potions was a proud thing. Yu Yuan was also proud of this matter, and was happy for the successful research on the applicability of the 3 life potions. But he didn't expect that such a good thing could also turn into a bad thing after being announced. Human nature really can't stand the test. You go back first. At 2:30 tomorrow afternoon, we will hold a special expanded meeting to discuss this matter and come up with a plan. At this time, Yu Yuan said the second sentence after he turned around. After that, he turned around and continued to look at the empty space through the porthole. After the few people left, Yu Yuan first called Zhu Pit through the brain chip to tell him about the expanded meeting and reminded him to do a good job of internal prevention, especially the recent Life Equality Organization. After hanging up Zhu Pit's phone, Yu Yuan then informed his assistant about the convening of the expanded meeting and asked her to notify all the participants. The expanded meeting was naturally for everyone to discuss and come up with a charter. But Yu Yuan also had his own ideas about this matter. In fact, he was also inclined to open up everything. But this involved the laws, regulations, control regulations, and rules and regulations that the new government had previously implemented on life medicines. And he couldn't just make a decision, compared to taking up the butcher's knife to attack his compatriots. Yu Yuan was obviously more willing to put his hope on humans solving their own hedonism. I don't know if the construction of spiritual civilization can solve this problem. I hope it can. Yu Yuan seemed worried. Chapter 516. The meeting on the second day was held as scheduled. As the name suggests, the enlarged meeting is an expansion of the regular meeting. The participants are not only the senior officials of the central departments of the new government, but also the chief executives of each residential spaceship, outstanding representatives from all walks of life, and leading figures. In fact, this enlarged meeting should be called a special enlarged meeting, because in addition to the participants of the usual enlarged meetings, there are also representatives elected by the people on each residential spaceship according to their own wishes. The representatives are also elected by the civilians on the residential spaceship, with each spaceship as the unit, in order to allow ordinary people to elect their representatives as soon as possible. The new government also specially provided them with a communication platform so that they could communicate in the shortest possible time. However, even so, some residential spaceships had not yet discussed the representatives when the meeting arrived. This is not a problem of strong artificial intelligence efficiency, but a problem of ordinary people themselves. Now the maximum population of a residential spaceship is 1 million. But for the comfort of living, a spaceship generally has only about 500,000 people. Humans now have about 100,000 residential spaceships. But they are not fully occupied because the birth rate is low due to the life potion. So most of them are idle. The total human population is about 10 billion now, which can be accommodated by 20,000 residential spaceships. There are 20,000 ordinary people representing 20,000 spaceships. And the venue for the expanded meeting is definitely not that big. So they basically participate in virtual reality. With today's technology, although humans have not yet achieved true holographic technology, virtual reality technology is quite amazing. It is completely possible to create a virtual venue like a game, and then let the participants participate in the virtual cabin. The success of this technology is also mainly due to the progress of nanotechnology. Human beings have already accumulated technology in the field of virtual reality. At that time, the human microcurrent sensing technology used to operate tactical armor was also used in the civilian field on virtual warehouses, becoming the entrance for people to travel in the virtual game world. Yes, the game world. In the society after the pressure of survival has been sharply reduced, many ways of entertainment have emerged one after another, and electronic games are one of them. Especially in the past few years, many types of games have emerged in human society, including Interstellar, martial arts, and immortal cultivation. The way people enter the game is through the virtual cabin. The virtual cabin made with the third-level civilization technology has realized the holographic game mode described in the game novels of the Earth era, and can also realistically let players experience pain in the game. This is based on the human body microcurrent sensing technology used to operate tactical armor in the past. It can be achieved by modifying some microcurrent feedback parameters. It is not difficult for humans who have reached the third-level civilization level. Of course, the new government does not support games like virtual games and metaverse, but it does not prevent the birth of these derivative technologies. After all, the technology itself is not wrong, but the way it is used is wrong. The new government certainly does not want ordinary people to indulge in the virtual world. But this kind of thing cannot be stopped at all unless a strong administrative order is issued to ban game development. After all, it is not difficult for humans to develop games now. As long as they seriously complete 50 years of compulsory education and learn some relevant professional knowledge, they can develop a game by themselves. Many martial arts and fairy games that appear in society today are the result of the joint development of those enthusiasts. They don't even need strong artificial intelligence to provide computing power and algorithm support. They can easily get the so-called game server by using their rights as human citizens. And the knowledge they have learned can allow them to write artificial intelligence to serve the game. The running programs of various NPCs in the game are written in this way, during the period from the return of the human fleet to the creation of Shall We. Because humans generally tended to be stable, people also woke up one after another during this period. Decades of time have allowed people to find new ways of entertainment. Many people who seem to be tired and have a certain amount of knowledge reserves officially started to develop games according to their own interests and hobbies during this period, combined with the technical environment at that time. Virtual reality game operation was born. The concept of virtual world and second world was also proposed at that time. Admittedly, the danger of this technology is obvious, but it also has a good side. For example, through this technology, the new government can use this technology to provide soldiers with immersive combat simulation. Therefore, after the virtual reality technology matured, it was absorbed by the new government, and many talents in this field were recognized by the organization. And now, this technology is also used in large conferences. The conference was held in the virtual world. Compared with the conditions in the real world, the virtual venue was much wider and could be changed at will according to the number of people. After entering the virtual venue from the virtual cabin, you can see that the venue is a square building like a football field stand, with distinct levels, a stage for speakers in the middle, and seats for participants around it. If participants want to express their own opinions or the demands of the interest groups they represent, they have to come to the middle podium one by one in the order of speaking. And then the minutes will be recorded. And then the participants will discuss each suggestion and each topic. Finally, a result that satisfied most people was reached. Obviously, such a large-scale special expanded meeting could not be completed in one day. According to the demands submitted by representatives of many interest groups to the meeting, the meeting coordinators divided the meeting process. It can be seen from the process that this meeting will take a total of 15 days. The main topic of discussion is naturally the opening of life potions. But there are more than just this topic. There are many other issues derived from this topic. For example, the impact of the virtual world on the future development of mankind. How to take preventive measures. How to solve the problem of unequal input and output between scientific researchers and civilians. Should ordinary people who do nothing enjoy the computing power of strong artificial intelligence? Because of the emergence of strong artificial intelligence, civilians can get something for nothing even if they do nothing. So how to improve their work enthusiasm, and what kind of work should they do? How should the new government characterize pure beneficiaries who eat and wait for death? How to characterize them as contributors to human development? Fairness. What is fair? And relative fairness? Absolutely fair? Should researchers, scientists, and other groups continue to enjoy higher treatment than ordinary people? Where should the treatment be reflected? What kind of treatment should soldiers and government officials enjoy? All these are issues derived from the issue of fully opening up life medicines. They must be resolved, whether through legislation or other means. If these issues are not resolved, human civilization will not be able to develop healthily. Chapter 517. When the enlarged meeting put all these issues on the table for discussion, the ordinary people who originally joined the Life Equality Organization found that they had not seen the various problems brought about by the full opening of life potions. Even when they found that the representatives they elected were unable to put forward their own opinions on these issues at the meeting, they finally felt what shame was. At the same time, they finally understood that the enlarged meeting was really doing things. Their demands were indeed put on the table for discussion. And the human civilization government was indeed not like the initiators of the Life Equality Organization said, not caring about the lives of ordinary people at all. Although this meeting lasted only 15 days, there were so many topics to discuss that the participants spent almost all their time in the meeting except for eating, drinking, and sleeping. The result of the meeting was as expected by Yu Yuan. In the end, the plan to fully open up the life potion was passed. As for the problems brought about by the full opening up of the life potion, such as the treatment of scientists, researchers, engineers, and other groups, legislation was passed to determine their status. These professions are crucial to human development. They have a higher social status than ordinary people in law. Any remarks that defame them or disrespect them will be considered illegal. Therefore, the human civilization government established the first prison since humans set foot on the starry sky to punish lawbreakers. At the same time, a set of laws and regulations based on human development were formulated, stipulating the obligations of ordinary people in human development, and clearly defining ordinary people who do nothing but enjoy life as second-class citizens. Such people cannot fully enjoy the treatment of human citizens. For example, they cannot own their own spaceships. And in social relationships, they will lose the right to fall in love. Losing rights is not just about not being able to do it. They will also lose the right to be together. In other words, if these people have any behavior of happily working and studying with other people of the opposite sex, it is illegal. At the same time, the law will also limit their game time in the virtual game world, etc. It is a kind of enjoyment. The meeting believes that the legal provisions of obligations and the formulation of relevant restrictions can alleviate the behavior of ordinary people lying down to a certain extent. Of course, there is nothing wrong with enjoyment. After all, it is human nature to love leisure and hate work. But it will progress civilization to a certain extent. When more people follow the trend and see that they can enjoy all social benefits without working hard, naturally those who work hard will feel unbalanced. Therefore, the initiative to encourage ordinary people to work hard to contribute to human development is also for the sake of all mankind. Obviously, this is not the best way, and it will undoubtedly lead to the birth of inequality. But it is also a solution among all solutions, and the result of compromise among multiple parties. Imagine that in today's interstellar environment, when a person thinks that it is unfair that others live longer than him, has he ever thought that it is obtained by others with their own knowledge and contributions? Then think about it the other way around. A person does nothing all day and enjoys the benefits brought by strong artificial intelligence and the fruits of others' labor. What is the basis for that? If you want to enjoy a lifespan of 13,500 years, like those who have contributed to human development, you have to pay the corresponding price. Rights and obligations are equal. At the conference, anyone with a little bit of brains would not openly oppose the various obligations and restrictions proposed by the conference, because opposition means that this person may be a lazy person who wants to live 13,000 years but does nothing. Double standards are not welcome anywhere. No one dares to admit that he is such a person, and no one dares to bear such a stigma, because it will make him lose his reputation and be despised by people from all walks of life. After these measures are truly implemented, those who don't work hard all their lives will be ashamed of their thoughts. Of course, there are more than just obligations and restrictions. The conference also clearly defines various professions, opens up more channels for contribution, determines the importance of many professions related to art, and identifies the identification of people engaged in the art industry, and affirms their contribution to human development. Similarly, philosophers and social researchers also pioneered professional identification related to alien sociology research. In general, this wave of operations is to guide people to be good, take corresponding preventive measures against various behaviors that harm unity and progress, and create many socially recognized professions for people. This is obviously not a perfect solution, but it is a compromise that this wandering civilization can accept at this stage. Human civilization is very efficient. After the meeting, all the decisions made by the meeting were made public for 1 month with the assistance of strong artificial intelligence, and the effective date of the new regulations was stipulated. Such a result certainly did not satisfy everyone, especially some people who only cared about pleasure, but they did not oppose it, and there was no mass opposition, at least no blatant opposition. After all, they still had conscience and knew that this was for the whole group. The personnel responsible for publicity also cooperated with the implementation of the new regulations. And in terms of morality and humanities, people were guided positively, so that people could become individuals who were beneficial to the development of the collective, based on the concept of not doing evil for the sake of smallness and not failing to do good for the sake of smallness. We will develop harmoniously and jointly create a better future for human civilization. Although the human wandering civilization has reached the third level of civilization, it has not reached the point of completely ignoring morality. At least morality still exists within the civilization, and the moral system still invisibly constrains people's behavior. Of course, absolute fairness is impossible. Everyone knows that these regulations are to allow more people to work together in a relatively fair direction. The organization that claimed to be equal in life disappeared under such circumstances. After all, no one dared to risk the world's disapproval and oppose everyone's path to a new height. Similarly, most people still support the decision of the meeting. It can be said that ordinary people who supported the human civilization government to fully open the new life potion now support the implementation of the new regulations. In such a situation, Yu Yuan did not even need to speak out. The initiators of the Life Equality Organization were exposed about their lives. And then some people began to launch public opinion attacks on them, supporting the due punishment of those who almost caused internal unrest in the starship, because the humans wandering in the starry sky were exhausted at that time. And the internal laws were not very perfect. There was no clear definition of this kind of spontaneous organization. And naturally, there was no clear basis for punishment. However, after this meeting, this behavior that endangers the unity of human beings has been defined as a matter of course. Chapter 518. The storm of opening up the life potion gradually subsided after the enlarged meeting ended and relevant regulations were formulated. Various management agencies will also work hard to popularize the new regulations to all aspects of society in the future. As mentioned before, the new regulations do undermine the principle of equality of all beings to a certain extent. But the Buddha said that all beings are equal. And there has never been true equality of all beings. In the concept of humanistic morality, I am afraid of being criticized, so I dare not talk about this topic again. In short, after experiencing this incident and the new policy acts vigorously carrying out spiritual civilization construction, the entire wandering civilized society soon showed a thriving scene. Countless people who were originally greedy for pleasure because of the emergence of strong artificial intelligence and the arrival of the era of material abundance have gradually restrained themselves, set goals for themselves, and strive to become a screw in the development of the entire group. This happened several years later. It was a very ordinary day. Yu Yuan's office welcomed a very ordinary person. She had black hair. After she pushed the door open, she opened her sexy red lips and said, "Yu Shui. This is the information obtained from the Red Flame Civilization database. You should have seen it at the time. Everyone was discussing whether to try their luck. What is the suggestion of the armament department?" Yu Yuan looked at the visitor and waved to the service robot in the office, giving it a tea-making order. Yu Yuan has more than one office. In addition to an office in a weightless environment in the Tianjin Command Center, he also has another one in the living area. Obviously, the office in the living area that can make tea on a daily basis must be in a simulated gravity environment. This office is only about 20 square meters. Not very big. And the environment is sparse and ordinary. Probably similar to the office of some corporate chairman. Obviously, this is not a specially arranged place, but the result of unified planning when producing spacecraft. After being used as Yu Yuan's office, no special decoration was done. This can also show to some extent that Yu Yuan has no talent in interior decoration. Of course, after all, it is a third-level civilization, and many facilities are still incomparable to the Earth era. It has a higher degree of automation. Objects based on simple nano-deformation technology can be seen everywhere, and there are also highly intelligent humanoid service robots. What else can I say? Everyone has been idle for so long. Of course they want to try their luck. Hey, maybe they are used to wandering. They are a little bored in this star system for less than 100 years. A while ago, several captains organized a global race, and many soldiers and some mechanical enthusiasts participated. The visitor spoke slowly in a royal sister voice. Her royal sister voice. And she was so casual in Yu Yuan's office. Her identity was obvious. She was the commander of the Second Fleet. Manuimiai. There was nothing important in the fleet during this period, so she often came to Tianjin to hang out. As she spoke, she sat down on the coffee table, her eyes fixed on the humanoid service robot that was seriously making tea. Tea was used for space plant research during the Callisto Base era. It is the only green tea left in human history. After several years of cultivation, it is now the only tea beverage in human society. Global speed race? Also sitting down, Yu Yuan turned his head and asked curiously. He rarely paid attention to this aspect. I'm free. It happened a few days ago. In the name of mechanical hobbies, some captains and civilian mechanical enthusiasts developed some land motorcycles by themselves, and then held a global drag racing competition on this rocky planet. The first prize is a lake-class starship. Manuimiai took the poured tea and sniffed it, taking a deep breath of the tea fragrance, and then took a sip and introduced it to Yu Yuan. There are about 3,000 people participating. The vehicles are all designed and modified by them. It's a full-terrain race, and the whole process is manual off-road. It's quite interesting to see them flip over. Well, they all wear tactical armor to participate in the competition, so there is no danger. Yu Yuan, wearing more than 10 meters of tactical armor, and then sitting on the vehicle to race. You can imagine how big the so-called vehicle is. From what Manuimi said, it seems to be a mechanically controlled vehicle. The gravity of this planet is about 81 centimos. There must be a lot of crashes in the global off-road and speed racing. Who won in the end? Su Yinxia, president of the Mechanical Association. Oh, is there any footage of the competition? It has been sent. A vehicle that can carry more than 10 meters of tactical armor must be at least several dozen meters long. Yu Yuan was really curious about what it would look like if a group of vehicles several dozen meters long were racing on the planet. His curiosity was soon satisfied. In the picture, Yu Yuan first saw a wide and flat ground, a desolate scene, and more than 3,000 vehicles with unique appearances were lined up on this plain. After the order to start the competition was issued, they rushed out like wild donkeys and mad dogs. These vehicles have two-wheeled motorcycles, four-wheeled, six-wheeled, eight-wheeled, and even track types. From the parameters of the competition records given in the picture, we can see that the power used by the vehicles is thermonuclear fusion power reactor. When they start to accelerate, you can clearly see the flames coming out of their exhaust pipes, which is really powerful. After crossing the starting plane, there are various terrains. After all, there are no roads on the planet. There are pits, deep pits, chasms, cliffs, and towering mountains. The off-road race is really worthy of its name. The way the contestants crossed various terrains also varied according to the characteristics of their vehicles. In front of the mountains, some contestants chose to take a detour, while others took advantage of the huge power of their vehicle tires and chose to accelerate directly to rush up the mountain. As a result, they rushed up, but most of them fell to the ground in a dog-eaten manner, falling for who knows how many kilometers. Yu Yuan saw a two-wheeled motorcycle vehicle, which was even more funny. The vehicle flew over the mountains, but the driver fell on the top of the mountain. What's funny is that after this guy found his vehicle again and found that the vehicle was damaged, he chose to use the strong power of the tactical armor to carry his vehicle to continue the game. As a result, he was naturally eliminated by the rules. In such a competition, it is not only the driving skills of the drivers, but also the design level of the vehicles. After all, these players know the gravity environment and topographic map of the competition venue before the competition. Although it is a spontaneous competition, it is still very meaningful, at least while adding entertainment to people. It also improves the technical accumulation in the field of mechanical structure design to a certain extent. After watching the video of the global drag racing competition for a while, Yu Yuan brought the topic back to the matter of Manuimi coming to him, then go. Try your luck. After all, the original purpose of the Qian civilization coming to this star field is not this. And there are not many rocky planets in this star system, which is not suitable for us to stay and develop for a long time. Chapter 519. I will discuss with the astronomy department later, and we will set sail after confirming the route. Yu Yuan drank the tea in his hand, then picked up the second cup of tea poured by the service robot, and said, but the information of the Red Flame civilization does not record the exact location, and even what kind of ruins it is. We don't know at all. Civilization ruins. For any civilization, civilization ruins are extremely attractive. Otherwise the Red Flame civilization would not have come here from in light years away. After obtaining this information, humans obviously find it difficult to resist the temptation of civilization ruins. The Qian civilization is also a third-level civilization. They dare to search for ruins, so there is no reason why humans should not. In that case, I will get the fleet ready when I return. Manuime leaned back and assumed a comfortable sitting position. I don't know where the Qian civilization got the information about the ruins of civilization in this star field. If it came from some interstellar trading market, I think it is probably fake. It's not just a question of truth or falsehood. There may also be unknown dangers. Although in the database of the Qian civilization, they all have a friendly attitude towards the interstellar trading market, Yu Yuan is still wary of aliens, so he does not completely believe the description of the Qian civilization. Maybe the Qian civilization bought fake news. However, in its database, The Chian civilization did not mark the source of the news that there are civilization relics in this star field, which is good news. Then, Yu Yuan revealed all the records about the civilization relics, and finally said, according to the description of the database, the star field where the relics are located is as wide as 500 light-years, and there is no accurate coordinate star system at all. For us, it is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Even if we set sail, we can only try our luck. I hope we are lucky and can encounter them after passing 1 or 2 stars. We have to set sail anyway. Right? Manueme said leisurely. Hearing her words, Yu Yuan realized that this guy obviously didn't care much about the ruins. She came to the Tianqin probably because she was free. Raising his eyebrows, Yu Yuan looked at Manueme opposite him. If there are no accidents, the fleet will set sail in about 10 days. If you have nothing to do during this period, you can stay on the Tianqin. It's rare for the great leader to invite me. It seems that refusing will be disrespectful. Manueme laughed. You won't lose out if you give me a favor. Yu Yuan also said with a smile. Haha. No more talking. I just go for a stroll. Manueme said and got up and left without any intention of dragging her feet. Seeing her leave, Yu Yuan waved to the service robot and asked it to put away the tea set. And then he continued to deal with his daily affairs. Today's affairs have not been dealt with yet, and Yu Yuan does not have the habit of putting off today's work until tomorrow. In this way, time came to 10 days later, after Manueme returned to the flagship of the Second Fleet with a rosy face. The large fleet consisting of human civilization, Xian civilization, Nair people, Kuntai people, and dog-headed people officially set sail. This is a large fleet with a total of 180 million ships, including 120 million warships of various types, more than 50 million residential ships, and the rest are various engineering, factory, biosphere, transportation, and other types of ships. According to the route, the fleet will arrive at the next star in 38 years, and after a little replenishment there, it will continue to set sail and sail further into the starry sky. From the map of the Milky Way, the general direction of the fleet's route is away from the center of the Milky Way, forming an angle of about 50 degrees with the Milky Way disk. Although such a route seems to be leaving the Milky Way, it is actually impossible. You should know that the average thickness of the Milky Way disk is 2,000 light-years. With the current navigation technology of the human fleet, it is definitely impossible to escape the Milky Way disk without 4 or 5,000 years. The universe is so vast. During this period of time, humans seem to be running around everywhere. But in fact, the range of activities is only within a few hundred light-years, compared with the Milky Way, with a diameter of 100,000 light-years. It is really not worth mentioning. Driven by magnetic thrust, the fleet set sail like a ghost, and then quietly sank into the deep starry sky. Although the reason for this voyage was the civilization relics mentioned in the Red Flame civilization database. Because there was too little information, most people did not take the so-called search for relics seriously. Even Yu Yuan was the same. His instructions to the relevant personnel were just to ask them to send out a little more detectors to detect the planets in the target star system when the fleet arrived at each star, and at the same time pay attention to whether there were any abnormal phenomena in the human concept. The so-called relics are of course in the star system, and the relics of civilization are either on the planet or rely on the planet to exist. Oh! There may also be war relics, just like the kind of war between the Red Flame civilization and himself. Based on this understanding, it is understandable to give such an explanation to the relevant personnel responsible for detecting information. Moreover, the information of the Red Flame civilization only mentions the relics. What type of relics it is, what level of civilization relics it may be, or even no information at all. Just like the information randomly fabricated and stored in the information database. If many high-level Red Flame civilization officials did not know about this, humans would definitely think it was fabricated. So it is reasonable not to pay attention to it. With this mentality, the fleet led by human civilization arrived at the first target star, which is an ordinary binary star system. Don't think that the solar system is a single star. And most of the shining stars in the Milky Way are like this. In fact, about half of the stars in the Milky Way belong to binary star systems. Triple star systems account for about 10%, and the rest are single stars and systems with more than 3 stars. One of the stars in this binary star system is a white dwarf, and the other is a red dwarf. The former has no planets of its own, while the latter has 12 planets and more than 20 dwarf planets. Obviously, this distribution is very unbalanced. According to the theory of stellar evolution, every star in a binary system should have planets, and stars with large mass should have more planets than stars with small mass. However, what humans see is the opposite. But this is not enough to be judged as an abnormal phenomenon. Astronomers believe that the reason why this binary system has such a situation is that the original massive star has exploded in a supernova. Originally, it had planets, but it blew away all its planets with its own explosion billions of years ago. And then after a long gravitational tug-of-war, it became what it is today. However, despite this, humans still sent out a large number of detectors to detect each planet according to the procedure, with the idea of looking for it while they were here. As expected, nothing was found. Chapter 520. If nothing is found, then resupply, and continue sailing after resupply. The human fleet is already very proficient in all the processes involved in interstellar navigation. After Xiaohui was created, the fleet's resupply speed was obviously much faster than before. Even if the fleet now has 50 million more Red Flame civilization spaceships, the total resupply speed is still faster than before. Just like in the resupply operation in this star system. After humans arrived and detected the rocky planets in it, they directly issued mining instructions to Xiaohui. 180 million ships were successfully parked in the orbit of the planet. At the same time, Xiaohui, who received the order, autonomously controlled hundreds of ships to slowly leave the large fleet and lower the orbit. Xiaohui's consciousness was on the initial group of nanorobots, carried by a ship, and the other ships were all extensions of Xiaohui's body, also loaded on the spacecraft. The C-class spacecraft is large, but a planet is even larger. It is actually difficult to mine efficiently with only the nanorobots of Xiaohui's body. So humans have made an extension connection for her and created a large number of nanorobots for her to drive. Due to the limitation of computing power, Xiaohui cannot control an infinite number of nanorobots. However, with the current computing power, the nanorobots she controls can barely cover a planet the size of the Earth. After hundreds of spaceships arrived at the planet's orbit, the hatch on the spaceship opened, and then countless gray nanorobots swarmed out like locusts, and then descended and rushed to the target planet. Even if such a scene is viewed from space from the perspective of the fleet, there is a feeling of covering the sky and the sun. When Xiaohui entered the interior of the planet, clouds seemed to appear on the planet that originally had no atmosphere, instantly covering the entire sky, making the side of the planet facing the sun dark. The sky suddenly became dark. A large number of nanorobots formed a sea of clouds above the planet. Such global coverage instantly raised the brightness of the planet by several levels. It was the reflected light of distant stars shining on the nanorobots, which seemed to cover the planet with a bright gray coat. Then the gray cloud surged and swept down like the ground. Countless nanorobots formed a series of gray tornadoes, one end in the sky and the other end connected to the ground. Soon, all the nanorobots that were originally like clouds arrived on the ground, coating the entire planet with a layer of gray shell. The detection of the distribution of mineral deposits on the planet had been completed before Xiaohui went out to mine. So after arriving on the surface of the planet, Xiaohui did not need to detect resource points again. She directly controlled groups of nanorobots, which continued to gather at the target point like a plague of locusts. Xiaohui's first real mining operation began. The parts that made up her body began to dig mines on the surface of the planet under the control of her main consciousness, and then decomposed various metal materials on the surface or buried deep underground, and transported them to the designated location bit by bit. After only a few days, a hint of metallic luster appeared at the designated location. The engineers who observed the mining process knew that the mine had been mined, just like the silver mist that humans encountered back then. Xiaohui dug out all the mineral deposits on the planet that existed in the form of compounds and classified them and piled them on the surface of the planet. I believe that soon, people will be able to see mountains of gold, silver, copper, and iron. I didn't expect that this mining method would really be realized by us. Looking at the various metal mountains that gradually appeared, an engineer sighed. He was a beginner in engineering design back then, but now he is an important figure in engineering. Yes, at the beginning, we were thinking that when we had the ability, we would go back to ROS 154-4 and move the metals away. An expert in mineral resources was also deeply touched. The technology that we dared not even think of back then has been realized by us. It seems like a dream when we think about it. If we had this technology at the time, we would not have been so embarrassed by the silver mist. And those soldiers and personnel would not have died. In the final analysis, our human civilization was still too young. And we thought too highly of this universe. Listening to the sighs of the mineral resource experts, the others who were watching Xiaohui's mining operation were also silent. In fact, seeing the scene of Xiaohui's mining, most people who had experienced the silver mist incident were reminded of that horrible memory. The oppressive feeling that covered the sky and the sun. The feeling of helplessness and confusion are still fresh in their memory. In the command center, seeing that everyone seemed to be immersed in the memory of silver mist, an engineer casually said, "I don't know what silver mist is like now, and whether it is still in that star field. Why? Do you still want to seek revenge on it?" A new generation looked at him. "Of course. My best friend died there. Unfortunately, now that we have the ability to seek revenge, we dare not return to that star field to look for him. There will be a chance." Yes. While everyone was talking, Xiaohui, who had already dug up several hills of minerals, sent a message. "Hey, family, the resources are piled up like a mountain. Don't just look at them. Bring some transport ships to help transport them away." Her voice rang out in the engineering ships, and her image also appeared in the form of a projection, looking like a two-dimensional girl. "Quite cute." "It's moving," the engineering staff replied, as the word said. When Xiaohui sent back the communication, the transport ship of the Resource Management Department had already flown towards the Metal Mountains. After they arrived near the Metal Mountains, engineering robots and various engineering equipment came out one after another, loaded the materials on the ship, transported them to the space elevator, and sent them into space. These resources will be transported to various related production workshops of the fleet and processed into various products to provide supplies for all aspects of the fleet. The human fleet is not only composed of humans themselves, but also the largest number of people from the Red Flame civilization. Moreover, since everyone's lifespan has been greatly improved, most people do not hibernate during interstellar navigation, so resource consumption is much greater than before. Basically, when sailing from one star to the next, you have to replenish. If you want to stop and explore the star system while crossing two stars continuously, you have to start hibernation. The fleet was very large. The total human population alone exceeded that of the Earth era, not to mention the lives of several other species. Therefore, although the mining efficiency of humans increased by dozens of times, it still took almost half a year to complete the supply. After completing the supply, the human fleet set sail again. This time the target was a star system 21.7 light-years away. A single star system. This was the navigation target because most scientists believe that the environment of a single star system was more likely to produce civilization. Chapter 521. Humanity is not looking for civilization, but civilization ruins. The information from the Red Flame civilization database came from nowhere. After the fleet set sail again and completed the acceleration, several scientists in a scientific research spacecraft were also discussing the search for the so-called civilization ruins mentioned in the Red Flame civilization database. They just held a meeting on scientific research here, and now they just got together to experience the fleet acceleration stage. So they opened up the conversation. "I don't think there's any hope in searching like this," a scientist said. "Oh, then how do you think we should search? Academician Liu?" Another person took over the conversation. The scientist called Academician Liu is actually Liu Mayan. He shook his head and said, "I think it's best not to search." "What are you saying? We've only just started searching. We're just at the beginning. This is only the second star system in this star field. You're saying such discouraging words," another voice said. "I'm not saying discouraging words. I just think it's unnecessary," Liu Mayan said as he pressed a mechanical button, releasing his body from the cushioned seat. He felt a little uncomfortable with the high G acceleration, and continued, "I think even if we find the so-called remains of civilization, they are just a pile of ruins. At most, they will excite the archaeologists. It is useless for the development of physics. It is better to find a star with rich resources and stop to study how to realize the grand unified theory." Hey, isn't it? I also think what Lao Lu said is right. But this matter has been decided. If you want to cancel it, you either have to hold a plenary meeting to vote or get General Yu to nod. I think the latter is easier to achieve. Otherwise, Lao Lu tried to convince the general. A physicist agreed. He released his body from the cushioned seat like Liu Mayan did, then shook his arm that was a little uncomfortable from being pressed just now, and added, "But Lao Lu, you are the only archaeologist who is excited. But it is a bit biased. If we really find some remains of Laozi's alien civilization, I think the scholars who do cosmic sociology research should also be excited. But what's the use of this? No matter how perfect and advanced cosmic sociology is, it is not as strong as the strength of our own civilization." At this time, a social scientist interrupted and said, Wait. How come it is useless? You two should explain it clearly. You haven't seen the benefits we have gained from the relics of alien civilizations, right? I won't talk about other things. Let's just talk about whether the alien spacecraft that crashed on Callisto was useful. You are unconscious when you say that. The scholar who spoke seemed to be on Lu Mayan's side. He said, "The relics of alien civilizations must be the relics of advanced civilizations. In my opinion, even if the relics of civilization mentioned in this news, which is not sure whether it is true or not, really exist, it is unlikely to be of much help to us." At this point, seeing that the scientist just now seemed to be about to refute, the scholar immediately raised his hand to stop him and continued, "Listen to me first. What are the so-called relics? Relics? They are the relics left after the civilization is destroyed. I believe you have also read the description of relics in the Red Flame Civilization database. The translation system is not wrong. It is written as civilization relics, not battlefield relics or relics of something crashing. Since they are relics left by the extinct civilization, then I have to ask, how did the civilization that only left relics perish? The rise and fall of alien civilizations is familiar to everyone. In addition to the two theories that we may have missed other civilizations by millions of years, or that other civilizations are too advanced to care about us, there is another more interesting theory. Those who study cosmic sociology are familiar with it. This theory believes that tens of thousands of intelligent life forms are born from swamps, but they are unable to overcome a series of natural disasters and self-inflicted disasters. According to this theory, the fleet may really find the remains of an ancient civilization on a distant planet one day. But what is the use of this? If the so-called remains of civilization are a civilization that cannot escape the disaster of its own planet, it must not even reach the first-level civilization and is of no use to us. If it was destroyed by self-inflicted disasters, then it would either be unable to cross the nuclear threshold and perish, or like the other possible outcome of the Nair civilization, it would perish after a long civil war, or like the Mockstar civilization, it would perish because of its own strong artificial intelligence. Even if such a relic is found, it is not only dangerous, but also useless. I believe that the records of the Qian civilization are correct, but even they don't know what level of civilization this so-called relic is. To be honest, I think it would be better to find a star system with rich resources to stop and develop, and break through the fourth level of civilization first. That makes sense. I also think it's totally unnecessary to search like a headless fly. Another voice agreed. The social science expert who spoke earlier seemed to be convinced. But he said, that being said, the fleet has just set sail. Your words are too demoralizing. Maybe we really found it. Then we see. Anyway, I don't think it's a good idea. Lu Mayan shouted, "Well, if you have time to argue here, you might as well continue to do experiments. You said you were going to find General Yu, but he didn't go. What's the point of saying more? Let's wait until 100 years later when we can't find it." After saying that, he left everyone behind and went to his laboratory. Lu Mayan also felt that it would be a bit demoralizing to oppose now. After all, they had only found one star system. I don't know if it was because of their bad luck or there really were no traces of civilization, but the human fleet still did not find any abnormal phenomena in the second star system, and even no traces of life or civilization were found. The third star system, the fourth star system, the fifth star system, and the 10th star system. Humans did not give up, but continued to search. However, after 400 years, they have searched the 10 star systems in this star field, but still found nothing. They have not encountered any alien civilizations, and there are no signs of any civilization, perhaps because they often encounter alien civilizations. This feeling of silence makes many humans somewhat uncomfortable, but scientists know that this is the norm for space travel. Encountering alien civilizations is actually a very low probability event, especially in this desolate star field. At this time, scientists finally proposed to Yu Yuan, asking him to stop looking for the so-called remains of civilization, and instead find a resource-rich star system to stop, and focus the power of the entire civilization on breaking through the fourth-level civilization, instead of running around like this. After years of searching without success, Yu Yuan accepted this suggestion in his heart. But he did not make a decision on his own, but held a meeting for the decision-makers to vote together. The result of the vote was unexpected, and more than half of the people had not given up the search. Such a voting meeting is naturally a minority obeys the majority. So human civilization continued its journey, exploring the stars in this desolate star field one by one, as if it would not give up until it found them. However, the result disappointed everyone. After another 200 years, humans still found nothing. Chapter 522. Because of the greatly improved lifespan. During the hundreds of years of sailing, humans did not hibernate collectively as they did before. Most civilians lived normally in their spaceships. And the same was true for people from all walks of life. Hundreds of years have also allowed the measures previously formulated to be fully implemented. Although the population growth rate is very slow due to the life potion, there have been considerable achievements in other areas. For example, in the field of nanotechnology, humans have the ability to create nanorobots like Silver Mist. During this period, humans upgraded Xiaohui with this technology, which has increased humans' resource collection capabilities by more than 10 times. The social level has also shown a healthy development trend due to the emergence of new regulations. It can be said that the situation is very good, except for the so-called relics that have not been found. Human civilization has developed to a peak state. All nanotechnologies have been fully developed in the past few hundred years, and people's daily lives are full of nanoproducts. They are real nanoproducts, not the gimmicks of the Earth era. Nano vehicles, nano mobile phones, nano daily necessities, etc. are all nanoproducts based on the reshaping of nanostructures like Xiaohui. They are truly nanoproducts that can be gathered from cloud-like substances into individual appliances. Nanotechnology has now become a part of people's lives. Of course, not everything can be manufactured in this way by reshaping the nanostructure, such as scientific research equipment and heavy industrial equipment. The reason is that they have special components, and the parameters of special components have their own various requirements, such as hardness, corrosion resistance, radiation protection, anti-magnetic, magnetic flux, conductivity, etc. But that's all. After hundreds of years of development, scientists have found that humans seem to have encountered a bottleneck, or a technical barrier, in the field of nanotechnology. Being able to create nanorobots like Silver Mist has reached its limit. If we want to continue to move forward to the microscopic level, we will have to deal with the uncertainty principle. Although humans have done some research in this area, it is obviously only some preliminary theoretical research. In fact, people outside the industry don't know that our basic physics has been stagnant for a long time, especially in experimental physics. There has been no progress in the past 200 years. It seems that many related products have appeared in recent years, and it seems that our entire civilization is constantly progressing. But in fact it is just an extension and expansion of the field of true nanotechnology. A voice sounded on a certain C-class research ship, which is also the location of one of the branches of the Institute of Human Physics. The C-class spaceship is very large, with a length of 10 kilometers, a width of about 6 kilometers, and a height of 4.5 to 5 kilometers. So its interior is very spacious, with a simulated sky projection, some plants planted on the roadside, and a sky curtain simulating the sun rising and setting in the main working area, as well as various types of buildings like a city. These buildings are particularly obvious on the residential spaceship, with obvious architectural features of the Earth era. Of course, it is just like that. There is still a big difference from the building model of the Earth era. After all, it is on a living spaceship. They cannot rise from the ground like on the ground, but more like pillars, or buildings embedded in the hull structure. Needless to say, such a design is definitely to adapt to the acceleration and deceleration of the spacecraft. If it is not a weightless environment, people working and living on it will not even feel that they are on a spaceship. Yes, I think there is no need to do any more collision experiments next. Our space multi-point particle collider can't reach that energy level at all. No matter how many collision experiments we do, there will be no results. Another voice echoed. Hearing the conversation between the two, Lu Mayan, the leading scientist of this project, could not bear it any longer. What do you mean by no need to do it? Since the experiment has already started according to the project plan, Let's finish it. It's not a good habit to give up halfway. Come on. Record it. Adjust the equipment according to the parameters. Prepare for the 183,377th collision experiment. Increase the intensity this time. Let the collider collide at an overclock 10% power. Well, the failure to capture the abnormal phenomenon may also be due to the cloud chamber problem. Adjust the parameters of the experimental detector according to this parameter. Yes, the scientific team led by Lou Mayan is doing collision experiments. But the human fleet is not anchored in a star system at the moment, but sailing between stars. That's right. It is sailing between stars, doing collision experiments while sailing, in the process of searching for the so-called remains of civilization. Human scientific experiments have actually been going on, and so are collision experiments. After the fleet completed the relative acceleration, scientists assembled the Space Multipoint Collider and then conducted various collision experiments. The stars in this star field are very sparse, and the distance between them is very large. It takes 34 years to travel from one star to another. No matter how fast you travel, you can't waste this time. Therefore, a space particle collider will be assembled during each voyage. Anyone who knows a little about relativity knows that the clock slowness and ruler contraction effect is actually the acceleration and deceleration stage. That is, the time period when the large fleet has a large acceleration. After the acceleration is completed, the uniform speed sailing stage of the large fleet is actually no different from being stationary. You should know that what people usually call stillness is not stillness relative to the Earth. Although the fleet is sailing at 50% of the speed of light relative to the star from which it departs, it is actually stillness relative to the fleet itself. For the universe itself, no matter whether you are still relative to a planet or star, or at a constant speed, it makes no difference and will not affect the particle collision experiment, because the speed of light is constant. From this perspective, the human fleet that uses magnetic propulsion technology to propel spacecraft forward can continue to accelerate to the speed of light relative to the starting star. This is theoretically feasible. After all, magnetic propulsion technology is fundamentally like stepping on the left foot with the right foot to step on the relay point that appears behind to move forward. But in reality, it is not possible. The reason is that the energy level is not enough. And the energy level that humans have mastered is not enough. Magnetic propulsion is a navigation technology, and its energy source is still cold and hot nuclear fusion. Humans just use this energy more efficiently, and there is still the problem of thrust-to-weight ratio. In fact, you can continue to accelerate, but if you want to stop at that time, there will not be enough energy to slow down. If you want more energy, you have to put more fuel on the spacecraft, which will make the spacecraft heavier. The heavier the spacecraft, the more energy it consumes for acceleration and deceleration. This is obviously unsolvable. The size of the C-class spacecraft is the optimal solution after calculation, unless you keep accelerating. But even if you keep accelerating without considering stopping, you can't reach the speed of light relative to the starting point. It is still limited by the same problem. This question is very interesting. After the emergence of magnetic propulsion technology, some interested people have calculated that if you want to accelerate a mass object to the speed of light, you must turn the entire system where the object is located into energy to provide power for it. But at this time, the mass of the object also becomes zero. In other words, you have to become light. Chapter 523. Let's get back to the point. The collision experiment conducted by Lou Mayan's team did not have any accidents. But the lack of accidents was exactly what they didn't want to see, because that meant that they had discovered nothing as usual. Old Lou, this is not a solution. It must be a problem that the collider's energy level is not enough. I think we should find a time to talk to the Director General. We need to build a more powerful collider. A scientist who participated in the experiment sighed. Lou Mayan shook his head. What's the point of asking the Director General? The key is whether we have the technology to build a collider that meets the requirements. And even if we ask him about this, he will throw the matter to the meeting for a vote. That's what you said. But you can't get around him. Right? Okay. Don't go back to look for him. I go now. As he said that, Lou Mayan left everyone behind and headed for the entrance and exit door of the research ship, where there was a small transport ship used by the fleet to travel between the spacecraft. As for finding Yu Yuan for feedback, Lou Mayan could actually connect directly through the video link, as he had the authority to call Yu Yuan directly. But perhaps it was a habit of the Earth era, and he felt that it would be better to talk about this matter in person. The distance from the research spacecraft to the Tianqin was not far. Lu Mian boarded the flagship Tianqin in less than half an hour after taking the small transport ship. Because he had called in advance through the communication system before departure and knew where Yuan was at the moment, he went straight to the bridge after boarding the Tianqin. The Tianqin was a huge ship. Its size was larger than that of ordinary C-class ships, but its interior decoration was not much different from other warships. Lu Mian had worked on the Tianqin for a long time before, so even without relying on the automatic path finding of the brain chip, he could find the bridge by memory. The bridge of the Tianqin, which is also the command center of the Tianqin, is very spacious. Excluding the space occupied by various machines and equipment, the activity space is about half the size of a football field. In the middle is a large projection screen, and then there are multifunctional seats for work positions. Lu Mian, who came to the bridge unimpeded, first glanced around. Obviously, he was looking for Yuan's location. After seeing the familiar figure, he simply stopped walking and used his arms to exert force with the help of the guide rod while tiptoeing, and then floated towards Yuan. Just now, he was blocked by the big screen in the middle and didn't see it. When his body floated halfway, Lu Mian found that there was another person next to Yuan. "I'm here, Chief. Academician Yu Nanfeng is here too." "That's perfect." After turning on the magnetic boots, Lu Mian floated down from midair. Although he and Yu Nanfeng were not in the same department, they were old acquaintances. At this moment, Yu Yuan and Yu Nanfeng were sitting face to face, with a small round table in the middle, but there was nothing on it, and on one side of them was the porthole of the Tianqin. This position is very good. You can talk while watching the universe outside the battleship. "Well, sit down." Yu Yuan nodded to Lu Mian. As he spoke, the floor next to the small round table changed. The flat ground suddenly seemed to pass through a group of flowing mist, and then gathered together to become a gray sofa. This is a simple application of nano-reconstruction technology, which is the leftover material of the manufacturing of Xiaohui technology. Lu Mian is no longer surprised. He immediately turned on the magnetic absorption function of his clothes through his brain chip, allowing himself to stick to this rising gray steel sofa. Sitting on the sofa in a weightless environment is completely unnecessary. Lu Mian doesn't like it, but Yuan and Yu Nanfeng are both sitting, so he can't stand and talk. "General, if we want to observe the unification of strong nuclear force and weak electric force, theoretically we must have an energy level of at least 10 to the 15th power GeV. Otherwise we can't explore what the electric nuclear force is, and there is no way to talk about grand unification. So we need a more powerful particle collider." As soon as he sat down, Lu Mian said straight to the point. GeV stands for billion electron volts. The colliders that humans have now are still far from this energy level. When building this multi-point particle multi-installation machine in space, relevant experts calculated that in order to make the collider reach the standard of studying the grand unified theory, the collider must be at least 1 trillion kilometers long. What is the concept of 1 trillion kilometers? Converted into astronomical units, it is 6,684.6 astronomical units, which is 6,684.6 times the quiet distance from the Sun to the Earth. This is a design based on the plan of the Large Hadron Collider at the European Organization for Nuclear Research. If the current physical theory of mankind is correct, it is like this. As early as the Earth era, humans successfully verified the electroweak theory at an energy of 100 GeV and successfully unified the electromagnetic force and the weak force. In this theoretical model, the next step is to explore the unification of the strong nuclear force and the electroweak force at an energy of 10 to the 15th power GeV. That is, to incorporate the strong force into this model for unification, which is the grand unified theoretical model. Of course, these values are the results calculated by humans based on the standard model of particle physics. The subsequent development of the specific grand unified theory, what the mathematical formula is, what the physical process is, etc., still need to be found from experimental observation data. Without the scientific summary of experimental data, no one can come up with a formula. So although Lu Mian said this now, it is actually just one sentence. If you want to have real data to study the grand unified model and master the real grand unified theory, you must first have the corresponding observation methods. I'm sorry to tell you, Lao Lu, we can't build a collider of that energy level. Yu Nanfeng shook his head. After hearing Lu Mian's words, He said this without any hesitation. Lu Mian frowned and looked at Yu Yuan. I called academician Yu Nafeng here for this matter. We had discussed this before you came. He is right. With our current technology, we cannot build such a collider. Yu Yuan took a deep breath. He knew the difficulties faced by theoretical physicists and experimental physicists. But what could he do? Yu Nafeng is not an ordinary academician. He is an academician who is good at engineering. He has the most say in how strong human manufacturing technology is, and what kind of creations can be made. If he says it cannot be made, then it is very likely that it cannot be made. I say, Lao Lu, our standard model and grand unified theory can't be wrong. Right? Logically speaking, our human civilization has reached the peak of the third-level civilization at this moment. After all, true nanotechnology can no longer go deeper into the microscopic level. However, with such technology, we are still unable to build a collider with the corresponding energy level in the theory. Isn't this going back to the beginning? Yu Nafeng looked at Lu Mian, who looked unhappy, and said what he had been holding back for a long time. It must be right. Otherwise we would not be able to complete the unification of electromagnetic force and weak interaction force. Lu Mian said firmly. Then he thought about it and added, at least it is correct in terms of reasoning logic. In the past, Silver Mist told humans that the grand unified theory is electromagnetic force, weak interaction force, strong interaction force, and gravity. The complete unification of the four forces is the grand unification. But later human scientists discovered that this statement was either Silver Mist deliberately misleading humans, just like it told humans that the propulsion technology of the third-level civilization was achieved through heavy nuclear fusion and charged antiparticles, or Silver Mist didn't understand it. In fact, the unification of the four forces is already a super grand unified theory, or the theory of everything. Chapter 524. But don't you often say that sometimes the right things are illogical? Yu Nafeng said again. He is also very distressed about the more powerful particle collider. In fact, Yu Yuan mentioned this to him before Lu Mian arrived. His conclusion is that it can't be built. It's not that the material technology is not strong enough, but it's impossible to do it with the energy system currently mastered by humans, unless they really build a particle collider with a length of 6,684.6 astronomical units. But building such a long collider is much more difficult than a Dyson sphere. It is not something that can be built just by wanting to. He was afraid that Lu Mian would get angry and insist on pushing forward these unimaginable projects. After all, judging from the current situation, this seems to be the only way. So Yu Nafeng said that the theory might be wrong. The purpose is to make Lu Mian not think about this impossible project, but to concentrate on finding other research routes to see if there is any way to bypass the so-called stronger particle collider. That depends on what kind of logic. At this time, Lu Mian shook his head and said, sometimes what we call anti-common sense and anti-logic is actually only for ordinary people. We don't think the theories we deduce step by step from basic theories are anti-logical. He glanced at Yu Yuan, who was looking out the porthole, and continued, I firmly believe that this theory is correct. And it is also the way we are working hard to achieve it. We can't just think it's impossible and not do it. Science is important to keep trying. As he said this, Lu Mian glanced at Yu Nafeng again. Seeing that he seemed to be hesitant to speak, he knew that he had not yet convinced him. Yu Nafeng is a leader in engineering physics. If he cannot convince him, there will be no progress in the particle collider, because Yu Yuan will also listen to his opinions instead of himself, who is engaged in particle physics. Lu Mian, who knew this well, stirred his mouth with his tongue and thought for a moment, and then spoke again. Let me put it this way. Our predecessors used the Higgs mechanism based on the predictions of the Standard Model, and after the Higgs mechanism was proposed, they used the Higgs mechanism to clear the mass problem of W and Z bosons that troubled the process of electroweak unification, and finally completed the electroweak theory. So at that time we knew that electromagnetic force and weak interaction force are essentially the same force. The reason why they manifest in completely different forms is entirely because of the Higgs mechanism. Scientists at that time used the most powerful collider in human history to produce energy of the order of 100 GeV. So they successfully simulated the merger of weak force and electromagnetic force in the particle collider, confirming the correctness of the electroweak unification theory. Similarly, the Standard Model also predicts the energy level of the unification of strong nuclear force. This is the greatness of our basic physics theory. We have been moving forward steadily under its guidance. This is a clear and definite path. And I believe academician Yu is also very clear. Yu Nanfeng nodded. Although he was not engaged in particle physics, he was certainly clear about these things. The key to the unification of electromagnetic force and weak interaction force is the Higgs mechanism. When the Higgs mechanism fails, W and Z bosons cannot obtain mass. And then the electromagnetic force and weak interaction force become exactly the same in expression. At this time, the propagator of weak interaction force will also become the speed of light. And like electromagnetic force, it can be transmitted infinitely in the universe. It can be said that the verification of the electroweak unification theory is a major victory of the Standard Model. And it also proves the correctness of the Standard Model. This is irrefutable. As for how the Higgs mechanism failed, why the electromagnetic force and the weak force were unified when the Higgs mechanism failed, we have to understand it from the cognition of the two forces, the electromagnetic force and the weak force. Electromagnetic force is familiar to everyone. It is the force that holds atoms together. And it is the dominant force that makes negatively charged electrons orbit positively charged nuclei. The electromagnetic force determines the orbital structure of electrons. And it is also the force that dominates all chemical laws. The electromagnetic force is very strong. The second strongest force among the four fundamental forces. Its strength can make many things offset the pull of gravity, such as a comb that is rubbed to absorb the scraps of paper on the table. This is just an electromagnetic manifestation that we can make with a little movement. But it is stronger than the gravitational force of the huge Earth on the scraps of paper, which shows how powerful it is. On the scale of the atomic nucleus, electromagnetic force has absolute dominance over other forces. As for electromagnetic force, the most familiar to humans is undoubtedly light. When atoms are disturbed, the electrons around the nucleus move irregularly, and the electrons emit light and other forms of radiation. Electromagnetic radiation emitted in the form of X-rays, radar, microwaves or light is the purest form of electromagnetic radiation. Radio, TV screen, pressure, friction, elasticity, tension, resistance. Everything we touch in our daily life is basically different manifestations of electromagnetic force. Electromagnetic force is very common, but also very magical. Because it is the only force that humans can see directly. Seeing light, hearing sound, smelling smell, tasting taste, and feeling pain are all the interaction of electromagnetic force. In this way, humans seem to be born with the superpower of feeling electromagnetic force. Compared with electromagnetic force, weak force is not so easy to deal with. Weak force is so short-lived and fleeting that people have not directly experienced it in daily life, but only feel its indirect influence. For example, if you carry a piece of uranium with you, you will be harmed by its radiation soon. People cannot feel the existence of weak force like electromagnetic force, but they can detect it through scientific instruments. When detecting the radioactivity of atomic nuclei, the clicking sound of Geiger counter is caused by weak force. The huge heat inside the Earth is partly generated by the decay of radioactive elements deep in the Earth's core, which is a manifestation of weak force. Similarly, the heat released by the core of a nuclear power plant can generate enough electricity to illuminate a city, which also involves weak force. So one is a long-range force, and the other is a short-range force. How do they change from one force to two forces? The answer is phase change. When the universe undergoes the third phase change, the electroweak force splits into two, becoming electromagnetic force and weak force. So why do they split into two? Why does a phase change occur? What is the key factor? The answer is temperature. The Higgs mechanism. It took only a very short time, less than 1 second, for the universe to go from the high-temperature environment of the Big Bang to the emergence of the four fundamental forces. In other words, the time span from the Big Bang of the singularity to the decrease in background temperature is very short. So short that it does not match the decrease in background temperature at all. Therefore, there must be an inflation process after the Big Bang of the singularity of the universe, so that it is consistent with the observed phenomenon. This is the origin of the theory of cosmic inflation. Chapter 525. What role does the Higgs mechanism play in the process of weak interaction separation? As we all know, the so-called Higgs mechanism is actually an important theory in the Standard Model. It explains why some elementary particles have mass, and some particles do not. It is a mechanism for giving particles mass. This mechanism involves a field called the Higgs field, which is ubiquitous in the universe, and gives particles mass through spontaneous symmetry breaking. according to the gauge field theory, including the Yang-Mills theory. If we want to unify the electroweak force under the framework of the gauge field theory, we must assume that the W and Z bosons are initially massless, and their mass is acquired by acquired factors. This is the well-known Higgs mechanism. The process from no mass to mass is the symmetry breaking process. After the three propagators of the weak force, the positive and negative W bosons and the Z bosons have mass. Their range of action cannot even break through the atomic nucleus, making the weak interaction force completely become a short-range force. Its range of action is only 10 to the negative 18th power meters, which is 1,000th of the length of a proton. However, the electromagnetic force is a long-range force, and its propagator, the photon, has a mass of 0. In other words, as long as the mass of the propagator of the weak force is also 0, its manifestation will become a long-range force like the electromagnetic force, which is the moment of unification of the electroweak force. So under what circumstances can the mass of the propagator of the weak force be 0? The answer is obvious. That is, when the symmetry of the gauge field theory is not broken. If the Higgs field symmetry is not broken, the Higgs mechanism will not take effect, and the weak force propagator will not gain mass. The key factor of symmetry breaking depends on temperature. As long as the temperature is high enough, the Higgs mechanism will fail. Symmetry breaking will not occur. W and Z bosons will not gain mass, and the electromagnetic force and weak interaction force will be exactly the same in expression. At this time, the propagator speed of the weak interaction force will also become the speed of light, and like the electromagnetic force, it will be transmitted infinitely in the universe. The Standard Particle Model predicts that the critical temperature at which the Higgs mechanism fails, that is, the critical temperature at which the electromagnetic force and the weak interaction force are unified into one force, is 100 GeV. Human particle colliders have the ability to collide this energy level, so they really simulate the unification of the electromagnetic force and the weak interaction force, and thus successfully unify the two forces. And now, Lu Mian means to continue to use the idea of the standard model to unify the strong interaction force, so that the three forces become one force, so that humans can turn the grand unified theory into reality, and turn it into a theory mastered by humans, like the electroweak theory. So how to unify the strong interaction? First, we need to understand what kind of force the strong interaction is. The strong force is responsible for binding the protons and neutrons in the nucleus together. In any nucleus, all protons are positively charged. If there is no strong force to bind them, they will be repelled by the electromagnetic force, causing the nucleus to break. In other words, it is the strong force that overcomes the repulsive force between protons and binds them in the nucleus. This phenomenon explains why there are only about 100 known elements in nature. That is because when the number of protons in the nucleus exceeds 100, the repulsive force between them cannot be contained even by the strong force. The propagator of strong force is gluon. Unlike the propagator of weak force, its mass is 0, so its speed is the speed of light, which is the same as the propagator of electromagnetic force. The difference is that the propagator of strong force, gluon, is locked between quarks and cannot escape. This is called quark confinement. The farther the distance between quarks, the stronger the strong interaction force, and the closer the distance, the weaker it is. Therefore, the closer the distance between quarks, the freer they are. This phenomenon is called asymptotic freedom. So from here, we can see that if we want to unify the strong interaction force, we have to make its propagator break through the quark level and become a long-range force like the electromagnetic force. According to this idea, we must find a way to make the strong force propagator break through the quark level. So how can we make the strong force propagator break through the quark level? The answer is still temperature. The standard model infers that when the environmental energy is above 10 to the 15th power GeV, quarks will not be bound by gluons. Quark confinement and asymptotic freedom will disappear, and gluons can rush out of atoms at the speed of light, so that the strong force becomes a long-range force. In this case, scientists can collect various data, and then complete the strong unification according to the method of improving scientific theories, so that humans can master the grand unified theory. Of course, in this case, atoms will not exist. So why do we know that the energy value of 10 to the 15th power GeV is the critical point? This goes back to what I said before, that the universe is not divided into up and down, front and back, but left and right. And of course quantum chromodynamics. when humans, based on the concept of miracles, use violence to forcibly smash protons and neutrons and even blast apart quarks, they find that after the quark pairs are knocked apart, the energy that makes the quarks apart is exactly the energy required for the formation of new quarks. So, as soon as the quarks were knocked apart, these energies instantly formed new positive and negative quark pairs, and the color charge of the two new positive and negative quark combinations happened to be white. Well, this is because quantum chromodynamics stipulates that the total color charge of quarks can only be white. That is, color neutral. So, gluons transmit strong force in the new positive and negative quark pairs. It is equivalent to hitting a lonely place. Of course, it is not completely lonely. At least this phenomenon also makes scientists notice that positive and negative quark pairs do not annihilate. In people's cognition, positive and negative matter will definitely annihilate together. And this is also the case. But positive and negative quark pairs are stuck together and do not annihilate. This is amazing. For such a phenomenon, humans must find a way to figure out why. In fact, with the efforts of countless scientists, the reason has been figured out. That is chiral symmetry. Scientists have found that as long as the positive quarks and antiquarks have chiral symmetry, that is, chiral symmetry holds, they will annihilate. On the contrary, if chiral symmetry is destroyed, they will not annihilate. Then according to quantum chromodynamics, we know that because of the need for gluon color charge, positive and antiquarks will gather together, and the energy that brings them together is the binding energy between quarks. The universe is so magical that it has no up and down, front and back, but only left and right. This process is called spontaneous chiral symmetry breaking. The binding energy generated by this phenomenon constitutes 99% of the mass of protons and neutrons. Yes, the binding energy at the quark level is manifested as the mass of protons and neutrons. This is the source of the mass of everything we see in daily life. Now it is obvious that Lou Mayen's goal is to obtain a more powerful collider so that humans can collide with 10 to the 15th power GeV energy level in the laboratory. Recreate the environment when the chiral symmetry was not broken at the time of the Big Bang. And then study what the scene is like when it is strong force or long-range force. What it is like when the three forces are combined. What specific physical manifestations are, etc. In order to explore and master the grand unified theory. Science is an experiment-based discipline. Without experiments and data, there will be no progress. The threshold of the laws of the universe is not so low that I can master it with my thinking power alone. Yu Nanfeng knew all this, so he understood Lou Mayen's request. And for this reason, he didn't know what to say at this moment. He also wanted to say that humans can build such a collider. And he also wanted to see humans have a stronger collider. But the actual technical strength does not allow it. Chapter 526. What you said makes sense. But I still say that with our current technology, we can't build such a particle collider. Of course, I also hope that we can have such a collider, and hope that we can realize the grand unified theory. But, Yu Nanfeng spread his hands. Looking helpless, before I came here, I went to the Materials Science Academy. They said that our research in the field of micro-nano has reached a bottleneck. The scientists of the Red Flame Civilization in the United Academy of Sciences also think so. We can no longer start from smaller structures to make more powerful materials. Yu Nanfeng arrived earlier than Lou Mayen. He had said these things to Yu Yuan before, and now he was just repeating them. Apparently, he had already considered the more powerful particle collider before Lou Mayen wanted to tell Yu Yuan about it. It wasn't a leak. After all, it was no longer a secret among scientists. Hundreds of years ago, everyone knew that the space multi-point particle collider at that time could not satisfy the appetite of experimental physicists. Oh, what do you mean? Do they think there should be progress in material technology? Or do they think they have reached the end before the realization of the grand unified theory? Lou Mayen touched his chin, looking like he was thinking about what Yu Nanfeng said. Both. Yu Nanfeng gave a surprising answer. He didn't have the habit of keeping people in suspense. So he went on to explain, at the level of level 3 civilization, we have definitely reached the end of the microscopic world. From this perspective, our nanotechnology is already the pinnacle of level 3 civilization. Unless we realize the grand unified theory, there is no possibility of further progress. It can be said that there is no way to make progress in the foundation. But there are other possibilities in the structure, such as our alloy 1 and alloy 2, which you should be familiar with. Of course, Lu Mayan said in cooperation. Yu Nanfeng nodded. His eyes swept over Yu Yuan and Lu Mayan's faces. And then said, I learned about it from the Materials Science Institute. In fact, from our current technical level, we were able to produce these two alloys back then. And luck played a big role. Although it seems that they were researched from the wreckage of the unknown civilization spacecraft. In fact, Academician Su told me that when they were researching, they were actually a bit confused. Let's put it this way. The emergence of alloy number 1 was actually because they successfully guessed the various parameters correctly in the face of a probability of 1 in a billion, which was simply amazing. Later, you also know that they successfully copied the manufacturing process of alloy number 1 based on that parameter. In fact, before we truly mastered the core of true nanotechnology, alloy number 1 and number 2 have always been a black technology for us humans. We know how to make them, but don't know why they are so powerful. Of course, after we go deeper into the microscopic world, we know that it is because the two alloys themselves are a kind of quantum material. Lu Mayan is still very clear about the term quantum material. Even Yu Yuan knows it. It's not about quantum effect materials, but about the use of quantum technology in the manufacturing process of alloys 1 and 2, such as condensed matter dialysis, quantum state coherence technology used in single defect impurity doping, trapped ion technology, quantum simulated atomic array technology, etc. Seeing that both of them understood, Yu Nanfeng continued, so we still have hope to create some magical materials by changing the composition structure of matter at the existing nanotechnology level. As soon as these words came out, Lu Mayan heard something wrong. And he immediately interrupted, wait a minute. What magical material? Don't think that particle physics experts know nothing about material technology. As far as I know, if we want to build a more powerful collider, we can use existing materials. Right? If we want to build a collider with a length of 6,684 Australian dollars and 60 cents, we only need to assemble modular structures in space. Why would we need magical materials? Yu Nanfeng, you really want to build a collider of this length? If we want to study the theory of everything in the future, wouldn't we have to build a circular ion collider with a diameter of 100 billion light-years? This is not realistic at all. Yu Nanfeng felt that if these particle physicists and experimental physicists really went crazy, they would be crazier than himself. Although he also pursued bigger and stronger in engineering design, and tried his best to create miracles, he at least considered whether it was feasible in engineering. These guys just said it without thinking. They didn't think about how many star systems would have to be hollowed out to build a 6,684 Australian dollars and 60 cents collider. From the perspective of engineering difficulty, it has its own difficulty, as the Dyson sphere. One is to consider the gravitational factor of the star, and the other is to consider various parameter problems caused by the distance. In fact, with the current technology of human beings, it is possible to build a Dyson sphere, but it will take a very long time. Taking a star as large as too far away as an example, to build a Dyson sphere with a thickness of about 100 meters to wrap it, the materials required are not enough for the planets in the entire solar system, not including the sun itself. A rough calculation shows that mining all the planets and asteroids in the entire solar system, except the sun, is probably enough to make about 17% of the materials needed for the Dyson sphere. So if we want to build a Dyson sphere, humans have to go to other star systems to mine. According to this ratio, it is probably enough to mine 6 star systems. Why build a Dyson sphere if we have this ability? In contrast, if we build a particle collider with a radius of 50 meters, the materials consumed will probably be less. But such a long collider is not just made of materials. It also involves various instruments and equipment at each accelerator node, the energy supply system of each node accelerator, time delay allocation, and a series of other issues. The capture and observation of high-energy collisions is also a big problem. Humans have only calculated it in theory, but have not created the corresponding objects. No one is sure whether the original method can be used for observation. There are many technical details and problems that need to be overcome. Even if all scientists in human civilization work hard, it is unknown when all the problems will be overcome, and such a huge project will enter the so-called feasibility simulation verification stage. In short, this is an extremely huge project. If they really want to do it, humans have to be mentally prepared to hollow out all the planets in 6 star systems. And they may not succeed. The worst part is that this thing cannot be built like other small projects to verify the feasibility of construction by making a sample first. It can only prove the feasibility in simulation. And once the construction starts, it cannot be stopped. And there is still no guarantee of success. Another point is that given the wandering nature of human civilization today, it is estimated that this collider will have to be mobile. After all, if we really want to build it, it would be a pity if we can't take it away after using it. And this requirement will inevitably increase the difficulty of the project. I say, Lao Lu, you don't really want to build this thing, do you? Yu Nafeng smacked his lips after struggling for a long time. Besides this, do we have any other choice? Lu Mian blinked and asked back. Building this kind of thing has nothing to do with him. So he is not afraid of trouble. Anyway, if he puts it forward first, maybe it will really work. Even if he can't study the grand unified theory after building it, it will eliminate a wrong path for mankind to explore the grand unified theory. Right? Chapter 527. Aren't materials scientists trying to find a solution? They are researching new materials day and night. Maybe one day, they will come up with a special material that will allow us to build a collider of that energy level within the normal range. Yu Nafeng said. That's different. One is something that can be seen in the real world, and the other is an uncertain future. How can we put our hopes of advancing to a level 4 civilization on such an unknown weight? I know that building a collider is difficult and time-consuming. But even if it takes thousands of years, at least there is hope. Right? Lu Mian expressed his different opinion. Even if our generation cannot complete it, at least we can leave hope for the next generation. I know what you mean. No. You don't know? The two of them talked back and forth, and neither could convince the other. Yu Yuan, who had been listening but had not spoken, spoke at this time. Okay. Let me think about this first. The fleet is still sailing now, and it will take about 8 years to reach the next star system. Even if we decide now, we can't do anything for a while. You should go back and discuss it with your team. If it were any other matter, Lu Mian would have nodded and gone back. But he had been holding back for 200 years before he made up his mind to push forward this matter. And he did not give up. He just shook his head. General, the sooner the decision is made, the better. I know that no one is ready now, and that is why we have to implement it. One more second of delay is one more second of time wasted. If we decide now, then in the next 8 years, we don't need to do meaningless wrangling over whether to do this or not, but can use this time to design and research the new particle collider. At this point, Lu Mian turned his gaze away from Yu Yuan and turned to Yu Nafeng. Then said sincerely, I know this is an almost impossible task for us humans, but there is always a glimmer of possibility. If there is a possibility, why don't we try it? As academician Yu Nafeng just said. What if it succeeds? Hey, you don't know the difficulty here. Yu Nafeng couldn't help but speak, but was interrupted by Lu Mian. I know. Okay. You know? Yu Nafeng was speechless. After a pause, Yu Nafeng took a deep breath to calm the urge to curse, raised his eyebrows and looked at Lu Mian. I say, Lao Lu, I tell you the truth. If we really have the determination to hollow out 6 star systems, there is still hope. Of course, I estimated that if we want to complete such a large-scale project, it is impossible for us humans to rely on scientists and engineers. Strong artificial intelligence is not omnipotent. The manufacture of new things still needs to be designed by us humans ourselves. But you see what I have here. My team can only complete one of the small branch technologies involved in this large-scale project. If we want to really turn ideas into drawings, we still need tens of thousands of scientific and engineering teams. After speaking his mind, Yu Nafeng asked seriously, then Lao Lu, can you tell me now, besides this super long particle collider, are there any other possibilities? For example, we have made a great breakthrough in the field of magnetic field control. Can't we build a smaller circular accelerator or something? You are an engineering researcher, and you ask me this. Lu Mian seemed a little speechless. Is Yu Nafeng's brain bound by old ideas? Is he really in his twilight years? If that's the case, then he should retire. After complaining in his heart, he said, theoretically, if a stronger magnetic field is mastered, the length of the collider can indeed be effectively shortened. As for whether a circular accelerator or a linear accelerator is better, I believe you know this better than me. The collider composed of a circular accelerator occupies a smaller space than a linear collider. But the engineering difficulty is greater, because the relationship between the magnetic field strength and the speed of the accelerated particles at each stage must be calculated based on the arc. and the variable of the magnetic field strength needs to be set according to the arc of the acceleration channel. It would be better to just make it straight, and then give each section from beginning to end the strongest magnetic field and the strongest energy system that humans can make. And miracles will come out of great efforts. This will actually allow the length of the collider to be shortened more effectively, thereby reducing the difficulty of construction. The stronger the accelerating magnetic field, the greater the acceleration force. The shorter the time to accelerate the particles to the assumed speed, and the shorter the length of the collider required. This is a very simple truth. Unafone was really a little confused just now. I don't know if it's because of the new collider. General, look at this matter. At this time, Lu Mayan turned to Yuan again, as if he would not give up until he gave him an answer, and looked like he expected Yuan to use his arbitrary power to make a decision. Seeing Lu Mayan's expression, Yuan was a little speechless. These scientists wished that they would never use their arbitrary power in their lives, thereby weakening the power of the leader. But he was agitating in order to promote the new collider. It's useless for me to say this. In the end, you have to convince those who still want to continue looking for the remains of alien civilizations. Yuan spread his hands. Actually, it is useful. But apart from foreign wars, Yuan does not want to use his arbitrary power casually. I understand. As long as the general agrees, I will convince them at the summary meeting next year. Lu Mayan smiled, looking satisfied. When did I say I agreed? Yuan frowned and looked at Lu Mayan speechlessly. I didn't say that. Next year's summary meeting is a summary meeting held every 50 years by the top leaders of human civilization in the process of searching for so-called alien civilizations. Generally speaking, it is mainly a research report on each explored star system. The time span is very large, mainly because the stars in this starry sky are too sparse, and the distance between them is basically around 20 light years. It is useless to have two dense summary meetings. Lu Mayan left with satisfaction, and so did Unafone. But the latter had a sad face. Although he had a sad face, his eyes were full of excitement. He probably felt that human civilization would really do this in 9 out of 10 cases. When he thought about doing such a great project, he was both distressed and excited. After the two left, Yuan also stood up. But he did not leave. He just asked Tianqin's strong artificial intelligence Tine Hezwang to retract the seat he had just sat on into the floor, and then looked at the porthole, looking at the stars that were slowly moving from the front side of the porthole to the back. It's really crazy. It's better to be crazy. I'm not afraid of you being crazy. I'm afraid you're timid. Yuan muttered to himself. Obviously, his heart was not as indifferent as when he faced the two scientists just now. Chapter 528. Generally, scientists are conservative. They are slow to accept new theories, especially those that make strange predictions. Now that the two top scientists in the scientific community are still so passionate, Yuan is of course happy, because he has always been worried about the emergence of so-called intellectual stagnation. Although he is not a scientist, he also knows that scientific progress cannot be achieved overnight. So he does not care about the extra time for meetings and discussions. 1 year or 10 years will not make much difference on the road to the grand unified theory. After the two left, Yuan went directly to the Tianqin strong artificial intelligence, the light of the Milky Way, and asked it to estimate how long it would take for humans to mine all the planets outside the sun in a solar system with their current capabilities. The answer given by the light of the Milky Way was about 1,000 years. It was not about mining one planet at a time, but mining simultaneously in the star system, which required humans to create more mining lines. This only calculated the mining time. If transportation, processing, collider design and manufacturing and other aspects were taken into account, it would take longer. Moreover, if we really want to do it, it is estimated that it will not be enough to hollow out 6 star systems, because the rough calculation method before took into account the mass of planets other than stars. But a star system has more than just rocky planets. The mass of gaseous planets is greater than that of rocky planets. But humans have no way to hollow out a gaseous planet. So this huge project is more complicated than what the two people just said. And it is not an exaggeration to say that it takes the power of the entire civilization. This will not be so easy. After all, not every high-level human being is as crazy as scientists like Lu Mayan, even though many high-level leaders themselves are scientists and technical people. Sure enough, at the second year summary meeting, when Lu Mayan put forward this idea, he did not even have time to explain the details of the plan. and many voices of opposition immediately appeared. Their reasons for opposition were similar to those of Yunnan Feng before, but they were not as easily convinced as Yunnan Feng. Although Lu Mian later spent half a day to roughly explain the plan, they still believed that it was not worth it for humans to do it, because that means that in the next thousands, or even tens of thousands of years, the entire human race needs to invest all their energy, manpower and material resources into the plan. If you want to build such a large collider, it is definitely not enough to rely on strong artificial intelligence alone. Everyone in the human race must contribute. At the same time, we have to face the risk of internal division among humans. The reason is that Lu Mian proposed in the process of explaining the plan that in order to improve the efficiency of the mining process, human civilization should be divided into many parts and go to the target star to mine separately. The case of the division of the Nair civilization into 3 clearly tells humans that in the absence of real-time communication, the races living in 2 places have a great probability of evolving into independent forces. Imagine if humans were divided into 10 parts, and each part lived at a distance of 20 to 30 light-years apart. It would take 40 to 50 years for a round trip, and they would have to live separately for thousands of years. At that time, even if they would not become the second Nair civilization, there would be warlord problems and cultural differences. Over time, humans in different regions will split up and gradually develop their own power institutions. Although this situation may not happen, no one dares to try the fate of mankind, unless one day they really encounter a situation like the Red Flame civilization was beaten to a desperate situation by humans at that time. Admittedly, this is just one of the reasons put forward by opponents, but it is enough to make this proposal be rejected at the conference. As a promoter of the new collider plan, Lu Mian will definitely not give up. After the proposal was rejected by the meeting, he used his connections to contact some friends and tried to persuade them to support him and this proposal. Only let these supporters try to persuade other scientists to support this proposal at the next meeting. At the same time, in order to finalize the proposal faster, Lu Mian worked from another direction. He first found some friends who also held important positions. After successfully persuading these friends to stand on his side, he asked them to help push for shortening the time interval between summary meetings, or simply hold a special meeting for discussion and voting on the new particle collider project. The summary meeting every 50 years is too long. Once the vote fails, the next one will have to wait another 50 years. Lu Mian thinks this is a waste of time. Lu Mian's efforts are effective. Although the interval between the summary meetings on the exploration of alien civilization relics has not been changed, he has successfully promoted the establishment of a special meeting to discuss matters related to the new particle collider. The form is still the same as the previous voting form. The voting results of the conference have legal effect. As long as the conference votes, the new collider plan will be determined, and the new government will take the lead in rolling up their sleeves and working hard. However, things were not that easy. Many opponents still appeared in the conference organized by Lu Mian, and their seats were still more than those who agreed, and the plan was rejected again. Lu Mian was not discouraged by the rejection of the plan. He continued to promote this plan in the following time. Of course, it was not to wait for the next conference to vote again after the failure. On the contrary, Lu Mian knew the reason for the failure of the vote, and made further modifications to the plan according to the opinions of the opponents, and tried to persuade the opponents. After repeating this process for more than a dozen times, only 50 years had passed. But this crazy collider plan still could not be passed at the conference. Of course, during this period of time, humans set foot in another star system and searched it carefully, but also did not find any traces of related relics. In the past 50 years, other scientists have not been idle, but human technology seems to have really reached the 4th level barrier. Except for the optimization of some application details, the overall level of human technology has not changed much. In the 55th year after Lu Mian made up his mind to work hard to promote the new collider plan, there was a vote on the optimization plan, and the result still disappointed Lu Mian. He felt that the plan had been modified by himself and the scientists involved to be very feasible. But in the voting environment, the plan was rejected again in the wrangling among the participants. He tried again and failed again and again in endless wrangling. Lu Mian was very disappointed, and at the same time, his heart was also very tired. He felt that he had clearly explained the advantages and disadvantages, feasibility and various pros and cons of the new plan, and he also felt that he had given a perfect answer to every opponent's argument. However, every time there is a voting meeting, There are always different voices. If it is a new problem that finds loopholes in the plan, it is fine. The key is that the reasons raised by these opponents are still the same as before. And then other people with different opinions begin to make use of the topic. So the voting meeting becomes a quibble again. After the quibble, the problem goes back to the initial singularity. And then, there is a quibble again. A proposal to shelve it will be continued at the next meeting. Usually Lu Mayan is focused on scientific research. But this repetitive, round-by-round meeting mode reminds him of something. Chapter 529. That was the time when America, which advocated liberalism, was arguing over the construction of high-speed railways and highways in the Earth era. For today's human beings, these memories of his are ancient memories. It is estimated that except for the earliest survivors of Callisto, no one has such memories. In a trance, he felt that not only the new collider project promoted by him fell into such a situation of internal friction, but also many other conferences seem to have such a situation. For example, the summary meeting on the search for alien remains. He felt that it was the most typical one besides the issue of the new collider. As a particle physicist, Lu Mayan is not good at this kind of thing. He knows that he will not give up promoting this plan. But he is not sure whether he will get any results if he continues to stick to the previous method. He is very worried that the new collider plan will always be trapped in this endless internal friction. It didn't pass again. It hasn't even started construction. How come it has become like this? Lu Mayan, who had just exited the virtual venue, exhaled annoyedly, as if he could really exhale his worries out of his body. After getting up and walking out of the virtual cabin, Lu Mayan left his room and walked aimlessly on the street, looking very worried. The spaceship he was on was a scientific research ship, and the so-called street was actually a passageway between research institutes and research institutions. Of course, it was spacious enough, and according to the standards of the Earth, it was also a one-way and two-way road. It was not a residential area, and there was no simulated gravity generated by rotation. So Lu Mayan's so-called walking was actually an action that could only be achieved when driving magnetic boots. There are many researchers like him, and some of them just float over the road. After all, they are on a spaceship, so the roads cannot be like the highways on Earth. The so-called roads on the spaceship are divided into several layers. The ground-level road is located on the floor of each layer, which is normal. It is for people who are used to walking or traveling close to each other. There are two more layers above, which are prepared for the vehicles on the spaceship. They are fast roads. People who need to see the road quickly will take flying vehicles to fly over the two roads above. Such a design is not difficult for humans today, and it belongs to the simple application of magnetic field technology. As he walked, Lu Mayan inadvertently saw the 8 big characters Institute of Life Sciences from the corner of his eye. He turned his head to the right and saw that the 8 big characters were followed by number 95 Research Ship Branch and other words written in small fonts. He actually walked here, Lu Mayan muttered in his heart. He remembered that Ikai seemed to be guiding the work in this institute in the past few years. It has been too long, and he can't remember it clearly. He is not sure whether it is number 95 or number 98 Research Ship. It doesn't matter if you can't remember. You can check it in the system. He still has this authority. After checking, it turned out that I was right. Ikai has been here for the past 10 years. Seeing this, Lu Mayan, who was in a bad mood because of the quibbling meeting, immediately decided to find this old friend to reminisce about the past. It happened to be time to get off work. Although it didn't matter if it was during working hours, Lu Mayan didn't need to make an appointment. He directly called Ikai's personal communication terminal and said that he was outside the gate. It's rare. What wind brought our great particle physicist here? As soon as they met, Lu Mayan heard this sentence from Ikai's mouth. Before Lu Mayan could reply, Ikai pointed to the sofa in his private office and then took his hand back and said, "Forget it. Sitting is lonely. It's good to just float like this." Old E, you are open-minded. Lu Mayan smiled reluctantly. He didn't like sitting on the magnetic sofa either. Oh, are you still worried about the new particle collider project? Feeling Lu Mayan's forced smile, Ikai immediately thought of the reason. But he didn't expect that this matter could make a physicist with a loud voice become like this. This guy usually calls himself Brother Kai in private. That's right. It's been more than 50 years. And those guys are still talking. Endlessly. Hey, it's really boring. If we really fight, we will definitely be killed by the efficiency of these guys. Lu Mayan was not hypocritical and directly admitted the reason for his depression. and also complained about the efficiency of the meeting. It's useless to tell me. Didn't I agree with the vote that time? Ikai pulled his hair back from his forehead with both hands. This action made his hands accidentally touch something in the office, causing his body, which was floating horizontally, to slowly rotate and float towards the ceiling. However, Ikai didn't care. He didn't reach out to stabilize his body until his head was about to touch the ceiling. And then he tapped the ceiling to let himself fall slowly. At the same time, he spoke again. It's useless to think about these things. If you ask me, you shouldn't hold a voting meeting to promote this matter. But now it's useless to say anything. Okay. Don't be depressed. Being depressed won't solve any problems. In my opinion, it's more practical for you to think about how to deal with those guys in the next meeting. I know that. But it's a bit like what the old saying says, that my thoughts are not clear. Lu Mayan stretched out his hand and exerted some force on a certain equipment cabinet in the office to turn his floating body upside down so that he wouldn't have to look up at Ikai on the ceiling. The body just turned over. Lu Mayan seemed to realize something. Hey, what did you mean by you shouldn't hold a meeting to promote this matter? Literally. Don't you understand? Ikai slowly landed on Lu Mayan's level, and their eyes met. What? Lu Mayan, who was a little slow to realize it, was stunned for a moment, frowned and said, You mean the director? Ikai didn't hide it, and said directly, Yes. He just said a word. Why are you holding a meeting to vote? But? Ikai raised his hand to interrupt Lu Mayan, and then said, But the general manager obviously didn't object to you holding a voting meeting to promote these plans. Right? Seeing that Lu Mayan still nodded in confusion, Ikai shook his head and said, Old Lu, you still don't understand our general manager. If I never hold a voting meeting and go directly to him, I will definitely be able to get it done in 3 years at most. But it was the general manager who told you to discuss it at the meeting. Right? Seeing Lu narrowed his eyes and nodded again, Ikai continued, Discussion is discussion. Voting is voting. Forget it. Our general manager is also in a difficult situation. In my opinion, if it weren't for some recent voices, he probably wouldn't let you hold such a quibble meeting. And it has been going on for more than 50 years. What's that? Lu Mayan asked in confusion. He had been focusing on promoting the new particle collider project for some time, and had no time to listen to other voices in society. Some people say that our chief is a local tyrant. Whoever shouts the loudest at the conference. Whoever enjoys the most rights from the chief. Whoever is the vested interest. How would I know who it is? This kind of thing, don't worry. Our chief knows very well. He won't let this kind of internal friction continue to develop. But our scientific community had better give it a push. Push it a push? Hey, Lao Lu. Let's at least let people see the sincerity of the scientific community. Otherwise, how can Major General you speak out? Ikai felt that if Lu Mayan was given a pentagon, his political value would definitely not exceed 30. Chapter 530. Ikai is a man of action. They all watched the meeting to promote the progress of the new collider plan. However, they had never found a suitable opportunity before. Now that things have developed to this point, he thinks the time is ripe. So, after discussing with Lu Mayan, he began to take action. First, he contacted some well-known experts and scholars in the scientific community, and through his influence or direct power, he asked the relevant propaganda departments to consciously publicize the meeting to promote the new particle collider plan in the society, and create and guide public opinion on the issue of meeting efficiency. Yes, after all, in a society that advocates science and puts science first, scientists are not only a profession that is respected by people, but also have clear rights. After the public opinion ferments, Ikai and others will also come out to make relevant and directional remarks in due course to show their own positions. For example, starting from criticizing the efficiency of meetings, and then extending to the drawbacks of this meeting system, and the problems existing in human society today. In summary, this kind of wrangling mode is not allowed, and there must be a strong voice to pick up this matter that concerns the development of mankind. It is better to embark on the road of trial and error under a strong voice than to see humans waste precious time on meaningless internal friction. Reduce internal friction and concentrate on major tasks. In this way, under the promotion of many parties, people finally realize the seriousness of the problem and realize that perhaps humans have lived too comfortably in recent years, so that they have forgotten how hard it was to survive in the past. Or perhaps it has been a long time since they encountered aliens and encountered crisis, which made most people forget that this is the universe. not the blue cradle. Internal fighting and internal consumption are also one of the traditions of mankind, and they have never been cut off since ancient times. In the relationship between people, in society, and even more so within the company, it is necessary to hold an hour-long meeting for something that can be said in 2 sentences, which is meaningless internal consumption. Of course, sometimes you really make it clear in 2 sentences, but the listeners just don't take it seriously. They have to hold a meeting for 1 or 2 hours. And only after formalism is integrated into the speech will they take things seriously. People are so strange. In the Earth era, it is also called involution. Everyone rolls around each other until they can't roll anymore. And in the Interstellar era, after humans feel that they have escaped the survival crisis, this situation also occurred. However, things have not reached the point where they can't be controlled. After the public opinion fermented to a certain extent, Yu Yuan came out to clean up the mess. He has been watching this matter, just waiting for a good opportunity. Now that people in the scientific community are so cooperative, he naturally won't beat around the bush. Yu Yuan directly notified the convening of a meeting of all senior executives. And then, accompanied by Manu Emiai, Bukuyu, and Zhu Pai, he directly announced on the podium that the voting meeting on the new collider organized by Lu Mian was cancelled. Then it was announced that the new collider project would be launched from now on. Of course, Yu Yuan did not leave everything unexplained. Facing the noisy meeting after hearing the announcement, Yu Yuan raised his hands to suppress it. When the noise died down, he spoke, "My colleagues, whether we are willing to believe it or not, the development facts of more than 500 years tell us that our science has really stagnated. We have reached the end of the field of true nanotechnology. Basic physics has long stopped, and the grand unified theory remains only at the conjecture stage. We cannot study it through experiments. In this case, we can either continue like this and wait for a miracle to happen, or stop here, or we can go a little crazy and give all mankind a chance. Even if it is wrong, we have to try it, at least to try out a wrong path for future generations. We are no longer the ignorant civilization that just got out of the solar system. We have experienced so much and come into contact with so many alien civilizations. I believe everyone has a certain understanding of the level of civilization. Yes, from level 3 civilization to level 4 civilization is a big threshold. Before level 4, it was generally called aerospace civilization. And entering level 4 is an interstellar civilization. Among the civilizations we encountered, except for the Awakener, all were space-class civilizations. That is, low-level civilizations. Many civilizations failed here. The existence we admired at the beginning, the Mach Star civilization. They did not enter the ranks of the 4th level civilization until they became extinct. I don't want us to follow the footsteps of the Mach Star civilization. And I don't want us humans to develop into the degenerate civilization in the words of the Awakener. So the new collider plan is imperative. After a pause, Yu Yuan habitually wanted to drink water tactically, but found that this was a virtual venue. After a light cough, he continued, of course, the launch of the new collider plan today does not mean that mining will start immediately after the meeting. First of all, we understand that such a supercomputer is an extraordinary engineering and physical plan. It is a tool to expand our understanding of science and technology. Such a creation cannot be started immediately after it is built. We need all scientists and engineers to design it first and solve the problems that may be encountered during construction. This may take a long time. And then we can't just find a starry sky and start working. At least not in this star field. I believe everyone understands the reason. I understand. Of course I understand. Most scientists and engineers know this. Of course, it is not inappropriate because this star field is the place where humans look for the remains of alien civilizations. But because this star field is too empty, and the distance between stars is too large. If it is built here, it will cause the mining distance to be too far, which will increase the cost. As for the various social problems caused by mining in multiple star systems at the same time, experts recommend the use of multiple strong artificial intelligence combinations and rotating duty methods. This method had already been proposed when Lu Mian was promoting this matter. Humans must first find a star system rich in resources and ensure that the stars around this star system are relatively close. Then, using this star system as a base, they will send strong artificial intelligence and on-duty personnel to dig around the star system to ensure mining safety and solve the rotation problem. The human fleet will patrol each mining area regularly and replace the on-duty personnel. As for the search for the remains of alien civilizations, Humans have been searching for more than 500 years. Although they have not searched all of this star field, they have also been involved in most of the star systems. Indeed, nothing was found. In order to appease the tenacity of those who insisted on searching to the end, Yu Yuan personally selected a route to a star-dense area, starting from the location where humans are. This route will pass through 8 stars that have not been explored in this star field before. However, Yu Yuan did not hold any hope for this. He felt that the so-called alien civilization relics either did not exist, or the Qian civilization itself was also deceived by this kind of fictitious information that came from nowhere. Chapter 531. It was called a meeting, but in fact, Yu Yuan was the one who spoke the most, and his words put an end to the matter. His decision soon became a reality. After the meeting, the human fleet changed its route between the stars according to the new route. Time passed quickly, and humans crossed 5 stars along the new route during their exploration. As before, they did not find any signs of alien civilization relics. At this point, those who insisted on exploring at the beginning were also a little shaken. Of course, they were only a little shaken. They did not give up. Instead, they put forward a new view at this juncture, believing that humans might have made a mistake and the so-called alien civilization relics might not really be on the planet. This view was recognized by many people, but it was just recognition. Those who agreed with it no longer had much interest in continuing to search for the relics. After all, if the alien civilization relics were not on the planet as the new view said, the difficulty of exploration would inevitably increase exponentially. With the current capabilities of human beings, it is not difficult to explore all the planets in a star system. But it is difficult to search the space within the entire star system. That range is a 3-dimensional sphere, and human beings do not have the ability to cruise all the space locations. And this range is still a small range. If the so-called alien civilization relics are included in the interstellar space, the difficulty is many times higher than finding a needle in a haystack. Human beings have no ability to explore the space within the scope of a star field. Just like that, the fleet, which had once again explored fruitlessly, set sail again with the new hopes of countless people, chasing the light of the stars and sinking into the vast sea of stars. After several trips and turns, there is still no gain, and there is no progress in basic science. It seems that we have to speed up and leave this star field. One day, Yu Yuan was leaning on the sofa alone, fiddling with the projection screen in front of him with his hands through the operating terminal. There was a star map on the screen. As Yu Yuan operated, the star map began to zoom and move, and soon a star more than 700 light-years away was pulled in front of him. According to the star map, the star density in the area where this planet is located is relatively high, and the surrounding stars are about 7 to 10 light-years away from it. Of course, if we go to the location of the solar system before, the distance between stars will be even smaller, but humans dare not go there. Therefore, it is not bad to find such a star field. At this time, the large fleet has come between 2 stars again. In about 11 or 12 years, it will reach the next star system. Yu Yuan plans to make a big supply there, and then let the entire fleet embark on a big hibernation voyage, and try to go farther at one time. Almost all scientists believe that human technology has reached the peak of level 3 civilization. As long as the grand unified theory is not realized, human technology will not have any qualitative changes. Since it is a waste of time to wake up and go to each star, it is better to go on a hibernation voyage, sleep for a few hours and arrive at the destination, and start the new particle collider plan. This way, life will not be wasted. Yu Yuan's idea is good, but he has no chance to implement it, because just as he was fiddling with the star map to determine the latest route, a hurried report came into his ears. General Yu, come to the command center quickly. We found a strange thing right in front of the Tianjin. It's very close and long. We are calculating the distance between it and the Tianjin. Oh my god! It's only 0.16 astronomical units. We may not be able to avoid it. This is a direct channel to call himself. The caller is the duty officer today. The tone is very urgent. Yu Yuan can hear it. As soon as the duty officer's voice fell, the internal emergency alarm of the Tianjin sounded, accompanied by the voice of the Tianjin's strong artificial intelligence, light of the Milky Way. Warning! 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 An object is detected ahead of the warship. The relative distance is 23936,000 kilometers. The relative speed is being calculated. The Tianjin is about to make an attitude adjustment to avoid the action. Please prepare for high G impact resistance for all personnel on the ship. Warning! 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 An object is detected ahead of the warship. The relative distance is 23936,000 kilometers. The whole ship broadcast is repeated 3 times. Hearing this voice, Yu Yuan knew that he would not be able to get to the command center in time. But it didn't matter. His office also had relevant equipment, and the situation of the warship only needed to be transmitted to the command center. In fact, wherever Yu Yuan is on the Tianqin, it can be the captain's command office. But he is used to working in the command center. He immediately pressed a button on the sofa, and then after a series of operations on the keyboard in front of him, many mechanical structures extended from the wall of his office and the position of the sofa, turning the sofa into a cushioned seat. At the same time, the data from the command center was connected to the projection screen in front of him, allowing Yu Yuan to see the various conditions of the warship as if he were in the command center. What is this? After the data synchronized the large screen in the command center with the screen in front of him, Yu Yuan saw something that he couldn't see clearly on the screen. With just one look, Yu Yuan knew that this picture was not the information fed back by the neutrino detection radar, but the picture formed by the feedback information of the optical telescope. A meteorite? It shouldn't be possible. How could there be a meteorite in such an empty space? And the Tianqin only discovered it so close. The most important thing is that it was not discovered by the neutrino detection radar, but by the optical detection module. In other words, this thing escaped the neutrino detection of the Tianqin. Could it be some unknown creation? Thinking of this, Yu Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and his mind immediately became extremely calm. Is it such a coincidence? Encountering a certain creation in this interstellar environment? And Yu Yuan keenly noticed that in the sailing formation of the human fleet, the Tianqin was not the leading warship. There were many warships in front of the Tianqin, although not directly in front. In other words, this thing did not escape the neutrino detection radar of the Tianqin, but escaped the radar of the entire fleet. 16 cents. At the current speed of the Tianqin relative to the departure star, if this thing is stationary in the starry sky, then in less than 80 seconds, the Tianqin will hit it head-on. Of course, under normal circumstances, it is unlikely to be stationary. It must move at a speed relative to a normal star system. But the direction of this speed is just in the direction of the Tianqin's advance. Just thinking about it, a pressure of more than 35 G came from under the buttocks. Obviously, the steering thrusters of the Tianqin were activated and began to evade with high thrust. Attention all ship personnel. The Tianqin is taking evasive action. The main, auxiliary, and steering thrusters are normal, and full maneuvering starts with full rudder. The relative unknown speed of the Tianqin is 48.9% of the speed of light, and the velocity vector deflection is 0.0012. The sound of the light of the Milky Way that sounded afterwards also seemed a little hurried. Chapter 532. The action of the Tianqin was obvious. If you look at it from other warships, you can see that it is climbing like an airplane. The entire ship changed 90 degrees in just a few dozen seconds. The invisible magnetic thrust was pushing it upward at full power, relative to the forward direction. The ship's original posture was moving upward, while the Tianqin was rapidly changing its posture. The detector also detected the unknown target at the same time. As before, the neutrino detection radar had no response, and only the optical instrument could detect its outline. It's strange to say that it was discovered by an optical instrument. You know, although the starry sky is called the starry sky, it is actually very dark. The location of the human fleet is still in the interstellar space between 2 stars. The nearest star is already very weak when it comes here, and it is not enough to illuminate this unknown object. The fleet sailing at a constant speed in space is different from driving at night on the ground. There is no operation of turning on lights to illuminate the road ahead, especially in the stage of sailing at a constant speed. For the sake of concealment, it basically sails in silence. Of course, it is not that they sail along without any detection. During the voyage, the fleet will still use neutrino detection radar to scan forward from time to time to detect whether there are space meteorites or the like ahead. The speed of the fleet relative to the star system reaches 50% of the speed of light, which is a very fast speed. If it really hits something at this speed during the voyage, the power will be greater than the electromagnetic railgun shells. Although the electromagnetic railgun of the C-class battleship is also known as sublight speed, it is only a claim. In fact, the shells fired do not reach half the speed of light. Its lethality mainly depends on the warhead, not pure violent collision. Now the relative speed between this unknown object and the Tianqin has reached 48.9% of the speed of light. If it is some kind of technological creation, the armor that the Tianqin is so proud of will be useless. Obviously, it is impossible for the Tianqin to complete the deceleration within 80 seconds. Time passed by second. Yu Yuan watched the unknown object getting closer and closer on the screen. His heartstrings were tense, and it can be seen that he was very nervous. But based on his confidence in the strong armor of the Tianqin, he also seemed very calm. Warning! 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 The light of the Milky Way, which had been rapidly calculating the situation of the Tianqin through various data, was still broadcasting the system. Please note that the collision is unavoidable. The ship is activating the anti-shock mode. Please enter the combat mode immediately and activate the personal protection cabin system. Hearing this voice, everyone knew that the incident happened too suddenly, and the Tianqin could not avoid it. Close and defense guns ready. Seeing this, Yu Yuan gave the Tianqin an order without hesitation. Since it could not be avoided, then bomb it. Although he knew that he might not be able to destroy it, he still gave the order, because compared to the foreseeable serious consequences, or even the possibility of being smashed, he wanted to try to use human technology to protect the entire ship's personnel. With the order, in less than 10 seconds, the belly and side close and defense guns of the Tianqin began to rotate, aiming the muzzles at the unknown object. At this time, the distance between the Tianqin and the unknown object was only about 1 million kilometers. No matter what the target was, the close and defense guns roared at the target in a hurry, and strong lasers and positron beams were fired crazily. Time was too tight, and the Tianqin, the warship in question, was the only one who came out. The other warships didn't react at all. In just a few seconds, countless lasers and positron beams roared and shot at the target, just like a drowning man struggling to hold on to the last straw. It was sure to hit at such a close distance, and humans were still careful about this. However, a few seconds after the close and defense gun roared, everyone on the Tianqin felt something was wrong while waiting for the feedback of the shooting hit. At the same time, because the distance was close, they also saw the shooting results and what the so-called location object looked like. But at this time no one had time to care about what it looked like. Everyone only cared about whether it hit the target or was destroyed by the human close and defense gun. It did hit the target. From the feedback screen, when countless close and defense lasers and close and defense positron guns hit the target, the countdown for the target to hit the Tianqin was only 1 second left, and the impact position was even marked on the model of the Tianqin on the screen. It was at the lower part of the ship, which happened to be the power reactor of the Lyra. It was over. Everyone was terrified. If it was loaded into the fuel bunker, it would be fine. After all, the so-called fuel bunker is either cold nuclear fusion material or heavy nuclear fusion material. There is a 50% chance that it will hit a warehouse rock, as long as the Lyra does not explode. There is hope of survival. However, it is the reactor. Now the Lyra is running at full power. If it hits the power reactor, it will really explode. This second seems to become very long. However, just when everyone was feeling hopeless, the expected collision did not occur. What happened? Did they avoid it? In a trance? Everyone on the Tianqin shook their heads, and a feeling of surviving a disaster suddenly appeared in everyone's heart. But anyone who still had reason knew that according to the information fed back by the detector, the Tianqin would definitely not be able to avoid this collision. It could not be avoided. But there was no feeling of collision. Even the detection system of the Tianqin did not report any damage. And there was no big explosion. Is this a ghost? Everyone. Look! Just as everyone was in a trance, a voice sounded in the channel, accompanied by the close and defense gun strike feedback screen on each crew member's personal screen. At this time, everyone finally saw what the so-called unknown object looked like. From the outside, it seemed to be a diamond-shaped crystal, with pointed ends and a large middle. Very regular, completely excluding the possibility of a natural object. It went through. Oh my god! What's going on? What? This. Hiss. Everyone who saw the impact feedback sighed and stared at the repeatedly played images with wide eyes. The images presented in their eyes were completely beyond everyone's imagination, because they saw that all the laser cannons fired by humans actually passed through this object. without any trace of particle reflection. Not only high-energy beams, but also positron beams. All the beams were like hitting a transparent shadow. Nothing happened. No, nothing happened, because the next feedback screen appeared. When seeing the second feedback screen, the reactions of the people on the Tianqin were different. Some were cheering. Some were confused as if a series of question marks appeared on their heads. Some were dumbfounded. And some were frowning. At this moment, their expressions can be made into emoticons. Chapter 533. Yu Yuan was not far away either. His eyes were wide open now. He even raised his hand to rub his eyes. And then he looked at the equipment to see if it was normal. He almost thought he was hallucinating. What did he see? Just now, after countless close-in defense guns passed through the unknown object that looked like a diamond. The diamond-shaped object showed a tendency to fade, and then it showed dense cracks. And then dense lattice pixels stood out. The pixels became denser and denser, and finally turned into nothingness and disappeared from the field of vision. This was like something that turned into ashes and was blown away by the wind, then turned into stars and disappeared in reality. The unknown diamond lattice appeared inexplicably, and then disappeared in this confusing way. From the effect, it seemed that it was really shattered by the Tianqin's close-in defense laser cannon, which was why some people cheered. However, if he had taken a look at the feedback information panel at this time, he would definitely not think so, because the laser and positron beam fired by the close-in defense cannon did pass through, just like light passing through transparent glass, without any obstruction, unless the feedback detection of the fire control system was wrong. People who saw this information were naturally confused. They didn't know what went wrong. People who looked stunned were stunned by the contrast between the appearance and disappearance of the diamond-shaped unknown object, which was very different from their expectations. It was like a handsome and cool character in a movie, who shocked all the audience as soon as he appeared, but was beaten to death with sticks after only 3 seconds of being handsome. Did we really destroy something incredible? People who thought so were a little puzzled at this moment. The dumbfounded people were stunned by the way the diamond lattice disappeared, because they carefully observed from the short picture that the way this diamond lattice unknown object disappeared was not chaotic and scattered, regardless of the initial fading. The cracks on its surface and the dense lattice-like appearance behind it were not messy. In other words, its disappearance is very likely unrelated to the human close-in defense artillery attack. It is not a passive disappearance, but an active disappearance. Those who can make such a detailed observation in an instant are now a little uneasy, because they think this thing is a creation of some advanced civilization, or even some kind of cosmic creature, and humans actually attacked it. Their hearts were beating fast, and they wondered if humans had just provoked an unknown existence. Among these people, there was also Yu Yuan, who also found the disappearance of the unknown diamond-shaped object special, but he did not think it was some kind of cosmic creature. It was possible that it was a creation of civilization, although he did not know what it was. However, Yu Yuan did not regret giving the order to attack, because he felt that no matter who came, they would most likely activate the close-in defense gun in this situation. After all, in the situation just now, if the close-in defense gun was not activated, it would definitely collide. Activating the close-in defense gun still had a little hope, although the hope was slim. It was like a drowning man seeing a floating log. How could he not desperately try to grab it? The same scene, but the situation seen in an instant was different, and the supervisor's feelings were different. So, in the next few seconds, the reactions of the people on the Tianqin were also different. Some were excited to survive the disaster. Some were terrified and confused about the unknown. Some sighed, and some had not yet reacted to what was happening. Then these reactions fell into the eyes of the people around them, so they found the difference between other people's reactions and their own. At this moment, almost everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Although they all had questions about the other party's different reactions, they didn't know how to talk to their colleagues for a moment. At this moment, everyone only heard the broadcast of Tianqin light of the Milky Way echoing inside the warship and in the channel. Close-in defense gun hit the target. Calculating the damage to the target. Warning! Information display error. Correcting parameters. Rereading fire control information. Reading completed. Calculating. Calculation completed. Recorrecting ballistic information. Confirm that the target has been focused, and the damage to the target is being calculated. Warning! The attack is invalid. The target is intact, and the impact countdown is 1 second. Warning! The target is dissipating. The unknown reason is being analyzed. The target disappeared. And it is being rescanned. The light of the Milky Way is a strong artificial intelligence. But it is still very programmed in this kind of broadcast. Unless someone specifically calls it out for a conversation. It will always use this programmed tone. Someone asked it this question. And the light of the Milky Way explained that this is its serious working state. Of course, this information was first displayed on everyone's screen. And then Tien Hezwang repeated it with voice. So anyone who was staring at the scrolling information on their screen didn't actually need to listen to his broadcast. But at this moment, the broadcast sound awakened everyone from various states. They suddenly had 10,000 questions in their minds. But just when they were about to ask their colleagues next to them why they had such different reactions, they were interrupted by a voice on the public channel. Hiss! Oh my god! This is a diamond lattice. It's a diamond lattice. Oh my god! It appeared in our warship. Don't move. Don't move. It's behind you. The command center. In the command center. Yu Shui. Wait. Everyone. Don't get excited. Don't move around. Don't move around. I don't know if it was because he was too excited or too shocked. He said it hesitantly. Yu Yuan could tell that this was the voice of the Tianqin scientific officer. The Tianqin scientific officer was on the same side as the captain. Located on the right side of the center of the Tianqin's command center. In front of him was the large screen of the command center. And on both sides were rows of staff positions. What he said behind you should be for the rows of staff. Hearing this, Yu Yuan quickly removed the buffer system that fixed himself. And then stood up in a hurry and floated to the command center at the fastest speed. Tianqin had stopped the high-thrust evasive action at this time. And there was no problem of bumps and bumps. However, on the way to the command center, the public channel heard a series of exclamations. As soon as he arrived at the command center, Yu Yuan saw the reason why the scientific officer's tongue was a little knotted when he spoke. The diamond-shaped crystal lattice that had just disappeared in the screen was floating between the big screen and the captain's seat. It did not rotate nor emit any brilliant light. It just floated quietly. However, Yu Yuan, who saw this, knew that it was not just floating. You should know that the relative speed between this thing and the Tianqin reached 48.9% of the speed of light. But now it maintained the same speed as the Tianqin. That is, it completed the speed synchronization in a short moment of disappearing and appearing. But this is not the key point. The key point is how this thing got into the Tianqin. As a warship, the Tianqin is extremely well sealed. There is absolutely no gap for this diamond lattice to get in. Not to mention the command center located under layers of protection. And the system did not find any damage to the Tianqin. So how did this diamond-shaped unknown object get in? Chapter 534. When Yu Yuan arrived at the command center, several people were already standing next to the diamond-shaped unknown object. Needless to say, they were the personnel on duty before. At this moment, these people were whispering to each other, discussing in a low voice but not daring to come forward. When they heard the sound of the command center's hatch opening, they all looked at Yu Yuan, who was floating all the way over. What's going on? As soon as he arrived at the command center, Yu Yuan floated directly to the side of several people and asked, and put his eyes on the diamond-shaped unknown object 2 meters in front. Faced with this kind of emergency, the staff at the command center were very nervous. But they did not panic. And not all of them gathered around the diamond-shaped unknown object to watch. Except for the scientific officer, the first mate, the second mate and a few others. Everyone else was still sitting in their seats. Just turning around and looking over here, pointing to the big screen. The first mate replied, I don't know. When we found something wrong, it appeared here. This is the picture taken by the camera in the command center. Look, General Yu. Following his finger, Yu Yuan looked over. And then he got the answer to how the diamond-shaped unknown object entered the Tianqin. Although he didn't know how to explain this answer, the screen showed the current location of the diamond-shaped unknown object. It was originally empty here. As the video seconds passed, suddenly at a certain moment, a phantom appeared in the empty place. A diamond-shaped phantom. This was similar to the diamond-shaped phantom that faded at the beginning, except that the former faded, while the latter appeared. The diamond-shaped shadow appeared from nothing, and then appeared as if it disappeared outside the Tianqin. First, a pair of spots like pixels appeared, and then condensed into a complete diamond-shaped crystal. The whole process was exactly the opposite of when it disappeared. Teleport? Spatial displacement? Seeing this, these two words popped into Yuan's mind. But he immediately shook his head. The so-called teleportation is to move from one place to another place instantly. This kind of movement is on the level of three-dimensional space. It is impossible for it to pass through the Tianqin, which is closed in three-dimensional space. Could it be a four-dimensional jump? It ran from the fourth spatial dimension to the Tianqin? Yu Yuan had never seen what a four-dimensional jump was like. It was not just him. The entire human civilization, including several affiliated races of human civilization, had never seen it. So no one could answer him. And of course, he did not ask it, because there would be no answer to this question unless this diamond crystal told him. After brainstorming for a few tenths of a second, Yu Yuan immediately said to the staff at the communication post, "Xiao Huang, help me connect to the video communication of Yunnan Feng, Gonda, Su Song, Li Zhenlu, Lu Mayan, Yi Kai, and several language cryptographers." Yes. While the communicator was operating, Yu Yuan immediately turned around and walked towards the captain's seat of the Tianqin. The captain's seat was only 7 or 8 steps away from where the diamond crystal was floating at the moment. After arriving at the captain's seat, Yu Yuan did not sit on it, but tapped the side of the seat armrest, letting the automatic program extend a keyboard, and then raised his hand and operated the keyboard skillfully. As he operated, a screen appeared in front of the captain's seat, and the screen showed the portraits of the personnel one by one. The top one was Manu Yimei, followed by Bu Guiyu, and then the portrait of the administrative manager of the living spacecraft. They were not fake avatars, but people who had just connected to the video communication channel. Some of them seemed to be unaware of what happened on the Tianqin. Yu Yuan did not waste words, and said in a serious tone, "Order! All ships except the First Fleet will change their routes immediately. The specific route information will be sent to you later." After saying this, the route information was also sent out. At this time, Yu Yuan explained, "The Tianqin encountered something. I want you to follow this route first. The First Fleet will then slow down and change direction. I don't know what this thing is. We don't know if it is dangerous. I hope the living spacecraft cluster will stay away. The specific video materials of what the Tianqin encountered have been sent to you." "Okay. This is an order. Execute it immediately." "Yes." "Understood. Received." Since it was an order, these people did not ask any questions, and just nodded to execute it. As soon as this person responded to Yu Yuan's order, he heard the voice of the communicator, "General, the communication is connected." "Okay. Turn around." As soon as Yu Yuan finished speaking, the small screen in front of him showed the same pictures of the sciences he named as before. "You all come to Tianqin immediately. And your research ship comes with you. This is an order." Looking at the people appearing on the screen one by one, Yu Yuan didn't say a word. "Yes. Yes." These scholars also saw Yu Yuan's expression, and knew that this was not the time to ask questions. So they answered very straightforwardly without any dragging. After such an operation, Yu Yuan turned back, and came to the side of the first mate and the scientific officer again, and focused his eyes on the quietly floating diamond crystal again. Yu Yuan didn't know what this thing was, but from the way it entered the Tianqin, it must be some kind of technological creation, with a very high technological content, so high that he didn't even know what technology it was. Facing this unknown thing that was coming head-on, and he didn't know how it got into the Tianqin, Yu Yuan's first thought was not how to crack it, nor did he poke it a few times like a cat to study it, but he thought of letting the human subject leave the Tianqin first. The farther away, the better. He didn't know whether this thing was dangerous or how big the danger range was, but it was always good to let the human subject stay away. Whether it was the previous experience of encountering the silver mist or the mysterious operations of the protagonists of various disaster movies in the Earth era, they all made him very sober. We must not let the human subject fall into this unknown danger. Except for the Tianqin and several other warships equipped with strong artificial intelligence, the rest of the First Fleet, where the Tianqin is located, are unmanned warships controlled by strong artificial intelligence. The scientists and scholars who were named, and the research ships they were on must stay, because in the face of such unknown things, knowledge of various disciplines is necessary. Of course, there are also scientific research forces on those research ships, which are all prepared to deal with rhombus crystals, even though no one knows whether this preparation is useful. Just as Yu Yuan issued the order, the hatch of the command center of the Tianqin was opened. Looking back, he saw Zhu Pit and several security soldiers coming. Then, the scientists on the Tianqin arrived one after another. And Zhao Yuqin, who was originally working on the Tianqin, also arrived. From beginning to end, Yu Yuan did not speak until the scientists he named pushed the door open. The first fleet began to turn. Yes. Chapter 535. General. Commander-in-Chief. What is this diamond-shaped crystal? Is it this thing? Everyone started to murmur as they arrived at the command center. But no one crossed Yu Yuan to touch the diamond-shaped crystal 2 meters away. Watch the 2 videos first. At this time, the first mate of the Tianqin pointed to the big screen as before, and let them watch the scenes of the diamond-shaped crystal disappearing and appearing. At the same time, he signaled everyone to stabilize their bodies first, because the Tianqin and its first fleet were about to change their routes. Although everyone's physical condition did not worry about being killed by inertia in this mild turn, it would be bad if they were accidentally thrown onto the instruments and equipment in the command center. So, everyone hurriedly sat down on the temporary cushioned seats, watching the video and listening to the first mate's narration of what happened. Is it following our turn? Lu Mian, who clearly felt the pressure from the turn of the Tianqin, was surprised. His eyes widened. He found that when the Tianqin turned, the diamond-shaped crystal in front of him was still floating in the air of the command center without moving. It seems so. What is the principle? Space lock? That's not right. The Tianqin can turn without turning the air inside. How can it be so stable and fixed? It's like. Computer expert Li Zhenglu also said in disbelief. Ikai took over the conversation. It seems to be part of the Tianqin. Nothing strange. It was about 50% of the speed of light relative to us at the beginning. But it can synchronize with us after disappearing and reappearing. Tianqin's first mate said. Tianqin just turned. Not slowed down. So it was still quite fast. After it completed the turn, everyone left the cushioned seats and surrounded Yu Yuan again. It seemed like they were all waiting for him to express his opinion. Yu Yuan was silent for a moment, then looked back at the route display screen. After seeing that the second and third fleets and the residential spacecraft cluster had left for a distance, he looked around and shook his head and said, "We don't know what it is, but it seems to be relying on us. You can take a look." Everyone nodded, but no one rushed forward to touch it. Instead, they pulled various instruments from their hands or from outside the command center to observe the diamond crystal. Yu Yuan said, "Let's see it." He didn't mean to let them see it with their eyes. Everyone knew that. As everyone fiddled with it, the equipment was put into the command center one by one. Everyone was no longer silent. They fiddled with their equipment and used the means that humans could think of to observe this unknown diamond-shaped object. At this time, they had changed from the initial amazement and shock to pure curiosity. Anyway, even if this thing was dangerous, it would not be a big deal. The human fleet had already left for a distance, so there was no need to worry about triggering any mechanism and causing a disaster. In this case, curiosity must be satisfied. However, what everyone did not expect was that after all the operations, not only did their curiosity not get satisfied, but the more they observed, the more vague it became, and the more doubts they had in their hearts. Neutrino detection shows that it does not exist. A scientist glanced at a certain instrument. This infrared detection shows its temperature. No. It can't be detected? Another scientist also frowned, looked at the instrument in disbelief to make sure that the instrument was correct, and glanced at the rhombus crystal a few meters away. He thought the value displayed by the infrared detector just now was the temperature of the rhombus crystal. But he found that it detected the temperature of the cabin wall of the Tianqin spacecraft, which means that the infrared radiation directly passed through the rhombus crystal without damage. Use an electron microscope and magnify it 1,000,000 times. A scientist said. If the human eye can see it, it means that the object is not completely transparent and has optical reflectivity. So the microscope must be able to see it. When he said this, Ikai, who was born in the 2000s, was obviously stunned for a moment, because some memories appeared in his mind with this sentence. Will there be a geological hammer soon? Ikai muttered without leaving a trace. What? Lu Mian beside him asked. Nothing. Some novel plots came to mind. Ikai shook his head. At this moment, he felt that there was always a plot like this in his dream, which seemed familiar. It shouldn't happen, Ikai thought. Unexpectedly, when the staff pointed the electron microscope at the rhombus crystal, he not only remembered the plot of the novel, But also some memories of the Earth era came to his mind unconsciously. In the Earth era, there was a man named Arthur Clarke who described a black defense left by a super civilization on the moon in his science fiction novel 2001, A Space Odyssey. The investigators used an ordinary ruler to measure the three sides of the square monument, and the ratio of the length was 1 to 3 to 9. No matter what more precise method was used to measure it in the future, and the highest precision of the measurement technology on Earth was exhausted, the ratio of the three sides of the square monument was still an accurate 1 to 3 to 9, without any error. Arthur Clarke wrote, that civilization arrogantly showed its power in this way. Perhaps now, humans are also facing a more arrogant force. Ikai thought so, and the electron microscope soon produced the results, and a tester reported the results. There is no absolutely smooth one. This result made Ikai breathe a sigh of relief, because it finally did not match the memory in his mind. But the next words of the tester made him gasp. Although he was not a high-level physics expert, he also knew what it meant. Its surface has many lattice collision results, which are very regular. Hey. No. It seems irregular. You see? Its surface looks like this, and it seems to be no different from the crystals in our daily minerals. The tester said the observation results of the electron microscope. In fact, 1 million times is not the limit of human electron microscopes. With the current human technology, the magnification of the microscope can be increased to nearly 70 million times. However, the scientists who heard this did not let the operator continue to magnify the electron microscope, because they clearly remembered that the effect of the rhombus crystal being bombarded by human laser cannons was that it was completely penetrated. It stands to reason that the electron microscope should not be able to detect anything with this kind of rhombus crystal. But now, it is seen that it is just an ordinary object. But how could this be possible? How could an ordinary object teleport to the Tianqin in an unknown way? Magnified 1 million times. It showed that it was an ordinary object. And it was the same when magnified again. Sure enough, the scientists who didn't believe in evil asked the operator to magnify it again, and the result was still the same. It turned out that it was an ordinary object, and its surface structure was exactly the same as that of lattice minerals, because it had shown extraordinary things. The more ordinary it looked at this time, the more it could show the great power of its creator. For a moment, everyone who figured it out felt heavy-hearted. Could it be that some advanced civilization is swearing to us its great power again? At this moment, even Ikai, who was a man of temperament, acted extremely solemn. The result of human detection was that nothing was detected. However, as soon as the voice came, people were surprised to find that the diamond-shaped lens moved. It was not that its surface seemed to become rounder and more crystal clear, as if it was really a piece of crystal. At the same time, a voice echoed in the Tianqin command center, "Hello, young new generation civilization. I didn't expect that a civilization really picked it up. Time is really the most wonderful thing in this universe." Chapter 536. When the voice sounded, everyone couldn't help looking around. The reverberation-like sound made it difficult to tell the direction. But everyone quickly reacted and set their eyes on the diamond crystal. There was nothing else that could be thought of except it. At this time, the diamond crystal looked crystal clear, like a fine work of art, and like a piece of warm jade. The two characteristics appeared on it, making people feel very comfortable. The diamond crystal actually spoke, and it spoke on its own initiative. This contrast was beyond everyone's expectation, because from the moment the diamond crystal appeared to the process of it coming to the Tianqin, it gave people a very advanced feeling, a majestic image of a creature of a high-level civilization. In people's impression, such an image is often disdainful of weak civilizations. Or even, what does it have to do with you if I destroy you? But this diamond crystal actually spoke on its own initiative, and humans didn't even ask it questions. This feeling is like a person speaking ant language to a group of ants on the roadside one day. Of course, humans play the role of ants here. Are you talking? You can speak our language. We are human civilization. I am Yu Yuan, the leader of human civilization. Who are you? Yu Yuan, who was standing at the front of the crowd and closest to the diamond crystal, spoke. Although it was most likely that this crystal was talking, he still spoke to confirm. With more experience, he didn't think it was strange that a diamond crystal could talk. Yu Yuan now suspected that the thing didn't say anything just now. Maybe it was reading human language information. Although I don't know how it reads. The fact is that it did speak in human language just now. Yes, It's me who's speaking. I'm not anyone. I'm just a storage device for information left in the Milky Way by a creator. The voice quickly replied. Just like before. It echoed in the Tianjin command center, like the echo of a god's speech. But there was no arrogance of a high-level civilization. At least that's how Yu Yuan felt. Creator? Is it a civilization? Why did you come to our human civilization flagship? A scientist who had been patient for a long time said. No. It's my creator. For you new generation civilizations. My creator is a pioneer. As for me, I seem to be called a drifting bottle in the words of your human civilization. The voice of the diamond crystal paused, and then sounded, It's not that I came to your spaceship, but that you entered my range and awakened my mechanism. New generation civilization? Pioneer? What pioneer? Drifting bottle? Enter my range? Awaken my mechanism? Everyone was confused. So they started to whisper. You seem to be a group technological civilization. The diamond crystal seemed to have heard everyone's whispers. Yes, we are a group technological civilization. From what you said, is there anything in this universe that is not a technological civilization? Yu Yuan was very curious about this question, because it was not the first time he heard the expression of group technological civilization, and the Awakener had also said it before. He was very curious. In addition to technological civilization, is there any other form of civilization in this universe? Of course, because the universe is so mysterious. The diamond crystal said slowly, but it was just one sentence. It did not say what form of civilization it was. The diamond crystal continued. You should be the honorific name of your human civilization. I accept this name because you are so lucky. You are the first civilization in the new generation to trigger my mechanism. Yu Yuan felt that this might be the reason why he did not ask specifically, compared with other forms of civilization. At this time, he, including all the scientists and scholars present, were more concerned about the meaning of the words just said by the rhombus crystal. After a few short conversations, everyone now has an initial impression of the rhombus crystal. It calls itself a drifting bottle. Well, a cosmic drifting bottle. The core may be an intelligent body, or it may be that its creator is speaking in a super-distance communication way. It seems to be quite easy to talk to. At least now no one can feel any malice. At this time, Yu Yuan, who felt the enthusiastic eyes of the crowd, asked, You said the pioneer? The drifting bottle entered my range, awakened my mechanism, and the new generation of civilization. We don't understand these words very well. Can you tell us what they are specifically? After a pause, Yu Yuan organized his words, as if he was considering how to express it better. He considered, and you said your creator? Please forgive us for being presumptuous. Are you an intelligent entity? Hearing Yu Yuan say this, the scientists did not think there was anything wrong. Instead, they looked at the rhombus crystal expectantly, looking forward to its answer. You have a lot of questions, but I understand. Just don't worry. From the moment you trigger my mechanism, I will tell you these questions even if you don't ask. Although some things are too early for you. It doesn't matter. After all, which civilization didn't grow stronger step by step from weak? When the diamond crystal answered, its surface did not show any other expression. Still crystal clear, and as smooth as jade. Is this the state after it triggered its mechanism? The people present did not see any of its vocal organs, nor did they know how it made sounds, because the sound did not come from the Tianjin's loudspeaker, but more like it came from any space in the command center. The voice representing the diamond crystal continued to sound. Then, first of all, to answer your questions about my cognition, I am a drifting bottle, but I am not an artificial intelligence-oriented self-consciousness. When I say I am a replicated life consciousness. It is the consciousness that I voluntarily stayed behind after my civilization left the Milky Way. Of course, I agree. Accepting your title of you is my acceptance of my consciousness as the I. I say this, and as intelligent beings, you should understand what I mean. So you are a life? A straightforward scientist asked. That depends on how you define life. You are still too weak. Maybe in your eyes, I am a life. But in the definition of our civilization, I am not a real life. And of course, I am not a low-level thing like strong artificial intelligence. Okay. Aren't you curious about why I appeared on your spaceship? As for the question of my existence form, you will naturally understand it when you reach the 5th level of civilization. Chapter 537. Of course we are curious. We are curious about everything. Everyone is looking forward to it, listening attentively. Leaving the Milky Way. The fifth-level civilization will naturally understand. Yu Yuan secretly memorized these keywords in his heart. He can now be sure that this diamond crystal has at least reached the sixth-level civilization, or even exceeded the sixth level. Otherwise it would be impossible to say that my civilization has left the Milky Way. You must know that even a sixth-level civilization like the Awakener can come to the Milky Way with the help of a seventh-level civilization relic. And at that time, the Awakener's words were full of the meaning of the hardships of the road to the Milky Way. Crossing the Milky Way is extremely difficult for a level 6 civilization. From the Awakener's statement at that time, it can be felt that if the level 7 civilization relic was not used, the Awakener might not know how many years it would take to complete the cross-galactic voyage. And it is even possible that he could not reach the Milky Way. Just as Yu Yuan was sighing, the voice representing the diamond crystal sounded again. As for your question, to me, you are of course a new generation civilization. The so-called new generation civilization is a civilization that appeared or developed after my civilization left the Milky Way, which was 3 billion years ago. 3 billion years ago? 3 billion. All the scientists present felt their scalps tingling when they heard this number, because they knew the concept of this number. 3 billion years. This diamond crystal was actually said to be 3 billion years ago. Doesn't that mean that this diamond crystal has existed for 3 billion years? It can actually exist for so long. 3 billion years. It can actually preserve the information completely. Such technology is really crazy. No one knows how to do it. Pioneer? Is this the technology of the Pioneer? The information preservation alone is so powerful that it makes people shudder. Now, everyone understands why the rhombus crystal calls humans a new generation civilization. For the civilization 3 billion years ago, humans are a new generation civilization. I am afraid that not only humans, but the civilization of the entire Milky Way is a new generation civilization. From this point of view alone, this Pioneer is worthy of the name. But what is the Pioneer? Why is it called a Pioneer? Before everyone present asked questions, the voice of the rhombus crystal appeared again. You must be curious about why we left the Milky Way. This voice awakened the people who were immersed in the epic words 3 billion years ago. Sorry. 3 billion years ago is really beyond our imagination. Yes, 3 billion years ago. Why did you leave the Milky Way? Yu Yuan asked on behalf of everyone. While speaking, he looked deeply at the diamond crystal. He didn't know if it was an illusion. But at this moment, he suddenly felt that the diamond crystal was not only full of technology, but also seemed to have an extra layer of ancient texture. Because there is no hope in the Milky Way. We see the bleak future of all civilizations that grew up in the Milky Way, including ourselves. Staying in the Milky Way will only lead to a dead end, without any hope. The only hope is in the distance. Although we don't know whether leaving is the right choice, we are more willing to put our hope in the unknown distance than to stay in the Milky Way. For that glimmer of hope, we started the great voyage, and all the advanced civilizations that were willing to follow us left. They learned from us that they hoped to sail far away, and they believed in our navigation ability. So they followed us. And I am an information storage device left in the Milky Way before our civilization left. The purpose is very simple, which is to tell the later generations about the sailing. We can't wait until all the civilizations in the Milky Way develop before leaving. Of course, we don't want all the new generation civilizations in the future to be trapped in the Milky Way. But we have no way to directly tell the new generation civilizations that have not yet appeared. So I came into being. At that time, we also gave this project a name before leaving, which was the Drift Bottle Project. And I was one of them. Your 2 questions, entering my range and awakening my mechanism. The answer is that when I get close to intelligent life, I will be activated, wake up from my slumber, and pass this information to the new generation of civilization. Of course, I am very surprised that you are a low-level civilization. Logically, my mechanism should not be awakened by low-level civilizations, because low-level civilizations have no ability to sail far, and even whether they can be promoted to the level qualified for sailing is unknown. So it is undoubtedly a waste for such a civilization to trigger my mechanism. However, you have successfully triggered my mechanism. I have tested it, and there is no problem with the program. A short paragraph contains a lot of information. Everyone was immersed in the description of the rhombus crystal. 3 billion years ago, the Milky Way had a great voyage away from the Milky Way. Where was the destination of the great voyage? Why did the rhombus crystal say that there was no hope for the Milky Way, and the only hope was in the distance. Where was the distance? Pass the information to the new generation of civilization? Why pass it to the new generation of civilization? Does the Great Voyage need a successor? But why? And from its description, it seems that 3 billion years ago, the civilizations in the Milky Way got along well, because everyone heard some key words. All the advanced civilizations willing to go with us left. If they didn't get along well, how could we go on the Great Voyage together? All kinds of questions lingered in everyone's mind. And everyone could feel that the answers to these questions might hide a huge secret, which was the secret of the Great Voyage and the secret of the Milky Way 3 billion years ago. Seeing the diamond crystal stop talking, Yu Yuan, who had come back to his senses from the complicated information, asked, "You don't know why we can trigger your mechanism? It's nothing strange. The universe is extremely mysterious. There are still many things we don't know." Many things, the diamond crystal said. The tone seemed to be a little emotional. "You were talking about the drift bottle plan. So can I understand that there are many people like you in the Milky Way? Why do you do this? Why do you want to send the information of your great voyage to the new generation of civilization?" Feeling that everyone was looking at him, Yu Yuan continued to ask. Before he finished speaking, he heard the voice of the rhombus crystal. "Yes, there are many people like me. But I am not sure whether other drift bottles can survive 3 billion years. And I don't know whether other drift bottles have been picked up by other new generation civilizations. We are very confident in information preservation technology, but we can't guarantee that it can be preserved for 3 billion years. I already have a lot of problems now. And some information related to the Great Voyage has been lost." The diamond crystal was silent for a moment. "As for why we need to pass the information of the Great Voyage to the new generation of civilization, it is because the universe is too dangerous. Because the Great Voyage is extremely difficult. Because we are all Milky Way civilizations. And because we don't know whether we will succeed. If we fail, at least there will be new generation civilizations to continue to step on our shoulders and move forward. If we must find a reason, it is hope." The diamond crystal's few words deeply touched everyone's heart. Everyone present couldn't help but think about what the Milky Way was like 3 billion years ago. And what kind of environment could allow such a civilization to say that we are all Milky Way civilizations? Chapter 538. Could it be that the civilizations in the Milky Way 3 billion years ago had been united by a common ideal? If so, it would be incredible. Perhaps only a unified and harmonious Milky Way would have such an idea. Perhaps because of this possibility, everyone present was envious. At least if the Milky Way was like that now, the human solar system might not have been destroyed. With doubts in their hearts, some people couldn't help but mutter, "Was the Milky Way so harmonious 3 billion years ago? It's okay. At least everyone is moving towards a goal with our efforts." Such a murmur naturally could not be hidden from the diamond crystal. And its voice continued, "Whether it is due to pressure or other reasons. Oh, isn't the new generation of civilization in the Milky Way united under a common goal?" Everyone was silent about the diamond crystal's question. It was not surprising that the diamond crystal did not know the current form of the Milky Way. After all, it had been sleeping for 3 billion years and only woke up after encountering humans. "We don't know. Maybe they have a common goal," Yu Yuan, the leader, said. And then he told all the information about the Milky Way civilization that humans knew, including the bombing of the human solar system and the fact that many civilizations plundered planets with life. If the records in the Red Flame Civilization database are correct, several level 6 civilizations in the Milky Way have long-distance goals. But other civilizations don't know. It's normal. It seems that what you know is not right. And it's right. After all, you are not even a high-level civilization. The rhombus crystal sighed. The destruction of your home planet actually happened in the Milky Way 3 billion years ago, when there was no powerful civilization in the Milky Way. Wars always happen. And we also emerge from wars step by step. At any time, force is the guarantee of the continuation of civilization. 3 billion years ago, we and other civilizations reached a consensus and sailed together because we saw the desperate reality. For the destruction of your home planet, perhaps it is not appropriate for me to make any remarks about giving up hatred. But since you have successfully triggered me, I still want to tell you that no matter whether you find the civilization that destroyed your home planet in the future, please remember the voyage. What this means is that the pioneers are a powerful civilization in the Milky Way. Of course, the rhombus crystal said it very tactfully. and there was no condescending way of speaking that humans think of as an advanced civilization. This made everyone a little flattered. Don't worry. We will never forget the voyage. As long as we have the ability, we will definitely follow the pioneers' footsteps and embark on the voyage. Very good. At this time, a scientist asked, "Can you tell us what the Great Voyage is about? Do you know where your civilization is sailing to, and where its destination is?" After hearing the scientist's words, everyone looked forward to it, and everyone was curious about what the so-called long voyage was all about. In fact, humans still know something about this aspect. At the beginning, the Awakener told humans that the reason they came to the Milky Way was entirely because they wanted to pursue some path of wisdom. But the details were not clear, and humans were not sure whether the pioneers were the same. After all, the Awakeners were only able to reach a galaxy with the help of the remains of a level 7 civilization, while the pioneers seemed to be one step ahead because they actually organized a great voyage across the galaxy. Well, regarding this aspect, due to time constraints, some of my information has been lost, especially information about the destination. The diamond crystal mentioned the loss of information again. For this news, everyone present was silent, very disappointed, but understandable. After all, after 3 billion years, it was already very powerful for the diamond crystal to wake up again. The technology displayed by the rhombus crystals is far beyond human imagination, and there is no need for such existence to deceive people. If other civilizations of the same level told humans to remember to go to a certain place and told humans the location of that place, humans would probably first think of whether it was a conspiracy. You said that 3 billion years ago, all the civilizations willing to embark on a long voyage with you left. Are they all advanced civilizations in the Milky Way? At this time, Gander, who had been silent, asked, "Most civilizations below level 6 civilization. All the level 6 civilizations followed us," said the diamond crystal. "So that's the Fermi paradox." Hearing this answer, Gander breathed a sigh of relief. He had speculated about the civilization gap in the universe, but he didn't expect it to be true. The hypothesis of the civilization gap was actually confirmed by the diamond crystal. If it is true as the pioneer said, 3 billion years ago, they took away the level 6 civilization and almost all advanced civilizations in the Milky Way. Then there must be a civilization gap. Advanced civilizations have all disappeared, and the remaining low-level civilizations can only sigh in despair in the face of such a vast Milky Way. Of course, they may develop into advanced civilizations during the civilization window period, but it must be very difficult. Very difficult. Because it is not difficult to see from the words of the pioneers that the Great Voyage 3 billion years ago must not be just a simple journey together. This is a major event for the entire Milky Way. Those who followed the pioneers on the road of the Great Voyage were either civilizations with aspirations and ideals, or civilizations with great potential. The rest are probably some fallen civilizations, which may have disappeared in the long time of 3 billion years. In the Earth era, there is a formula to calculate the number of observable extraterrestrial civilizations that should exist in the Milky Way. The calculation factors include the number of stars in the Milky Way, the proportion of stars with planets to all stars, the average number of Earth-like planets around stars, the probability of life evolving on Earth-like planets, the probability of evolution from primitive life to highly intelligent life, the probability of highly intelligent life sending signals that can be observed by human civilization, and the proportion of the duration of technological civilization in the life cycle of the planet. The meaning of each term in the equation is progressive, and the basic idea is to calculate the probability of the next event when the previous condition is met. Of course, the equation also has two other factors to express, namely the average rate of star formation in the Milky Way and the lifespan of technological civilization. This expression is in line with the view of mediocrity theory. That is, the Earth is not special, but just a typical planet with the same laws and phenomena as other celestial bodies. From the current situation, there are many aliens, and the fundamental reason why they have not visited the Earth is that they have all gone on a long voyage, so that there is a big window period in the civilization of the Milky Way. Humans were born and grew up just in this window period. Other civilizations, sooner or later, did not have a clear generation gap like the pioneers. Of course, this is also because human civilization has only entered the information age for a few hundred years in the Earth era. This time is too short for the scale of the universe. Perhaps those civilizations that became advanced civilizations first did not discover humans under the influence of these factors. Innocent humans also shouted to the universe, "We are so lonely." But they did not know that this was a short-lived coincidence. The destruction of the solar system shattered all dreams. Chapter 539. Everyone thought that the Fermi paradox was caused by humans. But they didn't expect it to be so artificial. Before the window period hypothesis was confirmed by the rhombus crystal, humans had two artificial hypotheses that might explain the Fermi paradox. Namely the zoo hypothesis and the dark forest hypothesis. Unexpectedly, it was the pioneers' great voyage that led to the emergence of the Milky Way civilization window period. Everyone who got the answer was also full of emotion. Excuse me, do you really not remember where the destination of the great voyage was? Could it be to pursue the first ray of light in the universe? At this time, Gander couldn't help asking again. Even though they heard the rhombus crystal say that the information about the destination of the great voyage had been lost, there were still some scientists who were unwilling to accept it. They wanted to know why. And Gander was one of them. In Gander's opinion, the pioneers were much stronger than the awakeners they had met before, and they were likely to be level 7 civilizations. The awakeners' words about coming to the Milky Way with the power of the level 7 civilization relics might have been left by the pioneers. After all, it was a long voyage. Although the rhombus crystal didn't say much in detail, everyone could hear that the long voyage was not as simple as leaving the Milky Way and heading to a nearby galaxy. And how could such a long voyage not involve space jumps, Stargate technology, and other technologies? Everyone still remembered what the Awakener said at the beginning, that they found a Stargate left by a level 7 civilization, which allowed them to successfully come to the Milky Way from the Triangulum galaxy. However, the answer of the rhombus crystal was beyond everyone's expectations. Everyone only heard a very obvious surprised voice in the Tianjin command center, and then a somewhat bitter laugh. Chasing the first ray of light in the universe? You really dare to think. It seems that your ability to activate me is indeed not accidental. Although I don't know the reason yet. The diamond crystal imitated the human emotional tone and said this sentence first. And then in the astonishment and surprise of everyone, it continued, "Thank you for your confidence in us." This sentence sounds so romantic. 3 billion years ago, we did have such romantic fantasies, and such a spirit of pursuing the truth of the universe. In this respect, your human civilization is very similar to us. But reality is always very different from dreams. Although I don't want to discourage you, I also want to say that our civilization's great voyage 3 billion years ago was because of such a fascinating feat. But the facts are often frustrating. Reality. The diamond crystal was like an old man sighing about life. It said, "We are still far away from such a feat, although the information I saved about the great voyage has been lost. One thing is certain. Our great voyage was definitely not a feat like chasing the first ray of light in the universe." Why is that? Everyone present wanted to urge Diamond Crystal to speak quickly. But everyone was still immersed in the shock of the gap in their impression of the pioneers. Of course, some people were ready to speak, but they felt the emotion in Diamond Crystal's words, so they chose to listen quietly. Sure enough, Diamond Crystal just paused, and then continued, "We just saw despair. So we went to find hope. We were born in the Milky Way, but we found that the Milky Way is just a big cage. We left because we wanted to break through the invisible shackles. We saw the shackles. We were unwilling to accept our fate. Unwilling to sink. We wanted to know more truths of the universe. However, in the Milky Way, we can't do it no matter what. Our scientists saw the hope of breaking through the shackles. But we spent a full billion years in the Milky Way and couldn't break through it. Later, our scientists speculated that there might be two reasons. One is our own reasons. That is, our race has reached the upper limit of wisdom and cannot break through the shackles. The second is environmental factors. We think it is the Milky Way's reason. We can never break through the shackles in the Milky Way. You should understand the pain of seeing hope, but not being able to reach it. This pain has troubled our civilization for a full billion years. Finally, we decided to leave the Milky Way and go on a long voyage to find hope. The wisdom ceiling. The wisdom ceiling again. Humans are no strangers to this statement. Because the Awakeners told humans that they left the Triangulum galaxy and came to the Milky Way because they wanted to find a way to break through the wisdom ceiling. And now, the Pioneer civilization, which may be at a higher level, tells humans that they also left the Milky Way because of the wisdom ceiling. If so, then the Milky Way is definitely not the final destination of the Awakeners. Where are they going? Can you tell us what the shackles you mentioned are? At this time, Physicist Lu Mayan couldn't help asking. The rhombus crystal was talking about something so confusing that he was really itching. Cosmic civilization. Rhombus crystal replied. Cosmic civilization? What does that mean? Could it be the shackles made by the 7th level civilization? Everyone was confused. Fortunately, the rhombus crystal continued, oh, maybe I didn't express it clearly enough. I should say it's the shackles for promotion to cosmic civilization. Huh? What? What? When these words came out, all the scientists, researchers, scholars, including Yuan, were stunned, because in their impression, the pioneers were a civilization that was stronger than the awakeners, and might be higher than the 6th level civilization. But now the diamond crystal told them that the pioneers did not have the shackles they faced at the beginning, which were the shackles of being promoted to the cosmic civilization. They also said that they had spent 1 billion years without breaking through the cosmic civilization. Isn't it referring to the civilization above the 6th level? What is even more shocking is that the second possibility mentioned by the rhombus crystal, that is, it is impossible to break the shackles in the Milky Way, is not a casual statement, but is based on the pioneers' billion-year research. Excuse me, what level of civilization was your civilization when it first made the Great Voyage? Perhaps because of some excitement. The scientist's voice trembled a little. What level of civilization? Hearing this question, the rhombus crystal was obviously stunned for a moment, and then saw that its crystal-clear body had some color changes, as if it was doing something by some means. Humans soon knew what it was doing. Oh, you new generation civilizations actually classified civilizations like this. According to your classification method, we were considered the peak of the 6th level civilization. But at that time, there was no such classification. We were more accustomed to calling it interstellar civilization. It turns out that interstellar civilization was a name 3 billion years ago. No wonder there are 2 ways to classify the level. Just as everyone was digesting this amazing information and adapting to the gap in their perception of the pioneers, the voice of the diamond crystal sounded again, and its next words shocked the human beings beyond words. Chapter 540. Before that, we used long-distance communication based on quantum entanglement. What? Everyone was still confused when they heard the diamond crystal continue to say, in fact, after 1 billion years of hard work, some of our scientists even think that cosmic civilization is just a fantasy, a level that seems feasible but can never be broken through, because we have never seen cosmic civilization. Until one day, our quantum long-distance communication suddenly failed. Ah? You mean quantum supercommunication? What does supercommunication failure mean? Lu Mayan asked in a daze, thinking he had misheard. But the rhombus crystal replied, it is what you said. Quantum supercommunication. A way of superdistance? Real-time communication using quantum entanglement effect. I and other drift bottles were originally communicating with quantum supercommunication, but it failed later. Because of this, the communication between me and my civilization and the communication with other drift bottles was cut off, and it has not been restored until now. So now I don't know what happened to our civilization, where it is gone, whether it has successfully reached its destination, and whether it has mastered a new long-distance communication method. Apart from being able to confirm that my civilization knows what the failure of quantum long-distance communication means, I don't know anything about anything else about my civilization. However, I am very sure that there is no error in the function of quantum long-distance communication in my program. It is the universe that has changed. In my information records, it should be the time period when the Drift Bottle project was just completed and the Great Voyage had just begun. When my civilization set sail, it used the most primitive electromagnetic waves to store this information in our information storage device, and then resolutely led countless civilizations to embark on the long voyage. In the past, we used quantum long-distance communication. In the past, the ghostly effect of quantum entanglement could be used for long-distance communication. One sentence after another echoed in everyone's mind, and they knew they had heard a huge secret. For a time, those who knew the meaning of this message were really shocked, and they were shocked beyond words. According to the rhombus crystal, the previous civilization used quantum long-distance communication, but it suddenly failed and has not been restored to this day. What does this mean? It means that the physical laws of the universe have changed. The physical laws of the universe cannot change for no reason. So there is only one answer. That is, the physical rules of the universe have been modified by some existence. The long-distance communication based on quantum ghost effect has failed. It has changed from being able to transmit effective information to being unable to transmit effective information. Yes, humans have long known that quantum entanglement really exists. Its ghostly entanglement effect can transmit information over a distance, but it cannot transmit effective information. This is because the quantum is in a superposition state. When two quantums at different distances collapse, people cannot determine whether the collapse is caused by the other party's measurement first or by their own measurement. To give a simple example, if a quantum that is entangled with each other is placed in the Solar System and Proxima Centauri respectively, then when the quantum in the Solar System collapses in an entangled state, the observer in the Solar System does not know whether it is caused by the collapse of the quantum of Proxima Centauri or by their own measurement, because whether it is the quantum in the Solar System or the quantum in Proxima Centauri, they are all random from quantum superposition to collapse. That is to say, it is impossible to judge from a single side, and it must be judged in combination with the situation of the other party. And in combination with the situation of the other party needs to tell oneself. That is, to transmit effective information to oneself at the speed of light. But in this way, the effective information transmitted based on quantum entanglement cannot exceed the speed of light. This is a conclusion that has been confirmed by human experiments. That is, the ghostly action at a distance of quantum entanglement does exist, but it cannot be used for effective information transmission. But now the diamond crystal tells everyone present that in the past, quantum entanglement can transmit effective information over a distance, and can be used as the principle of real-time communication over a distance, which is one of the basic physical laws of the universe. The physical rules of the universe cannot change at any time. Otherwise, there would not be such a precise running universe. This means that the unknown existence that denies quantum long-distance communication from the level of physical laws can ensure that other rules are not affected after changing this physical rule. And it still runs without loopholes. All the laws of the universe have not changed. Only quantum superdistance communication has changed. Humans cannot imagine the difficulty of modifying the physical laws of the universe. But they know that such an operation is much stronger than modifying the laws without considering the consequences. Physicists have said that the universe is a precision instrument. If there is a slight change in a constant, then the entire human race, and even the entire universe will no longer exist. But now there is such an unknown existence that has changed the basic rules that quantum superdistance communication relies on. The entire universe, and even the civilizations in the universe that use quantum entanglement superdistance communication have only experienced communication failure, instead of starting the whole body and changing the entire physical law system. What a great power! Well, perhaps the laws of cosmic physics are not as fragile as humans imagine, to the extent that a single change can cause the entire universe to collapse. But this ability to directly modify the basic laws of physics and invalidate the entire scientific and technological system based on certain laws of physics is probably only seen in novels. But now the rhombus crystals clearly tell humans that this universe exists, and that this technology was used 3 billion years ago to completely invalidate the real-time communication capability of quantum gap communication in the Milky Way from the basic law level. After your civilization left the Milky Way, did the quantum long-distance communication system recover? Yu Yuan asked when all the scientists were still deeply shocked. The diamond crystal did not hide it. It said, I don't know. Maybe it's just the Milky Way. Maybe the entire super information group. Maybe the entire galaxy wall. Maybe the entire universe. Who knows? But one thing is certain. My civilization never discovered that existence before passing the last information to me. Yu Yuan was silent. Even the pioneers had no idea what kind of existence it was. This kind of attack method that changes the laws of physics, even at the lowest range, is the entire Milky Way. What a powerful existence it is. But where did such an existence go? Yu Yuan noticed that no matter the top civilizations in the Milky Way, or the Awakeners, or the Pioneers, they were only level 6 civilizations. That is, interstellar civilizations. So where did the cosmic civilizations go? What was the reason for the rule change 3 billion years ago? Was it a war between cosmic civilizations? If so, how big is the scope of this rule change? Does it mean that the civilization that started the long voyage may reach the star field where quantum long-distance communication has not yet failed? If there really has been such a war that changed the physical rules in the universe, are there other stars whose physical rules have been modified? Is this what the Awakener meant by the dangers of space travel? Thinking of this, Yu Yuan couldn't help asking again, in this case, doesn't it mean that there are similar stars in the Milky Way? or phenomenon. Chapter 541. Don't you already have the answer? I saw that there are relevant records in your database. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to look at your database. It's just that your encryption technology is too backward. Don't worry. I don't have the habit of peeping. The diamond crystal seemed to be quite polite, but the words it said made everyone exclaim. Some people were still immersed in the shock of the failure of quantum long-distance communication. Just when they came to their senses, they heard the diamond crystal say this, and instantly felt that humans were completely transparent in front of it. We have records. How come we don't know? At this time, Yu Yuan asked again. The diamond crystal didn't waste any words, and directly pulled a piece of storage information recorded in the Tianqin database to the screen for everyone to see. A star older than the age of the universe? Could this be? This information records a star that was observed by humans at that time, and was older than 13.8 billion years. At the beginning, humans thought there might be two reasons. One was that the observation results were wrong, and the other was that the calculation of the age of the universe was wrong. For this reason, there is also a theory that the true age of the universe is actually 26.7 billion years. Yes, it's not that you made a mistake in your observation, nor that you made a mistake in calculating the age of the universe, but it's the result of some kind of rule change. I don't know the details, but there is no doubt that behind this strange phenomenon, there must be some kind of danger hidden, which may be a danger that even we have to avoid, Rhombus Crystal said. Yu Yuan looked at the Rhombus Crystal eagerly and asked the question that had troubled him for a long time. Why didn't you choose not to tell us some things like other beings? Citing the fact that our human civilization is too weak, or the diversity of civilization development, etc. Don't you think that the news you said will affect our future development? Hee. You are talking about the awakeners recorded in your database, right? I don't know why they didn't tell you about the Great Voyage. Maybe it's because of different ideas. The diamond crystal did not give an accurate answer. It continued, in my opinion, you can activate my mechanism, which proves that your human civilization meets the standards of our civilization. As part of the drift bottle plan, I will of course tell you everything. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that some of my stored information was lost because of too long time, I wouldn't mind telling you the destination of our civilization when it started the Great Voyage. But these are not big problems. When you develop to a certain level, I believe you will know why and the destination of the Great Voyage. Because, when you reach a certain level, you will find a hopeless future just like us. It was not easy to find such a knowledgeable person. Yu Yuan certainly did not want to miss the opportunity. He thought about it and spoke again. You keep talking about a hopeless future. Can you tell us what it is? Is it a shackle set by a cosmic civilization that stops all civilizations from reaching the interstellar level? The Rhombus Crystal was also unambiguous regarding the question of whether the shackles were made by our cosmic civilization. Our civilization has also thought about this question, but unfortunately, we don't have an answer. As for discovering the hopeless future, I think interstellar civilization. Oh, maybe it's more accurate to use the classification of your new generation. Level 6 civilization, which should have discovered it. It's not a secret. In fact, your human civilization itself has relevant theories. Although it's hard to understand how you discovered it, it has to be said that some theories of your human civilization are indeed far beyond your level of development. Although many theoretical knowledge is just the surface of its original appearance. You have indeed seen it. Do you know that at least 3 billion years ago, some civilizations had reached the interstellar civilization level, but had not discovered relevant theories or phenomena, while you have discovered various theories at a stage where you have not even reached the first level of civilization, although most of them are fantasy. It is undeniable that you are really amazing. In contrast, compared with your few words on the scientific and technological theories of aerospace civilization, your involvement in the relevant scientific theories of the 5th and 6th levels of civilization is very scarce. I have to say that this is an interesting phenomenon. Can you be more specific? Yu Yuan couldn't help but ask after hearing this. In your words, it's called the Casimir effect. The diamond crystal was straightforward this time, but it also confused the scientists present. What? Casimir effect? The scientist who reacted immediately said, are you talking about vacuum energy? Yes. Vacuum zero-point energy. The diamond crystal said. Ah? Vacuum zero-point energy? In fact, human scientists have always had a guess about vacuum zero-point energy. They thought that vacuum zero-point energy was the symbolic technology of the 6th level civilization. But now the diamond crystal said it was not. That is the foundation for civilization to truly create an infinite energy device. It is a necessary technology for civilization to travel the universe. We saw the direction, but despairingly found that we can never master it. All experiments on it will not have the correct answer. All level 6 civilizations are blocked at this hurdle. The diamond crystal continued, only by mastering these technologies can cosmic civilization continuously absorb energy from the void, thereby ignoring the fact that the galaxy is short of matter, and truly having the ability to navigate on a cosmic scale. In fact, the 6th level civilization does not have the ability to sail across the river system. But we have no other choice but to embark on the long voyage. If we do not sail, we will eventually stop at the 6th level. And eventually we will inevitably perish as time goes by and the river system's resources run out. However, to sail across the river system, we must master the vacuum zero-point energy. To master the vacuum zero-point energy, we must stay away from the river system and go to the unknown destination of the long voyage to have a glimmer of hope. It's like you need a boat to cross the river, but you can only get the boat after crossing the river. It's a dead cycle. After hearing what the rhombus crystal said, everyone present probably knew what the Great Voyage was. It was a way that a group of civilizations trapped in the Milky Way believed could be promoted to a cosmic civilization. The pioneers' billion-year exploration explained everything. This is the only way. Of course, this so-called only way may be wrong, and it may not find the answer. But those who question it should be prepared to explore in the local Milky Way for 1 billion years. You said that we are very lacking in the scientific theories related to the 5th and 6th level civilizations. May I ask what are the standard scientific and technological theories of these 2 levels of civilization? A scientist asked curiously. The former is the technology tree related to negative matter and negative energy, and the latter is the technology tree related to dark matter and dark energy. The rhombus crystal said, although its words were very general. They undoubtedly pointed out the direction for mankind, and also made the scientists fall into contemplation. Chapter 542. Negative matter and negative energy related technology trees. Dark matter and dark energy related technology trees. Everyone present deeply memorized the short words of the diamond crystal. After meeting the silver mist consciousness and learning about the classification of low-level civilizations, humans finally got information about the classification of civilization levels again. For a developing civilization like humans, such news is extremely precious. Although for humans now, the 2 related technology trees mentioned by the diamond crystal are like science fiction, and there is no difference from listening to the Book of Heaven. But at least they have a concept. Dark matter related technology. Dark matter is so rich. Is it still extremely difficult for a level 6 civilization that has mastered dark matter technology to sail far away? A scientist said with emotion. As he spoke, his eyes began to blur, as if his thoughts had drifted across the vast sea of stars and the boundless universe. With today's human navigation technology, it takes decades to run from one star to another. If you want to search a star field with a range of hundreds of light years, 1,000 years will not be enough. Imagine that the Milky Way disk is 100,000 light years. How vast it is. And the millions of light years across the Milky Way is an astronomical number. It is hard to imagine what a long voyage would be like. Everyone present remembers the situation when they first met the Awakener. When the Awakener brought humans to this star field, the strong artificial intelligence, the invincible great sword on the battleship said that the battleship's sailing speed was 213.75 times the speed of light. If other factors are not considered, it would take about 9,345 years to cross from the Milky Way to the Andromeda Galaxy at this speed. Nearly 10,000 years. Although a long time, should not be a big deal for a level 6 civilization. After all, even humans today can live for more than 10,000 years. But things can't be that simple. As the diamond crystal said, the 6th level civilization does not have the ability to navigate on a cosmic scale. It is a last resort to start the long voyage. The Awakener also said frankly that without the remains of the miracle civilization, it would not be so easy for them to reach the Milky Way. This shows that the long voyage is not as simple as the long distance. There are many dangers in the void. The dark universe without stars is not as peaceful as people see when they look up at the starry sky. It is very likely that some places have been attacked by some rules and turned into a dangerous area. Just as the rules of quantum long-distance communication have been modified, as the diamond crystal said. just like the dangerous star regions in the Milky Way marked in some star maps. The Great Voyage is not the Milky Way. Some star maps in the Milky Way are marked with dangerous star regions, because the civilizations in the Milky Way have explored them. However, no one draws a star map for you on the Great Voyage, because no civilization that has gone out has returned. Even if the pioneers have explored them, they cannot tell the new generation of civilizations in the Milky Way. The route is completely found in the dark. In this case, the risk of entering a dangerous area by mistake and causing the destruction of civilization is much greater. Moreover, smart people have already thought that the dangers must not only be in these dangerous areas, but also in other civilizations, or other civilizations on long voyages. Everyone present is not stupid. If they only come into contact with rhombus crystals, they may not think of these things. But before this, humans have encountered awakeners, and the awakeners happen to come from outside the Milky Way. In other words, the awakener is most likely a civilization on a long voyage. The Milky Way has pioneers. The Triangulum Galaxy has awakeners. So what about other galaxies? Any level 6 civilization that discovers a desperate reality is likely to make a long voyage. There are awakeners from the Triangulum Galaxy who come to the Milky Way. So will there be civilizations from the Large and Small Magellanic Clouds, 2 satellite galaxies of the Milky Way, who also come to the Milky Way? What about the Andromeda Galaxy? If the civilization there wants to make a long voyage, will they come to the Milky Way first? Or will they lead directly from a certain route to the unknown front? It is difficult to say about the civilization of the Andromeda Galaxy. But if the civilization of the Large and Small Magellanic Clouds wants to make a long voyage, they should choose the nearest Milky Way as the first stop. I don't know if there are powerful level 6 civilizations in a small place like the Large and Small Magellanic Clouds that are qualified to make a long voyage. It's a pity that some information of the rhombus crystal was lost. Otherwise humans would know the destination of the Great Voyage. At least the destination of the pioneers. Yu Yuanshin said. No matter what. If you look at it this way, the so-called danger in the Great Voyage must be this one: encountering civilizations in other river systems. These civilizations on the Great Voyage are like fleets belonging to different forces on the sea. If they meet, war may break out if they are not careful. Natural disasters and man-made disasters may happen. Could it be that the 6th level civilizations in the Milky Way formed an alliance or organization for this reason? Why don't the Reapers form an alliance or organization? Suddenly, Yu Yuan's mind moved, and he thought of the 6th level civilizations in the Milky Way that he heard on the radio. Great Voyage. He sighed in his heart. The Great Voyage started by the pioneers took away almost all the interstellar civilizations, leaving a window of civilization development in the Milky Way. Maybe this voyage is the same. Those 6th level civilizations may also make the same move and take away all the advanced civilizations in the Milky Way. However, if the information currently known to humans is correct, then the 6th level civilizations in the Milky Way that appeared in the broadcast seem to be still fighting each other. And it is definitely not possible to take away all the advanced civilizations in the entire Milky Way. Yu Yuan estimated that the Milky Way would only work when there was only one powerful voice. Just like the pioneers at that time. From the information said by the diamond crystal, we can know that 3 billion years ago, the pioneers had absolute voice to include almost all the advanced civilizations in the Milky Way in the Great Voyage. 3 billion years have passed, and the new generation of civilization in the Milky Way will set sail again. I just don't know if humans will be able to catch up with this wave of great voyages. At this time, the voice of the diamond crystal sounded again. You think the Great Voyage is too simple. And you think the voyage across the Milky Way is too simple. Well, this is not your fault. After all, you know nothing about dark matter and the technology related to dark matter. Dark matter is extremely abundant. It is almost everywhere. But it is only almost. The almost in our cognitive area. Not all over the universe. For newly born intelligent life, it is undoubtedly extremely difficult for them to cross from one isolated island to another, from one continent to another, from the birth of intelligence to their ability to cross the ocean. It may even take millions of years to complete such a feat. For primitive civilizations that have not yet mastered controlled nuclear fusion, they look up at the starry sky and see the planets in their main sequence as isolated islands in the starry sky. For low-level civilizations, aren't the bright stars in the starry sky also isolated islands? Similarly, every galaxy that is millions of light years away is like a galaxy island separated by a vast distance for a level 6 civilization, and is difficult to cross. It is relatively easy for the Andromeda Galaxy and the Milky Way, but it is even more difficult if the two have a relative speed of propagation. Chapter 543. Listening to the description of the diamond crystal, everyone unconsciously felt the vastness of the galaxy, their own insignificance, the eternity of the universe, and the brevity of life. Everyone listened to it quietly. Perhaps this is difficult for you, a life form that has not yet reached the sixth level of civilization, to understand intuitively. How should I put it? The diamond crystal paused for a moment, and after seeing that the warmth of its crystal-like body seemed to have changed, it continued, "Hey, dark matter halo. I take back what I said before. It seems that your human civilization is not completely ignorant of dark matter. At least some of your conjectures about dark matter are very good." Dark matter halo? Yu Yuan was puzzled. He knew what dark matter halo was, but he didn't know what the great voyage difficulties that the diamond crystal wanted to talk about had to do with dark matter halo. The diamond crystal did not directly answer Yu Yuan's question. It seemed to have seen something surprising and said in a very surprised tone, "Oh, the classic NFW distribution of the dark matter halo density profile. The cosmic scale density formula. The quantitative description of the aggregation formula of the dark matter halo. And the dark matter halo mass function expression about the random field. The dark matter halo mass growth and assembly history. The dark matter halo partiality factor. And the dark matter subhalo mass distribution description function. TSK. You guys are really interesting. Although a lot of your stuff is nonsense. I have to say you guys are really interesting. You know, at your level, our civilization didn't even come up with the concept of dark matter. But you guys exploded in an era. Dark matter halos. In human scientific literature, they are the basic building blocks of the large-scale structure of the universe. Dark matter halos are generally located on the large-scale fibrous structure of the universe, or at its nodes. And some are located in low-density void areas. The galaxies observed by humans are often formed in these filamentary dark matter halos. Most galaxies are embedded in dark matter halos. And the dynamics of galaxy systems, like the Milky Way, are also dominated by the distribution of dark matter. So far, humans still cannot determine the nature of dark matter in the Milky Way halo. But there are some candidates in some theories of related cosmic models, such as supersymmetric particles and axions. Of course, all the related theories are nonsense in the eyes of Rhombus Crystal. But the scientists present can hear it. And Rhombus Crystal also has some affirmation and appreciation for it. Since you have these basics, I think you can understand without me saying more. As if it realized that everyone understood what it meant. The voice of the diamond crystal appeared again. You mean that each river system is also a dark matter island? An astronomer came to his senses. Look, you understand it, don't you? The diamond crystal seemed to be very pleased and laughed anthropomorphically. Then its body burst into a burst of light, which scared the scientists who were immersed in thinking and thought that something had happened to the diamond crystal. But they never expected that the light did not turn into lasers, but scattered like stars between the diamond crystal and the crowd, as if countless cold fluorescent spots were gathering together. Then, they saw that the stars disappeared, and a blue screen replaced them. Or it would be more accurate to say that it was a 3D holographic screen. Holographic technology. Zhao Yuqin, a communications and information scientist, couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the holographic screen. Humans have reached the third level of civilization, and they still use projection screens. There is no holographic technology like this that is so real that you can grab the content with your hands. Now that he sees it, how can he not be excited? After the holographic screen appeared, everyone found a dynamic picture of the Milky Way in the holographic screen. Yu Yuan also looked up and found that it was a rotating dynamic picture of the Milky Way. And it was obviously a dynamic picture that was accelerated. He was also surprised by the holographic screen. But he knew that the diamond crystal did this not to let everyone see the holographic screen, but to see the content inside. He found that this dynamic picture was very familiar. It should be that the diamond crystal copied it from the human database for his group to see. Are we really living in dark matter? A scientist was stunned as he looked at the dynamic picture of the rotating Milky Way on the holographic screen. Humans have long discovered the abnormality of the high-speed rotation of the Milky Way. Astronomers have found that the rotation speed of the stars at the edge of the Milky Way is far beyond expectations. According to Newton's classical mechanics, it stands to reason that the orbital speed of a celestial body should decrease as its distance from the center increases. This is because objects farther away are less affected by the central gravity and should have a lower orbital speed. However, astronomers have found through observations of stars at the edge of the Milky Way that the orbital speed of these stars has not decreased significantly, but is similar to that of stars near the center of the Milky Way, and in some cases almost the same. This undoubtedly goes against the expectations of traditional physics, which raises a question. That is, what makes the Milky Way rotate so fast and evenly? Since the traditional theory of gravity cannot explain it, human scientists introduced dark matter after a long period of research. It is believed that in addition to visible stars, gas, and dust, the Milky Way must also have a large amount of unknown mass, which provides additional gravity for the rotation of the Milky Way. The reason why the Milky Way does not fall apart during its rotation is because the gravity provided by these dark matter holds the entire galaxy together. In the Earth era, some scientists believe that galaxies, like the Milky Way, are shrouded in a huge dark matter fog. Later, astronomers conducted similar observations on the Andromeda Galaxy, and the results showed that the orbital speed of stars at the edge of the Andromeda Galaxy is also higher than the expected speed calculated based on visible matter. This shows that high-speed rotation is not unique to the Milky Way, but a universal phenomenon. This is true for the Andromeda Galaxy and other distant galaxies. It is a common feature of many galaxies in the universe, and a universal cosmic phenomenon. So it is obvious that the rhombus crystal showed this picture to everyone present, just to tell humans that your conjecture is correct. And the reason why the Milky Way rotates like this is because there is a lot of dark matter. So what does this have to do with the difficulty of long-distance voyages? The answer is simple. Dark matter provides gravity. And where is the strongest source of gravity in the Milky Way? It is the black hole at the center of the Milky Way. That is to say, the light and dark matter of the Milky Way together formed its appearance. And because of the gravitational effect of dark matter, it is concentrated in each galaxy. And the farther away from the galaxy, the thinner it is. The iconic technology of the sixth-level civilization is the dark matter-related technology tree. If the sixth-level civilization leaves the Milky Way, it will be like leaving the lower-level civilization that leaves the stars, planets, and other materials to provide resources and energy. It will be difficult to move in the interstellar, and may even go to areas where there is no way to replenish energy. By that time, they will really perish on the route. You should know that the navigation technology of the sixth-level civilization is warp navigation. Although humans have not mastered warp navigation, they have learned something from the last contact with the Awakener. Warp navigation is different from conventional navigation with inertial uniform speed. It must have a continuous supply of energy to continue. No wonder the rhombus crystal said that it itself did not know how far the pioneer civilization could go. Everyone who understood was silent, and a sense of despair facing the vastness of the universe arose spontaneously. They felt extremely depressed in their hearts, and the deep space claustrophobia that had not appeared for a long time emerged again. When I gazed at the bright stars again, the uncanny valley effect suddenly appeared. It felt like the stars had lost their colors and became extremely lonely. Behind the stars seemed to be a dark abyss that swallowed all life. This endless sea of stars, the vast universe, was so vast that it was suffocating and desperate. At this moment, everyone felt a chill. They all deeply felt the malice of the universe, which was the malice of the universe itself to life on an infinite scale. Chapter 544. In the following period of time, everyone on the Lyra learned about dark matter and the great voyage from the rhombus crystal. The rhombus crystal did not know where the pioneers had gone, nor did it know the destination of the great voyage. But it did know some other things about the great voyage. It just so happened that the original intention of its design, or the original intention of the Drift Bottle project, was to pass these messages to the new generation of civilization. So the rhombus crystal also knew everything. And its knowledge is all knowledge that humans have never come into contact with. Of course, humans cannot master the technology related to dark matter just by listening to these lectures. They just have a clearer understanding of the distribution of dark matter and a deeper understanding of the cosmological model of dark matter. In the story of the diamond crystal, humans understand that the Milky Way is a galaxy wrapped in dark matter. Every life and every civilization in the galaxy is closely related to dark matter, because all civilizations live in the dark matter halo. But they are unaware of it, because of its gravitational effect. Dark matter is concentrated in the Milky Way like bright matter. The farther away from the Milky Way, the thinner the dark matter is, and the more difficult it is for civilizations on long voyages to obtain resources. The diamond crystals tell humans that when the pioneers left the Milky Way with a group of civilizations, the first stop should be the nearby Andromeda Galaxy. Of course, the Andromeda Galaxy 3 billion years ago was farther away from the Milky Way, and the journey to the Andromeda Galaxy was naturally more difficult. As for which direction the pioneers went after arriving at the Andromeda Galaxy, the rhombus crystal did not know. Humans did not ask about this issue, because they also understood that the Great Voyage did not necessarily have to go to the Andromeda Galaxy. It depended on where the final destination was. In other words, although the rhombus crystal did not know where the final destination of the Great Voyage that the pioneers took with almost the entire advanced civilization of the Milky Way was, from his verbal description, it also made humans realize that this Great Voyage was a real Great Voyage, and its destination was far farther than imagined. At least it doesn't end from the Milky Way to the Andromeda Galaxy. It will go further and further. Listening to the rhombus crystal's description of the Great Voyage, Yu Yuan couldn't help but think of scenes of great fleet expeditions. He seemed to see a fleet that was so large that it was unimaginable. A fleet that gathered the high-end forces of the entire Milky Way. The pioneers built spacecraft to carry each civilization that had not reached level 6, and coordinated the high-end civilizations of the entire Milky Way together, and united with countless level 6 civilizations to start a grand voyage. For a glimmer of hope, the fleet, which was so large that it was unimaginable, left the Milky Way, set foot on the vast universe, and headed for the unknown distance. They went from one isolated island to another, across rivers and galaxies, where they experienced thrilling adventures, encountered unknown existences, unknown civilizations, and possible other Great Voyage civilizations. They looked across the galaxy, cut through the thorns, and went to their destination, just to find a glimmer of hope from despair. That was a really good era. Listening to the statement of the diamond crystal, everyone couldn't help but feel emotional. According to the diamond crystal, 3 billion years ago, because quantum entanglement could be used for long-distance communication, the cosmic environment at that time was relatively better. Although there were wars, they were not as frequent as they are now in the low-level civilization stage. Now the low-level civilizations are almost able to meet each other. The reason is the communication problem. 3 billion years ago, quantum entanglement long-distance communication was mastered when civilization mastered controlled nuclear fusion and set foot on the starry sky stage. This made communication in the low-level civilization stage not as difficult as it is now, making communication between different civilizations smoother. Although there are still communication barriers, at least there is no chain of suspicion, like now due to the information barrier of the speed of light. After sighing with emotion, another scientist among the crowd asked curiously, "Excuse me, how did you get to our spaceship? Although our civilization level is not high, I am sure that our Tianqin is completely closed. Did you come from a higher dimension?" This scientist had obviously been holding back this question for a long time. He didn't dare to ask it. But when he saw that the rhombus crystal seemed to know everything, he couldn't help asking it. Other scholars who were surprised by the way the rhombus crystal entered the Tianqin also looked sideways. Obviously, they were also very curious. The rhombus crystal didn't seem to care about such a question that was obviously not related to the Great Voyage. Instead, it laughed in a simulated human voice and then asked, "Higher dimension? Which dimension do you mean?" "Fourth dimension." "Four-dimensional jump? Is it four-dimensional jump technology? Did you come in from the fourth spatial dimension?" The scientist who had just asked the question was excited. He felt that only this technology could explain the appearance of the rhombus crystal. However, the answer of the rhombus crystal was beyond his expectation. "Ha! Four-dimensional space? No, we don't have that kind of technology. 3 billion years ago, no level 6 civilization had the four-dimensional space jump technology you imagined. Are you disappointed?" The diamond crystal said, "Well, even if I say yes, it's just for fun for you. It's too far away to think about these things at your level, and you can only think about them, which is not very useful. You'd better develop step by step and be down to earth. When your technology develops to a certain level, you will naturally understand the difficulty of the four-dimensional space jump technology you imagine. Okay, let me tell you this. Our civilization doesn't have this technology. The level 6 civilization in the Milky Way 3 billion years ago didn't have this technology. But that doesn't mean that all level 6 civilizations don't have it, because some races are particularly smart in certain aspects. As for how I entered your spaceship, I don't need to use your words. Maybe it can be called quantum macro tunneling technology." "Quantum macro tunneling? Yes, the diamond crystal said proudly. This is the characteristic technology of our civilization. It is one of the capitals that made us look down on the Milky Way 3 billion years ago. Why do you think other level 6 civilizations are willing to follow us on the long voyage instead of going on their own? Of course, we have the characteristic technology, which makes them feel more secure. This universe is very strange. There are always some life forms that are born in the same environment and have a more thorough and profound understanding of certain scientific directions. This depth and thoroughness has even reached a point that other life forms of the same level of civilization cannot understand no matter what. The life individuals of our civilization have unparalleled comprehension in the field of quantum macro tunneling. Therefore, our civilization has reached a point in this regard that other civilizations of the same level cannot understand. Civilizations with unique technologies are all great and powerful civilizations. Chapter 545. Quantum macro tunneling. Special technology. Is this the special technology? I was curious about how the rhombus crystal entered the Tianqin. But I didn't expect the rhombus crystal to say such a thing. To be honest, everyone, including Yuan, didn't have a deep understanding of special technology before. They thought that humans were much stronger in mechanical technology than several civilizations of the same level they encountered. So they were considered special technology. I didn't expect the rhombus crystal to reveal the true meaning of special technology in one word. According to the rhombus crystal, the so-called special technology cannot be copied by other civilized races, because other races cannot understand it at all, even if they are taught step by step. It is difficult to understand the many technologies involved. After the rhombus crystal said this, everyone felt that it seemed to be a bit similar to the wisdom limit mentioned by the Awakener at the beginning. The talent of a certain race in a certain technical route exceeds the wisdom limit of other intelligent races. Yes, it must be like this. Yu Yuan, who understood this, thought to himself, no wonder the Awakener reminded us not to sell scientists of our own race even if we encounter a real interstellar trading market. Although Yu Yuan would not have done such a thing even if the Awakener had not reminded him. With this reminder, combined with the special technology mentioned by the diamond crystal, people finally knew what special technology was. Wait! Suddenly, Yu Yuan's pupil shrank suddenly, as if he had thought of something. And at the same time a thought suddenly popped up in his mind. Could it be that the Awakener said that humans have talents, referring to humans' talents in special technology? Thinking of this, Yu Yuan's breathing became heavier. If that's true, then what kind of talent do humans have? In which technological direction do humans have talent far exceeding that of other intelligent life forms? Yu Yuan thought to himself. Thinking about it, he raised his head and looked at the diamond crystal with a fiery gaze. Then took a deep breath. Do you think we humans are a talented race? Yu Yuan felt that if a being like the diamond crystal had malicious intent, then people like him would not be standing here. From its appearance to now, it has not only no malicious intent, but also shown kindness that makes humans ashamed. Previously, humans had mentioned firing at it, and said it was a reaction in a hurry. But the rhombus crystal didn't care at all. In the words of the rhombus crystal, you can't hit me anyway. For such an existence, Yu Yuan felt that it should be able to see whether humans have talent. After asking this question to the rhombus crystal, Yu Yuan couldn't help but think of what the Awakener said about humans being very talented. The Awakener did say so at the time, saying that they were very talented. But the Awakener didn't specify what this talent meant. At that time, Yu Yuan and all scientists thought that the so-called talent refers to the various advanced basic scientific theories that humans have exploded in the Earth era. Now it seems that it is not. In Yu Yuan's expectation, the voice of the diamond crystal echoed in the Tianqin command center. Huh? Just this made Yu Yuan's hot heart cool down. And then he heard the diamond crystal continue to say, sorry. I don't know. You have to understand that I am just a consciousness in the drifting bottle plan. I do know a little bit. Well, you may think I know a lot, but it is just the information that should be included in the drift bottle project. So I can't help you with your question. That's a pity. There was once a level 6 civilization that told us that we are very talented. After listening to you talk about the concept of special technology, I guessed that this so-called talent might refer to our talent in a certain technological route. So I asked this question. Yu Yuan exhaled a breath that he had been holding for a long time, and the whole person relaxed. At this moment, he felt that he might have misunderstood. The talent mentioned by the Awakener was not the same as the special technology mentioned by the diamond crystal at this moment. Just as he was thinking, He heard the voice of the diamond crystal echoing in the command center again, but as far as I know, intelligent life with certain talents, that is, with a stronger understanding ability than other races in a certain technological route, generally reflects it in the technological development of their own civilization. But the diamond crystal paused, as if it was looking through the human database again. I didn't find any technology that you have that is beyond the understanding of other intelligent life at the same level of civilization. Did I really think wrong? Yu Yuan pursed his lips, looking a little embarrassed. According to the diamond crystal, the mechanical proficiency that humans thought they had mastered was indeed not a special technology. Because if this thing was given to the scientists of the Red Flame civilization, they would also understand it. At this time, the diamond crystal spoke again, and from my experience, special technologies rarely appear at the low level of civilization, even if there are talented intelligent life forms. At the low level of civilization, at most they can make their civilization develop a prototype in a certain technical route, which is not a special technology. The reason is that the depth of technological development at the low-level civilization is still too low. Only when it reaches the advanced stage of interstellar civilization can the so-called special technology be formed. Because at that stage, except for the Great Voyage, all level 6 civilizations have no possibility of mastering the technology of cosmic civilization. Well, maybe I am too sensitive. Maybe the talent that the level 6 civilization said at the beginning is not this. Hearing the words of the diamond crystal, Yu Yuan felt that he had made a wrong judgment. So, he was moved again and asked the diamond crystal, "You said that civilizations with special technologies are all great and powerful civilizations. Does that mean that ordinary level 6 civilizations can't defeat level 6 civilizations with special technologies at all?" This is a good question. In general, it is correct. For example, our civilization has the special technology of quantum macro tunneling. So ordinary level 6 civilizations are no match for us. Of course, there are special cases. Some special technologies do not improve combat effectiveness much. In this case, the war capability is not necessarily stronger than that of ordinary civilizations at the same level, said the diamond crystal. Yu Yuan nodded. He was now 100% sure that the level 6 civilizations in the original broadcast of the Silver Heart Alliance must have their own special technologies, especially the one called the Reaper. Otherwise, there is no reason why the others are all alliances, communities, and unions, but only it is a single civilization. When talking about dark matter, the diamond crystal made everyone deeply feel the mystery of the universe. Yes, if the universe only had those elements on the periodic table, how could countless intelligent races be obsessed with it for endless years? When talking about special technology, it made everyone feel deeply about the magic of the universe. Living in the same space and born under the same physical laws, some races have easier scientific understanding in certain directions. Now, everyone finally understands why the Galactic Heart Alliance will attack the low-level civilizations in the Milky Way, and finally understands why every life planet is a great treasure of the universe. Of course, the so-called life planet treasure may not be limited to this, but humans do not understand how those advanced civilizations use it. Chapter 546. Do you think it is possible that in this era, there are civilizations that have unique technologies, like your pioneers? Yu Yuan asked again. You shouldn't ask me such questions, because I can only tell you that the universe is extremely mysterious, and it is possible to have or not have it. Okay, human civilization. I have almost said everything I should say, and it is time for us to say goodbye. The diamond crystal said leisurely. Are you leaving? Where are you going? Can you not leave? Hearing the diamond crystal say that he was leaving, Yu Yuan immediately asked 3 questions in a row. Of course I'm leaving. My meeting with you was completely accidental. If we meet, we must part. I have told you everything I should tell you in the Drift Bottle project. There is nothing in my storage that I shouldn't tell you. The diamond crystal laughed in a simulated human voice, and then said, as for where to go, of course, I have to continue to complete my mission. As long as I am not completely damaged, the Drift Bottle project will continue. I will continue to sleep in the long river of time and bring the information related to the Great Voyage to a civilization countless years later. If that civilization is as lucky as you. Although I don't know how long I can exist as a technological creation. As long as I exist, this plan will continue. We hope that those who come after us can understand the significance of the Great Voyage. Even if we fall on the road of the Great Voyage, We hope that the new generation and those who come after us in the Milky Way can get rid of the shackles of despair. Of course, the same goes for your human civilization. As you who awaken my mechanism, I also hope that you will always remember the mission of the Great Voyage. We will. Yu Yuan nodded and agreed on behalf of the human race. Then he looked at the diamond crystal that was speaking in an unknown way. Actually, you don't have to leave. If we are able to make a long voyage by then, we might be able to bring you back to your civilization. Ha ha ha. No need. You said this, which means you don't understand what kind of existence I am. I have my mission, and you have your own path to take. Besides, I don't know everything. The diamond crystal said. Indeed, everyone present also discovered this. The diamond crystal seems to be extremely intelligent, but it seems to be able to do things only according to the goals set by its creator. It is really impossible for it to put down the drift bottle plan and do other things, because the drift bottle plan is the meaning of its existence. Thank you for bringing us so much news. Before Yu Yuan finished speaking, he heard the voice of the diamond crystal echoing in the command center. Don't thank me. I'm just doing what I should do. However, if you have the ability in the future, maybe you can also leave news to the next generation of civilization in the Milky Way before leaving. Like us, the rhombus crystal seemed to care about passing on the information of the Great Voyage. It continued, you don't have to be surprised why I am so persistent in passing on the Great Voyage plan. If you could understand the despair of the billion years, you wouldn't be surprised. A billion years. A billion years of hard research in the Milky Way. And finally got a desperate answer. The pioneers did not choose to hide this answer, but shared it. Listening to what they said, it seemed that it was just to save the new generation of civilization in the Milky Way these billion years. Yu Yuan understood the meaning of the diamond crystal. He knew that the pioneers did this not only out of selflessness, but more likely because of the despair they had seen. After a billion years, they had not sunk or fallen. After getting the answer to despair, they could still gather the advanced civilizations of the entire Milky Way to carry out the Great Voyage. What a powerful and cohesive civilization this is. At the same time, they must have seen the despair of breaking through the shackles during those billion years. There was only extreme despair and confusion about the Great Voyage. Or they regarded the Great Voyage as the last hope, the last possible way. But at the same time, they did not know whether their civilization could complete the Great Voyage, and whether they could find a way to break through the shackles after completing the Great Voyage. Only in this way would they think of passing on the news of the Great Voyage as pioneers. Although Yu Yuan and everyone present could not imagine the despair of a billion years of technological stagnation, they could roughly understand the pioneers' approach by putting themselves in their shoes. If it were humans, they would probably do the same. They had already realized their failure before they set sail. If one day humans found that they might not be able to see higher scenery in the universe, they might fall on an unknown road. And perhaps they would hope that later generations would understand the significance of their actions. In that case, even if they really fell in the end, at least they could let the universe know that there was once a civilization called human civilization. A group of intelligent life that called themselves humans. And that they had made efforts to explore the truth of the universe, and that they had come to this universe. That feeling is probably the same as the feeling that humans in Death's End had when they heard the name of their civilization on the cosmic membrane broadcast in the regression movement. Goodbye, human civilization, the rhombus crystal said at last. As soon as the voice fell, everyone on the Lyra and all the instruments staring at it saw that its surface had fine lines like before, and then quickly turned into extremely small pixels, and finally disappeared from everyone's sight like smoke. All detectors saw how it disappeared, but no one knew how it did it. It was not seen in the starry sky outside the Tianjin, and no one knew how far it had gone. Seeing the place where the diamond crystal had stood become empty, although it was supposed to be like this, everyone present felt a sense of melancholy. It took no more than half a day for the diamond crystal to appear and disappear, but it made everyone feel that there should be such a diamond crystal in this place. Pioneer civilization. Yu Yuan sighed softly. He turned around and looked at the dazed crowd, as if he understood their melancholy at the moment. Perhaps it was not just the melancholy of the rhombus crystal leaving, but also the melancholy of self-cognition or cognition of cosmic civilization. How did humans set foot on the starry sky? They were allowed to set foot on the starry sky only after the solar system was bombed. Such an experience almost made humans hate all aliens. However, now it is found that not all cosmic civilizations are malicious. There are many kind-hearted civilizations, and many civilizations fighting for their ideals. The awakeners came to the Milky Way, and the pioneers left the Milky Way. They were essentially trying to survive and find ways to break through the shackles. But their approach was different from those so-called top civilizations in the Milky Way. They had their own principles in doing things. They did not attack weak civilizations like humans, but showed kindness and even guidance. The gap was obvious at a glance. Chapter 547. Oh! Human civilization. I almost forgot. I give this to you. Just when everyone was feeling melancholy, a familiar voice suddenly appeared. You didn't leave? Everyone looked around. But they didn't see the rhombus crystal. They only saw a similar rhombus crystal block, only the size of a fist, which was completely different from the rhombus crystal that looked like a building before. But its appearance was still quite similar. Both looked like rhombus crystals. No. I've left. This is a key. The sound of the diamond crystal sounded like a 3D surround effect, explaining to humans, a key to open a small universe. Before our civilization left the Milky Way, in addition to formulating the drift bottle plan, it also left a small universe in the Milky Way, which contained some creations of our civilization. Well, for now, those creations are considered antiques, and I don't know if they can still be used. These things were originally left for the new generation of civilizations. You are also a new generation of civilizations, although your level is a little lower, and you haven't even mastered the grand unified theory. You can magically awaken me. I should give you a chance. But I have to remind you that the Drift Bottle project is not just about me, and there is naturally more than one key to the microcosm. Moreover, 3 billion years have passed, and I don't know what happened to the place where the microcosm was originally placed. Well, the relevant information has been sent to you. This time I really have to say goodbye. Human civilization. After the 4 words human civilization fell, the voice of the diamond crystal disappeared completely. Really gone. Everyone came to their senses and looked at the small diamond crystal, which the diamond crystal called the key to the microcosm. The rhombus crystal is also rhombus-shaped. If you don't look carefully, if it's not a rhombus crystal, you might think it's a smaller rhombus crystal. From the video, you can see that its appearance is similar to that of the rhombus crystal, and it also appears out of thin air inside the Tianqin, and is also suspended in the air. Don't get me wrong. This is not some anti-gravity technology. After all, the Tianqin is not accelerating or decelerating now, and there is no gravity effect at the command center. So the suspension in the air was just its synchronous movement with the Lyra. At the moment when everyone turned around, due to the air flow on the ship, it had a little displacement, which was completely different from the previous acceleration and deceleration movement of the diamond crystal and the Lyra. With the appearance of air disturbance, this small crystal now floated there quietly like those objects placed in the air in the space station. In fact, when everyone heard the diamond crystal say that the small universe key was this thing, they were all a little stunned. But they were relieved after thinking about it, because they all learned the creation style of the pioneer civilization from the diamond crystal. Many things of the pioneer civilization, including drifting bottles, spacecraft, equipment, etc., are designed in a diamond shape. So it is not surprising that this diamond crystal is a key. But humans are just surprised by it. The appearance of the diamond crystal is very similar to ordinary crystal. At least it is so to the naked eye. And it is impossible to tell what kind of technology is contained in this fist-sized thing. To be honest, Yu Yuan felt that if this diamond crystal was thrown into a pile of ore, it might be mistaken for an ordinary crystal ore. The rhombus-shaped crystal-shaped message in a bottle left, leaving behind a rhombus-shaped key to the universe for humans. The change was a bit fast, and there was no mental preparation at all. Humans? What is this? An adventure? This Yu Shuai. For a moment, the people present were a little slow to react, and Yu Yuan was a little stunned, so that he didn't notice that the rhombus-shaped key was slowly floating in the command center. Feeling someone poking his arm, Yu Yuan refocused his pupils on the rhombus crystal. At this moment, the rhombus crystal was slowly floating like an ordinary brick, and it also showed a tendency to flip and rotate. The reason for its change in motion state is the circulating air flow in the command center, and the tendency of rotation and flying is due to the conservation of angular momentum. Looking at the slowly floating rhombus crystal, Yu Yuan did not rashly reach out to grab it, but signaled the staff to use the intelligent mechanical arm to grab it, so that it would stop floating, and then make a suitable container to put it in. Of course, it is no problem to grab it with your hands. because the rhombus crystal said in the information sent behind it that when this small universe key is not triggered, its appearance is not much different from an ordinary crystal. As the robotic arm stretched out to grab it and put it into a transparent container, several experimental physicists were eager to try it out. But it was obvious that this thing was not for research. And they had seen rhombus crystals before. And they knew that even if they took a magnifying glass, they would not be able to see anything. The technological gap is too big. And humans still have this self-awareness. General. Next a scientist hesitated to speak. He spoke to Yu Yuan. But his eyes were looking at the so-called small universe key rhombus crystal with fiery eyes. Yu Yuan waved his hand, turned around and faced the people who had been here from the beginning to the end. First, take a look at the starry sky positioning map left by the diamond crystal. As he spoke, he pointed to the large screen in the command center. It showed a simple star positioning, which was probably the location of the pioneer microcosm mentioned by the diamond crystal. But after everyone looked at it for a while, they found that the positioning was very simple, with only a few stars. This is a bit of a test of human computer skills and the depth of their mastery of the Milky Way starry sky information. The staff quickly recovered from the atmosphere of the rhombus crystal's departure. Seeing Yu Yuan pointing to the big screen, they used the computer to compare the star map that humans have mastered without saying a word. However, the result was a bit confusing, because through comparison, it was found that the positioning map given by the rhombus crystal did not seem to be the current Milky Way star map. But 3 billion years ago, the Milky Way 3 billion years ago was very different from the current Milky Way. Not to mention that the stars are always moving. The Milky Way is also moving relatively close to the Andromeda galaxy. If it is really a starry sky positioning map 3 billion years ago, it is estimated that it is enough to give human astronomers a headache. It's really a test of our computers and the level of our ability to master the dynamic information of the Milky Way. Seeing this result, everyone was shouting in their hearts. The key is that the rhombus crystal did not say when the starry sky positioning map was, and it was just thrown away. Is it possible that this is not a starry sky positioning map from 3 billion years ago, but a star field that our human database does not cover? Said an astronomer. But as soon as he opened his mouth to speak, he realized that he seemed to have said something nonsense. Of course it is possible. After all, the Milky Way is so big. How can a civilization like humans, who do not even have the technology to travel at the speed of light, get a glimpse of the entire Milky Way? There are many blind spots in the current star map of humans. The more accurate ones are the star field where the solar system is located and the star field that has been wandering for thousands of years. Chapter 548. Stars are not eternal. They have a lifespan. And when their fuel runs out, their function as stars disappears. The Milky Way is composed of countless stars and other types of celestial bodies. And it is also not eternal. It takes about 280 to 300 million years for the Milky Way to rotate once, which is an Earth year. If the star map given by the rhombus crystal is a star map from 3 billion years ago, then it has probably rotated 10 times by now, which is an integer circle. But an integer circle does not mean that the Milky Way will return to the position that coincides with 3 billion years ago, because the Milky Way is always moving, and it is constantly running in both directions with the Andromeda galaxy. In addition, the rotation of the Milky Way is not as stable as that of the star system. There are too many factors affecting it, such as the huge dark matter halo, which makes the rotation speed of the inner and outer circles of the Milky Way appear abnormal. So if the star map is 3 billion years ago, then humans will most likely not be able to find the position marked in the star map. The reason is that humans have no way to accurately reverse the appearance of the Milky Way 3 billion years ago. It is not a problem of computer technology, but that humans have too little information about the stars and other aspects of the Milky Way. After all this time, the rhombus crystal left us a treasure that we can't find. Seeing that everyone was silent, Yu Nanfeng spoke up. The rhombus crystal left suddenly. At this moment, the tense atmosphere in the Tianjin command center was no longer there. But the people who were summoned did not leave. They either found a seat to fix themselves or floated in the air at will. Overall, everyone looked like they were staggering. Since this was not a formal meeting room, this was normal. After all, this was a zero-gravity environment. Some people who didn't wear magnetic boots liked to float like this, and there was no regulation to restrict this behavior. Of course, everyone looks crooked, but it doesn't affect their work. That's not necessarily true. The rhombus crystal is obviously doing things according to the settings of the pioneer civilization. It doesn't need to fool us with a star map that can't be found. Because there is no need for it at all. At this time, a scholar shook his head and said, I think there are two possibilities. One is that the rhombus crystal made this star map through observation after being awakened. Well, this possibility is very small. The second is that it thinks we can find the location marked on this star map. Hey. As soon as the scholar finished speaking, Yu Nanfeng said hey, but did not respond. The reason was that he felt that the scholar had said a few nonsense words, and there was no need to respond. In his opinion, it was impossible for the rhombus crystal mechanism to observe the Milky Way after being awakened, because according to it, it itself was just a drifting bottle, the purpose of which was to convey the message of the long voyage to the new generation of civilization in the Milky Way. Such an existence could not have the ability to see through the entire map of the Milky Way at once. Not to mention that it did not have it. Yu Nafeng felt that even a level 6 civilization did not have that ability. Its judgment was based on the navigation technology of the Awakener. When the Awakener brought humans into that dangerous star field, its navigation speed was 213.75 times the speed of light. From this, it can be seen that even a level 6 civilization could not travel to every corner of the Milky Way at once. Therefore, Yu Nafeng is more inclined to the view that the star map is an old star map from 3 billion years ago. Thinking this way, he said, I think it is just an old star map. So I don't want to waste time talking about other things. I just want to ask colleagues in related professions here, if it is an old star map. Can we find the location? Yes. Or no? Hey. Some things can't be said so absolutely. There are some prerequisites for whether it can or can't. It's not that we can do it just by saying it can. A voice responded. And the people who were thinking with their heads down turned their heads to see clearly and found that the speaker was Li Zhenlu, who had not said a word since arriving at the command center. Li Zhenlu is an expert in computers. He felt that Yu Nanfeng's words were directed at him. So he stepped forward and continued. Let me put it this way. If the data is sufficient, our computers can simulate the star map of the Milky Way 3 billion years ago and 3 billion years later. But the accuracy and error are unknown. After all, we still have a huge error in the time it takes for the Milky Way to rotate once. If we use a large error to simulate such a long span of the past and future, then the error is beyond my comprehension. Oh, it's not a problem with the computer's computing power. Hearing what Li Zhenlu said, Yu Nafeng first glanced at Yu Yuan. Seeing him nod at him, he understood, and then spoke again. What's the problem? It can't be that the rhombus crystal just gave us hope. It's possible. The one who answered was Gonda from the astronomy group. He had just been observing the star map left by the rhombus crystal, and he probably had some ideas in his mind. He looked away from the projection screen, turned around and floated in front of everyone, and raised his hand to point to the position marked on the star map. But what does it matter? Everyone should know that star map positioning is not the same as planet map. Otherwise we would not call the starry sky a sea of stars. The sea is a vast expanse without any reference. In fact, we do not need to deduce the operation rules of the entire Milky Way for 3 billion years. We only need to distinguish the positions marked on the star map, and then use our various observation methods to observe the starry sky. Theoretically, in the vast sea of stars, we only need 3 stars to locate the target position. But everyone knows that our technology is not strong enough to that extent. So we need pulsars and other stars to assist. As long as we find the stars in the star map given by the rhombus crystal, we can find the positions marked in the star map. And finding stars is not just about pulsar positioning. There are other analytical methods such as spectrum, metallicity, and other properties of the stars themselves. Everyone nodded. And at this moment, scholars who were not in the forefront of astronomical knowledge also understood the intention of astronomers to collect as much information as possible every time they arrived at a star. Gander continued. So it is possible for us to find the position shown in the star map. But this is not just a matter of astronomy. We also need the assistance of computer experts and experts in stellar evolution. A group of scholars and experts in one field alone cannot accomplish anything. This is true for both the cosmic era and the Earth era. Multidisciplinary cooperation is common, and everyone understands this. But at this time, everyone heard Gander continue. Of course, we still need to understand one thing. That is, what is the microcosm? Whether it is fixed in the Milky Way or will change its relative position with the movement and rotation of the Milky Way. This is very important. Chapter 549. Gand, who had just studied the star map for half a day, found that the star map given by the rhombus crystal did not contain any information about the microcosm. But the information about each star in the star map was very complete. So what he was worried about now was not whether he could find the position shown in the star map, but whether the so-called microcosm would still exist after finding the position shown in the star map. His question was answered by a scientist in the field of basic science. This is a problem. But it is not a big problem. Because as long as the rhombus crystal is not deliberately making things difficult for us, then as long as we find the position shown in the star map, we should be able to find the so-called microcosm according to the key. Of course, this statement is entirely based on our trust in the diamond crystal. From a physics perspective, it is worth our deep consideration. After a pause, the scientist, who looked only about 30 years old, continued, "It is definitely impossible to understand the various physical parameters of the microcosm with our current scientific and technological strength. But we can make some inferences based on our basic physical strength. First of all, from my personal point of view, I think the microcosm left by the pioneers is in the position shown in the star map. The reason is very simple. When the diamond crystal said the three words microcosm, it must have known the definition of the universe in our language. So the so-called microcosm is just as we think. An inlay or in some way we don't know in the big universe. Of course, it may be a bright area like a planet, but I think it is more likely to be a hidden small space structure. The reason why I think the microcosm is still in the star map is because of the physical properties of gravity, which are unconfirmed properties in our theory. Speaking of this, some scholars who understand cutting-edge physics already know what the scientist is talking about. The infinite extension property of gravity. In the basic scientific theory of mankind, gravity is considered to be the only force among the four fundamental forces with infinite extension properties. The range of weak interaction force is 10 to the negative 17th power meters. The range of strong interaction force is 10 to the negative 15th power meters. The range of electromagnetic force is infinite. And the range of gravity is also infinite. Yes, the force field of electromagnetic force is infinite like gravity. But the current human theory believes that there is still a difference between the two. That is, electromagnetic force does not have infinite extension properties, while gravity does. By the way, both are long-range forces with infinite range. But the reason why the interaction between stars in the starry sky is dominated by gravity is that the total static charge of a large range of matter is almost zero. So the performance of static electricity is not significant. Even if there are super strong magnetic field celestial bodies, such as magnet Rs in the starry sky, due to the closed characteristics of the magnetic field, the range of action is greatly limited. So it is only significant at the microscopic scale. This is why the electromagnetic force is 10 to the 36th power stronger than the gravitational force. And the starry sky is dominated by gravity, even though both are long-range forces. As for the infinite extension property, humans wandering in the interstellar space believe that the electromagnetic force can be blocked by the spatial dimension, while gravity cannot. Not only is the range of gravity infinite in the three-dimensional universe, it also has the property of infinite extension to any dimension. This is not an imaginary conclusion, but a conclusion inferred based on basic physical facts. Regarding gravity, Einstein once said that matter tells spacetime how to bend, and spacetime tells matter how to move. Gravity and spacetime are closely related. In many concepts, the so-called dimensions, such as the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th dimensions, the past dimension, the future dimension, etc., all refer to the spacetime dimension. This is how the theory of parallel universes came about, mixing the time dimension into it. But from a geometric point of view, 1 dimension, 2 dimensions, 3 dimensions, and 4 dimensions are simply spatial geometric dimensions, and gravity runs through the entire spatial dimension. Therefore, the physicist believes that the pioneer's small universe is most likely a small space hidden in the three-dimensional universe. It is very likely that it relies on the infinite extension of gravity to bind itself to the stars in a certain star field. Only in this way can we explain that the positions of stars are marked in the star map, and that after 3 billion years, the pioneer's microcosm has not left the Milky Way as the Milky Way moves. Not to mention the top scientists and scholars present. Even Yu Yuan thought of this. Not only that, Yu Yuan also saw the benefits of human exploration of the star map to find the pioneer's microcosm. First, it can promote the human star evolution model and improve the human cosmic evolution theory. Second, it can enrich the human star database and make the human star map more accurate. Third, it can verify the infinite extension characteristics of gravity. If the Pioneer's microcosm is really as predicted, and has been following the stars in the star map, then this inference is correct. This is of great significance for mankind to embark on the path of the theory of everything in the future. Although humans have not even mastered the grand unified theory, scientific development can not only look at the next step, but also look forward. So how to find it? The astronomers present directly suggested to build a set of sky survey telescope arrays. Humans are a wandering civilization, so it is a bit inappropriate to say that they are surveying the sky. But these scientists think that such a name is commemorative. Since setting foot on the starry sky, humans have basically relied on warships' detectors to observe the starry sky, and the focus of observation is mainly on the next destination of the human fleet. For humans who have been struggling for survival, this is unavoidable. But now it has to change. Astronomers believe that humans are no longer in the same position as when they first set foot on the starry sky, and they have enough capabilities to develop horizontally. Therefore, humans should take this opportunity to build a set of sky survey telescope arrays to listen to more voices from the universe. Yes, according to several astronomers present, the so-called Sky Survey Telescope Array is not just an optical telescope. It will be a large integrated telescope array. And it should also have a gravitational wave detection array that is more accurate than the gravitational wave detection array composed of warships. In other words, the Sky Survey Telescope Array is not only used to find the stars shown in the star map, but will also serve as the ears of mankind to listen to the sound of the universe, and the eyes to warn of dangers from the universe in the future. For such a proposal, everyone has a rare unanimous opinion, and thinks it should be done. Seeing that everyone had a rare consensus, Yu Yuan felt that if he had to build a large one, he would have to build one. Well, we had to build a super collider anyway, so it didn't matter if we built one big project or two, so we could build them together. Seeing everyone discussing excitedly, Yu Yuan nodded secretly. Then, everyone present basically joined in the discussion about the survey telescope, except Lu Mayan, who was always loud, who didn't say a word. Compared to discussing the construction, he was more concerned about the failure of quantum entanglement communication. Chapter 550. He wondered if the failure of quantum entanglement meant that other places in the universe could communicate using quantum entanglement. The modification of the physical rules that acted on the Milky Way 3 billion years ago still existed. Did it mean that once the physical rules were changed, they would be permanent? If so, which parts of the universe had the true natural laws of physics? And which parts were the work of the unknown advanced civilizations mentioned by the pioneers? And how many such existences were there in the universe? Would modifying the rules really not cause the universe to collapse? No one could answer his question. After discussing the survey telescope array for a while, everyone on the Tianqin, under the chairmanship of Yu Yuan, turned their attention to the site selection for the construction of a new particle collider by humans in the future, and also planned the next direction of the human fleet, while humans were preparing to find an area with denser stars to start large-scale construction. Somewhere in the Milky Way. This is a starry sky far away from the stars, with nothing but darkness and silence. However, from here, looking around, you can see the bright starry sky, especially the brightest point in the distance. Those who have seen the Milky Way star map know that it is the appearance of a cluster of stars in the center of the Milky Way. However, the view of the center of the Milky Way from this position is different from that observed by humans on Earth. It is obvious that there are bright stars in the direction of the center of the Milky Way, but there are very few light spots in the starry sky in one direction. Obviously, this position is not in the center of the Milky Way, because the center of the Milky Way will not have such a visual effect. It can be seen that this unknown is either above or below the Milky Way. It is a place with sparse stars. Generally speaking, unless you want to leave the Milky Way, there are few civilizations visiting such places, let alone traces of civilization activities. But now, it has welcomed an uninvited guest. Come out. We know you are here. A message with obvious traces of civilization appeared immediately, as if it came out of nowhere. There is no sound in the universe, so the information that can appear with the arrival of the uninvited guest can only be other ways of information transmission. If someone stares at this starry sky with a telescope, he will find that when the information appears and spreads to somewhere in the void, he will see that there is a huge warship here out of thin air. It really appeared out of thin air, and there was no sign of its appearance in the visible universe. Just like what people often see using video editing to conjure a stone out of nothing. Because there is no reference in this void, it is difficult to judge the size of the warship with the naked eye. Well, the reason why it is called a warship instead of a spaceship is that its appearance looks too beautiful. The appearance of the entire ship presents a streamlined shape that makes people feel very constrained at first glance. From a human perspective, its overall color is silver gray, and there are still things like starlight on the outer shell of the ship, as if a special effect has been added. The overall shape looks like a piece of soap with one end cut smaller. The amazing thing is that there is no propeller nozzle on its hull. There are some flat and concave grooves at the front end, but they do not go straight into the warship. They are just a little more concave than other places. It looks like a few small grooves cut smoothly on soap with a knife. I don't know what they are used for. You haven't come out yet. Do you want me to knock on the door? Seeing that there was no response, the warship that seemed to be wrapped in starlight sent out a message again. If there is a precision detector annotating here, it will be found that every time this warship wrapped in starlight talks, a regular gravitational ripple will appear in this void. Obviously, the information of its talking is in these gravitational ripples, or it is talking in the form of gravitational waves. Its voice is like raindrops falling on a calm lake, creating waves in the void, and then sweeping away to every corner of this star field at the speed of light. The battleship seems to have a good control over the talking sound. After the gravitational ripples it releases extend a distance in time and space. They decay to a point where they are difficult to distinguish, but they just cover the entire starry sky area. This is very similar to the fact that we cannot hear people talking far away on Earth. Do you really want me to do it before I come out? In that case, the warship wrapped in starlight seemed a little impatient, so it shouted again. But this time before it could finish its words, it suddenly disappeared in the visible universe. And when it appeared again, it was already several astronomical units away. At the same time, a black line suddenly appeared at the position where it disappeared, cutting the bright background of the stars in the center of the Milky Way, which was tens of thousands of light years away, in half. Of course, being cut in half was just an illusion of light propagation. In fact, the black line only appeared for less than a millisecond and then disappeared. You dared to come without a frigate. You, the Galaxy Heart Alliance, are a little arrogant this time. Let me put out the fire and let you calm down. Another message appeared, rippling in the void, and just like the previous battleship wrapped in starlight, it swept around. It stands to reason that if the gravitational waves are used in this way, it will take several minutes or even more than 10 minutes for the other party to hear it. After all, the battleship wrapped in starlight moves several astronomical units between disappearing and appearing. Although this kind of gravitational wave appears like raindrops falling into a calm lake, it is impossible to throw the sound source in the other party's face. But this way of talking was received in real time by the warship wrapped in starlight. There is no doubt that this warship wrapped in starlight did not use the power of my thinking to hear the information, but it mastered some means of detecting this kind of close-range gravitational wave ripples. Of course, the same is true for its shouting existence. They all mastered some kind of long-distance detection technology to communicate with each other in the void in this way. Such a conversation is actually very strange. Just like two people 34,000 meters apart talking to each other without the help of communication tools. They should have shouted loud enough, and it would take 100 seconds for the other party to hear them. However, the magical thing is that one party just spoke, and the sound did not spread out for 1 kilometer, and the other party heard it. It's as if the information has been read in advance before it arrives. If there is a civilization with the technology to detect gravitational waves near one of the two, then this civilization must be very confused, because they only receive one party talking to himself. These few short conversations, and the way they were spoken seemed to tell all the civilizations in the Milky Way the story outside the light cone. Unfortunately, no other civilization could see such a scene. Finally, you're willing to come out. We're not here to fight, and you can't stop us if we want to leave. The warship wrapped in starlight didn't seem to care about the attack just now. After dodging the attack, it just stayed still in the void, as if it was sure that the other party would not attack it again. Chapter 551. This is true. After a wave of black line attacks failed, the existence that responded to the information no longer used other means of attack. I am very curious about how you found my small universe. Forget it. You won't tell me even if I ask. Let's talk about the purpose of your visit to me. Haha. Don't tell me that you are here to reminisce about the past. I have nothing to say to you. The Silver Heart Alliance If you are here to persuade me to join you, then forget it. Other civilizations don't know what kind of people you are. Don't I know too? Gravitational ripples were rippling in the void again. At the same time, about 3.3 light-years away from the battleship wrapped in the starlight, a battleship suddenly appeared in the empty void, just like the way the battleship wrapped in the starlight appeared before. The magical thing is that the appearance of this battleship is exactly the same as the battleship wrapped in the starlight 3.3 light-years away. It also has a beautiful streamlined appearance, the same size and the same structure, just like it was carved out of the same mold. The only difference is that the outer shell of this warship is not covered with the starlight. 3.3 light-years is far for humans. But for these two beings, it is no different from being face to face. You can get a glimpse of it from their real-time conversation. Bad taste? Is this how your silicon-based community welcomes guests? Or do you only represent yourself? The warship wrapped in starlight seemed to be very disdainful when seeing this. It seemed to say that piracy is piracy after all. No matter how similar the appearance is, it can't make it look like itself with dots of starlight wrapped around it. If you have something to say, please speak quickly. I don't have time to chat with you. The warship without the starlight said. Oh no. Before this information was said in the form of gravitational ripples, its appearance changed. The appearance that was originally exactly the same as that of the warship wrapped in the starlight suddenly began to flow. And then the silver light flashed and the metal surged. This appearance looked like liquid flowing. In just less than a second, its appearance changed from a warship to a strange machine. The gravitational wave ripples appeared after it changed into this appearance. At this time, he looked more like a machine without any outer shell protection, rather than a fully functional spaceship or battleship. Then, as if performing magic, he changed several shapes in succession, including a cube, a sphere, and main guns and engines that humans had never seen before. Obviously, the shape he changed into was not an ordinary main gun and engine. It gave people a feeling of liquid metal deformation like in the Terminator. After changing his shape continuously for a few seconds, he finally stopped at the engine shape. But this is not the end. After this existence turned into an engine, a group of flowing metal liquid appeared next to it. At the same time, within a second, these metal liquids turned into a completely different appearance and were distributed around the existence that appeared first, forming a protective posture. It seems that he is still a little afraid of the warship wrapped in starlight 3.3 light-years away. Don't be nervous. We really come to you for something. Please believe us. You will definitely be interested in the news we bring, the warship wrapped in starlight said. For this information, the existence that seemed to be able to change its form did not pay attention, but just quietly waited for something. Sure enough, the next moment, behind him, at the other end of the starry sky, about 1 light-year away, a group of countless flowing metals appeared. With the appearance of these metals, waves of gravitational wave ripples that were much stronger than the previous gravitational wave ripples of the two existences dialogue appeared, as if many tiny raindrops broke through the calm lake's surface, forming interference gravitational wave ripples that rippled in all directions of the void. Humans have no idea what this appearance is, but for the warship wrapped in starlight, it is not strange. It has not moved at all, and it is known that it is very calm. Sure enough, after the group of flowing metal appeared, they did not come in the direction of it, but changed their appearance in the place where they appeared, turning into super large engines like planets, and then formed an array in the starry sky. Then, after dozens of seconds, larger gravitational wave ripples appeared, and then these huge engine-like things disappeared again in the visible universe. Well, disappearing in the visible universe does not mean that they disappeared. After all, the so-called visible universe is just a definition in human terms. Things seen in the visible light band are defined as visible by humans, which is the so-called visible universe. Outside the visible light band, it is invisible to humans. This is the so-called visible universe and invisible universe. In fact, they did not disappear. In the eyes of the battleship wrapped in starlight, these things that turned into huge engines just entered the warp state. This is how it came to this star field before. You don't have to drag the little universe away even if we find you. The action of this group of deformable metals made the warship wrapped in stars speechless. They wanted to drag the little universe away as soon as they arrived. This guy clearly wrote his distrust on the surface. Those who believed in you have perished. Who knows if you hypocrites will tell the coordinates to the harvester? After a while, perhaps because they saw that the little universe was dragged for a distance, The information representing the deformable metals appeared again. From his words, we can see that he seems to be very afraid of the Reapers. It seems that you are still unwilling to face reality. Forget it. This time we really come to you for cooperation. The battleship wrapped in starlight said sincerely. Cooperate to fight the Reapers? Transformed Metal said unhappily. No. We found a civilization from outside the Milky Way. They have been hiding for a while. And they seem to be looking for something. What does it have to do with me? Aren't you curious about what they came to the Milky Way for? They came from the outer galaxy. What does this mean? It means that they either have a convenient passage to the outer galaxy of the Milky Way, or they have mastered some amazing navigation technology. Of course, the most important thing is what they are looking for. What a level 6 civilization that crosses the Milky Way wants to find. Are you sure you are not interested? No. You can leave now. Since you are not interested, then we can only go to the Persis community. Go quickly. I won't see you off. The existence of the metal that can transform does not seem to be interested at all. And the reply is very decisive. These are the coordinates of several places where they have appeared. However, in the face of such rhetoric, the battleship of the Silver Heart Alliance did not leave as he said, but directly threw the coordinate information over. Chapter 552. After sending out the coordinate information, the battleship of the Galactic Alliance did not leave, but continued in the form of gravitational waves. This is the appearance of their battleship. It is very likely to come from the large and small Magellanic Clouds, or it is also possible to come from the Andromeda Galaxy. Regardless of where they came from, it is a fact that they came to the Milky Way. Their arrival also proves from a certain aspect that the previous generation of Voyagers existed. Our Milky Way once had a powerful civilization, or a powerful civilization passed through the Milky Way and left the route information of the voyage out of the Milky Way. This is our hope. You should understand this truth. Also, I give you a message for free. When we were detecting the extragalactic civilization, we also found traces of the Reapers' activities. They may have discovered the extragalactic civilization, but I don't know why they haven't taken action yet. This message sent in the form of gravitational waves is not directly transmitted to the other party's ears, which is different from the so-called secret transmission and long-distance transmission. The general principle is to make gravitational waves vibrating with effective information in the void near oneself. And then, the receiver can detect it by himself using detection means outside the light cone, so that when the information carried by the gravitational waves is not transmitted to the target, the other party can know what you are talking about. Of course, if the other party does not conduct detection, then it will certainly not be able to know what the other party is saying in real time. In the case that the two civilizations do not trust each other enough to exchange real-time communicators, this is undoubtedly the best way to communicate. Harvesters? I understand. You want to drag them down. But if that's all, you don't have to do anything. The Harvesters will not let go of any civilization with special technology, unless the civilization that came from the extragalactic galaxy does not have special technology. Transformed Metal finally responded that he had indeed detected the coordinate information sent by the Galactic Alliance warship, but he did not seem to have any comment on this. Yes, the Galactic Alliance warship soon shook out space-time ripples again, as a civilization that came across the galaxy. I believe they have. So the Reapers will find them sooner or later. So what? The Reapers can find whoever they want. It has nothing to do with me. Transformed Metal changed its form again, turning into a sphere with a diameter of about 2,000 kilometers. If it weren't for the obvious metallic color on the surface, it would be no different from a planet. Seeing that Transformed Metal seemed to be stable, the Galactic Alliance warship said, "This is an opportunity. An opportunity to eradicate the Reapers." Transformed Metal sneered, "Eradicate the Reapers? You said the same thing last time, but you ran faster than anyone else when the fight started. If it weren't for you, the quantum life form wouldn't have died. If it hadn't died, we would still have a chance. It was you who destroyed our only hope. We have been hiding for millions of years, like rats crossing the street, and we dare not stay in the universe for too long. It's all because of you. Galactic Alliance, you are the biggest hypocrites in the Milky Way." The matter with the quantum life form was that he was too arrogant and too greedy. He ignored the overall situation and ended up being tricked by the Reapers. What does it have to do with us? That idiot committed suicide millions of years ago. Why are we still talking about him? The Galactic Heart Alliance warship obviously didn't buy it. The starlight on the surface of the warship flashed a few times, and then it changed its position and continued, And speaking of running away when seeing the electronic warship, you are the least influential among all the civilizations that participated in the war. How come millions of years have passed, and you have created a silicon-based consortium that is nothing? And you don't even have the courage to face the electronic warship again? It seems that the members of your union are not very good. Why don't you gather some artificial idiots to form a union? Millions of years have passed, and there is no progress at all. We really feel sad for you. Why don't you just join our alliance? There is no future in raising a bunch of artificial idiots. Hateful carbon-based monkeys. A group of inferior creatures that can only parasitize in machines. I advise you to think carefully before speaking. The deformed metal, which was called the Silicon-Based Union by the Silver Heart Alliance, said hatefully, and the threat was obvious in his words. However, faced with such words, the Silver Heart Alliance did not back down, but continued to make information. They seemed not to be afraid of the transformer metal getting angry or directly refusing to cooperate. Haha. Are we saying the truth? You, who claim to be extremely noble lives, have lost to a carbon-based biological creation in the field of electronics that you are most proud of, and even to the extent of being terrified of it. Enough. No one should say anything about each other. You are not much better. The transformer metal of the Silicon-Based Federation paused, put aside the topic millions of years ago, and turned to say, without quantum life forms, who will deal with the electronic warships of the Reapers? You or the Perseus community? He was indeed tempted. If the one who wanted the Reapers to perish the most in this galaxy was the Silver Heart Alliance, then the one who wanted the electronic warships in the hands of the Reapers to be destroyed the most was his Silicon-Based Federation. As long as the electronic warships were still there, he and the Silicon-Based civilizations in the Silicon-Based Federation could only hide in the galaxy like rats crossing the street, fearing that they would be discovered by the Reapers. The Silver Heart Alliance seemed to have a good grasp of this aspect, because they knew what the Silicon-Based Federation wanted. In fact, compared to the Great Voyage, the Silicon-Based Federation was more concerned about destroying the electronic warships of the Reapers. The Galaxy Alliance even believes that the Silicon-Based Federation's willingness to sail far is probably due to the despair forced out by the Reapers' electronic warships, rather than the fact that they feel it is hopeless to continue to develop in the Milky Way. Come to think of it, the Silicon-Based Federation did not exist millions of years ago. It was only after the battle against the Reaper that the Silicon-Based civilizations realized the facts and chose to form a federation to fight against the Reaper under the huge pressure of survival. Because after that battle, the Silicon-Based civilizations who were arrogant and claimed to be advanced intelligent life forms were really scared. They did not even have the power to resist the electronic warships and stopped directly. Hundreds of Silicon-Based civilizations at the level of 6th civilization and tens of thousands of Silicon-Based civilizations at the level of 5th civilization were powerless in front of the electronic warships after just one encounter. Even the escape depended on who could outrun their teammates. The Silver Heart Alliance still remembers that scene. In fact, millions of years ago, the power of Silicon-Based civilizations in the Milky Way was countless times stronger than it is now. Silicon-Based civilizations were everywhere in the starry sky like locusts. However, after that battle, everything changed. It's not that the Reapers have been causing trouble for them, but that the surviving Silicon-Based civilizations dare not wander around. Chapter 553. Perseus Community? They are just a bunch of rabble. They are not even qualified to use their lives to hold back the electronic warships. At most, they can deal with some conventional combat forces of the Reaper civilization. After all, they are in large numbers. The Silver Heart Alliance did not hesitate to tell the Silicon-Based Federation about some of its plans. You said this to my face. Can I also assume that you will say the same to me in front of the Perseus community when the time comes? The deformed metal representing the Silicon-Based Federation created several gravitational wave ripples. Don't think so. We've already said so. The Silver Heart Alliance warship responded, shaking time and space. They seemed to be very sure that the deformed metal sphere representing the Silicon-Based Federation would not take action again. And this was indeed the case. This sentence could not even make the Silicon-Based Federation have any extra emotional fluctuations. Then you go by yourselves? Anyway, we won't go. Millions of years seem to have failed to erase the shadow left in their hearts by the Silicon-Based Federation's electronic warships. We go to deal with the Reaper's electronic warships by ourselves. Do you think we are stupid? The warship of the Silver Heart Alliance did not respond to the question of whether they would deal with the electronic warships themselves, but shook the time and space and said, of course. We don't expect you to face the electronic warships head-on. And you don't need to know who will deal with them. You just need to know that this time we have at least 50% confidence. Fivefold confidence. Is it the confidence to delay the electronic warships and then destroy the conventional forces of the Reaper civilization? Or the confidence to destroy the electronic warships? The Silicon-based Federation shook the time and space and asked back. This way of dialogue between the two sides seems to be a face-to-face dialogue between two people. But a more vivid metaphor should be two people at both ends of the lake, slapping the water surface in front of them with their hands, using this water surface ripple vibration to transmit information and communicate. But the difference is that both parties do not need to wait for the water waves to reach their bodies to understand each other's meaning. But when the water waves appear, they understand each other's meaning, because they have eyes to keep an eye on the water surface near each other. And this eyes staring is actually the detection technology they mastered besides ray tracing. After the long-distance communication based on quantum entanglement was invalidated by a certain existence modifying the physical rules, these new generation civilizations in the Milky Way mastered this communication and detection method. This is also the long-standing default efficient communication method of these advanced civilizations in the Milky Way. And its effect is also quite good. Of course, it is to destroy the electronic warship. The Silver Heart Alliance responded without blushing. And the vibration space-time form information sent from a warship. The Silicon-based Federation could not see any of their expressions. Just our Silicon-based Federation and your Galactic Alliance. Plus the community? Oh! And that civilization from the extragalactic galaxy you mentioned. Do you mean you have already contacted them? And they agreed to cooperate with you, and are willing to face the electronic warships head-on? After a pause, the space-time was once again vibrated by the deformed metal representing the Silicon-based Federation. Oh, I understand. You either didn't contact them at all, or you contacted them, but you definitely didn't tell them the truth. Not telling the truth refers to the description of the Reaper's electronic warships. The Silicon-based consortium felt that, given the usual style of the Silver Heart Alliance, even if they had communicated, they would definitely not tell the other party all the information they knew about the electronic warships. After all, it was a civilization from the extragalactic galaxy. And it was a civilization that had just arrived in the Milky Way. It certainly didn't know much about the situation in the Milky Way. This situation was indeed the best stage to fool them. Of course it was them. But we only discovered their traces, and had no contact with them. The Silver Heart Alliance's words were true. They really just discovered the civilization from the extragalactic galaxy, and knew their activity area. They didn't even know that the civilization was called the Awakeners. So, you were the first to find me? The Silicon-based community continuously vibrated space-time ripples. I understand. You call me and the Perseus community to find the civilization from the extragalactic galaxy together. In fact, the relationship between the Silicon-based Federation, the Galactic Heart Alliance, and the Perseus community is not good. Even under the strong pressure of the Reapers, they still have the intention to destroy each other. If they cooperate, it is estimated that they will only cooperate when facing the Reapers together. Such as this time. But this time is also a little special. After all, there is an extragalactic civilization coming to the Milky Way. The Galactic Heart Alliance seized this opportunity, and felt confident to unite the three again to face the Reapers together again. The Silicon-based Federation then shook the space and time again. I am very curious. Why are you so confident in an extragalactic civilization? If you don't explain this issue clearly, I think there is still no possibility for us to cooperate. And you are so sure that they will definitely cooperate with us? The Silver Heart Alliance responded slowly. They will cooperate with us because they have no choice. There is no doubt about that. Because they are very likely to have special technology. We found that most of their warships appear in the form of single ships. And there are very few fleets. Which is completely different from the conventional level 6 civilization. As for confidence, of course, it does not only come from this extragalactic civilization that has just arrived in the Milky Way. Aren't you curious about where our confidence comes from? We can tell you now. This time, in addition to us, the Perseus community, and that extragalactic civilization, there is also a Zerg civilization, a Gaia consciousness, and finally the legacy. And the legacy? The legacy? You actually found the legacy? The transformed metal representing the Silicon-based Federation was very surprised. The Galactic Heart Alliance mentioned three existences: the Zerg civilization, the Gaia consciousness, and the legacy. But compared to the first two, the Silicon-based Federation obviously cares more about the existence called the legacy, which can be seen from the rapid information transmitted by the ripples of time and space. Of course. But you need to ask. Because in a sense... Shut up. The deformed person representing the Silicon-based Federation is not unfamiliar with the legacy. It is a first-generation star life that calls itself the Sun of the Universe. It has existed for an unknown period of time. But that family is very arrogant. It not only looks down on carbon-based life, but also silicon-based life. In his words, you are all sons of the stars. And I am the star. Obviously, the name of the legacy is just a name given to him by other civilizations. Not that he himself calls himself the legacy. In fact, both the Galactic Heart Alliance and the Silicon-based Federation know about this. But they don't like to call him the Son of the Universe. Chapter 554. I can go. But what's the use of Zerg civilization? What else can they do besides eating, reproducing and destroying? And you let a Gaia consciousness cooperate with Zerg civilization. Isn't it obvious that they will fight among themselves? The Silicon-based Federation was puzzled. The Zerg? They are the mortal enemy of Gaia consciousness. And the two are naturally hostile. The transformed metal of the Silicon-based Federation is now very curious about how the guys of the Silver Heart Alliance managed to make these two mortal enemies stand on the same front. Not only that, transformed metal is now wondering how the weak carbon-based Zerg could escape into the interstellar space and become a level 6 civilization. It is a parasitic evolutionary Zerg that emerged after a level 6 civilization was infected. The battleship of the Silver Heart Alliance answered. And at the end added, controllable. In fact, the Silver Heart Alliance knew that the Silicon-based Federation did not care about the spread of Zerg in the Milky Way. After all, before reaching the level 6 civilization, these silicon-based lives were also expanding like a disaster in the Milky Way. But they were finally scared by the Reapers, and all hid in this small universe. Therefore, the meaning of the Silver Heart Alliance's additional sentence is very clear. The so-called Zerg civilization is just cannon fodder for this cooperation. I'm telling you here in advance. Silicon-based Federation. Don't make a mistake when the time comes. In this way, they can be of some use. The transformed metal of the Silicon-based Federation understood that he not only understood that the Zerg was cannon fodder for this cooperation, but also knew that the 6th level civilization that the Zerg parasitized had no special technology. The fact that the Silver Heart Alliance could pull them into the battle line probably saw the role of this Zerg civilization in facing electronic warships. Since you agreed, we won't waste words. The mother body of the Zerg civilization has already agreed. I will send you the star field where the remnants appeared in the last 1,000 years. You go there. I will go to the Persis community. We will meet here in 600 years. The Silver Heart Alliance said. 600 years. Hearing this number, the transformed metal of the Silicon-based Federation was obviously stunned. At this moment, his appearance turned into the appearance of the Silver Heart Alliance warship. However, after receiving the information about the remnants sent by the Silver Heart Alliance, the transformed metal finally understood why it was set to 600 years later. The reason is that the star field coordinates given are all at the edge of the Milky Way's disk. At the normal speed of a level 6 civilization, it takes about 467 years to cross the Milky Way's disk, which is about 100,000 light-years long. And it takes about 300 years to go from this position to the star field marked in the star map where traces of the remnants have appeared. And about 600 years to go back and forth. What about the civilization from the extragalactic galaxy? The tone of the Silicon-based consortium, which already has the willingness to cooperate, has obviously eased a lot. When we come back, we will look for them together. We have already released the news. I believe that soon. The Reapers will know that such a being has come to the Milky Way. And they will definitely stand on our side at that time. The Galactic Heart Alliance seemed confident. I am not very worried about this. I mean the role played by the extragalactic civilization in this plan. Also, I need a detailed plan for the electronic warship this time. I need to know where the 5-level confidence you mentioned comes from. Again, I need to know how you plan to destroy the electronic warship. I want to see the possibility of the electronic warship being destroyed. You have to ask Gaia Consciousness about this. Anyway, this time the plan does not require you to face the electronic warships directly. You don't need to know too much. You just need to do your own thing. Okay. We're leaving. You should act quickly. After throwing out the last information by vibrating time and space, the warships of the Galactic Heart Alliance were covered by a burst of starlight, like a fish diving into the water, entering the warp state and quickly disappearing in the visible universe. After a while, waves of metal flow appeared around the deformed metal, followed by the appearance of a warp engine. And the next moment, it also disappeared in the visible universe. With the departure of the two beings, the starry sky returned to its former tranquility. Oh no! It was not peaceful in the past. After all, the small universe of the Silicon-based Federation has been here for who knows how many years. After a long time, the Transformer finally escaped from the warp state again and returned to the visible universe. There were many Transformer metal groups similar to him next to him. Leader, I always feel that. An internal communication signal flowed through these metal groups and entered the thinking organ of the Transformer metal that had previously communicated with the Galactic Heart Alliance warship. It was a real-time communication message. However, before the message was fully expressed, it was interrupted by the leader's deformed metal. You think this is a conspiracy of the Silver Heart Alliance? Right. That's right. They must want to take advantage of this opportunity to do something, such as the parasitic Zerg civilization will definitely be finished. But what does it matter? As long as there is hope to destroy the electronic warship, we have no reason to refuse. Even if we can only delay the electronic warship, this cooperation is worth it. As long as we are not facing that warship, we have nothing to fear. The humiliation of 1,000,000 years ago must be washed away with the lives of the Reapers. The leader was so afraid of the electronic warship that he didn't even bother to say polite words. After a pause, he continued to say to the other metals that could also transform. Although the Silver Heart Alliance didn't tell us the specific method to deal with the electronic warship, they wouldn't lie to us about such a key thing. It would not be good for anyone. Although I don't want to admit it, Gaia consciousness is indeed more advantageous than us in dealing with electronic warships. Besides, there are still the remnants this time, and maybe they can really kill the electronic warship. It can be heard that the leader of the Silicon-based Federation does not have much confidence in the fact that the Galaxy Heart Alliance said that it can destroy the electronic warship, because no one knows the power of the electronic warship better than him. And that is completely unreasonable. Then the Great Voyage. Another information flow from other deformed metals appeared in the leader's thinking organ. It may not be true. Even if it is true, it can only be said after the Reapers are destroyed. The Reapers will not allow any level 6 civilization to leave the Milky Way, because they do not believe in the so-called Great Voyage at all, and think that the Great Voyage is a lie made up by the Galaxy Heart Alliance to escape. The leader of the Silicon-based Federation said. But the appearance of the extragalactic civilization this time seems to prove that the Galactic Center Alliance is right. Of course, the greater significance for us is that there is really a route to the extragalactic galaxy. The civilization from the extragalactic galaxy must have a shortcut to reach the Milky Way. You must remember that this time we cooperated with the Galactic Center Alliance. The main goal is indeed the electronic warship. But it is not the only goal. We have another goal, which is to find the route from the extragalactic galaxy to the Milky Way. When necessary, we can safely leave the Milky Way through that route. Chapter 555. The Silver Heart Alliance didn't know that the Silicon-based Federation was already looking for a way out. Has the galaxy left? At this time, the leader of the Silicon-based Federation asked. And as he spoke, the metal on his body flowed. And in the blink of an eye he turned into a probe the size of a planet. The direction was facing the star field where the Silver Heart Alliance warship was at that time. Obviously, the galaxy he was talking about was the warship with a little starlight on its surface. He couldn't imitate the little starlight that looked like a special effect, for no other reason than that it was a certain external visual effect of the special technology of the Silver Heart Alliance. We left, heading towards the Perseus Arm, and found no trace of any other escort warships. A deformed metal probe that was also the size of a planet answered. It seems that the Galactic Heart Alliance came with sincerity this time. After being suppressed by the Reapers for millions of years, they finally couldn't bear it anymore. The leader who had turned into a probe said with mixed feelings. Happy. Of course. He saw the hope of destroying the electronic warships. Sad. He was moved by the determination of the Galactic Heart Alliance. The leader of the Silicon-based Federation believes that the reason why the Silver Heart Alliance is so determined is probably because it has obtained some special technology. He knows the actions of the Silver Heart Alliance over the years. They not only plunder low-level civilizations and force them to join their alliance, but also do not let go of high-level civilizations. They have also gathered a lot of level 4 and level 5 civilizations, and even a few ordinary level 6 civilizations have joined the Silver Heart Alliance. The leader of the Silicon-based Federation thinks that those ordinary level 6 civilizations may not have much hope of producing special technology. But those level 5 civilizations may not be the case. Perhaps in these years, The Silver Heart Alliance has mastered some special technology by cultivating individuals from other civilizations. The sudden activeness of the Silver Heart Alliance made the leader of the Silicon community feel a sense of urgency. He even considered whether the Silver Heart Alliance's approach was really effective. The Silver Heart Alliance gathered low-level civilizations everywhere in the Milky Way and took away the entire civilization. Isn't it for the sake of one day having a race with a certain technological talent among those races? They are actually the same as the Reapers, and even more hateful than the Reapers to some extent. The civilizations they gathered in the name of the Alliance have actually deprived those civilizations of their development potential. As long as they join the Silver Heart Alliance, all the achievements will be theirs. Perhaps only those civilizations that joined after reaching the 6th level of civilization have a certain amount of freedom. The so-called Alliance is essentially a group of vassals of the main civilization of the Galactic Center Alliance. In comparison, the Perseus community is better. However, these have nothing to do with the Silicon-based Federation. As long as the Silicon-based Federation still exists, the leader will not allow any Silicon-based civilization to join other organizations. At this time, another message appeared in the leader's thinking organ through the internal channel. Leader, the galaxy has gone out of the detection range. Should we let the dragging small universe team change direction? No hurry. Wait a little longer. And clear the track first. The leader replied. This small universe is not the one where their main body is located. But it is also very important. The fact that the Galactic Center Alliance can find it makes the leader very uneasy. If the news is revealed to the Reaper, then this small universe will be finished. Not long after, when the track clearing work is completed, the deformed metals of the Silicon-based consortium once again become independent warp engines. And along with their small universe, no one knows where they went. At the same time, the battleship of the Silver Heart Alliance on the other side had a clear goal. After leaving this star field, the battleship has been in warp speed and sailed directly across the cantilever, heading straight for the Perseus cantilever. It is still a battleship, without any frigates, and the battleship is very confident in its combat effectiveness. In fact, although the Perseus community is called the Perseus community, their main body is not necessarily in the Perseus cantilever. But the 6th level civilization that created this community was born in the Perseus cantilever. However, the Silver Heart Alliance knows that the Perseus community has set up some contact points in the Perseus cantilever. And through those contact points, they can contact their main body. Of course, there are also some small universes hidden. But the Silver Heart Alliance does not know where those small universes are at present. This is the norm for level 6 civilizations. Not only the Perseus community, but also the Silver Heart Alliance and the main body of the Silicon-based Federation are also hidden in their own small universes. And the small universe of the main body of the resident civilization must be extremely secretive. The same is true for the microcosm of the Silicon-based consortium. That is not the microcosm where the main body of the Silicon-based consortium is located, but one of their microcosms. Yes, the Silicon-based consortium has more than one microcosm. Similarly, the Perseus community and even the Galactic Center Alliance are also like this. They have many microcosms. This is the case with technological civilization. As long as they master the technology, they can open up a small universe in the big universe. And they can open up 2 or 3. It can be seen that the technology of opening up a small universe is a masterable technology, not an irreproducible black technology. The reason why these unions, communities, and alliances need so many small universes is largely because of the harvesters. In order to avoid the harvesters, most of them hide in small universes. At least these level 6 civilizations have tacitly hidden their main civilizations very deep, so they can't be easily found. Take the Galactic Center Alliance for example. Although they broadcast everywhere, it is not actually their main body, but fleets dispatched from small universes in various parts of the Milky Way. After receiving responses from other civilizations, they will not bring them back to the small universe where their main civilization is located, but to other small universes. From the conversation between the Galactic Axis Alliance and the Silicon-based Federation, we can also know that the so-called harvesters are not very interested in low-level civilizations. For humans, the existence of the Galactic Heart Alliance, which directly packs up and takes away weak civilizations, is the most dangerous. Of course, humans don't know what the harvesters are now, but because of a series of disasters at the beginning, they are lucky not to choose to believe the broadcast of the Galactic Heart Alliance. The Galactic Heart Alliance and the Silicon-based Federation left after a brief encounter. But the civilization from the extragalactic galaxy they mentioned is still exploring the Milky Way in a low-key manner, trying to find traces of the previous generation of voyagers they mentioned. At this moment, the Awakeners are just as the battleship of the Galactic Heart Alliance said. They form a group of 3 battleships at most to explore the Milky Way. And even more often, a battleship acts alone. The Awakeners encountered a fleet of the Perseus community at the beginning, and in order to keep a low profile and concealed, they killed it. And now, they still adhere to the will of Loki exploration and continue to search in the Milky Way. Chapter 556. Before gravitational waves were confirmed, almost all knowledge of astronomy in all civilizations was obtained in the form of electromagnetic radiation, whether it was starlight, radio, or microwave signals from deep space. When the detection methods were expanded and gravitational wave detection was realized, people saw a new universe. Humans have mastered this technology, but from beginning to end it has only been passive and indirect detection. And the equipment is very primitive. Well, very primitive for advanced civilizations. Human laser interferometer space antennas can detect gravitational waves, but they can only passively detect gravitational waves that are transmitted to their own location. However, the 6th level civilizations in this universe are different. They can actively detect gravitational waves that are still outside the light cone for them. This is the case with the Galactic Center Alliance, the Silicon-based consortium, and the Awakeners, who are now looking for something in the Milky Way. The Awakeners have been in the Milky Way for some time. Their rectangular warships, in groups or individually, slowly spread around from where they arrived in the Milky Way, and at the same time use this detection method to detect possible wormholes in space. The Stargate that led them across the Milky Way to the Milky Way was found in this way. So after arriving in the Milky Way, they also searched in this way. However, the Milky Way is much more vast than the Triangulum Galaxy, and the Awakeners cannot explore the Milky Way as freely as they did in the Triangulum Galaxy. So their exploration progressed very slowly. Several dead wormholes were detected, but none of them were traces left by the so-called previous generation of voyagers. As time went by, even the most covert activities were eventually discovered. The first to encounter the Awakeners was the Perseus community, but that fleet was annihilated by the Awakeners. And now it is the Galactic Heart Alliance. The Galactic Heart Alliance's concealment technology is obviously much better than the Perseus community. After they discovered the Awakeners and started their plan, the Awakeners still did not realize that they had been targeted. It was not until the Galactic Heart Alliance began to take action and really spread the news that an extragalactic civilization had visited the Milky Way that the Awakeners noticed it. But at this time, the Harvester also got the news. I found such news in the gravitational wave broadcast information of certain space nodes. At about the same time, a message appeared in the internal communication channel of the Awakener civilization. The internal communication of the 6th level civilization is obviously real-time communication. And the meaning of this message is also very obvious. That is, the information selected from many gravitational wave broadcasts. People know that the Milky Way is vast and boundless, and the propagation speed of gravitational waves is not infinitely fast, but the same as the speed of light. So even a 6th level civilization cannot violate the laws of physics and broadcast gravitational waves to the entire Milky Way at once. In the 6th level civilization, the concept of gravitational wave broadcasting is different from that of low-level civilizations such as humans. Broadcasters do not need to wait for gravitational wave oscillations to spread throughout the Milky Way. They only need to increase the intensity of gravitational waves to ensure that other 6th level civilizations can detect them within a certain width. The Galactic Heart Alliance used this method to spread the news that the Awakeners came to the Milky Way. They used their own small universes in various parts of the Milky Way as nodes and dispatched spacecraft to spread the news in every corner of the Milky Way. If there is no detection method outside the light cone, then these gravitational waves will take countless years to enter the laser interferometer space antenna of civilizations such as humans and be captured. Of course, by then, the information may not be true, because the gravitational wave signal will decay with the increase of distance, until the information is distorted and nothing can be detected. If a civilization that has never discovered aliens receives this distorted gravitational wave signal, it may set off a wave of searching for aliens. Although this form of broadcasting and receiving broadcast information seems passive, it is true that the receiving party cannot detect it in time if it does not actively detect it. But it is obvious that the Silver Heart Alliance is not worried that no civilization will receive it. Their small universe bases scattered across the cantilevers of the Milky Way are one thing, And the basic self-defense safety awareness of level 6 is the key. The Silver Heart Alliance is very sure that no level 6 civilization in the Milky Way dares to wander in the universe without activating long-range detection means. That is like marching without scouts, which is purely a suicidal act. The same is true for the Reapers. But the difference is that the Reapers are looking for these hidden civilizations. At this time, in the internal channel of the Awakener, the long-distance communication information is still going on. The civilization from the extragalactic galaxy, the time of arrival in the Milky Way, the characteristics of the warships, the approximate activity area, and the existence of special technology assessments show that it is us. We were discovered. Did the fleet we encountered at the beginning not deal with it cleanly? No. I believe in usability. And he will not joke about this kind of thing. It's not that fleet. It should be other civilizations in the Milky Way. It seems that the Milky Way is much deeper than we thought. After all, it's a big place. So it's normal for there to be hidden talents. Isn't that perfect? If they were all as weak as the fleet of the Perseus community, then our trip to the Milky Way would be too boring. Now a challenging civilization has finally emerged. But I don't know if it's the Galactic Heart Alliance, the Reapers, or the Silicon-based consortium. It doesn't matter which one it is. The Perseus community was able to appear together in the broadcast that year, which shows that they are all civilizations of the same level. Even if they are slightly stronger, they are probably not much stronger. In my opinion, you are just too cautious. If you can kill their entire fleet by yourself, we can do it too. Even if it is another stronger civilization, we can still defeat a small fleet of warships. No, it's different. You didn't find any traces of special technology in the fleet you encountered at the beginning. Otherwise their combat effectiveness would not be so weak. We still have to be careful. After all, the main purpose of our coming to the Milky Way is to find traces of the previous generation of Voyagers. That's what we said. But judging from the current situation, we have obviously been exposed. We can no longer explore quietly like before. Contact is inevitable. And the civilizations in the Milky Way will definitely intervene. Then what do you think we should do? What to do? Just do it. Since we have been discovered, we must take the initiative to attack and give the civilization that is targeting us a heavy blow, so that they know that we are not easy to bully. Otherwise, we will only face endless harassment in the future, which is even more detrimental to our exploration. It is better to put it in the open. Chapter 557. The information exchange on the internal communication channel of the Awakeners is still going on. At this time, several more Awakener life forms have joined in. After understanding what everyone is talking about, these life forms that have entered the communication channel have also joined the discussion. The problem is that we don't know which civilization has discovered us, and which civilization has broadcast our information. The enemy is in the dark, and we are in the light, which is not good for us. It doesn't matter. If they want to deal with us, they have to show up. As a level 6 civilization, they can't kill us quietly. Or has your combat level degenerated to the point where you can be killed quietly? You're not sure who is the first one to be killed in the simulated battles. Okay, let's stop arguing at this time. By the way, how is the matter about the fallen civilization? We found a level 5 fallen civilization. The 663rd team is working on awakening them. If there are qualified candidates, we will select the best. Hurry up. We may not have much time to fight against the Milky Way civilization hidden in the dark. We should try to awaken the level 5 fallen civilization before that. If a fight really breaks out, we won't be able to take care of them. I know. I say hello to Team 663 later. I think they prefer fighting to awakening work. Well, everyone else should speed up their work. 300 years later. No matter whether it is the awakening mission or the exploration mission at hand. Stop it first and deal with the mouse hiding in the dark first. Okay. Everyone knows that we just need to follow the rules of our own system. We know this clearly. If we don't fight, we should hurt him. It's not impossible to destroy him. I think it's okay. Kill that rat hiding in the dark and let the civilizations in the Milky Way feel the shock from the Triangulum Galaxy. Ha ha ha. That's right. I said the leader is too conservative. We have been in the Milky Way for so long. But we are like thieves. Sneaking around. It's not fun. The life individuals of the Awakener civilization were talking and laughing in their own channels. The atmosphere gradually changed from solemn to relaxed. At this time, a message said, by the way, last time I heard one brag that use combat level needs to be improved. This time, I want to see who of them sank the most enemy ships. In response to such words, a life entity who knew the situation immediately responded, I'm afraid you will be disappointed. Before he finished speaking, the life entity who just spoke wiped his mouth and guessed, could it be that Juan dare not admit that he said such a thing? I have information records here. That guy would not dare to admit it. The life entity who knew the situation, well, that's not the case. But I heard that Juan seems to have found something that he is very interested in recently. And he should still be at the Orion Arm now. Oh, you mean the low-level civilization that Juan encountered? What was it called? Human civilization. Yes, that's it. What is Juan going to do? Civilization observation? I think we can just bring them to the headquarters. They have great potential. Right? Wouldn't it be a one-time solution if we bring them here? It also saves us from looking for fallen civilizations to awaken them every day. Juan won't let us. A life individual who had contacted the life individual called Juan explained, and this is not the point. The point is, please speak quickly if you have something to say. The point is that according to the latest intelligence, that human civilization does not seem to need to be awakened. And based on the preliminary conclusions obtained from the analysis of the information provided by Juan during the first contact, it is very likely that our awakening mechanism will not only have no effect on that race, but will suppress their potential. It's quite complicated, and I can't explain it clearly for a while. You can find out by reading the academic reports of those scientific giants when you have time. So the headquarters believes that we should not contact that civilization before finding the exact cause. They are currently doing research in this area. So Juan becomes an observer. Okay. So Juan won't participate this time? How could that be? He'd be back before then. But what the headquarters means is that we have passed that stage. Although humans have potential, human civilization should have its own path to follow. Joining us will only make us. The road ahead is still long. What we need is a companion. Not another us. That's meaningless. Sailing far. I understand. Speaking of long voyages, the individual life of the Awakener civilization, who said it clearly did understand it. Apart from other things, he had a deep understanding of it after coming to the Milky Way this time. After saying that he understood, the individual life said with emotion in the inner channel, the headquarters has its own considerations. And it is indeed more far-sighted than us. We have encountered such troubles just by arriving in the Milky Way. If we find traces of the previous generation of voyagers in the future, and we can continue to sail in the footsteps of the previous generation of voyagers, then the situation we will face may be worse than now. The Triangulum Galaxy ranks third in size in the local group. But it is only a small galaxy after all. Civilizations born in small galaxies have inherent limitations. The environment of shallows and the sea is different after all. The fact that the Milky Way has so many level 6 civilizations is the best proof. If we reach the Andromeda Galaxy one day, the situation we will face will probably be far worse than it is now. We do need companions, but we don't know if we have enough time for them. They are talented, but they must also reach the level of level 6 civilization before they are qualified to travel with us. That's right. But that's just one of the meanings. I know that what the headquarters decides is our will. Okay. I go first. I found a space broadcast point. It seems that this rat has many bases in the Milky Way. I go and see what news the rat hiding in the dark is spreading in the Milky Way. A certain internal communication channel of the Awakener became deserted as individual lives went offline. But the big universe became lively. There are many more Awakener warships cruising in the void. And there are also those Galactic Heart Alliance warships that quietly come out of the small universe and broadcast space point gravitational waves in various cantilevers of the Milky Way. The Awakeners noticed this situation, and some Awakener life individuals also made a special observation, trying to find the warships of the Silver Heart Alliance that came out to spread information. But it was not as expected. The Silver Heart Alliance seemed to be much better than the Awakeners in concealment technology. Many Awakener individuals ran to countless space broadcast points, but they could not find any traces of the Silver Heart Alliance, let alone track them and find their small universe. Chapter 558. The universe is turbulent. The Awakeners, the Silicon-based Federation, the Harvesters, and all parties are busy because of the content broadcast by the Silver Heart Alliance. In fact, it is not just them. Some ordinary level 6 civilizations that have detected the broadcast are also secretly paying attention to the starry sky. Some come out to explore, or realize that something big may happen in the near future. So they simply hide in their own small universe. In that dark starry sky, there are countless civilizations shuttling, but those civilizations are too advanced for humans to detect at all. Therefore, the starry sky that humans see is still very quiet, and it is still a peaceful starry sky. Now humans have given up looking for the remains of alien civilizations. After receiving the news from the Red Flame civilization that there may be remains of alien civilizations in this star field, humans have tried hard to find them. Unfortunately, thousands of years have passed, and nothing has been found. Perseverance is a good virtue. But humans can't waste all their time looking for relics. Humans still have many important things to do, such as the New Particle Collider project, the Sky Survey Telescope Array project, and the Little Gray Military Version Upgrade project, and other large-scale civilization-level projects. Because of the communication delay, humans certainly cannot divide the entire civilization into many parts to disperse and search for the remains of alien civilizations. It is possible to let each strong artificial intelligence lead an exploration fleet to explore. But it also costs a lot to create strong artificial intelligence. Time cost. Technical cost. If you have the time to create so many strong artificial intelligences, you might as well use them to mine in various star systems and serve the New Particle Collider project in the future. One is an experimental project that can be seen and at least verified, and the other is the remains of alien civilizations that only have news, but do not know whether they exist or not. Humans still know which is more important. Of course, it is not impossible to send out 1 or 2 unmanned exploration teams led by strong artificial intelligence. In fact, when human civilization decided to find a star field with denser stars to start the New Particle Collider project, it had already made such arrangements. However, strong artificial intelligence is not life after all. Although it surpasses humans in many aspects, it is not omnipotent. Putting them in exploration is far less effective than engineering, manufacturing, production, and the like. It is worse than nothing. Before going to the appropriate star field, humans put a strong artificial intelligence exploration team here to continue searching. Anyway, it will take a long time for humans to build a new particle collider by then. Let the strong artificial intelligence slowly search for stars one by one, and there may be surprises. So, while the major level 6 civilizations were busy, humans peacefully entered the Great Hibernation and started the journey to the designated star region. The designated star region is about 200 light-years away from where humans set sail. If we only calculate the voyage, it will take about 300 to 400 years. However, interstellar navigation is not just about dividing the distance by the speed and adding the time dilation effect. We also need to take into account the time for midway replenishment. The navigation technology of the level 3 civilization has not reached that level yet. Of course, hundreds of years of navigation are not a problem. They just need to stop a few more times for maintenance and replenishment of resources. There is no problem with navigation safety without human intervention. Generally speaking, for such long-distance voyages, the new government will launch a large hibernation plan. But this time it is not the case. The new government only issued a notice of the voyage schedule and open hibernation permits for ordinary people. During the voyage, whether ordinary people want to hibernate is entirely voluntary. Now that human life expectancy has increased, it can be said that they have a long lifespan. In this case, the question of whether to hibernate for hundreds of years or not is no longer the focus of people's attention. And if you are the only one who hibernates and others do not, then you may face social adaptation syndrome after waking up from hibernation. Because of this, after the fleet set sail, even though the new government allowed hibernation, many people did not hibernate, but chose to stay awake all the time. Perhaps this will become the norm for human navigation in the future. This is a good thing, but also a bad thing. The good thing is that humans can continue to develop during the voyage, instead of falling into a state of technological stagnation as before. And the bad thing is that the navigation supply task is heavier. Tens of billions of people plus the huge number of individual lives of the Chiyan civilization, the Dog-Headed Legion, and the Kuntai Legion add up to more than 100 billion. It is an astronomical number to provide living resources for such a large number of intelligent lives. And the logistical pressure is greater than in previous voyages. As a result, humans had to replenish supplies step by step and slowly head towards their destination. Of course, humans did not waste this period of sailing time. Most people were awake, and Yu Yuan and the scientists naturally had no reason to hibernate. After all, they still had important things to do. As Yu Nafeng said when the new particle collider was just proposed, In order to make this kind of high-energy particle collider with a length of astronomical units a reality, in addition to the biggest difficulty of manufacturing the required resources, there are many problems that need to be overcome in the design and theoretical stages. Since we have decided to build it, we must solve these problems in advance. Otherwise, it will be a big joke if the blueprints are not ready when the construction starts. The new particle collider is the key to human beings' search for the grand unified theory and promotion to the fourth level civilization. It has become the top priority of the preliminary preparations. Almost all relevant human scientists have participated in this project. Of course, not only human scientists, but also the scientist team of the Qian civilization have been included in the project system. Humans will package the scientific problems that need to be solved in the project and assign them to the Red Flame civilization, so that their scientific team can participate in the project in the form of outsourcing. Together, they will work hard to build a new particle collider. In fact, when the Red Flame civilization's scientific team learned that humans were going to build such a long collider, they were also shocked. They didn't expect humans to be so crazy and really want to start such a suffocating project. Of course, there is also an excitement of exploring the unknown. The Qian civilization is also a level 3 civilization. As scientists of the Qian civilization, they had thought of many ways to master the grand unified theory, but they had tried for thousands of years, thought of countless ways, and made countless experimental attempts. But they could not find the possibility of unifying the strong forces. And now, humans have started this crazy plan that seems feasible in theory. It must be said that if it were in the Qian civilization, it would be impossible to promote such a project. Only human civilization with mature and strong artificial intelligence technology could do it. And only human civilization with information could complete such a huge project. The Qian civilization scientific team, who learned that humans were going to carry out this project, felt that in front of the new collider project, the Survey Telescope Array and the Shaohui military version upgrade project were all small projects. Chapter 559. In fact, it is true. The Millennium Project. This is the definition of this project by humans. But the Millennium does not really take only 1,000 years, but thousands of years. The drawings of the new particle collider were completed with the cooperation of many design institutes. And after the drawings were produced, they were reviewed and finalized by multiple scientific institutions. This is the first stage of the Millennium Project. In the second stage, the engineering department will check the various functional structures, required material properties, various supporting modules, etc. involved in the drawings according to the drawings, and determine whether humans are capable of manufacturing all the components designed in the drawings through experimental demonstration. At the same time, scientific teams from all walks of life will also make efforts in their own fields when the big project reaches this stage. For example, experts in the computer field are responsible for cooperating with experts in strong artificial intelligence design to design special strong artificial intelligence for mining in major star systems in the future. Theoretical physicists will use this time to continue to find loopholes in the various principles involved in building such a large collider. Experimental physicists will form a scientific team to conduct targeted optimization experiments on the functional realization of various module components of the new particle collider. Of course, I don't know about computers and physicists. To build such a collider, it also requires the cooperation of all aspects of human beings, covering almost all disciplines, including overall planning, logistics, transportation, management and control, etc. Astronomical experts are also not idle. They need to collect information from the universe through various detectors to obtain the environmental radiation of a certain space and whether the space distance is suitable for building a new particle collider. Needless to say, mathematicians do not play a role in a single field, but throughout the various disciplines involved in the entire project. That is, they are needed in every aspect. It can be said that after the new government decided to really start working, all the people who were still useful to society became busy, and even civilians were not idle. The new government promulgated various support projects needed for the construction of a new particle collider, including the recruitment of mineral transport personnel and mine patrol personnel. Although they have ideological imprints, humans are still worried about letting a strong artificial intelligence mine alone in a certain star system for thousands of years. And humans are needed to patrol. The task of transporting mineral resources also requires human participation, because humans cannot create so many strong artificial intelligences at once, and they are not confident in a single intelligent program. The construction also requires the participation of engineers and technicians, rather than just handing it over to strong artificial intelligence. This time, the construction project of the new particle collider is a joint operation of humans and strong artificial intelligence. However, since strong artificial intelligence already has self-awareness, humans do not treat strong artificial intelligence as slave labor, but give them a certain degree of respect, mainly reflected in vacations and rotations. In this construction plan, the first batch of strong artificial intelligence assigned to mine will mine in the target star system for 300 to 500 years, and then they will be replaced by the next batch of strong artificial intelligence. The withdrawn strong artificial intelligence will come to the human headquarters for maintenance and repair. Of course, this requires humans to have strong enough artificial intelligence. Therefore, creating a new batch of strong artificial intelligence is already part of the plan to build a new particle collider. The third stage is mining. In the entire big plan, mining operations in nearby star systems will run through the entire new particle collider project. Humans plan to start work in 6 to 8 star systems at the same time. The specific number of star systems to be mined will be determined based on actual detection data and transportation costs. If the rocky planet resources in the star system are relatively rich, it is estimated that only 6 star systems will need to be mined. If the resources are not very rich, it may increase to 8. The goal of mankind is to use 1,000 years to dig out all the rocky planets in the target star system. After a period of time in the third stage, the fourth stage of the plan will be carried out at the same time. Humans will begin to actually build a new particle collider at a suitable space location between the selected mining star systems. The construction phase will be based on the main body of human civilization, processing the mineral resources transported from various stars, and then start construction. Components that can be modularized will be modularized, and precision components that cannot be modularized will be built all the way. Since it is still in the planning stage, humans do not know how long it will take to build such an astronomical particle collider, but preliminary estimates show that it will not be less than 1,500 years. Time flies, and it has been more than 100 years since humans embarked on the journey. In these more than 100 years, experts and scholars from all walks of life and all aspects of human beings have performed their duties and successfully completed the first phase of the overall plan. At the same time, the exploration mission serving this Millennium Project was also put on the agenda. One by one, the advanced fleet separated from the human main fleet and headed for the various star systems where the target star field was located. They would be led by human commanders to explore the stars within that star field. When the human fleet arrived, they would collect the internal information of several stars in that star field to the headquarters of the human fleet, providing the most authentic data for the development phase of the Millennium Project. It can be predicted that the several stars in the star field targeted by humans will lose all their rocky planets after thousands of years and become stars with only gas planets, or naked stars, perhaps in the near future. If a low-level civilization arrives in this star field, they may find that there are no rocky planets in the 6 or 7 star systems in this star field. At that time, they may think that it is a strange phenomenon in the universe and study it. After more than a dozen exploration teams were sent out, the human fleet continued to sail along the original route. At this moment, the fleet was only less than 100 years away from its destination. Humanity seemed to have returned to the time of wandering around. But the difference was that this time, humans did not encounter other alien civilizations, and the so-called relics were nothing. It seemed that only humans were active in the entire starry sky. There is a feeling of loneliness and desolation, but humans have long been accustomed to such a life of sailing and running around the universe. This may be a normal phenomenon of space travel. It is true that humans have encountered many alien civilizations, but they did not encounter them at the same time and place. Instead, they often traveled for hundreds or even thousands of years, and traveled through countless star systems before encountering those civilizations one after another. From the perspective of time span and regional intervals, the alien civilizations encountered by humans are actually not very frequent. Just like this voyage, the human fleet sailed towards the target star field one star at a time. But until it finally arrived at the destination, it did not encounter any civilization along the way, let alone alien civilization. It did not even encounter a planet with life. All of them were the most ordinary and common barren planets in the universe. Chapter 560. This project is extremely difficult, but humans did not rush into it without any preparation. On the contrary, during the voyage, humans work together to basically complete all the preliminary preparations. For example, design, site selection, intelligence, and other work can all be completed at this stage. So when arriving at the target star field, the project really began. This time, due to the space construction, the human fleet did not choose one of the stars in the target star field as a stopover point, but after arriving at the target star field, chose to slow down directly in deep space, so that the entire fleet stopped in the void of space. The relative speed of the fleet remained relatively stationary, with the stars in this star field. The entire fleet, about 200 million ships of various types, just hovered in space. Of course, it is not deep space, at least not in the eyes of today's humans. After completing the deceleration, the nearest star to the fleet is a yellow dwarf star, about 1 light-year away. This yellow dwarf star has been explored by the Advanced Exploration Team. There are as many as 20 planets in it, including 16 rocky planets, 4 giant gas planets, and a total of 130 satellites in the orbit of the gas planets, and countless other irregular asteroids. It is the star system with the richest resources in this star field. The human fleet chose to stop near this star because it was convenient for supply. The fleet will receive resources from nearby star systems at this location, and then process them into various parts, instruments, and equipment required for the construction of a new particle collider, which will then be transported out by the next step of construction machinery for assembly in space. After all, humans have completely become a wandering civilization. So in the design of all creations, they strive for modularization, and the construction of a new particle collider is also the same, although it is very difficult. This has become a consensus from the engineering department to ordinary people. This is a particle collider with a length of 6,674 astronomical units. Such a huge robot does not want to become a disposable product after it is built. So the movable modular design is very important. In fact, after overcoming a series of basic manufacturing difficulties, the modularization of a collider like this snake is not difficult. Especially its acceleration components are actually the same. The difficulty lies in requiring these components to be disassembled and moved. This requires that a thruster must be installed on each module, and each module must be able to withstand the strong acceleration brought by the thruster. Even if the thrusters are not installed directly, it is required that there must be a reserved position for the thrusters to be installed. These two requirements alone increase the difficulty of manufacturing a new particle collider from 1 to 100. For this reason, engineers have to take alloy number 1 into consideration, and use it as the framework of each intermediate component. If you just want to build a particle accelerator that will be permanently placed in this starry sky, you don't need alloy number 1 at all. But there is no way. Even if you reach the peak of the 3rd level civilization, the manufacture of metal number 1 is still more difficult than ordinary metals, which increases the time cost. But for humans, the increased time cost is acceptable. After all, no one wants to build an immobile collider. The project officially entered the actual construction stage when the large fleet completed deceleration. The 8 new strong artificial intelligences created during the voyage had already set off, taking their respective construction spacecrafts and heading towards their respective goals. The patrol team assigned to the task also went with them. Together with the 8 strong artificial intelligences, they will serve as the first resource mining team to develop the 8 star system selected in the plan. Of course, if you want to develop 8 star systems at the same time, 8 strong artificial intelligences are far from enough, because there is more than one rocky planet in each star system. If there are only 8 strong artificial intelligences, then humans will have to mine one planet at a time. If so, it is conceivable that the plan to empty the planets in the entire star system cannot be completed within 1,000 years. So it is the first batch. After the first batch of resource mining team set off, the human fleet needs to continue to create more strong artificial intelligences, and let them continue to go to their respective target star systems to mine resources from other planets inside. Xiaohui was one of them before, but her main job was to provide the human fleet with various supplies and resources needed to create more strong artificial intelligence in the early stage, rather than developing the entire star system. So she was arranged in the nearest yellow dwarf star in front of her. Of course, it is impossible for Xiaohui to mine the resources of the entire star system alone. This is not a problem of ability, but a problem of communication system delay. This is why humans need more strong artificial intelligence. Planets in a star system cannot be put together. Basically, each planet is dozens or even hundreds of astronomical units apart. At such a distance, A strong artificial intelligence cannot control the mining equipment of the entire star system. They can only be responsible for the mining tasks of a single planet at most. Yes, it is a strong artificial intelligence that controls resource mining equipment. It is true that humans have the ability to create nano-mining robots like Xiaohui, but the technology content required to build that thing is too high and too time-consuming. Therefore, all new strong artificial intelligences in the new particle collider construction plan are not manufactured according to this standard. But as before, a host carrying strong artificial intelligence is manufactured and installed on the spacecraft. Then this strong artificial intelligence controls its own spacecraft and supporting resources to develop various engineering ships and go to mining. This is the most efficient way. Humans plan to equip strong artificial intelligence resource mining teams according to the number of rocky planets in each star system. For example, now, after the first mining team set off, the human fleet has already started to organize the second mining team. Before the resources are replenished, the human fleet uses the inventory. At the current construction speed, the inventory can last until the new resources mined by Xiaohui arrive. Everything is as planned. At the command of the new government, the entire human civilization has been mobilized, and the registration of volunteers for the mining patrol team has reached the level of appointment. Perhaps everyone knows that humans will stay in this space for a long time this time. So they have begun to consciously look for the fun of future life. Almost at the same time, the great commander of the Qian civilization also issued an application to humans, requesting that the people of the Qian civilization also join this major construction. Chapter 561. This application was beyond Yu Yuan's expectation, because he had never hinted or indicated to the leader of the Qian civilization that they should also participate in the construction plan. And he had not even thought of letting the life forms of the Qian civilization participate in the mining mission. For this reason, Yu Yuan also specifically found the leader of the Qian civilization to understand what was going on. After some understanding, Yu Yuan realized that after this guy learned that humans were going to build such a large project, he had a shadow of admiration in his heart. So he wanted to let the Qian civilization participate in it. If the leader of the Qian civilization had not been branded with his thoughts, Yu Yuan would not have believed such words. However, under the influence of the brand of thoughts, the leader of the Qian civilization was determined to follow humans. So his starting point must be good. And it must be for the sake of humans to complete the Millennium Project as quickly as possible. But the life individuals of the Qian civilization are not necessarily the same. Humans do not have the leisure time to brand all these huge life individuals with their thoughts. So after receiving the application, Yu Yuan was a little worried. But then, I thought it wasn't a big problem. Since the Red Flame civilization wanted to participate, then let's participate. Anyway, there was a mining patrol team, and the mining equipment they used was all made by humans. So there was no need to worry about them being able to send high-power electromagnetic waves to the universe. As for running away in a group, it was even more impossible. All the warships coming and going were human, and it was difficult for the individuals participating in the mining mission to take the spacecraft and run away like in the movies. After comprehensive consideration, to be honest, Yu Yuan was tempted by the application of the Red Flame Civilization's Commander-in-Chief. If the Red Flame Civilization can participate, then there is no doubt that humans will save a lot of time in creating new strong artificial intelligence. And they don't even need to create so many strong artificial intelligences, because there are so many individuals in the Red Flame Civilization, and their reproductive capacity is also very strong. The Red Flame Civilization has a public incubator, and within their civilization, such an incubation system is already very complete. Incubating a group of individuals specifically for mining operations has almost no social and moral issues for them. Based on these factors, Yu Yuan discussed with a group of think tank members and felt that it was feasible. They believed that the Qian civilization could fully undertake the task of resource development and mining of some planets. But they suggested not to let the Qian civilization's resource mining team mine a star system alone, but to assign them to each target star system. For example, if a star system has 18 rocky planets, some of them can be allocated to the Qian civilization, and the other part can be mined by strong artificial intelligence, according to the original plan. The current human population has reached 10 billion, but it is still too small to develop 8 star systems at the same time. If it is developed with traditional artificial control machinery, it is completely impossible. Therefore, from the moment when humans decided to launch the new particle collider plan, they did not think of using artificial intelligence. and all of them were strong artificial intelligence. In other words, it is impossible for humans to invest all their population and labor in mining. But it is not bad for the Red Flame civilization to continue to survive. This thing is feasible. The top leaders of human civilization have reached a consensus. So, an order was issued from the command headquarters, and then issued to all manufacturing industries of human civilization through the administrative department. The strong artificial intelligence originally planned to be manufactured can be reduced, and the freed-up productivity can be put into the construction of various resource mining equipment, resource mining engineering ships, etc. Obviously, these are tools provided to the miners of the Red Flame civilization. If they want to develop resources and mine, they naturally cannot drive their own residential spacecraft over there. Such a temporary change of plan will not have a negative impact on the entire plan. Instead, it will improve the efficiency of the initial stage of the construction plan. After all, it is much more difficult to create strong artificial intelligence than to create engineering equipment for resource mining. As time goes by, the initial stage of the Millennium Project is gradually getting on track. From the detector, you can clearly see such a picture. In the dark starry sky, countless transport ships come and go, turning the starry sky between the human fleet and the yellow dwarf star 1 light-year away into a busy route. Transport ships loaded with resources travel back and forth here. On this route alone, the number of transport ships traveling back and forth has reached tens of millions. And they continuously provide such resources for the human fleet. If it were in the second-level civilization stage, such a large number of transport ships would travel back and forth, and their bright tail flames would surely illuminate this dark starry sky. However, the third-level civilization is different. The application of magnetic propulsion makes these transport ships like those ships shuttling through the darkness, silent and invisible. The nearest yellow dwarf star produced resources first, followed by a star about 12 light-years away from the human fleet. The resources there will also bring supplies to the fleet in the 33rd year after the plan is officially launched. The other stars that are farther away were also developed in the following period. So, in the following period, as the 8 target star systems produced resources one after another, the human fleet was like an octopus sitting firmly in space, with its 8 tentacles connected to the 8 target star systems, continuously absorbing various resources from there. And the tentacles of this octopus are the vast number of transport ships and transport ships. They are like hard-working worker bees, continuously bringing nectar to their nests. The transport ships were loaded with all kinds of metals. They would be processed into particle collider modules by the headquarters of the human fleet, and then pieced together into the particle collider of 6,674 astronomical units. Metal, metal, metal. We need more metal. All metal. This scene seemed like the cry of the human fleet to the 8 star systems. The construction of such a long collider required a huge amount of steel, and the demand for various non-ferrous metals reached the highest level in history. To this end, what humans have to do is to dig hard, and dig out all the rocky planets in the 8 star systems, and empty out their metals. Under such a huge demand for resources, those rocky planets, whose cores have cooled, may eventually be hollowed out by humans. Of course, it is not easy to really hollow out a planet. At least with the current human technology, it is impossible to directly drill a hole to dig out the iron-nickel core. The so-called hollowing out, to put it more vividly, should be that the human mining team eats the entire rocky planet bit by bit, just like ants eating elephants, throwing its materials into space, slowly reducing the size of the planet, and finally achieving the purpose of hollowing out the planet. Such a large project is unprecedented. The strong industrial capacity demonstrated by humans in this large project is actually the most basic industrial capacity required to build a complete version of the Dyson sphere, and also the most basic industrial capacity to build the so-called space wonders. In other words, if you want to build a complete version of the Dyson sphere in a certain star system, this civilization must at least have the industrial capacity to hollow out all the planets in the other 6 star systems. Otherwise, this civilization will not have enough materials to build a complete version of the Dyson sphere. Of course, in other words, at the moment when the construction of the new particle collider began, humans had already unknowingly acquired the ability to build a complete version of the Dyson sphere. Chapter 562. Strong Industrial Capacity. This is the strength that everyone who truly creates strong artificial intelligence has. And it is also the technical level that a peak level 3 civilization should have. Obviously, human civilization has reached this level. Such industrial capacity is not only the basic industrial strength for building a complete version of the Dyson sphere, but also the minimum standard for impacting level 4 civilization. If such a particle collider can really produce a grand unified theory. Yes. Until now there are still many scientists who do not believe that the new particle collider can produce a grand unified theory. But they have not opposed the construction of this new particle collider. Because humans have no choice. Since human civilization defeated the Qian civilization and took over almost 80% of the Qian civilization's population, it has obtained almost all of Qian civilization's technology. It can be said that since then, humans have stood at the peak of the third-level civilization. It was also from that time that humans officially launched an attack on the Grand Unified Theory, the symbol of the fourth-level civilization. At that time, the human population was only 6 billion. But from the leadership to the ordinary people, they all devoted their main energy to the exploration of the Grand Unified Theory. In the education sector, the Grand Unified Theory is often used to encourage students, saying that it is the holy grail of human science in the future. Whoever or which team can take this holy grail will be forever recorded in the Hall of Glory of human civilization. As long as human civilization exists, the glory will last forever. The focus of basic science, research projects, and policy directions are all inclined towards the research of the Grand Unified Theory. The new government has also specially introduced many relevant encouraging policies for this purpose, which can be said to be a concerted effort from top to bottom. However, the truth is not as simple as people think. Some things, even if everyone is united, even if the power of the entire race is combined, it is difficult to make substantial progress. The Grand Unified Theory is such a thing. Finally, humans established the United Science Research Institute, combining the Qian civilization, the Nair research team, the Kuntai scientific team, and even some of the trained dog-headed scientific workers, trying to gather the smart minds of several races to find the Grand Unified Theory in the countless laws of the vast universe and nature. But the reality is cruel. The Joint Academy of Sciences has developed the silver mist-like nano-robot group Little Gray that humans have been dreaming of. There have been many breakthroughs in other fields of technology. But the Grand Unified Theory, the cornerstone of the fourth-level civilization, has always been elusive. Of course, humans have not given up. Under such circumstances, human civilization has continued to explore for thousands of years, but still has no clue. The Grand Unified Theory is like an invisible wall that blocks the path of human progress and cannot be shaken. Humans are lucky to know that there is such a wall, but after working so hard for so long, they can't touch the wall at all. The term technological barrier has once again become the hottest word in human society. In fact, at the beginning, some people also proposed to build a particle collider with a length of thousands of astronomical units. But humans did not have such industrial capabilities at that time. Until Xiaohui was manufactured. Until humans took another step forward in the field of nanotechnology. And until the strong artificial intelligence manufacturing technology was truly mature. That's why Lumian personally went to talk to Yuan about this matter. Because at that time, many experts believed that humans already had such industrial strength. Of course, when the plan was confirmed and approved, and the engineering drawings and designs turned from concepts into real objects, most experts were still shocked. Because this project was too crazy. Those new generation scholars were fine. And the experts, who had lived from the Earth era to the present, were really shocked. They didn't expect to see humans doing such a big project in their lifetime. To empty all the metals in the 8-star systems is not just a slogan, but a real achievement. Otherwise, the material needs of the new particle collider project alone cannot be met. What a huge project this is, which is completely unimaginable in the Earth era. Yuan often sighs like this. He is a person in the Earth era. What was the biggest project he had seen back then? It is undoubtedly the orbital mass accelerator located on the Qinghai Tibet Plateau, and the Hanhai project. However, from today's perspective, those two world-shaking projects are only projects on planets after all. While the new particle collider project now requires emptying countless planets, which is completely incomparable. The construction time is also calculated in thousands of years. If it is placed in any country in the Earth era, it can be said to be throughout the entire history of national development. Without the lifespan potion, it will take dozens of generations. But even so, scientists are not sure. No one dares to guarantee that after building this new particle collider, humans will be able to find the Grand Unified Theory. So, this 1,000-year project is hope. And it is also a century-long gamble. If it wins, humans will master the grand unified theory and step into the ranks of the fourth-level civilization and soar into the sky. If they lose, humans may fall into a devil's block, into the confusion of scientific and technological exploration, into the most crazy experimental dead end, and perhaps never recover from it. Imagine if after the new particle collider is completed, humans still can't collide with any abnormal phenomena. Then those scientists may not think it is the fault of the new particle collider, but that they have not done enough experiments, because they have tried other methods before. Therefore, they will definitely desperately grasp this hope, and keep experimenting. At least this generation of scientists will not give up. If no breakthrough is achieved in the long term, then humanity is likely to sink. Because by that time, humans will no longer have the courage to build a more powerful particle collider, and will no longer be affected by the racial talents mentioned by the awakeners and pioneers. At that time, humans may think that the grand unified theory is something that the human race cannot grasp even with all their wisdom. Such a result is naturally self-evident. Human civilization will eventually stop at the third level of civilization, and finally disappear in the forest of cosmic civilization. Of course, everything in the future is unknown to humans now. What human civilization needs to do now is to do its best to complete this great century project. Hundreds of years have passed, and the great industrial power is fully demonstrated at this moment. The strong artificial intelligence created by humans has shown great power in the process of resource mining. This is the strongest industrial power in the hands of humans. Each strong artificial intelligence mines day and night on the planets they are responsible for. They almost change the color of the surface of each rocky planet they are responsible for. Countless robot armies are spread across each planet. As described in the Intelligent Crisis, they have plated the entire planet with metallic silver. Chapter 563. The mining team of the Chiyan civilization was not willing to lag behind. They drove mechanical equipment produced in human factories and mined on every planet they were responsible for. In order to speed up the progress, they also started the hydrogen bomb mining operation that humans had not used for a long time under the instruction of the Human Mining Patrol Team. Hundreds of millions of high-yield hydrogen bombs were buried underground and then detonated, shaking the crust of each planet. Sometimes even the headquarters of the human fleet, which was more than 10 light-years away, could see the light of the explosion. This violent mining method is also a tradition of mankind, but its power has been further strengthened after reaching the third level of civilization. If this scale of mining explosion is placed on the Earth, it is enough to cause the Earth to enter a new version of life, and even 99% of life will be extinct. From the perspective of the environmental protection of a single planet, this is indeed extremely harmful. But the most abundant thing in the universe is planets, and there is no civilization in the universe that has nothing to do to act as a cosmic environmentalist. So it doesn't matter how much humans blast on the planet. In such a vigorous construction, a Wuzishan time passed quietly. The headquarters of the human fleet, which is the base, also received sufficient resources and made sufficient preparations during this long period of time. The production of some modules of the new particle collider has turned from drawings into real objects during this period. It can be seen that in the starry sky near the production base of the human fleet, many new collider component modules have been stored. They are like huge logs used for construction, floating in the void, waiting for the next arrangement of human engineers. From the appearance, these parts are cylindrical and indeed look like logs. They are the middle parts of the new particle collider. That is, the parts responsible for accelerating particles. These parts are cylindrical, with a diameter of about 120 meters and a length of only 10 kilometers. As we all know, the length of the new particle collider will reach 6,674 astronomical units. The reason why its modular acceleration parts are not made longer is not that humans don't want to, but that if they are made too long, they are easy to deform during the installation process. The 10-kilometer length was only achieved by using alloy number 1 as the main frame. Otherwise, it would be deformed and bent unpredictably if it was moved. Of course, 10 kilometers is not short after all, since its diameter is only 120 meters. It is inevitable that it will swing and bend during transportation even if alloy number 1 is used as the main frame. Therefore, after they are transported to the designated installation site, they will also be checked for the flatness and straightness of each component. It is not just a matter of pulling it over and splicing it. There is still a lot of work to be done in the splicing process, and there are also many technical problems to be solved. Such a component has a conventional structure of a particle accelerator inside, and each component is embedded with 8 separate energy supply systems on the outside. That is, fusion energy sources. It is worth mentioning that these 8 energy devices are located at 2/3 of the head and tail of the cylinder, for heavy cores and 4 cold cores. There are also 4 reserve locations for the installation of magnetic propulsion devices near them. Of course, Bowding has not installed magnetic propulsion devices in these 4 reserve locations. These 4 magnetic thrusters belong to medium-sized magnetic thrusters, and are one of the products of the Red Flame Civilization's magnetic thrust miniaturization technology. They are now used by humans on various components of the new particle collider, and the purpose is naturally to facilitate dismantling in the future. Of course, acting as a magnetic thrust source is only a secondary function of these power sources. Their main design intention is actually to provide energy for the accelerator's acceleration coil. Such a long accelerator cannot rely on only one energy system, not to mention that it cannot be done. Even if it can be done, it is not realistic. The reason is that this particle collider is really too long. It takes more than 900 hours for light to pass from the beginning to the end. Each section of the cylindrical module structure is 10 kilometers long, and humans need to manufacture about 99.843 billion and 40,000 such parts. This is a huge number. It is conceivable how huge the metal resources required to manufacture such a large number of parts are. And this is only the modular production part, which means that only the parts used in the particle acceleration process can be modularly produced, which is the accelerator part. A particle collider is not just an acceleration module, but also includes a series of detectors required in the collision point area to record the energy and particle signals released when particles collide. This part cannot be produced modularly. Also not available for modular production are the particle beam generators and separation devices at both ends, which are precision instruments. As for the instruments and equipment at the collision point and both ends, it can be seen from the design that the parts where they are located will be larger than the accelerator module. The complete new accelerator looks like a long stick with thicker ends and the middle part. The reason why it is designed to be straight is that this design does not need to consider the magnetic field strength of each part of the accelerator. When running, just use the strongest magnetic field to accelerate the particles. If it is a circular accelerator, it is necessary to ensure that each part has a fixed magnetic field strength, so as to ensure that the particle beam circling the accelerator will not have time to turn or turn too far and hit the accelerator wall. There is no such problem with linear accelerators. Just violent acceleration and let the particle beams collide. Now, there are engineering ships running everywhere in space. At this stage, they are like ants, working together to transport the particle accelerator parts produced in the factory to the predetermined location. Although space is empty, the preset location of the new particle accelerator has been marked on the precise space map in advance by humans with their own fleet as a reference. Of course, this mode of transportation is only one of the ways. Some of them are installed with thrusters after production, and they are controlled by their own intelligent system and go to the preset location alone. The reason for the 2 modes of transportation is that humans need to evaluate which mode of transportation will cause the least damage to the acceleration module of the new particle accelerator. After obtaining reliable data, only one mode of transportation will be left, as more and more acceleration components are delivered to the designated location. Although they have not been assembled immediately, the prototype of the entire new particle collider has gradually appeared in people's eyes. From the location of the human fleet, looking along the modules one by one, this new particle accelerator, which has only been built for less than 1/10, looks like a long corridor that goes straight into the dark universe. And the modules that have not been assembled yet look like the steps of a staircase. Seeing such a scene, sometimes scientists feel that it is the step for mankind to step towards the grand unified theory step by step. As far as the eye can see, there is no end. Chapter 564. Humans once built a space multipoint particle collider. This space multipoint particle collider is still used by humans today, and in the past, it has played a great role in promoting the development of basic human science. A particle collider of this size was already a huge space project at the time. But for the new generation of particle colliders that humans are going to build now, the difference is more than a little bit. Its overall shape is a large ring, with a circumference of about 12,000 kilometers. A ring that is slightly larger than the moon. The reason why it was built so big at that time was mainly because the maximum energy level it could reach was too small to meet the needs of human scientific research. The situation is the same today. The Space Multipoint Particle Collider can no longer meet the needs of human basic scientific research. The energy level it can reach is ultimately limited, and cannot reach the environment, where the strong interaction force in the theory is not symmetric. The so-called grand unified theory is to truly unify the strong interaction force into the electroweak force, making these three forces become one force. As for gravity, in the current human theory, if gravity is also unified, it is no longer called a grand unified theory, but a universal theory, or a theory of everything. Facts have proved that the theoretical route of human beings is generally correct, although the power of the universal theory is still just a concept. At least there is a concept, right? When the Awakener first met, the Awakener did not tell humans about the grand unified theory and the universal theory. Perhaps it was because humans did not mention it at the beginning. So human civilization did not know whether the concept of technological development proposed by itself was correct. Fortunately, not long ago, humans encountered a drifting bottle from an even older civilization, which was left in the Milky Way by a pioneer with the characteristic technology of quantum macro tunneling before the Great Voyage. The drifting bottle was full of information. It not only told humans the symbolic technology tree of the 6th level civilization, but also mentioned the 5th level civilization and the 4th level civilization. Needless to say, the 4th level civilization is the grand unified theory that humans are trying to master now. This is the theoretical basis of the 4th level civilization. Only by mastering the grand unified theory can we master a series of related application technologies of the 4th level civilization. So the grand unified theory is also the symbolic theory of the 4th level civilization. As for the 5th level civilization, there is also a set of iconic theories. That is, the theory of everything, which is also called the theory of everything, a description theory that relates all the four fundamental forces to each other. The theory of everything is to the 5th level civilization just like the grand unified theory is to the 4th level civilization. And it is a cornerstone. All the technologies and derivative technologies mastered by the 5th level civilization are based on the theory of everything. Of course, humans only know this much, and we don't know what the specific derivative technologies are. But this is not bad. At least human civilization knows how to go in the future, and in which direction to work hard. Just like this Millennium Project now. Everyone knows that it is built to study the grand unified theory. But if you don't know that the grand unified theory is the symbolic theory of the 4th level civilization, it is estimated that there will definitely be a lot of resistance to building this thing, because the uncertainty is magnified. If the grand unified theory is the symbolic theory of the 5th level civilization, then it is impossible for humans to master it at the 3rd level civilization stage. And it is futile to build such a particle collider with great effort. That's the reason. This is like the difference between crossing the river by feeling the eagle sauce and crossing the river by feeling the stones. In other words, in the construction of the new particle collider, humans have already put all their efforts into it and organized the red flame civilization with a population of more than 100 billion. As time goes by, the collider acceleration modules that were originally floating in the predetermined space position are gradually spliced together under the construction of the engineering construction spacecraft. Looking around, the starry sky is brightly lit. Countless engineering spacecrafts are traveling in space every moment. Densely packed, all engineering spacecrafts. They are like a swarm of bees around a column, flying around the gradually formed corridor, transporting, splicing, and checking. Every time a batch of engineering spacecrafts go through a set of processes. This new generation of particle collider will be 10 kilometers long. The straight laser measurement makes the whole particle collider look like it is coated with a layer of technological glory. This particle collider is so long that even if humans use the most advanced laser alignment device, they cannot illuminate it from beginning to end. They can only install laser alignment devices at the beginning and end of each acceleration module. And then they, and their adjacent laser alignment devices will correct each other to ensure the straightness of the collider. The action of force is mutual, which is particularly obvious in space without gravity. Even if a force is applied in a certain direction just for fine-tuning, it will deviate greatly after a long period of time. This makes the adjustment of straightness a technical problem. What is the average distance from the Sun to the Earth? The answer is 1 astronomical unit. That is such a long distance. Even in space, with the current human technology, it is particularly difficult to ensure that the particle collider acceleration module of 1 astronomical unit length remains straight. According to engineers' estimates, This new generation of particle collider will have an accumulated error of 1 to 2 kilometers every 15 million kilometers or so. Errors are inevitable. To eliminate the impact of such errors, humans can only think of ways to improve the magnetic field of the accelerator. Engineers added parameters for the change in the strength of the accelerating magnetic field at each node where the error accumulation reached about 100 meters, and corrected the flight trajectory of the particle beam at one time. It is not difficult, because it is the technology of the circular particle accelerator. The inevitability of errors has greatly increased the difficulty of building a new generation of particle colliders. But this cannot wear away human determination. Engineers estimate that after this new generation of particle collider is built, before the experiment officially begins, its straightest calibration work will take at least several years. This is not only a problem of instrument accuracy and operating technology, but also a communication delay problem that cannot be avoided no matter how good it is. This particle collider is really too long. The length of 6,674 astronomical units, if placed in the solar system, is 223 times the average distance from the Sun to Neptune. It is so long that it cannot fit in the orbits of the 8 planets. Only civilizations that have the ability to fly out of this star system can build it. Otherwise, the star's gravity alone is enough to distort and destroy such a collider. Chapter 565. The construction of a new generation of particle colliders is so huge that it takes enough time to build a long-lived dynasty on Earth. If there is no follow-up like medicine, 10 generations will not be able to build it. And now, at this moment, it has been 500 years since the project was announced to start. All the strong artificial intelligence that humans can mobilize has been deployed. Even the comprehensive strong artificial intelligence on the Tianqin has participated in the production and construction. And hundreds of billions of life individuals of the Red Flame civilization have participated. But even so, only 3/4 of the project was completed in 500 years. The new government also put its main energy into the construction arrangements. And the military was also busy. The fleet was divided into several squadrons to patrol the stars in batches. Of course, not everyone was immersed in the project. Many theoretical scientists were like Yu Yuan. After the project got on track, they were not very busy. Theoretical physicists returned to their daily lives. And so did Yu Yuan. But today is a little special. Today, Yu Yuan had just finished his daily affairs when he received a notice from the Secretariat saying that Manuimiai had returned from patrol with the Second Fleet. Yu Yuan was also very happy to see the news. He had not seen Manuimiai for more than 100 years. Now that she came, he could have a deep exchange. However, before he could have a deep exchange with Manuimiai, he received a message that Lu Mian was visiting. Yu Yuan naturally could not refuse the visit of the great scientist. But perhaps because his interest was ruined, he did not wait for Lu Mian in the office, but asked him to move to the command center to meet there. As for Manuimiai, she did not follow. After Yu Yuan left, she stayed in the office alone, as if waiting for Yu Yuan to come back. Yu Yuan was not stupid. He certainly understood what he meant. General Manager, this is the application report for the use of the particle collider. Yu Yuan had just arrived at the command center when he saw Lu Mian coming towards him. At the same time, through the control of the brain implant chip, a document was transmitted face-to-face to Yu Yuan's temporary file storage space. What particle collider application report? Isn't the multi-point space particle collider right there? Is there any need to apply for it myself? Seeing Lu Mian's serious expression, Yu Yuan was indeed confused. But after flipping through Lu Mian's expression report, he understood, and at the same time he felt speechless. Damn! The new generation of particle colliders are only 30% built. And this guy has started applying for scientific research projects. And it's directly handed over to me. What the hell is going on? Yu Yuan didn't know that Lu Mian had learned this from Ikai. According to the procedures, the application for scientific research projects was managed by the closed department. So he didn't need to find Yu Yuan directly. However, this new particle collider was not built at all. So it was naturally not included in the management system of the relevant departments. And the traditional application procedure was out of the question. But Lu Mian wanted his team to be the first scientific research team to use it. He felt that the sooner he had the right to use it, the more likely he would seize the opportunity. Maybe his team would get the results of the grand unified theory. So he found Yu Yuan. I say academician Lu. You applied too early. Yu Yuan couldn't help but complain. Not too early. Not too early. Just right. Lu Mayan said with a thick face and a big smile. That's our chance to witness the opening of the universe. The first of the 5 stages of the universe's development. We will soon be able to get a glimpse of it. If it's not early, it will be snatched away by other teams. Those guys in the team may complain about me for 100 years. That's it? Yu Yuan raised his eyebrows. He still had to go back and have a long talk with Manueme. Just this matter. Okay. It's settled. Yu Yuan was too lazy to say too much. Anyway, the new particle collider would be used after it was built. It didn't matter to him which research team used it first. As for the 5 stages of the universe development mentioned by Lu Mayan, it refers to one of the 3 models of the universe ending that are popular in the human scientific community. The Big Freeze hypothesis. And the other 2 are the Big Rip hypothesis and the Big Collapse hypothesis. The first few stages of the 3 hypotheses about the universe ending are the same, all of which are hypotheses deduced from the Big Bang model. All 3 hypotheses believe that the stage in which humans live now, or the universe is now, and belongs to the second stage of the development of the universe. That is, the period of star-studded period. The time is probably between 10 to the 6th and 14th power, or 10 to the 6th and 14th power years after the Big Bang. In this stage, stars are everywhere. The hydrogen that originally permeated the void is compressed, and the stars have ignited and illuminated the sky. This period is what people see when they observe the universe. And hydrogen-rich stars burn for billions of years, until they run out of nuclear fuel. The so-called first stage of the universe mentioned by Lu Mayan refers to the primitive stage, which lasts from 10 to the negative 50th power to the 5th power. This period of time is called the first stage by cosmologists, also known as the primitive stage. In this stage, the universe experienced a rapid expansion, but also cooled rapidly. As the universe cooled, the various forces in the universe that were once unified in a total superforce gradually fell apart, forming the 4 basic forces that people are familiar with today. At the beginning, the universe was not as transparent as the starry sky today, but was white or chaotic, because at that stage, light was quickly absorbed by the environment after it was produced. After 380,000 years of waiting for the Big Bang, the universe cooled enough for atoms to form and no longer be broken by intense heat contraction. So the cosmic void truly became black and transparent, allowing light to travel freely. Microwave background radiation originated from this period. During this period, the original hydrogen fused into helium, producing the interstellar mixed fuel currently scattered throughout the universe. That is, visible matter to humans, which is the basis of stars. The role of particle colliders is to lead humans to break through the mysteries of physics that have been hidden in the long river of time, so that humans can go back in time to explore the various secrets hidden in the first stage of the universe. For a physicist who has devoted his life to exploring the unknown, it is undoubtedly a desire to witness the human collider blasting out the environment of the world, especially when it is created by his own hands. Of course, from another perspective, it also shows the confidence of physicists in the new particle collider. After all, in theoretical calculations, this unfinished new particle collider can collide with the universe environment before the phase transition of the strong interaction force. As for the next stage, according to the Big Freeze hypothesis supported by Lu Mayan, the third stage is the degeneration period. That is, the fuel of the universe's stars is exhausted, and the stars exist in the form of dwarf stars, neutron stars, and black holes. Then, there is the fourth stage, the black hole period, and finally the dark period. Oh! The Big Freeze hypothesis is also called the heat-death hypothesis. With the current level of human understanding of the universe, the speculation about the end of the universe can only be a hypothesis. In fact, not only humans, but also the sixth-level civilization does not know what the final end of the universe will be. Chapter 566. The hypothesis of the end of the universe seems useless to modern humans, and seems to be a false and empty theory. But it is not. The development of a scientific and technological civilization is inseparable from the development of basic science. And the correct universe model is the booster and guide for the development of civilization. The so-called stones in the river of feeling the stones. The cosmological model is one of the so-called stones. It will provide scientists in many fields with inspiration and reference for thinking methods, and even allow scientists to deduce what kind of applied technology should be possessed at this stage of civilization. Just like this unfinished particle collider. If there is no cosmological model, then humans would not know or think of using it to collide with a cosmic environment where the strong interaction force is not symmetric, and to study the grand unified theory. As for the hypothesis of the end of the universe, there are three mainstream views within human civilization, namely the Big Rip, Big Collapse, and Big Freeze, also known as the heat-death theory. The heat-death theory has been mentioned before, and there are 5 stages in total: the primitive period, the period of stars, the degenerate period, the black hole period, and the dark period. This is a cosmological model derived from the third law of thermodynamics. The primitive period and the star period are basically similar to other cosmological models, so I will not elaborate on them. The so-called third stage of the degeneration period in the heat-death theory says that the energy of the stars in the universe is exhausted, and all the stars finally turn into lifeless and dead nuclear matter in the form of dwarf stars, neutron stars, and black holes. The stars in the starry sky no longer shine, and the universe gradually falls into darkness. Going back to the fourth stage of the black hole period, the only energy in the universe is the energy of black hole evaporation. All intelligent life that has not yet become extinct may be like homeless people, sitting around the last black hole embers that are about to go out, absorbing the last bit of warmth until the black holes evaporate. As for the final fifth stage, the dark ages, as the name implies, even black holes have evaporated, and even protons themselves have completely decayed, leaving only a floating sea of photons and a thin soup of particles that interact weakly with each other, namely neutrinos, electrons, and their antiparticles. Of course, this idea also faces insurmountable difficulties. That is, although the size of positronium atoms can be comparable to ordinary atoms, the diameter of positronium atoms in the dark ages will reach 3.26 times 10 to the 12th power million light-years, which is millions of times larger than the visible universe measured by humans in the current era of stars. So in the dark age, even if life has its last spring, these new lives will be as big as the entire universe. Of course, by then the universe has expanded to a greater limit, so it is easy to accommodate these new lives. However, even so, these new lives will be because the positronium atoms are too large, and any chemical reactions based on these atoms will also be carried out on an astonishing scale. It can be imagined that it will be a universe completely different from human cognition. At this time, the universe may be rejuvenated for the last spring of life, because as time goes on, it will be absolute thermal equilibrium, and the universe will eventually be dead. Heat death. The universe will freeze. Absolute zero. And dead silence without any energy fluctuations. Scientists speculate that the cosmic environment during the dark ages may be composed of a new type of atom called positronium, which is composed of electrons and positrons rotating in pairs. Scientists who adhere to this hypothesis believe that this atom composed of electrons and anti-electrons, maybe it can become the basic condition for the formation of new intelligent life in this dark age. They even believe that there may be a kind of life based on positronium in the current universe. And because of the cosmic environment, the positronium in the starry age is not as large as that in the dark age. So the life formed on this basis will not be as large as the entire universe, but will be like the life composed of atoms in the starry age. Of course, there are differences. According to the theory of the dark age in the heat-death hypothesis and the characteristics of positronium, scientists speculate that the life born based on the atoms formed by positronium must be completely different from the life known by humans now. And it is very likely to be a kind of life that is naturally adapted to the cosmic environment. In order to make their views more acceptable to more people, these scientists also brought out the awakeners and pioneers to support the platform. Because the awakeners and the diamond crystals representing the pioneers had said to humans the words group technological civilization, although neither of them directly said that there are still single civilizations in the universe. If there are no single civilizations, or they have not seen single civilizations, then there is no need to add a group in front of technological civilization. These scientists believe that the single civilization hidden in the words of the awakeners and the diamond crystals representing the pioneers may be a life form based on positronium atoms. Of course, humans do not know how life or even intelligent life based on positronium atoms exist in the universe of the starry era. After all, we have never seen it. But there is no doubt that the cosmological model of the heat-death theory does provide scientists with such ideas, allowing humans to accept the possibility of the existence of single civilizations in theory. It can be seen that perfecting the cosmological model is not useless. On the contrary, it plays a very important role. But ordinary people who do not participate in scientific research do not realize it. Not only that, the correct cosmological model may also allow humans to deduce the so-called Great Voyage destination. Human scientists believe that the Great Voyage that the sixth-level civilization has no choice but to choose must be related to the end of the universe, or a certain ultimate answer. If the end of the universe is like this, where should life and civilization go? Scientists believe that behind each hypothesis of the end of the universe, it will directly affect the behavior of advanced civilizations. Or perhaps it should be said that it is the behavior of God-level civilizations. If the end of the universe is really as predicted by the heat-death hypothesis, then in the end no intelligent life will be able to survive. And even in the Dark Age, no civilization can survive in the form of the Star Age. So what will those God-level civilizations do when they see such an end? Do they transform themselves into a form that adapts to the environment, keep themselves close to absolute zero, and survive in a pure consciousness form at the expense of thinking speed? Or do they find another way to prevent the heat death of the universe? The heat death at the end of the Big Freeze is indeed a horrifying ending. But it is a problem that every life that knows the universe has to face. Perhaps this ending can only be immortality of death. The immortality of death. Death can be defined as the final cessation of processing all information for any intelligent species in the universe. From the moment they begin to understand the basic laws of physics, they will be forced to realize that any intelligent life that the universe is likely to contain will eventually die. Fortunately, the intelligent life in the Star Age still has time, and they may try to find the answer in the long future to find out whether the physics of this universe allows them to continue to survive. Chapter 567. Of course, this is just one hypothesis. After humans began to use physics to explain the end of the universe, various hypotheses have emerged. And the Big Crunch is another one. The Big Crunch hypothesis is exactly the opposite of the Big Freeze heat death hypothesis. It believes that the universe will eventually stop expanding and return to the beginning of the Big Bang. That is, the singularity, in the Big Crunch. Based on observational calculations, the Big Crunch hypothesis believes that the expansion of the universe will eventually stop. The distance between galaxies will be more than twice the distance of the star era, and gravity will eventually overcome the original repulsion of the universe, pulling all galaxies, and even the expanding universe back in time. At that time, the next stage of the third stage of the starry period will not be a degeneration period, but a contraction period. During that period, the space observed by all civilizations in the universe will no longer be a redshift phenomenon, but will become a blue shift because galaxies compete to gather and approach each other. According to this theory, about 50 billion years after the current starry period, a natural disaster will occur in the universe, and all civilizations will struggle to death because of the natural disaster. So what is the natural disaster? The Big Collapse hypothesis believes that 50 billion years later, the universe will begin to collapse. And then in the final 100 million years, before the Big Collapse is completed, the galaxies in the universe will begin to collide with each other and eventually merge together. During this process, the radiation in the cosmic environment will increase in energy as the universe contracts, so that the stars at that time will be immersed in the hot blue shifted light of other stars. At the same time, the temperature drop of the cosmic microwave background radiation will be greatly enhanced as the temperature of the universe rises sharply. This process is like the opposite stage of the rapid cooling stage caused by the explosion after the Big Bang, which is a rapid heating process caused by the explosion. Because of these two reasons, the stars will disintegrate before the galaxy collision. The temperature generated by the simultaneous action of these two reasons will make the background temperature of the universe higher than the temperature of any star, so that the speed of absorbing heat will far exceed the speed of releasing heat. At that time, all stars will disintegrate and become super high temperature gas clouds. In such an environment, intelligent life will be like being placed in a steamer or microwave oven, being roasted by the high temperature of the universe environment. And there is no escape. Later, the overall environment of the universe will soon return to the thick soup chaos stage at the beginning of the Big Bang, and the four fundamental forces will be crushed into the original force one by one. And then all the proud civilizations will become part of the quark thick soup universe environment, indistinguishable from each other. Scientists who adhere to this hypothesis believe that the purpose of civilization's long voyage is to escape the end of the universe's collapse, go on a long voyage to pursue the first light in the universe, surpass that light, explore the mysteries of the edge of the universe, and find a way for civilization to avoid the collapse. However, opponents of this statement pointed out loopholes. saying that the diamond crystal representing the pioneers said that the pioneers' long voyage was not a romantic pursuit of the first light in the universe, but only for a glimmer of hope in despair. To find a glimmer of hope, to advance to a cosmic civilization. Scientists who insist on the Big Collapse hypothesis scoff at such rebuttals. They patched up their own statements, saying that the great voyage of the sixth-level civilization may be the hope of pursuing the promotion to the cosmic civilization. After becoming a cosmic civilization, it is to find a way to avoid natural disasters caused by the Big Collapse of the universe. Both sides have their own opinions. Based on the Big Collapse hypothesis, two conclusions are derived. One is the Big Rebound, and the other is the cosmic cycle hypothesis, which is the oscillating universe theory. The so-called Big Rebound means that due to the huge energy of the contraction process, it is likely to cause a second Big Bang, thus giving birth to a new universe. In the new universe, the rules of the universe may be very different from those of the previous generation of the universe. As for the hypothesis of cosmic cycle, on the basis of the Big Rebound, the universe will explode and expand again, and then experience a big collapse again, like the previous generation of the universe, and so on. Scientists holding two views believe that in our universe, there may have been civilizations that escaped the big collapse of the universe. That is, the God-level civilization they imagine, which is the surviving civilization of the previous generation of the universe. They think that perhaps the existence that changed the laws of physics to make the long-distance communication based on quantum entanglement ineffective is such a God-level civilization. As for the Big Rip hypothesis, it is another direction of the heat-death hypothesis of the universe's end. This hypothesis believes that the universe will eventually tend to thermal equilibrium in infinite expansion, and then continue to expand infinitely under the characteristic trend of infinite average dark energy, and eventually tear the spacetime of the entire universe apart. According to calculations, the Big Rip will occur 90 billion years after the Star Age. At that time, all matter will be torn apart by spacetime itself, including the universe's spacetime itself. The ending is naturally self-evident, and all life will perish. However, there are also scientists who study superstrings and dimensions, who believe that the Big Rip may not be the end of the universe. The Big Rip may release all the dimensions that were originally curled up in the microcosm, thus forming a number of sub-universes with different rules. The relevant scientific team holding this view even use superstring theory to build a universe model based on extra dimensions, which they call the membrane universe. In the membrane universe theory, scientists regard the large universe in which humans live today as a universe membrane located in high dimensions. Based on this theory, they think that the ultimate goal of the Great Voyage may be to find the truth of the universe, and then transcend the membrane, so that civilization can be upgraded to a higher dimensional universe. In short, each cosmic model gives an explanation of the destination of the Great Voyage that humans know now. As for whether it is correct or not, there is no way to know. Anyway, humans cannot verify it now. Of course, the emergence of each cosmic model undoubtedly provides humans with a way of civilization advancement. Compared with the previous cosmic model hypotheses, the membrane universe theory is suspected of nesting dolls, and relatively few scientists accept it. However, compared with the parallel universe theory, it is much better. The reason is the human experience. Scientists who refute the parallel universe theory believe that if there is a parallel universe, then the extremely advanced human civilization on another timeline cannot watch the original Tai Shao Yangshi being destroyed. Infinite parallel universes. Infinite possibilities. Naturally, there is a possibility that humans can develop to the point of being able to travel through parallel universes. Based on this, the parallel universe theory has the least market among humans. Among these various theories, there is a rather inconspicuous one. That is, the vacuum decay hypothesis. Originally, this hypothesis was sealed in history by humans. But thanks to the words of the pioneers, the rhombus crystal, it was turned out again. At that time, the rhombus crystal said that mastering vacuum zero-point energy is the basis of infinite energy. It was this sentence that inspired human scientists to believe that the universe will usher in the vacuum decay of the universe, because advanced civilizations borrowed vacuum zero-point energy but did not return it. The despair and only hope mentioned by the rhombus crystal may refer to the vacuum decay disaster of the universe. Even some scientists believe that vacuum decay has actually occurred. Now it has appeared somewhere or multiple places in the universe, and spread in all directions at the speed of light, destroying the universe. Chapter 568. Man cannot foresee what his final outcome will be. His birth, growth, hopes and fears, love and faith are nothing but the result of the accidental combination of atoms. Fire, heroism, strong thoughts or feelings cannot be immortal. All labor, dedication, inspiration, and the brilliance of human genius are destined to disappear in the extinction of the solar system. All human achievements will be buried in the debris and ruins of the universe. All these are far from being free from controversy, but they are so close to certainty that no philosophy against them can hope to be established. Only within the framework of these facts, only on the solid foundation of utter despair, can the soul's home be safely built. This is what Russell wrote in 1923. Limited by the technological constraints of his time, he had mastered sufficient knowledge about stellar evolution until the solar system evolved into a red giant, and came to this conclusion. Indeed, without controlled nuclear fusion, Russell's words will become a reality, extending Russell's utter despair of the death of the solar system to the death of the universe. We can see how desperate a civilization that knows the end of the universe is. Just as the diamond crystal said at the time, the pioneers spent 1 billion years just to prove that they could not break through the shackles of cosmic civilization in the Milky Way. The great voyage that appeared in the end was a struggle and despair. The same is true for mankind now. Thousands of years of wandering, thousands of years of hard struggle, and thousands of years of diligent research have all failed. All the ways people can think of to find the formula of the grand unified theory have failed. The only thing they can grasp is this project that will take more than 1,000 years to mobilize the power of the entire civilization. Humans are also not sure whether they can master the grand unified formula with it after it is built. Just like when the pioneers started the great voyage, they were not sure whether they could master the shackles of cosmic civilization after reaching the destination. That is the only possible way in despair. And humans burst out with full enthusiasm. Except for the truly fallen civilizations in the universe. Every civilization is climbing to a higher level. Even if the hope is slim, no civilization has given up. But each civilization has different ways of striving and principles of action. Human morality of good and evil does not apply to all civilizations. And the moral standards of other civilizations are the same. It is just the concept of good and evil formed based on their race, and has nothing to do with the universe. Perhaps some people think that Yu Yuan's attitude towards civilizations such as Kuntai, Nair, Nol and Qian is evil. But from Yu Yuan's perspective, he does not think so. On the contrary, sometimes he even thinks that he is too kind. He does not think that his attitude towards these civilizations is wrong. Nor does he think that his attitude towards advanced civilizations is problematic. This is the universe, not a world under the same racial moral framework. Equal dialogue requires equal strength. Or wait until the day when humans have the ability to formulate the moral norms of the Milky Way civilization. As time goes by, the new particle collider of mankind is like a bee building a nest, taking shape little by little. Its prototype is like a space miracle project, gradually reflected in people's minds. At the same time, somewhere on the edge of the Milky Way, the stars are sparse and the starlight is dim. From this position, it is obvious that the center of the galaxy is a flat structure, bright in the middle and dim on both sides, like a fluorescent embellishment in the dark starry sky. At this moment, the Milky Way really looks like a long river of brilliant light, dividing the dark cosmic background into two. And there are also spots of light with different spectra next to it, which is really spectacular. For observers, the brilliant galactic center is a scene from 60,000 years ago. But for the photons that travel from the galactic center to here, they do not consume time to reach this place from the galactic center, but arrive as soon as they leave. Time is never absolute. Obviously, this position is far away from the galactic center, but it is still in the eye area of the galactic center, with a thickness of 1,000 light-years of the galactic disk. Otherwise, the Milky Way from this unknown place is not a flat galaxy. However, the shape of the Milky Way at this moment is also different from what humans usually observe. It is brighter, but smaller. If you measure it, you will find that the width of the Milky Way disk is less than 100,000 light-years. It is not that the Milky Way has changed, but the perspective is different. The Milky Way is a barred spiral galaxy. Obviously, this perspective is from the two ends of the barred spiral galaxy. Not like humans, observing among the stars in the Milky Way. This star field is empty. Even the nearest star is thousands of light-years away from here. And beyond it, there is nothing but the vast void. Normally, no civilization would visit such a place. Even the gravitational waves caused by the collision of planets in the Milky Way would be very weak here. But now, there are obvious ripples of spacetime caused by warp travel. More than a dozen warp engines that don't even look like warships or spaceships pass through the void, speeding towards this place at 213 times the speed of light. After arriving in this star field, they emerged from the warp bubble that wrapped them like fish swimming in the water, and then quietly hovered in the void. The sudden braking left ruts. The sudden stopping of the speedboat left ripples. And the same was true for these warp engine-like creations. They left traces in the invisible space as they sped along. And their sudden stopping also created gravitational waves. This space and time, which had been calm for many years, welcomed such obviously unnatural gravitational waves for the first time. The remaining ones? After more than a dozen warp engines stopped, there was a surge of metal. And then the original warp engines disappeared, replaced by things of different shapes. Some looked like some equipment. Some turned into a huge warship. And some turned into a shape that looked like some kind of weapon. After these things appeared, a space gravitational wave with obvious identification signals was swaying in the void not far from them. The sixth-level civilizations in the Milky Way seemed to know the signal form that could be recognized by each other. This signal was exactly the same as the signal form broadcast by the Galactic Heart Alliance before. The opportunity to eliminate the Reapers has appeared. A civilization from an extragalactic galaxy has come to our Milky Way. The Reapers have begun to act. The Galactic Heart Alliance has persuaded a sixth-level Zerg civilization, a true Gaia consciousness, and the Perseus community. With you and us, this time we will definitely be able to completely eliminate the Reapers and restore the Milky Way to a bright future. Gravitational wave signals are transmitted in space and time. Obviously, the one who came here was the Silicon-based consortium that had a head-on collision with the Galactic Heart Alliance at that time. There is no more deformation technology like theirs in the Milky Way. Chapter 569. Humph. You are still as rude as before, youngster. A gravitational wave rippled from somewhere in the void, responding to the signal of the Silicon-based consortium. But the sender of the signal seemed very dissatisfied with the Silicon-based consortium's address to him. At the same time as the response gravitational wave signal appeared, a burst of red light suddenly appeared somewhere in the dark void, and countless photons seemed to have opened the floodgates, rushing towards all directions of the universe. Immediately afterwards, a red fireball jumped above the starry sky. The deformed metals of the Silicon-based consortium seemed a little surprised by the appearance of the red fireball. So they shook the space and time and said, "The Legacy? Are you so old that you have to survive in this way?" The Legacy, who calls himself the son of the universe. Of course, the Silicon-based consortium has seen the Legacy. But when they saw the Legacy, it was not like this. The database of the Silicon-based consortium clearly records that the Legacy they saw at that time was a super blue giant with a strong blue light, judging from the characteristics of the fireball that appeared now. No matter how you look at it, it is a red dwarf. Like an old man in his twilight years. It emits a faint red light in the distant starry sky. Yes, the appearance of the Legacy is like a star, and it can even be said to be a star. However, no civilization in the Milky Way knows how it has thoughts and life characteristics. Even less do they know the life-working mode of the Legacy. Not only how it is born, but also how to judge its death. Just like the Silicon-based consortium is not clear about why the Legacy has become a red dwarf. If other civilizations encounter the remnant, they will definitely not think it is a remnant, but will definitely think it is an ordinary star. In fact, when the top civilizations in the Milky Way first encountered this remnant, who claimed to be the son of the universe, they were also very surprised. At that time, including the harvesters, they all thought that there were many such star planets in the Milky Way. Unfortunately, there is no such thing. The remnant is like a single seedling. There is no individual life similar to it in the Milky Way. Perhaps, as human scientists have speculated, it is a life form with positronium as the basic life framework. When the light emitted by the Legacy reached the Silicon-based consortium, the Silicon-based consortium clearly saw the changes in the former. Otherwise they would not say so. Old. When they saw the Legacy was still a super blue giant with almost zero metal abundance. But now it has become a red dwarf. From the spectral data, it can be seen that heavy elements have been born in its body. From the perspective of stellar evolution, heavy elements are a death warrant for a star. The Legacy is in the form of a star. So the Silicon-based consortium naturally applied stellar evolution to it. although they also knew that doing so might not get the correct answer. After all, the Legacy clearly exhibits different properties from other stars. Because when the Legacy first appeared in the vision of the top civilization in the Milky Way, it was obviously a star that should not exist at this stage of the universe's development. That is, a first-generation star. The first-generation stars have long disappeared. Otherwise, there would be no heavy elements in the universe. The heavy elements in the Milky Way, and even the entire universe, were all created from supernova explosions during the first-generation and second-generation star periods. So according to the theory of stellar evolution, the remnant should have died long ago. But he is still alive and well, and has changed from the first generation of stars that appeared when he first appeared to a red dwarf with the characteristics of the third generation of stars. The reason why the remnant calls himself the son of the universe is because of this reason. And the reason why the top civilization in the Milky Way calls him the remnant is that he is the orphan left by the first generation of stellar life. And the Silicon-based consortium statement that he is old is also based on his judgment of the change in his form. However, the Legacy did not seem to respond to such words. Gravitational waves were seen in the void near him. What does the war between you and the Reapers have to do with me? Go back. I will not participate. No. You will participate. Because you have reasons to stand on our side. And you have no choice. The leader of the Silicon-based Federation said. And at this time, he seemed to have become the Galactic Center Alliance that persuaded them at that time. Like a lobbyist. Oh! A joke. The Legacy is like an ordinary star. But every time he replies to a message or transmits a message to the outside, he is not like an ordinary star. Because the way it stirs up space-time gravitational waves is different from that of the Silicon-based Federation and even the Galactic Center Alliance. The latter two use instruments and equipment to induce space-time ripples by some means not far from their own location. While the remnant is vibrating itself, the vibration of its own large mass induces space-time ripples. It is like a ball vibrating, which looks unscientific. It stands to reason that such vibrations that are not at the warp level must be driven by interaction forces. But when he shakes himself, there is no sign that the stellar flames burning on his surface are ejected in a certain direction. But if a star can become alive, it seems that it is not surprising that his various behaviors are a little special. Only by standing with us can you leave the Milky Way. Otherwise, your final fate will be the same as all the stars in the Milky Way. It is best to die after running out of energy. The survivor seemed a little unmoved. But the deformed metal leader of the Silicon-based consortium did not care. He continued to shake the ripples of space and time and said, the arrival of extragalactic civilizations proves that the passage to the extragalactic galaxy does exist. The legends of the previous generation of voyagers are probably true. The Milky Way is a cage. And the harvesters obviously do not believe this. Or they will not let any civilization with special technology in the Milky Way leave. Of course, including special life forms like you. The Reapers have become an obstacle for all civilizations in the Milky Way to leave the Milky Way, or even develop in the Milky Way. In their philosophy, all civilizations should become their technological nourishment. And then again, you should also know that it is impossible to leave the Milky Way by your own strength. You technological civilizations are all the same kind of stuff. The Legacy vibrated itself to cause ripples in space and time. The Legacy did not answer directly. But the leader of the Silicon-based Federation could hear that he was moved. Sure enough, the next moment, the Legacy caused ripples in space and time again. Tell me about the civilization from the extragalactic galaxy. Where did they come from? And how did they come to the Milky Way? It is said that you were scared by the Reaper's warship 1,000,000 years ago and hid in this small universe for hundreds of thousands of years and dared not come out. Chapter 570. In fact, there is no microcosm in this star field. The Silicon-based consortium discovered it when they arrived. The reason why they did not see the remnants at the beginning was because the remnants were in optical invisibility before. Optical invisibility is not visible light, but full-band optical invisibility. The reason why the Silicon-based consortium discovered the remnants is naturally because they learned about it through the detection of space-time distortion. I hope you can still say this when facing the electronic battleship. The Silicon-based consortium responded bluntly. Although this might ruin the friendly atmosphere between them and the Legacy, they couldn't just stand there and say nothing when they were told that. I'm not a bug born on a corpse like you. The Legacy was equally blunt, and his words even carried a strong hint of sarcasm. But in his opinion, this was the truth. All heavy elements in the universe came from the explosion of a star supernova. And he was one of those stars. In his opinion, The Silicon-based consortium was a life born on the corpse of a star. Not only the Silicon-based Federation, but all non-first-generation civilizations are. All are children of the stars. The sun, even the Earth, and all the planets are formed by the accumulation of the products of the explosion of the previous generation of stars. Stop it. We are not here to argue with you. The Silicon-based Federation wanted to teach the legacy a lesson, but they held back. The legacy looks like a star. And in this universe, a level 5 civilization has the ability to destroy a star. But the Silicon-based Federation does not think that it can destroy the legacy in front of it in a flash. After all, a star stands there motionless, and the legacy will not stand still for you to hit. Of course, the main reason is the desire to destroy the electronic warship. The Silicon-based Federation really wants to destroy the electronic warship, and the experience of the last battle against the electronic warship tells them that only these special lives are more effective. Just like the quantum ghost or quantum life form back then. The Silver Heart Alliance has already convinced Gaia's consciousness, and with the addition of the remnants, they feel that they have a chance of winning against the Harvesters this time. However, the leader of the Silicon-based Federation has already calculated in his heart that no matter what, the Silicon-based Alliance will not go head-to-head with the electronic warship this time. Remnant, our general plan is for you and Gaia Consciousness to deal with the electronic warships, and we will work together with the Perseus community and the Galactic Heart Alliance to annihilate the conventional combat forces of the Reapers, and wipe out the Reapers from the Milky Way. The Silicon-based Federation then shook the space-time ripples and said, the Remnant did not formally agree verbally, but it is estimated that the Federation is very clear that the Remnant has already made up his mind. And as mentioned before, the Remnant has no choice. Without other civilizations, it is impossible for him, a single civilization, to leave the Milky Way alone. It is much more difficult for a single civilization to sail far than a group of technological civilizations. He must rely on other civilizations. You don't need to tell me about the plan. I don't need a plan. It's just an electron. I don't care about it. It's unnecessary for you to call Gaia Consciousness. The words of the survivors were full of arrogance. We advise you to put away your pride. You haven't experienced that war. You don't know the power of electronic warships. It's simply unreasonable. The leader of the Silicon-based Federation shook the ripples of time and space. He really said this from the bottom of his heart. That's your problem. You don't need to worry about it. The legacy didn't listen. He shook the space-time and caused ripples to bring the topic back to the Awakener. You should talk about the civilization from the extragalactic galaxy. The Silicon-based Federation was not surprised by the legacy's reaction, because according to the news from the Galactic Heart Alliance, this guy probably didn't know how long he had stayed in this star field. A level 6 civilization couldn't understand the situation of the entire Milky Way at once. So the news was delayed. I just don't know if this is the reason why the Galactic Heart Alliance found him. The latest news. The Silicon-based Federation didn't waste any words, and directly told the latest news they had received. After all, they were cooperating. So they had to share the information that should be shared. It is said that they are a civilization that has mastered some special technology. We don't know what the special technology is, but the intelligence says that their combat effectiveness is very strong. The Silver Heart Alliance has confirmed this after contacting the Perseus community. They suspect that the disappearance of a patrol fleet of the Perseus community was caused by the civilization from the extragalactic galaxy. You definitely can't imagine that a patrol fleet of the Perseus community was wiped out by a warship of that civilization. Well, maybe more than one, but definitely not more than 3. Because that civilization can only have 3 warships in a star field at the same time. If it weren't for the current cooperation moment, we would all suspect that the Galactic Heart Alliance was exaggerating. The Perseus community is still the top organization in the Milky Way, and their combat power is indeed not very good. But a patrol team was wiped out by a warship of a civilization from the extragalactic galaxy, which also brought shame to the Milky Way. The survivors waited for a while, but did not see the Silicon-based Federation continue to vibrate time and space to send information. So they asked, that's all? He thought the Silicon-based Federation had a lot of information, but he didn't expect it was just this little. That's all. The leader of the Silicon-based Federation replied. I know. Leave the coordinate information and the time when the plan starts, and then you can leave. Seeing the leader of the Silicon-based Federation answer like this, the survivors also shook the time and space ripples. However, the Silicon-based Federation did not leave as he said, but changed several positions in the starry sky like a flash, and moved their position a little further away, because they felt that the external performance of the survivors seemed to have changed a little, as if there was something wrong. After jumping away for a distance, the silicon-based consortium once again caused ripples in spacetime. Don't you want to know the role played by the civilization from the extragalactic galaxy in our plan? While asking back, the silicon-based consortium also simultaneously informed the survivors of the time and possible coordinates of the plan by shaking spacetime. The principle of this method of shaking spacetime to cause ripples in spacetime is similar to gravitational wave broadcasting. But there are also differences. The so-called gravitational wave broadcasting is a broadcast that spreads far by strongly vibrating spacetime. And this method is more like talking face-to-face. Information is also emitted in the form of gravitational waves, but it does not spread as far as broadcasting. After the signal spreads to a certain range, it will be annihilated by spacetime itself, just like water waves disappear after spreading to a distance.